Chapter 1, The Mentor and Friend System. Today is the freshman registration day at East China Manhwa University. On the playground, groups of youthful boys and girls sat together in circles, becoming fast friends after just a few exchanges. Their discussions revolved solely around martial exam results and which instructor's combat class they planned to apply for. Dressed in a sharp suit, I weaved through the crowd of freshmen, enthusiastically pitching, "Hey there, interested in joining Instructor Dong's martial arts class?" Only to be met with rejection. "Sorry teach, I've already applied for Professor Wan's mechanical puppet workshop." I then asked another, handsome lad, "Would you be interested in joining my martial arts class?" He bluntly replied, "Not interested." I turned to someone else, "How about you, new student?" The person responded, "Teacher, I'm not a new student, I'm the new student's mother." I quickly said, "Madam, I can see you're quite, remarkably built. Would you be interested in joining my martial arts class? I'm currently organizing a re-employment training program for middle-aged and elderly martial artists." Noticing the murderous glint in her eyes, I immediately shut my mouth and slunk away into the crowd. I, Dong Chao, a martial arts instructor at Manhwa University, am education's most notorious slacker. My idle ways and unorthodox teaching philosophy have made me the most talked about figure at Manhwa University. There's a saying circulating in our school, on freshman enrollment day, other schools admire their campus beauties, while Inc. Martial University students watch the comedy show. As an E-grade talent with second-tier cultivation, this useless instructor, am practically the biggest joke at Inc. Martial University. Truth be told, even as a transmigrator, I've had my glorious moments. 12 years ago, a truck sent me to this high martial world, where I became a rookie martial artist. Through relentless effort in the military, I eventually rose to become a squadron leader in China's elite force, the Flesh and Blood Great Wall. But 5 years ago, a trial in a mystic realm left me severely injured, my martial foundation shattered, my cultivation regressing from 8th tier to 2nd tier, and my talent dropping from S-grade to E-grade. After the injury, I was forced to leave the Flesh and Blood Great Wall. Under military leadership's arrangement, I came to Inc. Martial University incognito as a martial arts instructor, officially to teach, but in reality, to recuperate. All these years I've kept my identity well hidden. Apart from the principal, no one knows I'm from the military. But hiding too well has its downsides. Everyone genuinely thinks I'm just a spoiled good-for-nothing. For 5 whole years, not a single student has chosen me as their mentor. A martial arts mentor isn't just responsible for teaching combat knowledge, they must also protect their students during secret realm trials. Under these circumstances, no one would choose a second-rate waste like me as their mentor, even if I claim to have rich practical experience and can teach things not found in textbooks. Right now, the freshmen on the field are avoiding me like the plague. I know this year's recruitment is doomed again. I sigh, it's over. This cushy job where I just coast along is coming to an end. The academy leadership has warned me repeatedly they don't keep idle hands around. If I fail to recruit students this year, I'll be fired. Truth be told, I'm not afraid of losing this job. In fact, I can't lose it. The military leadership has been wanting to recall me, but I've stubbornly refused to leave. I genuinely enjoy this lazy, clock-punching lifestyle. But with the higher-ups making such a fuss, these carefree slacker days might be coming to an end. Just as I was sighing to myself, a crisp sound suddenly rang in my ears. Detecting the host's teaching needs, the mentor and friend system is now activated. System? I froze. The system continued its introduction. This system is dedicated to the inheritance of teaching. As long as the host gains recognition from students, you can share their talents, techniques, supernatural abilities, and cultivation levels. The higher the recognition, the greater the sharing. Additionally, recognition can unlock the teaching treasure vault, where items such as props, techniques, and potions can assist the host in teaching. Each time the host's cultivation advances a tier, one additional student enrollment slot will be unlocked. The host currently has 2 available student slots. Please complete enrollment as soon as possible to unlock subsequent functions. Mentor system? Teaching makes you stronger? As a transmigrator, I naturally knew what a system was. To me, this mentor system was all about riding coattails. Just latch onto a few talented students, and I could lie back while my cultivation recovered, even surpassing my former strength. The problem was, I was seen as a useless instructor in the eyes of the world, a laughingstock among students. How could anyone possibly choose me as their mentor? Just as I was drowning in doubt, the system chimed in again, detected that the host is too pathetic. Distributing a beginner's welfare. Beginner's welfare, birds of a feather. The host can now see their compatibility with nearby students. The higher the compatibility, the greater the chance of successful recruitment. This skill lasts for 1 hour. My vision blurred momentarily, and when I looked around at the freshmen again, each of their heads displayed a compatibility rating, all zeros, zeros, zeros. These zeros dealt another crushing blow to my heart. Staring at these zeros and recalling the skill name, birds of a feather, I couldn't help but suspect the system was mocking me. Refusing to accept defeat, I scanned the field until, amidst a sea of zeros, I finally spotted a different number. 0, 0, 0, 0, 98. Under the shade of a tree at the edge of the field, a male student's head displayed a staggering compatibility rating of 98, standing out glaringly among the endless zeros. I hurried over to the shade and greeted him with a smile. "Hello there. I'm Dong Chao, a martial arts instructor at our Mobi University. What's your name?" "I'm called Daoshi," the boy replied with simple honesty. "Daoshi? That's a rare surname," I remarked. He just gave a bashful smile and said nothing. From start to finish, Daoshi maintained an air of simple honesty, yet a glint of cunning flickered deep in his eyes. I coaxed gently, "Daoshi, would you like to join my martial arts class? My program adopts an elite small class system with limited spots available. If you join now, I can make you the class monitor." Daoshi grinned, masking his cunning with a delighted expression. "Teacher, I'd love to join your martial arts class. It's just that my grades aren't good, and my talent is poor. I hope I won't hold you back." I waved my hand dismissively. "Teachers aren't pigs, we don't care about front or back legs. Just follow my lead and study hard, that's all that matters." I took out my phone and entered Daoshi's name into the Academic Affairs website, quickly finding his enrollment information. Daoshi, cultivation level, 1st tier 6th stage, talent, D grade, martial arts exam score, 542, barely admitted. Looking at these stats, I shook my head inwardly. New students typically have martial arts cultivation levels between 2nd and 3rd tier. Daoshi's 1st tier 6th stage was practically rock bottom. Combined with his D-grade talent, it was indeed pretty dismal. But for me, having a living person willing to be my student was something to be grateful for. I reached out and shook Daoshi's hand firmly. "Student Daoshi, welcome to my martial arts class." "Teacher, I'll be troubling you. Please teach me well." Daoshi's eyes widened, his face brimming with sincerity. Just then, the system notification popped up. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully enrolled a new student. The student's true profile will now be displayed for the host. Student name, Xianyuan Daoshi, occupation, martial artist, age, 18, actual cultivation, 6th tier, 6th layer, talent, SSS, ability, ancient Panhu bloodline, host approval rating, 0. I was thunderstruck by the system message. Real name Xianyuan Daoshi, 6th stage 6th level cultivation, SSS grade talent, primordial Panhu bloodline. My mind was in utter turmoil. This wasn't some underperforming student I'd recruited, this was a living nightmare. Chapter 2, where there's a hidden dragon, there's a phoenix. On the surface, I remained calm, but inside I was so excited I nearly had a stroke. I couldn't believe that the seemingly simple-minded Daoshi actually bore the rare double surname Xianyuan. The Xianyuan family was legendary throughout Huaxia, utterly impossible not to know of them. The Xianyuan family was an ancient martial arts lineage, blessed by ancient dragons, with members capable of awakening draconic beast bloodlines. Dragons held supreme status in Huaxia, which was why the Xianyuan family was also known as the nation-protecting clan. Among Huaxia's current 54 transcendent martial artists, 10 hailed from the Xianyuan lineage. It was no exaggeration to say that in Huaxia, the name Xianyuan symbolized both supreme power and unwavering loyalty. Never would I have imagined that Daoshi came from such an illustrious family. And within the entire Xianyuan clan, his divine beast bloodline ranked among the very highest tier. During my military service, I had seen the Divine Beast Encyclopedia and knew about Panhu, an ancient mythical creature that was half dragon, half dog, also called a dragon dog. Its dragon bloodline descended from Englong, the progenitor of all dragons, while its canine lineage came from the divine white dog Ao, sharing the same origin as the heaven-hounding dog. This made it far nobler than ordinary dragon beasts. The revelation of Panhu's bloodline already left me utterly stunned, but what shocked me even more was his nearly mythical SSS-grade monstrous talent. The probability of awakening such talent was no higher than 1 in 100 million, with fewer than 10 warriors in all of China possessing it. This seemingly ordinary young man turned out to be such a genius, and he had become my student. Faced with this heaven-sent fortune, I managed to calm my ecstatic excitement and discreetly observed Daoshi. Clearly, he harbored many secrets, his hidden talent, cultivation level, and the surname Xianyuan couldn't be without reason. And this kid puts on a loyal face, but in reality, he doesn't take me seriously at all. Watching his harmless expression, I muttered to myself, "Alright, teacher treats you with sincerity, and you play mind games with the teacher? Pretending to be weak to catch the tiger, huh?" Under my gaze, Daoshi felt uneasy and pretended to be straightforward, asking, "Teacher, why are you staring at me?" I replied calmly, "Nothing much. It's just that the teacher finally recruited a student, so I'm a little excited. From now on, you'll be the class monitor. You'll have to support the teacher's work, okay?" He nodded earnestly, "Absolutely, absolutely." Yet another sly glint flashed in his eyes. Yuanlai Daoshi's full name was Xianyuan Daoshi. As a martial arts prodigy of the Xianyuan family, he should have been cultivating in seclusion with the clan. However, due to his unfavorable background, he wasn't qualified to study the family's martial arts heritage. His father, Xian Yuanxing, was a traitor. 10 years ago, swayed by demonic creatures, his father and uncle defected to the demon race. The Xian Yuan family executed his father, while his uncle escaped. Dao Shi was implicated and left with no standing in the family. To punish the traitor and appease the clan's anger, the family elders decided to strip him of his cultivation, condemning him to an ordinary life. Unable to accept this fate, he fled with his mother's help. In truth, with his abilities, he could have easily topped the martial arts imperial examination. But that would draw the family's attention, so he concealed his cultivation and talent, deliberately controlling his scores to barely pass the threshold and enter Manhwa University. He specifically applied here targeting me, wanting to use this useless instructor as cover to safely spend 4 years advancing to Transcendent before negotiating with the elders. He thought his concealment plan was going smoothly, and when I proactively invited him to join the martial arts class, he felt even heaven was helping him. Little did he know I'd already seen through his background. I stared at him while secretly thinking, no matter what secrets you're hiding, now that you're my student, you'll obediently cough up those gold coins for me. I amiably threw an arm around his shoulders. Come on, I'll take you to the academic office to register. He nodded and bowed. Yes, teacher, thank you for your trouble. I took him to the academic office, glancing left and right along the way, hoping to use my birds of a feather skill to recruit another student. The compatibility ratings above the freshmen's heads were all zeros. Scanning like a ceiling fan, I finally spotted a 95 amidst a sea of goose eggs. The guy with the 95 rating sported a slick American-style pompadour. He was squatting by the roadside ogling women's legs, giggling creepily, standing out starkly against the other freshmen. My heart leapt with joy as I hurried over to introduce myself. To my surprise, he recognized me and said I looked much worse than my photo. Adjusting my expression, I asked his name. He said it was He Xiangzai. I deliberately praised how majestic the name sounded, to which he chuckled and admitted his real name was He Xiangzai, Little Bear Cub, forcibly changed to He Xiangzai, Heroic One, by the household registration officer. I couldn't help but sigh. The household registration officers are truly accumulating great virtue. Jokes aside, I sincerely invited him to join the martial arts class, even offering him the position of vice monitor if he joined now. His eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly in agreement. His resolute response caught me off guard. I took out my phone to check his records on the Academic Affairs website, discovering he was at the first stage 4th level cultivation, with E-grade talent, scoring 542.5 in the martial arts exam and adjusted admission. The records looked utterly unimpressive. E-grade talent like me, the lowest possible, essentially blocking his martial path. But I knew this wasn't his true strength. As the Phoenix prodigy whose compatibility matched Dao Shi's, he must be hiding his real capabilities too. I extended my hand to him. Student He, welcome to my martial arts class. From now on, you'll be the assistant class monitor. I hope we can work well together. He grabbed my arm with both hands and shook it vigorously. Teacher, I look forward to your guidance. I'm so eager to improve. He Xiangzai's tone was earnest, yet a playful smile never left his face. The moment our hands touched, his true profile appeared in my vision. Student name, He Xiangzai, occupation, innate sword cultivator. Age, 18, true cultivation level, 6th stage, 4th layer. Talent, SS, Temp, ability, twin sword bones, incomplete. Host approval rating, 0, an innate sword cultivator? This cheeky little brat is actually an innate sword cultivator. I marveled inwardly. Sword cultivators were already a niche category among martial artists, those who pursued the Tao through swordsmanship, capable of cutting through all techniques with their blades, unbearably cool. Innate sword cultivators were the epitome of coolness among the cool. If sword cultivators were the Ferraris of martial artists, innate sword cultivators would be the 599s, rare, precious, and so dazzling they had no peers. Moreover, innate sword cultivators possess sword bones within their bodies, their sword hearts crystal clear, facing no bottlenecks in their sword path cultivation. The very term innate sword cultivator was synonymous with transcendence. Ascending to the extraordinary was merely a matter of time. According to the system information, this Phoenix chick He Xiangzai possesses twin sword bones, though marked with a damaged status, indicating some impairment. His SS grade talent might be slightly inferior compared to Dao Shi's, but within the entire martial arts world, it's still as rare as Phoenix feathers. Moreover, the SS grade comes with a temporary label, suggesting there's more to this story. Just then, the system notification sounded. Host has reached the current enrollment limit. Affinity Collection module now unlocked. Issuing Affinity Collection task to host. Affinity Collection Task, Phase 1. Host must collect 10 affinity points as soon as possible to unlock the cultivation sharing function. We hope the host teaches with dedication, nurturing students to flourish like peach and plum trees. My heart surged with wild joy. Looking at Dao Shi beside me and then at He Xiangzai, the happiness nearly gave me a stroke. Ability sharing, finally here. After slacking off for so many years, my luck was finally turning around. However, gaining recognition from these two brats won't be easy. I'll have to pull out some real tricks. I could tell these students were absurdly talented and equally rebellious, their shifty eyes clearly hiding ulterior motives. I studied them discreetly, already scheming in my mind. Under my gaze, Hishionzai's smile widened. He was secretly delighted, convinced his prank was going smoothly. Ever since receiving his acceptance letter from Manhwa University, this kid had been plotting how to become the student of Mi Dong Chao, Manhwa University's infamous useless instructor. In order to become my disciple, he meticulously planned everything, never expecting that on the very first day of enrollment, I would deliver myself right to his doorstep. Hishionzai had always seen himself as a jokester since childhood, and going through all the trouble to become my disciple was just for the sake of amusement. Born into an ordinary wealthy family with parents who were run-of-the-mill entrepreneurs, he was actually a natural-born sword cultivator with SS-tier martial arts talent. At 15, he caught the attention of Sword Pavilion University, not only securing a guaranteed admission but also receiving promises of prioritized resources and focused cultivation. Unfortunately, during his second year of high school, his sword bone shattered, causing his cultivation to plummet to the first stage, 4th tier, and his talent to degrade from SS tier to E tier. Sword Pavilion University promptly revoked his guaranteed admission. He had already resigned himself to fate, preparing to take over the family business as a rich heir, and taking the martial arts exam was merely to put a period at the end of his martial arts journey. Unexpectedly, as he walked out of the exam hall, he underwent a second awakening. A new sword bone formed within him, making him a dual-born sword bone cultivator. Not only did he regain his former cultivation, but his talent also reverted to SS tier. He even felt that if not for a broken sword bone, his talent could have reached SSS grade, the legendary monstrous level. This fantastical encounter gave him a playful, game-like attitude toward life, as if living on easy mode where even the hardest challenges would eventually resolve perfectly. He apprenticed himself to me purely for amusement, knowing choosing me as his mentor would draw scorn and gossip, planning to let classmates mock him for 4 years before unveiling his true power at graduation to shock the entire audience. With his innate swordsman talent capable of gathering all 9 provinces' sword energy, 4 years were enough to ascend beyond mortality. Then he'd cleave mountains and rivers on the commencement stage, maximizing the dramatic spectacle. Hishionzai's martial arts exam results weren't particularly impressive, scoring only 542.5 points because his sword bone was damaged and he couldn't participate in the practical combat section. In the written exam out of 550 points, he only lost 7.5 points, mainly due to typos affecting his score. He got admitted to Manhwa University, one of the top 5 prestigious schools, based solely on his written exam results. In his current condition, if he took the martial arts exam, becoming the national top scorer would be a breeze. He could literally beat the examiners until they coughed up blood in the practical combat section. He even regretted not joining my martial arts class as the top scorer, otherwise the fun would have been even greater. Looking at his mischievous grin, I knew this kid was up to no good. Whatever sneaky thoughts you're hiding, now that you're my student, just wait for me to milk you dry. A matching sly grin spread across my face as I threw my arms around my 2-star student's shoulders. Excellent! My martial arts class just gained another elite member. Come on, let's get you both registered at the academic office. Worried about potential complications, I wanted to secure their enrollment immediately. I led Daoshi and Hishionzai to the martial arts college's administration office. Pushing the door open, I immediately spotted Dean Lu Yuan upon entering. Instantly switching to an ingratiating smile, I exclaimed, "Oh Dean Lu, what brings you here? On such a hot day, you're personally overseeing enrollment matters? You truly attend to every detail personally. But you must take care of your health, you shouldn't overwork yourself like this." After showering him with flattery, I finally noticed Teacher Wang standing nearby. "Oh my, Teacher Wang, you're here too? Hard at work, I see." Teacher Wang shot me a disdainful glance and ignored me. Dean Lu Yuan had a stern expression as he glared at me irritably. "Dong Chao, what are you doing here?" My smile grew even more obsequious. "Dean, I'm here to register my students. I got lucky this year, recruited 2 promising talents." I waved my hand, signaling Daoshi and Hishionzai to greet Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan saw them, his constipated expression grew even more pronounced. In previous years when I couldn't recruit students, seeing me made him uncomfortable. Now that I've succeeded, he's even more upset, probably thinking my second tier, first stage cultivation level is inferior to freshmen and utterly inadequate for teaching. To Lu Yuan, I was a complicated presence. On a personal level, he actually quite admired me. I understood social graces, had good judgment, knew how to get things done, and could flatter him until he was walking on air. But from the perspective of an academy administrator, he was determined to fire me. I was practically the shame of the entire Manhwa University Martial Arts Academy. Because of me, the academy had become a laughingstock in the education world. Whenever Lu Yuan went to meetings, he'd always be teased and couldn't hold his head up. Rumors spread through the academy that because of me, the Martial Arts Academy faculty team had ranked dead last in internal evaluations for years, losing eligibility for merit awards for ages. I was so disliked in the academy that the suggestion box was stuffed full of petitions to fire me. As the dean, Lu Yuan woke up every single day scheming about how to get rid of me. He had warned me earlier that if I failed to meet the enrollment quota, he'd fire me, really just looking for an excuse to kick me out. Never thought I'd actually recruit students, and now he's the one in a bind. Since I completed the task, he'd have to think twice about firing me. He kept a stern face and stayed silent for a long while before finally waving me over to register. Smiling, I walked up and entered Daoshi and Xiongzai's names into the computer, their enrollment details immediately appearing on the screen. Lu Yuan stared at the information, his expression twisting again. Having worked in education for decades, he had a sharp eye. These two students, one too simple-minded, the other always grinning like a fool, didn't strike him as particularly bright. The admission scores confirmed his view. Both of them had barely scraped through with the lowest marks, ranking last and second to last in the entire cohort. Although these two freshmen had poor potential, Lu Yuan couldn't help feeling a pang of pity at the thought of them becoming his students. He believed that with proper guidance, these kids might still have a chance to defy fate, but under his tutelage, that opportunity would vanish. Out of a sense of responsibility, he earnestly advised Daoshi and Xiongzai, "Are you sure you want to join my martial arts class? There are many other martial arts instructors in the academy, maybe you should reconsider." Daoshi immediately snapped to attention and blurted out loudly, "Dean, no need to reconsider. I want to join Instructor Dong's class. Instructor Dong gave me face, and I must accept it." Outwardly he appeared honest and loyal, but inwardly he was probably cursing, "Old fool, mind your own business. Keep nagging and I'll punch you." Xiongzai also said with a smile, "Dean, to be honest, I dreamed of joining Teacher Dong's class. I came to Manhwa University specifically for him." Lu Yuan was utterly speechless, probably thinking these two kids had something wrong with their heads. Seeing their stubborn determination, he didn't press further and just waved for Teacher Wang to handle their enrollment. He even earnestly advised me, "Dong Chao, you must teach seriously, don't lead these students astray." I nodded solemnly, "Dean, don't worry, I'll definitely train them into extraordinary martial artists." At this, Lu Yuan frowned, widened his eyes, and looked utterly exasperated. Teacher Wang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Yuan wanted to laugh too but restrained himself due to his position as dean. To them, the idea of a slacker like me training E-grade and D-grade talent students into extraordinary martial artists was utterly ridiculous. What's even funnier is that after hearing my words, Daoshi and Xiongzai actually grinned secretly, as if taking my words seriously. Lu Yuan looked at them, then at me, mentally exhausted, feeling like the three of us combined couldn't muster a single sensible thought, and waved us away impatiently. I bid farewell to him and Teacher Wang, then led my two students out of the academic affairs office. Lu Yuan watched us leave before pulling out his phone to make a call, his fawning demeanor even more exaggerated than mine. On the other end of the line was Qin Wanqing, the strongest graduate the Martial Arts Academy had produced in 20 years, and the instructor Lu Yuan had gone to great lengths to recruit. This year, the academy had admitted 4 S-grade talent freshmen, and Lu Yuan had come to the academic affairs office precisely for this matter. He was counting on Qin Wanqing to properly train these 4 treasures and help the academy turn its fortunes around. I stood in the hallway, instructing my 2 beloved disciples. "That's all for today, the rest of the time is yours. Classes officially start tomorrow, and what I teach will be different from the textbooks, be mentally prepared." They nodded repeatedly, appearing eager, but in truth, they didn't take my words seriously at all. For them, joining my class was just one step in their plan, and from now on, they treat me as a mere tool, convinced I couldn't help them in their cultivation. I knew they were just humoring me, but that was fine, they'd get theirs later. Though my talent in cultivation couldn't match theirs, when it came to social skills and manipulation techniques, handling these two would be a piece of cake. I thought to myself, no matter how clever you are, you'll still fall right into my hands. As dusk fell, I sat at my desk drafting a lesson plan titled Heaven and Earth Reversed. To quickly gather recognition points and unlock the ability sharing feature, I'd spent the entire afternoon concocting this teaching method of fighting poison with poison. After interacting with these 2 students, I realized they were utterly rebellious, outwardly respectful but inwardly dismissive of me. Getting them to acknowledge me was proving to be quite the challenge. They were cunning as foxes with heaven-defying talents. Simply sticking to the textbook would be useless. I'd never earn their favor or recognition that way. Could I bluff them with made-up techniques? That was utterly unrealistic. Given Daoshi and Xiongzai's terrifying aptitudes, not only would they instantly see through any fabricated methods, they'd catch even the slightest mistake in cultivation details. Thinking of fooling them with made-up techniques is pure fantasy. After much deliberation, I settled on the teaching principle of reversing the natural order. To keep these 2 rebellious disciples in check, I must go against the grain. Since they enjoy pretending to be trash and playing the fool to catch the tiger, I'll show them what real trash looks like. I'm going to give them a little taste of spectacular mediocrity. Chapter 6, Shortcut to 4 Years of Detours? The next morning, in the Martial Arts Academy auditorium, Dean Lu Yuan stood at the podium, passionately addressing the new students. today marks your first day as freshmen, a joyous and hopeful occasion. On behalf of the school, I extend a warm welcome to all new students. The bell of the new semester has rung. From this moment onward, your lives will enter a new chapter. May you be prepared to meet every challenge on your martial arts journey. The new students below the stage were fired up, responding with thunderous applause at every pause in Lu Yuan's speech. Sitting in the last row of the auditorium with Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, the three of us yawned listlessly, forming a stark contrast to the impassioned crowd. It was clear Lu Yuan placed great importance on this year's recruits. Today's orientation was far more elaborate than in previous years, but his thinking was too old-fashioned, turning what should have been a lively welcome event into a tedious lecture hall. The dean's speech was just the opening act, followed by addresses from school administrators, faculty representatives, student union representatives, and outstanding graduates. I could already foresee that it wouldn't be long before these freshmen in the audience would go from excitement to exhaustion. Actually, several years ago, I had advised Lu Yuan not to make the orientation activities so rigid. We should host a welcoming party where senior students could perform some acts, have teachers and freshmen participate in interactive games, and the college could treat everyone to barbecue skewers and snacks. That's what university orientation should look like. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan completely ignored my suggestion. This speech assembly he organized is practically a waste of students' lives. Taking advantage of Lu Yuan interacting with the front row students, I winked at Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, signaling them to slip away. Under my lead, the three of us quietly left the auditorium and headed straight to the Martial Arts Class 4 classroom. This year, the Martial Arts Academy was divided into 4 classes. My martial arts class had the fewest students and the worst admission scores, so naturally, we became Class 4. The classroom for Martial Arts Class 4 was quite spacious, with only one lectern and 2 sets of desks and chairs. On the lectern, there was a large object covered with a red cloth, looking somewhat mysterious. I gestured for Dao Shi and He Xiangzai to take their seats. For now, just sit wherever you prefer. To protect your eyesight, we'll rotate seats every week. They looked at each other, and only now did they fully realize that Martial Arts Class 4 had just the 2 of them. A martial arts class with only 2 students. Was there even any need to switch seats? Also, their titles of Class Monitor and Vice Monitor didn't seem to hold much significance anymore. Under their bewildered gazes, I stepped onto the podium and said with utmost seriousness, "The Academy's orientation activities are just too dull, let's skip them. We'd be better off putting that time into studying." I deliberately emphasized the word studying. In that moment, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai's expressions were priceless. Here was their so-called useless instructor stressing the importance of studying right in front of them. The irony was simply hilarious. I ignored the fleeting sneers on their faces and continued. Though the dean's speech was lengthy, there was one thing he got right. These 4 years at university represent both opportunity and challenge for us. To be honest, a martial arts university is like a filter specifically designed to sift out trash like us. Right now, you can still attend the same university as those prodigies and be considered in the same league. But 4 years from now, due to differences in talent, the gap between you will be as vast as heaven and earth. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai's expressions instantly turned icy. What did he mean by trash like us? Clearly, the only trash in this room was me. They were probably cursing inwardly. Though both were wolves in sheep's clothing, when I genuinely treated them as fellow trash, they couldn't help feeling a bit offended. Looking at their frosty expressions, I secretly laughed to myself. This was exactly the effect I wanted. I continued, our path in martial arts is destined to lead nowhere. As good-for-nothings, no matter how hard you train or how diligently you work, you'll only fall further behind others. All your efforts are futile. In the end, you'll be cast aside by the martial path and forced to return to ordinary lives. This, my students, is something your teacher understands deeply. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai rolled their eyes in unison. Who exactly shared this deep understanding with him? Why was he suddenly empathizing? Different circles shouldn't force connections. I paused briefly before becoming increasingly animated. Fortunately, you've encountered a life mentor like me. As the saying goes, when you see injustice on the road, take a detour. Since we can't achieve much in martial arts, let's switch tracks. With that, I picked up a piece of chalk and wrote 6 large characters on the blackboard. Save 4 years of detours. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai looked utterly confused, vaguely sensing that the lesson was heading in a strange direction. Clearing my throat, my tone grew even more impassioned. Classmates, why do martial artists train so hard? It boils down to 2 things, realizing self-worth and living a better life. As for trash like us, we have no self-worth to begin with, so no need to realize it. As long as we can live a better life, wouldn't we be saving ourselves years of detours compared to other martial artists? Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were a bit confused by my reasoning. They felt my words seemed both right and wrong at the same time. As for how to live a better life, it boils down to 2 things. First, work hard to earn money, and second, learn to enjoy life, eat, drink, and be merry. I picked up the chalk again and wrote 2 lines on the blackboard. College students starting street stalls and eat, drink, and be merry. So, in my class, stop obsessing over that damn martial arts. From now on, we're going to completely slack off in martial arts. We'll channel our limited energy into setting up stalls to earn money and indulging in life's pleasures. Just imagine 4 years from now, when other graduates are facing unemployment, rejected by the military, martial arts families, and major corporations, struggling to find jobs, you'll already be thriving in society, making money with the skills I've taught you. Did we just skip 4 years of detours? Daoshi and Xiongzai completely lost it. What kind of nonsense was this? Only then did they realize they might have underestimated me. Their famously useless mentor was even more outrageous than they'd imagined. What drove them even crazier came next. I looked Daoshi and Xiongzai straight in the eye and declared with utmost seriousness, so, for martial arts failures like us, the top priority is learning how to make money. The first lesson your teacher will impart is an absolutely profitable street stall venture, the art of making glutinous rice cakes. With that, I dramatically yanked away the red cloth covering the lectern, revealing a mobile food cart. The cart's display window was packed with neatly squared glutinous rice cakes. A mobile food truck, fresh and vibrant, appeared right in the classroom. Staring at the food truck before them, Daoshi and Xiongzai felt their cerebellum shriveling in disbelief. Making glutinous rice cakes in martial arts class? What kind of absurd idea is this? This is beyond abstract. I rummaged through the food truck, pulled out a white apron, and tied it around my waist with utmost seriousness. Don't underestimate this glutinous rice cake project, the profit margin is sky high. As I always say, while other graduates struggle with unemployment and making ends meet, you'll already be the most beloved faces outside every elementary and middle school, thanks to this venture. Just thinking about it, doesn't that instantly give you a sense of superiority? Daoshi and Xiongzai's gazes froze, feeling as if their chests had been struck by a giant hammer, leaving them breathless. A martial arts university graduate setting up a stall selling glutinous rice cakes outside elementary and middle schools? Where the hell does this superiority come from? Daoshi and Xiongzai exchanged glances, both seeing extreme astonishment in each other's eyes. Only then did they understand why I kept emphasizing that I would teach them many things not found in textbooks. The textbooks at martial arts universities certainly don't cover stall entrepreneurship or the process of making glutinous rice cakes. This is absolutely fucking insane. Chapter 7. Teacher, what you're teaching is useless. Next, the teacher will spend an entire class teaching you how to make glutinous rice cakes, how to wash the rice, soak it, grind it, and steam it. The teacher will break it down step by step and teach you everything without holding back. Guaranteed that after today's lesson, you can set up a stall tomorrow. As for the osmanthus sugar for flavoring the rice cakes and the coconut sprinkles, the teacher will systematically teach you those too, keeping absolutely nothing to myself. On the podium, Dong Chao leisurely explained the process of making glutinous rice cakes. His affected manner made it seem as if he were lecturing on some crucial academic subject. He even occasionally tapped the blackboard and wrote a couple of lines of notes. Watching Dong Chao's earnest expression, Daoshi was utterly helpless. Teacher, what you're teaching is completely useless. Daoshi muttered under his breath, pretending to be bluntly honest. The congratulatory murmurs weren't too loud, but just enough for Dong Chao to hear clearly. This was clearly meant to embarrass Dong Chao. Hearing this, Dong Chao's expression instantly darkened. With a stern face, he sharply reprimanded. Daoshi, what are you saying? How could you utter such words? Facing Dong Chao's scolding, Daoshi put on a timid expression on the surface while secretly laughing inside. He's rattled, totally triggered by just one sentence from me. Just as Daoshi was snickering inwardly, Dong Chao's tone softened as he continued earnestly. Daoshi, how could you call yourself useless? Every person is the protagonist of their own life. As your teacher, I won't allow you to belittle yourself like this. Even if you're utterly useless, completely stupid, totally worthless, absolutely incompetent, and good for nothing, you're still my student. From now on, I won't tolerate such self-deprecating talk. Never call yourself worthless again. Ha! Daoshi's mind buzzed as his entire body petrified on the spot. Not only was Dong Chao's teaching methods abstract, he seemed incapable of understanding human speech too. Who's the useless one here? Who the hell is trash, stupid, freebie, worthless, good for nothing? After scolding Daoshi, Dong Chao switched back to his serious teaching demeanor. He pulled out a basin of glutinous rice from under the food cart, washing the rice while explaining to his two students. This is glutinous rice I soaked in advance. Selecting ingredients for rice cakes requires attention. You must use aged rice. The older the better. That's how we keep costs down. When washing the rice, pay attention to your technique. The movements should be gentle to avoid washing out the rice starch. There's a trick to the grinding process too. Divide the glutinous rice into 2 batches, grind one into fine powder and the other into coarse grains, then mix them together. This way, the rice cakes will be both smooth and chewy, mimicking the texture of fresh rice. After grinding, the next step is to pack the glutinous rice flour into molds and steam them. As he spoke, Dong Chao bent down and pulled out an electric stove and a steamer from under the lectern. He boldly started boiling water right in the classroom. When the water in the pot came to a boil, Dong Chao placed the glutinous rice cakes inside. Why does your teacher recommend glutinous rice cakes as our first entrepreneurial project? Because it's simple to operate. We can make them right here in the classroom, and we can even use the school's utilities for free. Plus, the costs for the steamer and induction cooker have already been included in your miscellaneous school fees. The school will reimburse everything. Daoshi was completely dumbfounded. Even someone as scheming as him couldn't maintain his composure this time. Truth be told, Daoshi had actually prepared himself somewhat for Dong Chao's martial arts class. He assumed Dong Chao would either rigidly follow the textbook in class or randomly fabricate some cultivation techniques to appear profound. In either case, Daoshi planned to feign agreement and play along with Dong Chao's charade. Despite all his calculations, Daoshi never anticipated Dong Chao could pull off such a spectacular stunt. The man was actually teaching them how to make glutinous rice cakes in the classroom? And he was steaming them on the spot, for fuck's sake. This is just too abstract, too insane. Daoshi even began to doubt Dong Chao's mental state. What kind of normal person could come up with something like this? Unlike the dumbfounded Daoshi, Xiongzai listened to Dong Chao's lecture with rapt attention, his face beaming with joy. After the initial shock, Xiongzai had already started enjoying his martial arts class. Learning how to make glutinous rice cakes in martial arts class, this was just too surreal, too abstract, and too hilarious. This was exactly the kind of university lecture Xiongzai had dreamed of. Xiongzai even secretly resolved in his heart that he, too, would get himself a food truck. 4 years later, on graduation day, he would push that food truck right onto the stage. At that time, he would first distribute glutinous rice cakes to the school administrators, then draw his sword and perform a spectacular sword splits mountains and rivers routine. The entertainment value would be absolutely off the charts. When he goes home for vacation, he could even drive his Maserati to set up a stall at the night market. That would also be quite the spectacle. The more Xiongzai thought about it, the happier he became. This was the ultimate amusement he'd always dreamed of. Xiongzai's approval +1. Xiongzai's approval +1. Xiongzai's approval +1. 3 consecutive system notifications rang in Dong Chao's ears. He looked up to see Xiongzai's eyes sparkling with laughter, looking eager and ready for action. Dong Chao thought to himself, no way, could a simple rice cake really get Xiongzai this excited? The reverse celestial pole plan actually worked. To deal with such monstrous students, you've got to use equally monstrous tricks. Dong Chao beckoned to Daoshi and Xiongzai. As the saying goes, what's learned from books remains shallow, only hands-on practice reveals true mastery. Don't just stand there watching, come give it a try. Daoshi thought to himself that Dong Chao wasn't just a bit slow in the head, his literary education was downright pitiful. He had to improvise even famous sayings. Just as Daoshi was silently complaining to himself, Xiongzai had already stood up and eagerly rushed toward the podium. Seeing this, Daoshi had no choice but to brace himself and follow behind Xiongzai. Dong Chao rummaged through his apron and pulled out 2 pairs of gloves, handing them to the two. Next, we'll move on to the hands-on practice session. The teacher will guide you step by step to review the key points. Let's aim to absorb and digest everything right here in class. The process of making glutinous rice cakes involves soaking the rice, washing it, grinding it into flour, molding it, and steaming it. For each step, the master has developed unique techniques and tricks. Once you master these skills, you'll definitely be able to rake in the dough. Dong Chao, while personally guiding the two in making glutinous rice cakes, sighed with emotion. The master has always believed that we martial artists are born to be street vendors. First, we know a thing or two about fighting, so we can secure prime spots in the food street. Second, our stamina is excellent, no city inspector can ever catch up to us. Plus, we can collect the martial artist stipend from the government while running our street stall business, earning 2 incomes at once. It's absolutely fantastic. Daoshi felt like his brain was about to explode. Not long ago, Daoshi had been secretly delighted at successfully joining Dong Chao's martial arts class, but now, he was beginning to regret it. Unlike the conflicted-looking Daoshi, Xiongzai was already thoroughly enjoying his martial arts lessons. Humming a cheerful tune while rinsing rice, Xiongzai happily said to Dong Chao, "Teacher, your words have opened my eyes. I'll study hard under you. I'm going to become the king of street vendors." Good, good. Teacher believes in you. Dong Chao nodded repeatedly. Daoshi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Not only was mentor Dong Chao acting strangely, but his new classmate Xiongzai also seemed to have some serious issues. Chapter 8, All Gangster Talk, definitely a gangster dude. Despite all his grumbling, Daoshi still gritted his teeth and chose to join. He couldn't afford to appear out of place. Under Dong Chao's thorough guidance, the two mastered the entire production process in just 1 hour. Dong Chao was extremely satisfied with their learning progress. "I told you, didn't I? You two are born stall-running prodigies, picking it up so fast. In a couple days when we find the time, I'll take you out to run a stall, give you some real hands-on practice." Hearing this, Xiongzai's eyes lit up, clearly thrilled at the prospect of real hands-on practice. Daoshi showed no reaction on the surface, but internally he was having a stroke. Dong Chao was really going to take them out to run a street stall? This was absolutely insane. Dong Chao observed both their expressions and pretended to glance at his watch. It's almost 11, let's wrap up the morning session. I've arranged a little welcome ceremony for you in the cafeteria. Come on, let's grab some food. With an arm slung over each of their shoulders, Dong Chao ushered them out of the classroom. The trio ambled along, heading straight for the school cafeteria. At nearly 11 o'clock, while other classes were still in session, only their three figures could be seen on the empty campus path. Dong Chao walked while boasting shamelessly. You must have noticed, your teacher is highly respected at this school, quite the big shot. Dao Shi thought to himself, respected my ass. Back in the auditorium, all the teachers in the academy were rolling their eyes at you. Teachers got such prestige that you students get to bask in the reflected glory. From now on, whether you're shopping at the supermarket, getting food in the cafeteria, or bathing in the public baths, no need to pay. Just drop teacher's name, and it's all free. As he spoke, Dong Chao led the two into the cafeteria. Passing through the cafeteria entrance, Dong Chao took a left turn and arrived at the beverage station. With practiced ease, he fished out a cola from the fridge, gulped down half the bottle in one go, and only then greeted the staff at the drink counter. Old Lu, let me introduce you, these are my two new students. From now on, all their expenses here will be charged to my account. As he spoke, Dong Chao turned to Dao Shi and He Xiangzai. Hurry up, call him Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu has some business dealings with your teacher, he's my commercial partner. When you spend here, you don't need to pay. Of course, you should come when it's not crowded, so you don't disrupt Uncle Lu's business. Old Lu rubbed his hands together and replied with a smile. Feel free to drink all the beverages you want here, nephews, and eat all the ice cream too. Heh, he. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai exchanged glances. Did their useless instructor actually have this kind of clout? While the two were still staring at each other, Dong Chao grabbed 7 or 8 bottles of drinks and hugged them to his chest. Old Lu, we're going to grab a bite first. We'll come find you later. Sure. Take care on your way. Old Lu nodded with a smile. Throughout Dong Chao's freeloading behavior, Old Lu never showed the slightest hint of displeasure. As soon as they stepped out of the drink stand, Dong Chao couldn't wait to show off to his two students. See that? Full of street smarts, definitely a gangster. That's how street smart your teacher is. At Manhwa University, just drop my name if you run into trouble, it'll work like a charm. Listening to Dong Chao's words, He Xiangzai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Pretending to be a streetwise tough guy on a university campus, now that's hilarious. Recognition from He Xiangzai +1. Recognition from He Xiangzai +1. Recognition from He Xiangzai +1. He Xiangzai once again bestowed upon Dong Chao a triple approval rating. Dong Chao secretly rejoiced in his heart. He had finally found He Xiangzai's pressure point. At this rate, the cumulative task of 10 approval points would be completed in no time. It wouldn't be long before he could unlock the cultivation sharing function. Dao Shi stood dumbfounded on the side, silently complaining in his heart, a university martial arts instructor, yet soaked in all these street smart habits, is this old geezer actually proud of it? But credit where credit's due, the fact that he can freeload drinks at the beverage stand does show some skills. Complaints aside, Dao Shi still plastered a delighted smile on his face, looking no different from He Xiangzai. Though Dao Shi's surface act was flawless, Dong Chao could still accurately grasp his true thoughts through the system. From start to finish, this kid hadn't contributed a single point of approval. As soon as Dong Chao appeared in the cafeteria hall with his two students, the staff immediately gathered around. Teacher Dong, you're here. The meals are all prepared. Teacher Dong, are these your newly recruited students? They look so bright and clever, just like you. What a blessing for these two newcomers to study under Teacher Dong. The cafeteria staff chattered away, clearly quite familiar with Dong Chao. Facing the approaching cafeteria workers, Dong Chao kept nodding in acknowledgement. Dear elder brothers and sisters, thank you for your hard work. I'll take the kids to the private room first. You can start serving the dishes. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were utterly confused. Since when did university cafeterias have private rooms? Dong Chao noticed the doubts in their hearts and smugly twisted his neck, signaling for them to follow. Dong Chao led them through twists and turns, finally stopping before an unused stall in a corner. Dong Chao took out a key and rolled up the shuttered door of the stall. As you can see, your teacher is quite particular, so we must dine in a private room. I'm business partners with the cafeteria manager, and they've given me this stall for free. Dong Chao pulled up the rolling shutter, revealing a spacious and tidy stall. Aside from kitchen facilities like refrigerators, stoves, and prep counters, there was also an imposing 8 immortals table. Dong Chao waved his hand, signaling Dao Shi and He Xiangzai to take their seats at the 8 immortals table. From now on, this will serve as both our private dining room and our classroom lab. The more complex cooking lessons will all be held here. Dao Shi was utterly speechless. He seriously wondered whether he was attending a martial arts university or a culinary vocational school. Since when did they have cooking classes here? Dong Chao pulled out 2 crates of chilled beer from the freezer, placed them by the table, and said to the two of them, no classes this afternoon. Let's have a casual drink to welcome you properly. As he spoke, Dong Chao opened a bottle of beer, pouring drinks for the two while continuing. But before we drink, I need to lay down some rules. Let me emphasize the class regulations. Facing Dong Chao's pouring, Daoshi cupped his glass with both hands, outwardly nodding obsequiously while inwardly grumbling. Bringing up class regulations during a drinking session, what a damn genius. Dong Chao cleared his throat and solemnly declared, the first rule of our martial arts class 4 is, beer must be drunk from bottles, no cans allowed. Bottled is real beer, canned is horse piss. Engrave this rule in your hearts. If I catch any of you sneaking canned beer, don't blame me for making you write self-criticism reports. Ha! Hearing this, Daoshi froze on the spot. What the hell kind of class rule is this? And you're even making them write self-criticism reports. What kind of human being could come up with this shit? Chapter 9, here it comes. The bizarre class rules strike again. While Daoshi and Xiangzai were still stunned, a cafeteria lady walked in carrying a tray. On the tray were slices of chilled watermelon cut into fan-shaped wedges. Have some watermelon to cool off first, the food will be right out. The canteen auntie cheerfully placed the tray on the table. Dong Chao first expressed his thanks, then introduced to Daoshi and Xiangzai. This is Sister Wang from the staple food counter, you can call her Aunt Wang. Her beef buns are legendary in the canteen. You two are in for a treat. As he spoke, Dong Chao gestured toward them with a meaningful tilt of his chin. What are you standing there for? Toast your Aunt Wang. Seeing the two still frozen in place, Dong Chao had no choice but to stand up and personally pour a glass of wine for Sister Wang. Sis, these kids don't know how to behave properly. Don't take it to heart. Let me toast you on their behalf. Aunt Wang somewhat awkwardly accepted the wine glass. No problem, Teacher Dong, no need to be so formal. Dong Chao clinked glasses boldly with Sister Wang. Sis, how many times have I told you, don't call me teacher in private, just call me Chao. Bottoms up, you take it easy. Dong Chao threw his head back and downed the entire glass of beer in one gulp. Sister Wang was also a straightforward person and downed her drink in one go. Little brother, you guys have some watermelon first. I'll go steam the buns, they'll be ready soon. I'll also go hurry them along with your dishes. Dong Chao saw Sister Wang off with an ingratiating smile, showcasing his slickness and worldly wisdom. But the moment Sister Wang left, he reverted to his affected teacherly demeanor, lecturing Daoshi and Xiangzai with utmost seriousness. You two, show some tact. Offer the toast when it's time. After lecturing the pair, Dong Chao picked up 2 pieces of watermelon and handed them over. Using this plate of watermelon, let me emphasize our class's second rule. The second rule of our martial arts class 4 is, no eating watermelon with spoons. Dong Chao ignored the two's bewildered gazes and continued speaking to himself. The thing I despise most in this world is people who eat watermelon with a spoon. Using a spoon completely ruins the texture and flavor of watermelon, it's like a cow chewing peonies, such a waste of natural gifts. As he spoke, Dong Chao picked up a slice of watermelon, took a fierce bite, and demonstratively showed it to the two of them. A refined gentleman like your teacher must eat watermelon in perfect fan-shaped slices. The thickness should be precisely 2 centimeters. Too thin lacks texture, too thick becomes cumbersome to bite. Eating watermelon this way, the first bite is the sweetest, gradually becoming milder downward, but the texture transitions from grainy to crisp, compensating for the fading sweetness. Eating it with a spoon turns the experience into chaotic mush, and frankly, lacks sophistication. Let me be perfectly clear, in our martial arts class 4, watermelon must be eaten in fan-shaped slices. If I catch anyone using a spoon, don't blame me for deducting your credits. Daoshi was simply too exhausted to even complain. Eating watermelon with a spoon could get you deducted credits? Only someone with 10 years of brain damage could come up with such idiotic class rules. Pure incompetence compensated by ridiculous regulations. As a fun-loving guy, Xiangzai absolutely adored the absurd atmosphere of martial arts class 4. Every bit of it was just so damn satisfying. Munching on watermelon, Xiangzai nodded vigorously, clearly taking this class rule to heart. Don't worry, teacher. The spoon as an object shall be completely erased from my life. From now on, I'll eat ice cream with chopsticks. Good. You're teachable after all. Dong Chao nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. Watching the two of them play their foolish duet, Daoshi genuinely wanted to give them a round of military-style punches. Just as Daoshi was rolling his eyes in anger, another canteen uncle walked into the stall. Spicy peanuts with edamame and braised pork knuckles coming right up. The uncle handed a steaming square tray to the 3 of them. The tray held shelled peanuts and edamame, a wobbling braised pork knuckle, and an entire fat braised goose glistening with oil. Dong Chao promptly introduced to the students. This is old Zhong from the braised food stall, you can call him Uncle Zhong. His braised eggs and duck legs are absolutely banging. The pork knuckle and braised goose are his secret specialties, ordinary folks can't get their hands on these. Dong Chao poured a glass of wine and offered it to old Zhong. Brother Zhong, you've worked hard. I won't say thank you, it's all in the wine. Old Zhong wiped his hands on his apron with a simple, honest smile. Not hard work at all, just a small effort. Teacher Dong, I'm truly happy from the bottom of my heart that you've managed to recruit students. Old Zhong drained his cup in one gulp and called out to Dong Chao. Teacher Dong, it's almost mealtime, I need to head back and prepare. Just give me a shout if you need anything else. Brother Zhong, I appreciate the trouble. Next time, it'll be my treat, I'll return the favor. Dong Chao saw old Zhong off with a polite smile. Daoshi and He Xiangzai exchanged a knowing glance. Their useless mentor, Dong Chao, really had quite the reputation among these cafeteria workers. Only after seeing old Zhong off at the stall did Dong Chao turn around and return to the table. Without hesitation, he tore open the large goose, handing the plump and tender drumsticks to Daoshi and He Xiangzai. The famous Western philosopher DZ once said, "A man cannot step into the same river twice, but he can feast on goose every meal." Goose is truly a marvelous thing, you must eat it while it's hot. Daoshi rolled his eyes, thinking that the foundation Dong Chao mentioned was probably not from any proper philosopher. Stop staring and eat already. Under Dong Chao's repeated urging, Daoshi had no choice but to pick up the goose leg and take a bite. As soon as the goose leg entered his mouth, the rich aroma of sauce and the deep, savory flavor of the meat burst forth in his mouth along with the steaming heat. The complex fermented aroma of the marinated meats complemented the rich fragrance of the goose perfectly. The fatty goose skin and the firm, stringy meat released their enduring flavors with every chew. Soothed by the meaty aromas, Daoshi felt his nerves, exhausted from the morning's ordeal, finally begin to relax. He stole a glance at He Xiangzai beside him and saw that the man had already devoured the goose leg in a few bites and was now tearing into a wing from the plate. Afraid of missing out, Daoshi hurriedly sped up his own eating, shoving the entire goose leg into his mouth before freeing his hands to tear into the marinated goose as well. Watching his two students wolfing down the food, Dong Chao felt immensely gratified. He carefully sliced the wobbling braised pork knuckle and gave each of them a generous portion, seizing the moment to say, "While you're eating and drinking, let me remind you of the third-class rule. The third rule of our martial arts class 4 is, drinking must be accompanied by 4 dishes. Drinking without food is called bear drinking, a completely classless behavior. We must eradicate this notion from our minds entirely. They say drinking must come with 4 dishes, every word and action full of style. In our martial arts class 4, drinking requires at least 4 dishes. Peanuts, edamame, braised meats, and cured meats, that's the bare minimum for our drinking sessions. Let me be blunt up front, if I catch any of you drinking without eating dishes, don't blame me for inviting your parents over." Daoshi's barely relaxed nerves tensed up all over again. Here it comes. The strange class rules are back again. No vegetables with your alcohol? Then we'll have to call your parents. As a teacher, how can you possibly say such things with a straight face? Unlike Daoshi, He Xiangzai had completely adapted to the peculiar atmosphere of martial arts class 4. "Teacher, don't worry, I've memorized this class rule. From now on, even if I have to pair my liquor with Isatis root, I'll never drink without snacks." Dong Chao patted He Xiangzai's shoulder approvingly. Good lad. As the saying goes, for dishes with liquor, bare chest with necktie, long johns over woolen pants, they call me Mr. Particular. You boys should learn to be as particular as your teacher in both conduct and affairs. Upon hearing Dong Chao's words, Daoshi's vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. Daoshi finally realized that his hibernation plan was proving far more difficult to endure than he'd originally imagined. Chapter 10, Innate Sword Chi, times, Innate Shameless Chi, square root. Unlike Daoshi, who was endlessly griping, He Xiangzai absolutely adored these absurd class rules. Beer must be drunk from bottles, watermelons can't be eaten with spoons, drinking requires exactly 4 dishes. These abstract class rules perfectly match He Xiangzai's temperament. It's as if they were tailor-made for him. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai once again bestowed upon Dong Chao a triple approval rating. While admiring these eccentric class rules, He Xiangzai secretly began scheming. If he actually got his parents summoned just for drinking without eating dishes, that would be hilarious. His folks would be so proud of him. He Xiangzai secretly vowed to violate every single one of these class rules when the right opportunity came. It's all about embracing the absurd. Old Zhong from the braised food stall had barely left when someone else arrived with a tray of complimentary dishes. Staff from over 20 canteen stalls took turns presenting their signature dishes, each outdoing the last. Sweet and sour pork, crispy fried fish fillet, braised beef brisket, kung pao shrimp balls. Various dishes soon covered the entire 8 immortals table. These dishes were clearly specially prepared by the cafeteria chefs. Not only were the ingredients carefully selected, but many dishes were also artfully arranged, looking completely restaurant quality. With each new dish served, Dong Chao would enthusiastically pick up portions for his 2 students while chattering away. Rice is your father, dishes are your mother, better to burst from eating than to starve. Eat your fill and feast to your heart's content. As members of martial arts class 4, we absolutely must eat like VIPs. That's what prestige means. Later I'll add you to the cafeteria staff's private group chat, just order whatever you want in there. These cafeteria workers all have business connections with teachers. Eating and drinking your fill isn't wrong at all. Just remember one thing: anywhere in this school that requires payment, you can just flash your teacher's handsome face. We'll stand with hands on hips, shout loudly, and achieve our goal of getting everything for free. Dao Shi had originally treated Dong Chao's words as background noise, focusing entirely on devouring his meal. But when he heard the words "getting everything for free," his eyebrows involuntarily twitched upward. He loved free stuff way too much. Moreover, judging by the current situation, Dong Chao truly has the credentials to back it up. Dao Shi's approval +1. Dao Shi has finally bestowed upon Dong Chao 1 point of approval. Gazing at this hard-earned point of approval, Dong Chao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. In just one morning, the cumulative task of 10% approval rating was completed. What's even more delightful is that he seems to have grasped the knack of congratulating others. The righteous light shines upon the earth, and sooner or later, you'll be bursting with gold coins. Once you've handed over your first blood, all that's left is to become a walking ATM. Dong Chao thought darkly in his heart. The system's prompt sounded at just the right moment. Congratulations, host. You have completed phase 1 of the approval accumulation mission. The cultivation sharing function is now unlocked. With the system's notification, 2 surges of vital energy, one from Yi Xiongzai and the other from Dao Shi, began to spread through Dong Chao's body. Dong Chao could clearly feel that his cultivation had improved. His previously depleted vital energy had begun to gather slightly. His withered bones and tendons, damaged from injuries, had also become somewhat replenished. Dong Chao opened the system panel and discovered his cultivation had already reached the second stage, 5th level. Over the past 5 years, Dong Chao had tried every possible method without making any progress in cultivation. Yet now, thanks to the good teacher and friend system, in just one morning, his cultivation had recovered by 4 minor realms. Dong Chao looked at his 2 students with immense satisfaction. With just 10 points of recognition, these 2 students had helped him recover to the second tier, 5th level. What did this mean? It meant these 2 students were top-tier workhorses. Host is now being issued stage 2 of the approval accumulation mission. Please quickly collect 100 favorability points to unlock the teaching treasure vault module. Upon receiving the new mission issued by the system, Dong Chao secretly clicked his tongue in dismay. Just after claiming the newbie benefits, the numerical requirement for the next mission had increased tenfold at once. This mentor and friend system follows the same routine as those pay-to-win online games. But to be fair, this mentor system is truly formidable. Just unlocking the cultivation sharing feature for a trial run has already given Dong Chao hope for restoring his cultivation. If he were to unlock the teaching treasury next, wouldn't he be practically unstoppable? Dong Chao grinned as he sized up his 2 workhorse disciples, mischievous schemes already brewing in his mind. As lunchtime approached, the cafeteria began to fill with students. Every student passing by this food stall paused in surprise, unable to resist stopping to stare. An old man who looked like an instructor was leading 2 students in feasting wildly at the cafeteria stall, with empty liquor bottles piled high before them. This scene was simply too bizarre. In no time at all, a dense crowd had gathered outside the stall. Seeing the onlookers, Yi Xiongzai grew even more excited. He absolutely loved this kind of humiliating spectacle. Yi Xiongzai poured a cup of wine and cheerfully offered it to Dong Chao. Teacher, thank you for your warm hospitality. Let me toast you. I'm so happy today. The last time I was this happy was at Wallace's promotion banquet. Wallace, hosting a graduation banquet? Dong Chao doubted his own ears. Yi Xiongzai nodded vigorously and said proudly, Teacher, you wouldn't believe it, the scene at my graduation banquet was absolutely massive. All the big shots in our city showed up. Later, even the public toilets along the entire street couldn't handle the crowd. Dong Chao was barely holding it together. This kid Yi Xiongzai was really something else. Yi Xiongzai's approval rating +1. Yi Xiongzai's approval rating +1. Yi Xiongzai's approval +1. Though Yi Xiongzai's thought process was a bit peculiar, his approval of Dong Chao was genuine. Once again, he sent Dong Chao a triple dose of approval. At the same time, Dong Chao heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Student Yi Xiongzai's approval has reached 12 points. For every 10, 50, and 100 points of student approval, the host can obtain a lottery opportunity to draw one of the student's traits. Traits include talents, supernatural abilities, techniques, luck. Now drawing one of Yi Xiongzai's traits for the host. The trait drawn by the host is innate sword chi. Dong Chao secretly rejoiced. Unexpectedly, there was an additional reward. A sharp sword aura suddenly surged into Dong Chao's mind. This sword aura was simple yet pure, like pointing at the moon with a finger or reflecting the sky in water. Guided by this sword aura, Dong Chao seemed to gain a flash of insight into the blade path he had been cultivating all along. Dong Chao looked at Yi Xiongzai, thinking to himself that Yi Xiongzai truly lived up to his reputation as a genius in swordsmanship. A single innate sword aura was already this terrifying. This kid's potential was definitely worth milking dry. He Xiongzai didn't notice Dong Chao's benevolent gaze, as the young man proceeded to put on an impromptu eating show in front of the crowd of watching classmates. With every bite he took, He Xiongzai would let out a melodious hum, his eyes slightly closed as he chewed, savoring the flavors with deep emotion, even smacking his lips loudly. As the young master of a wealthy family, what delicacies hadn't He Xiongzai tasted before? He was putting on this shameless act purely to show off in front of his watching classmates. Watching this display, Dong Chao couldn't help but wonder, was the innate sword chi he'd extracted from He Xiongzai actually innate shamelessness instead? This kid was just too damn shameless. To avoid causing a commotion, Dong Chao had no choice but to pull down the rolling shutter of the stall, blocking the curious gazes of the surrounding students. With no audience left, He Xiongzai reluctantly dropped his clownish act and began eating with considerably more decorum. Don't just eat the dishes, drink more wine. Dong Chao kept pouring wine for his two students, laying the groundwork for his next scheme. After 3 rounds of drinks, Dong Chao began his performance. He reached out and pointed to the rear window. See that? Our private booth isn't just secluded, it's got great views too. Outside the window is the school's back mountain, a place rarely visited by people, so peaceful. When the weather's nice, I'll take you all for a picnic there. Dong Chao was only 1/10 drunk but pretended to be 7/10 so. As he spoke, he deliberately slurred his words and even let out a string of drunken hiccups. Daoshi and He Xiongzai followed Dong Chao's finger and gazed at the back mountain outside the window, their minds already buzzing with excitement. Dong Chao noticed the subtle expressions on both their faces. He downed 2 more cups of wine, feigning complete drunkenness. Can't go on, teacher's not in top form today. Need to nap for a bit. No afternoon classes, you're free to do whatever. With these words, Dong Chao lunged forward, pretending to collapse drunk onto the table. Dong Chao knew where there were geniuses, there would always be rivalry and competition. He pretended to be drunk on purpose, just to create an opportunity for the 2 prodigious students to clash head-on. Seizing this chance, Dong Chao intended to probe their true depths. Chapter 11. I want to compete with you, but not that kind of competition. Seeing Dong Chao slumped drunk over the table, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai froze momentarily. Teacher? Teacher? As they softly called out to Dong Chao, both of their faces briefly flashed with contempt. This old geezer kept boasting at the dinner table, who knew he couldn't hold his liquor. He's already passed out after just a few bottles? At least drinking with him saves on dishes. Confirming that Dong Chao was completely drunk, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai's expressions underwent subtle changes. He Xiongzai shed his usual cheeky grin, and Dao Shi no longer wore that simple, dull expression from before. The two stared directly at each other, an oppressive tension swirling between them, eventually evolving into thick hostility. Under the pressure of their auras, the surrounding air compressed into 2 swirling vortices, grinding against each other with a fierce, crackling sound. All morning, the two had secretly exchanged multiple glances, and now with no outsiders present, they no longer needed to hide anything. Both could sense that the other's cultivation was extraordinary, far from being martial arts trash. The so-called trash heap of martial arts class 4 actually had only one true failure, their instructor. The current situation was like 2 thieves reaching into the same pocket. While curious about each other's hidden cultivation, they also felt a competitive urge to outshine one another. Finally, Dao Shi was the first to speak, breaking the prolonged staring contest. Hey, we won't settle anything by just glaring at each other. How about we step outside and spar a bit? Consider it a post-meal workout. Buddy, you read my mind. He Xiongzai's tone was playful, yet his entire being radiated sharpness, like an unsheathed sword. The two exchanged a knowing glance toward the rear window before displaying nimble footwork. With a light leap, they flipped out through the window and swiftly headed toward the school's back mountain. In just 3 to 5 seconds, they had already dashed over 100 meters, arriving at a flat area halfway up the mountain. Just as He Xiongzai assumed his stance, ready to strike, Dao Shi suddenly interrupted him. Hold on, let me take off my jacket first. As he spoke, Dao Shi took off his tracksuit, carefully folded it, and placed it to one side. All these years, it was only through his mother's odd jobs that Dao Shi had been raised. Their straitened circumstances had fostered in him a frugal nature. He did this because he was afraid the upcoming fight might ruin the new clothes his mother had bought him. After removing his jacket, Dao Shi thought for a moment, then went ahead and took off his sweatpants too. After hesitating for another moment, Dao Shi took off his socks as well. Dao Shi's bizarre behavior gave He Xiongzai quite a fright. What are you doing? I wanted to spar with you, but not that kind of sparring. He Xiongzai tried to stop Dao Shi's outrageous actions. Dao Shi ignored He Xiongzai, taking a deep breath as his entire being underwent a transformation. In an instant, Dao Shi's stature surged, growing to well over 6 feet tall in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, his facial features underwent subtle changes as well. Now, Dao Shi stood tall and robust, with shoulders broad as a tiger's and a waist narrow as a wasp's. His face shone like a silver platter, his eyes sparkled like morning stars, and his long eyebrows slanted like swords toward his temples, radiating heroic vigor. This strikingly handsome and elegant appearance was Dao Shi's true form. Dao Shi wore nothing but loose shorts, yet exuded an air of unrestrained grace like moonlight filling one's embrace. Bronze-colored dragon scale tattoos began surfacing across his skin, appearing almost alive as they subtly rose and fell with each breath. In this state, Dao Shi radiated such intense vital energy that He Xiongzai felt crushed beneath Mount Tai's weight, his breathing becoming labored. Under the overwhelming pressure of the powerful aura, the sword bones within He Xiongzai's body emitted continuous vibrations. He had no choice but to strike first to break free from this invisible suppression. Take this! With a fierce shout, He Xiongzai hooked and flicked his foot, sending a tree branch flying into his hand. Using the branch as a sword, he launched an attack towards Dao Shi. He Xiongzai's sword heart was clear and bright. Every blade of grass and twig in his hand could transform into a sword. Under the enhancement of his sword intent, the branch in his hand erupted with a sword radiance, thrusting straight toward Dao Shi's face. He Xiongzai's move appeared to be a simple straight thrust, but in reality, it concealed 4 sword techniques: lifting, breaking, pointing, and flicking, 4 sword moves in one. He Xiongzai's movements were astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, his sword techniques had already reached Dao Shi's face. Unfortunately, Dao Shi was even faster than him. At the moment the sword strikes arrived, Dao Shi's figure suddenly transformed into several afterimages, some leaning back, others tilting forward, each perfectly evading He Xiongzai's 4 sword techniques. From start to finish, Dao Shi's movements were as slippery as an eel, clinging closely to He Xiongzai's blade yet never allowing himself to be harmed in the slightest. What Dao Shi employed was a unique movement technique of the Shen Yuan family, the 100 transformations of the Wandering Dragon. This was also the only martial technique Dao Shi had learned from his family before fleeing. Over the years, Dao Shi had honed this movement skill to perfection, even incorporating many of his own insights and modifications. After 4 consecutive misses, He Xiongzai was startled. He twisted his wrist and unleashed his self-created sword technique, Ultimate Invincible Thunderous Flash of 3,000 Weak Waters. The branch in his hand thrust repeatedly, countless sword beams transforming into a watery white chain that enveloped Dao Shi within. He was utterly confident in this ultimate invincible thunderbolt flash technique called 3,000 Weak Waters. Not only was this move powerful, but its name was also quite poetic. Never mind mere flesh and blood, even a steel plate would be effortlessly turned into a honeycomb by this technique. He hadn't wanted to resort to such a vicious killing move, but the pressure Dao Shi exerted was simply too overwhelming. He Xiongzai wasn't afraid of accidentally injuring Dao Shi. His sword aura could be retracted at will. He could withdraw at any time to just give Dao Shi a taste of suffering. To He Xiongzai's surprise, even against such a fierce killing move, Dao Shi continued to dodge in rapid succession. The guy was like a leaf drifting in the wind, always managing to brush past the sword's edge and evade He Xiongzai's exquisite techniques. He Xiongzai was shocked. Dao Shi's tall, muscular frame was unexpectedly agile, his dodging skills were maxed out. In his astonishment, He Xiongzai's swordplay showed a slight flaw, which Dao Shi immediately seized upon. Dao Shi spotted a flaw amidst the swirling sword shadows. With a swift kick, he executed the Gale Shadow Leg technique, piercing through the dense swordplay to strike He Xiongzai squarely. He Xiongzai let out a muffled groan, his body sent flying like a kite with its string cut, soaring over 10 meters backward. Terror gripped He Xiongzai's heart. He instantly recognized that Dao Shi had used the Gale Shadow Leg, a basic kicking technique from high school martial arts textbooks. A thoroughly mediocre entry-level combat skill. How could Dao Shi send him flying dozens of meters away with such mediocre martial skills? Not only was this guy's agility maxed out, but his attack power was also at peak level? In the instant He Xiongzai was still reeling in shock, Dao Shi's ghostly figure had already closed the distance. Faced with Dao Shi's relentless pursuit, in his panic, He Xiongzai could only drop the branch in his hand and hastily throw out a palm strike. He Xiongzai executed the same basic martial arts technique from the high school martial arts curriculum, mountain shaking palm. However, compared to Dao Shi's swift and fierce leg techniques, his palm strike was sluggish, rigid, and utterly predictable. Dao Shi merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading He Xiongzai's palm strike. Missing his target didn't faze He Xiongzai in the slightest. Instead, a sly grin crept across his face. He deliberately made this palm strike rigid and dogmatic to conceal the true killing move. Chapter 12, Dao Shi, where are you kicking? That spot can't be kicked. The moment the palm strike missed, He Xiongzai transformed his palm into fingers, his index and middle fingers radiating multiple sword beams aimed at Dao Shi's vital chest points. As an innate sword cultivator, He Xiongzai's sword intent enveloped his body. Every punch and finger strike could release sword beams. The sword beams struck with deadly precision towards Dao Shi's vital acupoints, Xuanji, Huagai, and Danzhong. Faced with such fierce killing techniques, even if Dao Shi avoided injury, he would inevitably be left in dire straits, struggling to cope. He Xiongzai believed he had seized the initiative and had even planned his follow-up attacks in his mind. But to his astonishment, Dao Shi neither dodged nor avoided the oncoming sword beams. With just a slight exertion of energy, the dragon scale tattoos covering his body instantly protruded from his skin. Clang, 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 clang. The multiple sword beams struck Dao Shi's body, producing only metallic clinks as if hitting metal. without leaving even a single white mark behind. He Xiangzai's eyelids twitched violently. Just what kind of monster was Dao Shi? Maxed out attack and agility, while also having max-level defense? He actually managed to block sword energy with his bare body. Only then did he Xiangzai realize those dragon scales on Dao Shi weren't tattoos, but actual scales growing from his flesh. A man, covered in dragon scales? As a series of questions flooded he Xiangzai's mind, Dao Shi had already closed the distance and struck. Dao Shi once again executed his unremarkable wind shadow kick, only this time, he aimed straight for He Xiangzai's crotch. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the mountains. You, fucking going for the kill? He Xiangzai stared in disbelief at his crotch, the excruciating pain from his vital area causing him to hunch over before collapsing limply to the ground. Having landed the first blow, Dao Shi didn't stop there. He straddled He Xiangzai, raining down slaps and wild punches as if they were free of charge. Between punches, Dao Shi kept up a running commentary. Trying to be clever? Ha, thought you could sneak attack me with that move? I'll beat you so hard you'll shit green if you've ever eaten leeks, that is. At this moment, Dao Shi's vicious and sinister demeanor was completely different from his previous honest and simple appearance. Every one of Dao Shi's attacks carried the weight of a mountain, yet deliberately avoided all vital points on He Xiangzai's body. This method of attack wasn't particularly harmful, but it was extremely humiliating. He Xiangzai felt as if 10,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through his heart. The only thing he could do was cover his head with his hands and beg for mercy repeatedly. Bro, big bro, I was wrong. Let's call it quits. We're all buddies. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Dong Chao leaned against the back window, leisurely munching on some after-meal fruit while smugly watching the thrilling performance outside. Hey, Dao Shi, where are you aiming that kick? Can you even hit there? Are you trying to sterilize your classmate? But gotta say, that kid Xiangzai he can really take a beating. Dong Chao muttered his running commentary. In terms of cultivation talent, these two students of his were truly 1 in 100 million freaks of nature. Even at his peak, Dong Chao wouldn't have been qualified to instruct them. But when it came to combat experience and fight IQ, as a former captain of the Flesh and Blood Great Wall Special Forces, Dong Chao had plenty to teach them. As the sparring outside the window drew to a close, Dong Chao pulled out his teaching notebook from his robe and began scribbling notes. Dao Shi, a bug-level prodigy. That kid fights dirty. That groin kick had the same vicious flair as my younger self. Should focus on nurturing his ruthless, underhanded potential. He Xiangzai shows excellent combat IQ and quick adaptability, but his swordplay is flashy without substance, needs to simplify and refine. On the back mountain, Dao Shi finally ended his one-sided beating, prompting Dong Chao to hurriedly tuck the notebook back into his robe. 2 minutes later, when Dao Shi and He Xiangzai climbed back into the cafeteria through the window, Dong Chao pretended to have just woken up, looking at them with bleary, drunken eyes. You two, where'd you go? Teacher, we just took a stroll around the back mountain to sober up a bit. Dao Shi replied with an obedient expression. At this moment, Dao Shi had regained his honest and simple appearance, looking completely harmless. Behind him, He Xiangzai was bruised and battered, his feet turned inward, his entire being devoid of any vitality. Seeing He Xiangzai in such a state, Dong Chao feigned shock and asked with exaggerated concern. Well, Xiangzai what happened to you? The mountain path was too slippery. I accidentally took a tumble. He Xiangzai stammered with shifty eyes. Dong Chao magically produced bottles of bruise liniment, wound ointment, bone-setting pills, life-extending paste, longevity elixirs, and golden throat lozenges from his robe, stuffing them all into He Xiangzai's arms in one go. You child, how careless of you. Take these bruise ointments and use them. I'll write you a note if you need any other medicine, just go to the infirmary. Holding the pile of medicine jars, He Xiangzai felt both astonished and speechless. What astonished him was that this useless instructor could actually perform magic tricks, summoning so many bottles and jars out of nowhere. What left him speechless was the sheer quantity of medicine. Forget treating bruises, this could probably soften up a zombie. Also, extended stamina pills and golden throat lozenges don't seem to treat bruises and sprains. Seeing Dong Chao conjure so many medicines out of thin air, Dao Shi discreetly raised an eyebrow nearby, a flash of surprise crossing his face. Dong Chao wasn't performing magic tricks at all, he was clearly using some kind of spatial storage device. Spatial storage devices are extremely rare strategic auxiliary equipment. A large-capacity spatial storage device could even solve the logistical supply problems for an entire army. According to Dao Shi's knowledge, spatial storage devices were extremely rare. Even within the renowned guardian clan of the Xianyuan family, only a select few possessed them. Yet this worthless old man with pitiful cultivation standing before him actually owned a spatial storage artifact? Dao Shi felt his entire worldview had been violently shaken. Just as Dao Shi was momentarily stunned, Dong Chao took out paper and pen and wrote a note for He Xiangzai. Old Tan at the infirmary also does business with the teacher. Take this note, and you can get any medicine for free. Hearing the words for free, Dao Shi snapped back to attention instantly. Guided by the principle of only a fool would pass up free benefits, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Daoshi forced a smile and said to Dong Chao, "Teacher, write me a note too. Actually, I also took a fall earlier and need some medicine." Dong Chao saw right through Daoshi's petty attempt to take advantage. Dong Chao thought to himself, "This kid truly lives up to being a dragon dog bloodline ability user, he's really acting like a dog." Complaints aside, Dong Chao still picked up his pen and wrote a note for Daoshi as well. "This afternoon, don't go running around. All of you should go back and rest properly, don't let it affect tomorrow's classes." Dong Chao handed the note to Daoshi. The moment he received the note, Daoshi grinned so wide his face crinkled with folds. "Congratulations! Approval rating +1. Daoshi contributed another approval point to Dong Chao. Whether the infirmary medicines were effective or not didn't matter, as long as he could get them for free, he was happy. Chapter 13, The Catastrophe of Iwu. Evening. Dong Chao crept stealthily out of the training room. After glancing left and right to confirm no one was watching him, he finally let out a relieved sigh and resumed his usual lazy demeanor. Earlier, Dong Chao had been practicing his sword techniques in the training room. This behavior that contradicts his slacker persona must be done secretly, absolutely must not be discovered. While practicing his blade techniques, Dong Chao genuinely felt that his cultivation had indeed improved. Moreover, the integration of innate sword energy gave Dong Chao's blade strikes an added layer of refined understanding and artistic charm. However, given his current cultivation level and physical energy, he still couldn't translate those insights into actual combat power. Right now, Dong Chao was like a long-term coma patient who finally showed signs of blinking. His recovery was minimal, but the outlook was promising. After his injury, Dong Chao had tried countless cultivation techniques and tested innumerable elixirs, yet none had restored even a fraction of his former strength. But now, all he had to do was ruthlessly manipulate those two precious students of his, and not only would his cultivation return, it might even surpass his past peak. In just one day, he had already gained 12 favorability points from Yi Xiangzai and 2 from Daoshi, proving that the heavenly reversal plan was remarkably effective. By sticking to this strategy, it wouldn't be long before he could unlock the Teaching Treasure Vault module. The mere thought of the heavenly reversal plan sent Dong Chao into a state of exhilaration. Humming a tune, he swayed his way to the teacher's office, ready to devise some more intense training for his two prized students. As the workday neared its end, the teacher's office stood empty, devoid of any human presence. With noble sentiments of teaching and nurturing, Dong Chao sat at his desk and quickly drafted tomorrow's lesson plan, preparing a big one for his students. Then, taking advantage of the empty office, he went to the computer and quietly logged into the military's internal website. There were still some suspicious points about Daoshi and Yi Xiangzai that he needed to clarify. As a former elite soldier, Dong Chao possessed level 4 decryption clearance from the military. He entered Shen Yuan Daoshi's name and soon retrieved Daoshi's detailed file. Dong Chao had always found it strange, given Daoshi's innate talent and cultivation level, he should have been training within the Shen Yuan family's inner circle. Why had he come to a martial arts university instead? Only after seeing this file did Dong Chao realize, Daoshi was the son of a traitor. His father, Shen Yuan Sheng, had been the mastermind behind the Iwei catastrophe 10 years ago. Daoshi's father, Shen Yuan Sheng, and his uncle, Shen Yuan Chang, were once the most promising young talents of their clan. They had achieved the rank of transcendent martial artists at a remarkably young age and were hailed as the twin jewels of Shen Yuan. Both had served in the military camp and achieved numerous military merits. However, because they came from collateral branches of the Shen Yuan family, their status within the clan was low. The more military merits they earned, the more they were suppressed and isolated by the direct descendants. Over time, their minds became twisted. Coupled with the demon's seduction and enticement, the two ultimately chose to betray. They handed over a top-secret military document to the demons. This document contained detailed information about 20 transcendent martial artists of Huaxia, including their cultivation techniques, supernatural abilities, martial skills, weapons, transcendent artifacts. According to this document, the demon race formulated a specialized assassination plan, targeting those 20 transcendent martial artists with years-long assassination attempts. Most of the 20 transcendent martial artists perished, only 2.5 survived the relentless killings. The betrayal was soon exposed. The Shen Yuan family dispatched numerous experts to eliminate the two traitors. At the cost of 4 transcendent martial artists' lives, they forcibly executed the rebel leader Shen Yuan Qing, but Shen Yuan Cheng escaped into the Mist-Veil Demon City, vanishing without a trace thereafter. This betrayal incident became known as the Iwei catastrophe. In this catastrophe, China lost a total of 23.5 transcendent martial artists. If not for several 9th-tier martial artists forcibly advancing their ranks afterward, replenishing China's high-end combat power, its voice in the World Roundtable Conference might have been altered. This catastrophe was a disaster for the entire nation, and for the Shen Yuan family, it was an even greater shame and stain. As the only son of the traitor Shen Yuan Qing, Shen Yuan Daoshi inevitably became implicated. The Xianyuan family had originally planned to abolish Daoxi's cultivation, but unexpectedly, Daoxi fled overnight and had been hiding all these years without being discovered by the family. Looking at this classified military file, Dong Chao frowned slightly. He truly hadn't expected that Daoxi could be so deeply involved in the Yiwei catastrophe from 10 years ago. He was actually the son of Poison Dragon Xian Yuanshang, but that's not the point. The real issue was that there seemed to be discrepancies in this file. Dong Chao kept flipping through the internal document, growing increasingly uneasy with each page. The infamous Imo catastrophe known to all might conceal deeper mysteries. During his time in the military, Dong Chao had worked alongside members of the Xianyuan family on numerous occasions. He had some understanding of the Guardian clan. As far as Dong Chao knew, the Xianyuan family made no distinction between main and collateral branches. As a Guardian clan with millennia of heritage, their only criterion for selecting talent was meritocracy. The idea that Xian Yuanqing and Xian Yuanchang were suppressed by their clan for being from collateral lines seemed highly improbable. Moreover, information about superhuman martial artists was classified as top-level Category 5 military intelligence. Confidential documents of this level are all written in ciphertext with multiple layers of encryption. Across the entire Huaxia region, only 8 individuals possess 5th-level decryption clearance. These are the 4 Grand Marshals and their respective Chiefs of Staff. Even if Xian Yuanqing and Xian Yuanchang managed to steal the confidential documents, they wouldn't be able to decrypt them. Most importantly, there's a glaring loophole in this entire incident. Given the Xianyuan family's capabilities, if they truly wanted to punish Daoxi, wouldn't capturing him be a matter of minutes? The idea that Daoxi could evade the Xianyuan family's pursuit for 10 years is nothing short of an international joke. It was obvious that the Xianyuan family had no intention of actually crippling Daoxi's cultivation. The so-called collective punishment was nothing more than a performance, a carefully measured melodrama meant to tug at heartstrings. As a seasoned werewolf player, Dong Chao was adept at reverse logic. If this melodrama surrounding Daoxi was taken as the logical fulcrum for reverse reasoning, then the entire Yiwei catastrophe might well be a completely different story. Xian Yuanqing and Xian Yuanchang were never traitors to humanity, they were undercover agents attempting to infiltrate the demon race. That top-secret document containing detailed information on 20 extraordinary martial artists was deliberately leaked to the demonic races by the military. This was a sacrificial gambit, a noble offering his own head as bait. The surviving Xian Yuanchang didn't flee into Mistvale Demon City, he passed numerous trials and finally gained the demon's trust to infiltrate it. And to ensure his successful infiltration, Huaxia sacrificed over 20 extraordinary martial artists. Following this logic, all the suspicious points can be perfectly explained. However, this sinister scheme of the noble offering his head was played too grandly, so grand that Dong Chao couldn't believe his own judgment. Using 20 superhuman martial artists as bait, sacrificing the millennia-old reputation of the Xianyuan family, and staging a fake-turned-real internal massacre within the Xianyuan clan, all this was paid just to plant a mole within the demon race. In werewolf game terms, it's like skipping kills every round and self-destructing, all just to protect a deep-cover wolf. If this were truly the case, the mastermind behind the scenes was utterly vicious and insane. Chapter 14, The Grass Trial. Just as Dong Chao was silently lamenting, sudden noisy footsteps echoed from outside the door. Dong Chao hurriedly closed the military website. He switched his computer screen to a pre-prepared game interface and pretended to leisurely play the game. A creaking door sound came from behind his ear. Dong Chao deliberately panicked as he closed the game, turning around with an awkward grin. "Oh, Dean Liu, you're still here so late? I thought I was the only one staying overtime to write lesson plans. Turns out you haven't left either. He. Dean Liu Yuan glared at Dong Chao with displeasure. What lesson plans could this useless slacker possibly write? He had clearly just seen Dong Chao playing games. Liu Yuan couldn't even be bothered to scold Dong Chao for this pathetic display, it would be utterly pointless anyway. Liu Yuan said with an out-of-sight, out-of-mind attitude. A few other martial arts instructors and I are about to hold a routine meeting. Since you're here, you might as well join us. As he spoke, Liu Yuan waved his hand behind him. These are the martial arts instructors for classes 1, 2, and 3. You must have seen them during this morning's opening ceremony, right? I've seen you. Dong Chao stood up with a grin, extending his hand to greet the three. Teacher Qin Wanqing, Teacher Wang Su, Teacher Zhang Chang, hello. I don't need to introduce myself, do I? Dong Chao, the one often discussed by students on the campus forum. He. Facing Dong Chao's friendly gesture, only Qin Wanqing reached out to shake his hand. Wang Su and Jiang Chang completely ignored him. Facing their disregard, Dong Chao wasn't the least bit embarrassed and continued smiling as he said, "From now on, we'll be colleagues in the same grade level. We must help and support each other." Upon hearing this, Wang Su let out a cold snort, openly displaying his contempt on his face. Wang Su's dislike for Dong Chao wasn't something that had developed just recently. As a senior instructor at the academy, Wang Su was diligent in his work and rigorous in teaching, making him a model example within the institution. If it weren't for the martial arts academy consistently ranking last in the school's internal evaluations, he would have long been awarded the title of outstanding teacher. And the reason the martial arts academy kept placing at the bottom year after year? All thanks to Dong Chao. Now that Wang Su had to work alongside Dong Chao, this black sheep of the department, how could he possibly show him a friendly face? Wang Su's resentment was something Dong Chao was well aware of. All the instructors at the martial arts academy believed Dong Chao was dragging the entire institution down. But in reality, Dong Chao had long since used his connections to remove himself from the evaluation list entirely. Those gifts he'd given out weren't for nothing. He wasn't participating in any of the school's evaluations at all. The claim about holding others back is complete nonsense. The reason why the Martial Arts Academy has been ranking last in internal evaluations year after year is that the entire teaching staff is truly incompetent. These useless teachers can't produce good students, yet refuse to admit their own inadequacies, so they pin the blame on Dong Chao. Dong Chao is utterly fed up with their nonsense. Facing Wang Su's undisguised hostility, Dong Chao still maintained a smiling facade, though his grin now carried a hint of malice. He turned his head toward Jiang Chang beside him. "Hey buddy, you look unfamiliar, just started working? If you ever need any help in the future, don't hesitate to call on me." Jiang Chang was indeed a newly hired trainee teacher. His face still bore traces of youthful innocence, but his mind operated with considerable depth. Jiang Chang could tell that neither the dean nor teacher Wang Su had any regard for Dong Chao. At this moment, he had to stand firmly with the leadership and the backbone of the college. With a cold expression, Jiang Chang once again ignored Dong Chao. The atmosphere in the office grew somewhat awkward. After a brief silence, it was Qin Wanqing who finally smoothed things over. "Teacher Dong, if I encounter any difficulties in my work in the future, I'll really have to seek your advice. Please take care of me." After saying this, Qin Wanqing turned her head to look at Lu Yuan. "Dean, weren't you about to hold a meeting? Now that everyone's here, let's get started." Lu Yuan had originally planned to watch Dong Chao make a fool of himself, never expecting Qin Wanqing would step in to mediate. Qin Wanqing was the golden goose the academy had gone to great lengths to recruit. Of course Lu Yuan had to give her face. Lu Yuan cleared his throat and began to speak. "It's getting late, so let's make it brief. I'll just mention a few things quickly. First matter, the academy will soon conduct placement tests. Have your students prepare accordingly. These tests serve both to assess students' learning abilities and to evaluate each instructor's teaching standards." As he spoke, Lu Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Dong Chao. At that moment, Dong Chao was staring at Qin Wanqing with a faint smile. He didn't pay any attention to Lu Yuan's words at all. Lu Yuan raised his voice with extreme displeasure. "The second matter is that Sanqing University will be conducting freshman exchange activities with us in the near future. There will inevitably be some competitions, and we absolutely can't lose face." Lu Yuan looked at Dong Chao again, only to find him still staring at Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing had long noticed Dong Chao's gaze, and under his prolonged stare, a trace of unease crept onto her serene and beautiful face. Qin Wanqing's personality was naturally gentle, and since they were in a meeting, she couldn't say anything. She could only tilt her head slightly, pretending not to notice Dong Chao's blatant staring. Dong Chao thought to himself, Qin Wanqing wasn't just beautiful, she was also surprisingly kind. Who would have thought she'd help a stranger out of a tight spot? Had he known this earlier, he would have definitely overruled all objections back then and approved Qin Wanqing's participation in that green grass trial. Qin Wanqing didn't know Dong Chao, but Dong Chao had known her for a long time. Not only had Dong Chao reviewed Qin Wanqing's files, he had even nearly become her instructor. 5 years ago, during the military's final green grass trials, Qin Wanqing had also been on the candidate list. But at the very last moment before departure, she was eliminated. The military leadership believed that compared to the 4 geniuses participating in the trial, Qin Wanqing's talent ultimately fell short by a margin. Her chances of passing the green grass trial were 0. And the instructor for the green grass trial was none other than Dong Chao. It was during that very trial that Dong Chao, in order to save the 4 participating students, forcibly activated his spatial ability, resulting in severe backlash that destroyed his foundational bones. Recalling those vivid memories, Dong Chao sighed with emotion. The world was truly too small. Small enough that even as he had become a slacking loser, he could still encounter a reserve candidate from that green grass trial. Lu Yuan was unaware of Dong Chao's inner musings. He simply assumed Dong Chao was acting on lustful impulses, daring to stare so blatantly at the Academy's golden thigh, the 9th-tier martial artist, the flower of Rakshasa, Qin Wanqing. Such audacious lust. Lu Yuan pounded the table forcefully, forcibly redirecting Dong Chao's gaze. The third matter I want to address, and the most important one, is the year-end 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. We must prepare thoroughly and achieve outstanding results. This concerns Manhwa University's reputation and ranking. I hope everyone will rally their spirits and live up to the school's trust and expectations. Chapter 15 Reforging the Glory of Yesteryear. At the mention of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, and Zhang Chang were all visibly shaken. The 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament was the largest martial arts competition in China and the most anticipated live-streamed event of the year. A total of 128 schools participated in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. Among them were 118 Chinese martial arts universities, plus 10 invited prestigious Asian martial arts institutions. Each school selects its top 10 most outstanding students to form a competition team. The teams face off against each other, with winners advancing and losers being eliminated. The last team standing is indisputably crowned the #1 martial arts university. With its simple and brutal rules combined with youthful, hot-blooded battles, the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament has become the most popular live-streamed event in all of China and even across Asia. Every match in the martial arts tournament is broadcast live worldwide, serving both as powerful publicity for participating institutions and as a high-profile showcase of China's reserve strength. The 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament is typically held before the Spring Festival. Though it's only September now, Lu Yuan has already begun preparations, a clear indication of how seriously he's taking this year's event. This year's enrollment at the Martial Arts Academy has been remarkably encouraging, filling Lu Yuan with renewed vigor. Not only does he aim to achieve outstanding results in the tournament, but he also seeks to restore the institution's former glory. Clearing his throat, Lu Yuan addressed the group in a deep, solemn tone. You all know I'll be retiring in 2 years. I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Restoring our school's former glory is our sacred duty. Dong Chao secretly curled his lips, thinking this old man was already ancient. How could he still spout such Chunibyu nonsense? Lu Yuan continued. I decided that for this year's 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, we'll revive tradition by having freshmen form teams to compete. There has always been an unwritten rule in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. The 5 prestigious academies of Huaxia always send freshmen to compete. The purpose of this is to prevent overwhelming dominance that might discourage other schools from participating. After all, these 5 academies represent the 5 great traditions of Huaxia: Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, Moism, and swordsmanship, each with far superior heritage and student quality compared to other martial arts institutions. In recent years, the Mo University, representing the legacy of the Mahist school, has been performing rather poorly. Originally, the main force representing Mo University in competitions was the School of Mechanical Puppetry. However, in recent years, the School of Mechanical Puppetry encountered some issues and stopped sending participants. The School of Martial Arts was forced to step up and take the lead. Unfortunately, the School of Martial Arts simply didn't have the capability to shoulder this responsibility. Over the years, Lu Yuan shamelessly sent senior students to compete, yet the results remained disappointing. In the previous 2 martial arts tournaments, Mo Academy barely scraped into the top 30 thanks to lucky draws. Meanwhile, Yuelu University, representing Confucian traditions, Sanqing University embodying Taoist heritage, Harbin Buddhist College upholding Buddhist teachings, and Jianghe University as the standard-bearer of swordsmanship have consistently dominated the tournament's top 4 spots. Despite being part of the same Elite 5 institutions, the performance gap keeps widening. But this year, Lu Yuan is brimming with confidence. You all know that this year's enrollment results for the academy have been exceptionally promising. We've recruited 4 students with S-grade talents. These 4 outstanding students have all joined Instructor Qin's Martial Arts Class 1. This year's competition team will be built around these 4 exceptional talents as its foundation. As he spoke, Lu Yuan glanced at Wang Su and Zhang Chang. Of course, classes 2 and 3 shouldn't slack off either. Students with outstanding achievements will still be given priority consideration by the academy. In truth, Lu Yuan had already made up his mind. All 10 students participating in the Intercollegiate Martial Arts Tournament would be selected from Qin Wanqing's Martial Arts Class 1. The reason he said this to Wang Su and Zhang Chang was essentially dangling a carrot before them. As for Dong Chao, Lu Yuan couldn't even be bothered to offer empty promises. Those 2 dim-witted students in Dong Chao's class would struggle to graduate, let alone consider the martial arts tournament. This wasn't something those 2 underachievers should be thinking about. Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at Qin Wanqing again. Teacher Qin, I'll leave all the preparations for the competition entirely in your hands. After all, you've participated in the martial arts tournament as a contestant before, so you're more familiar with the related matters. Qin Wanqing replied resolutely. Dean, rest assured, I will definitely complete the task. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and raised his voice. You might not know this, but 9 years ago, Instructor Qin represented Mo University in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. In the round of 32, Instructor Qin single-handedly defeated 4 opponents from Wazita Curse Academy, a prestigious school from Fusang, and led Mo University into the quarterfinals. What a shame, that year's tournament was truly a battle of titans. If it weren't for encountering Nan Wuyue, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, in the round of 16, Instructor Qin might have even led us past the quarterfinals. Lu had originally intended to flatter Qin Wanqing, but unfortunately, his compliments ended up rubbing her the wrong way. Upon hearing the term "for little kings," Qin Wanqing's expression stiffened slightly. 9 years ago at that martial arts tournament, Qin Wanqing had indeed delivered a commendable performance, but those who outshone her with even more dazzling displays were the now-renowned Four Little Kings, Yi Zhiqiu, Nanhua, Wen Tianchen, Mu Xiliang. After witnessing the Four Little Kings, Qin Wanqing finally understood what it meant to be geniuses, yet still worlds apart. Like the Four Little Kings, Qin Wanqing also possessed an SS-grade talent. But the Four Little Kings were rated as SS grade because, compared to the legendary SSS grade, there was still a fine line of difference. Qin Wanqing was rated as SS level simply because she was slightly stronger than S level. Back in the martial arts tournament, the four young kings had already surpassed Qin Wanqing by a notch. Later, they participated in a secret military training program, where their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, completely widening the gap with Qin Wanqing. Now, the four young kings have long since ascended to become transcendent martial artists, standing as the pillars of China's new generation and renowned worldwide. Yet Qin Wanqing remained stuck at the initial stage of the 9th rank, making no progress for so many years. Despite both being SS-grade geniuses, the gap between them had only widened over time. Whenever Qin Wanqing thought about the four young masters, she couldn't help but feel the bitter envy and frustration of why must Liang exist when he was already here. Lu Yuan noticed Qin Wanqing's unusual mood and quickly changed the subject. Let's not dwell on the past anymore. Now that Teacher Qin's role has changed, I believe under her leadership we'll achieve great things this year. We won't just restore our former glory, we'll surpass those four elite schools. For the school, this means reclaiming lost honor. And for you personally, Teacher Qin, it's about making up for past regrets. Lu Yuan once again deployed his signature skill of painting rosy pictures. Dong Chao smirked on the side, thinking to himself that this old fool really didn't know his limits. Recruiting 4S rank students had gone straight to his head? From what Dong Chao knew, the other four prestigious schools had achieved excellent enrollment results this year. Moreover, the four young masters had also returned from military service to their respective alma maters and taken up teaching duties. Those four youngsters genuinely had real capabilities. Whether in personal combat prowess or teaching ability, Qin Wanqing was no match for them. Back then, Dong Chao risked damaging his foundational bones to rescue those four students from the verdant grass trials who would later become the four heavenly kings now renowned throughout China. Akiko, Tsukiko, Tatsuko, and Ryoko. Even the title for Heavenly Kings was given to them by Dong Chao himself. Chapter 16. Staying up late and sleeping in for decades without fail, isn't that its own form of discipline? Lu Yuan caught a glimpse of the faint smile on Dong Chao's face out of the corner of his eye, but by the time he turned to look, Dong Chao had already wiped it away. Facing Lu Yuan's gaze, Dong Chao furrowed his brows and widened his eyes, putting on the act of attentively listening to a superior's speech. He even took out pen and paper, scribbling away as if diligently taking meeting notes. Lu Yuanming knew Dong Chao was putting on an act, yet found himself powerless to do anything about it. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with Dong Chao and simply pretended not to notice his suppressed smirk. That's all I have to say. If there are no additions, the meeting is adjourned. The moment he heard adjourned, Dong Chao sprang into action with lightning speed, bolting out of the office before anyone could blink. The remaining few stared blankly at Dong Chao's disappearing figure. That guy's cultivation isn't high, but he sure can run fast. The next day, Martial Arts Class 4 classroom. At 10 a.m., Dong Chao leaned against the podium, flipping through a small booklet in his hand while letting out a mischievous ha-ha-ha chuckle. Daoshi and Xiongzai sat in their seats, idly waiting for the class bell to ring. Daoshi checked his watch while taking out his water bottle and sipping some Banlangen herbal drink. Then, he pulled out 2 Jin Sanzi throat lozenges and popped them into his mouth. The note Dong Chao wrote for him yesterday really worked. He managed to get plenty of free medicine from the school clinic. For Daoshi, free things are always the best. Free Banlangen herbal drink is just like instant powdered beverage. Free Ginseng Z throat lozenges are basically mint candies. Free herbal plasters are just like hand warmers and foot warmers. A sip of Banlangen herbal tea followed by 2 throat lozenges, Daoshi's life was getting quite comfortable. In just one short day, Daoshi witnessed that their instructor Dong Chao truly commanded respect. While school teachers might not think much of him, security guards, dorm supervisors, cleaning aunties, and supermarket staff all treated him like a friend. Yesterday, as soon as Daoshi returned to his dorm, the school supermarket sent him a shopping card worth 1,000 yuan. Next, the barbershop sent a haircut card, the laundry sent a laundry card, and even the school bathhouse sent bathing cards along with a stack of sauna experience vouchers. Just as Dong Chao had promised, being his student meant enjoying free perks at all the school's consumption venues. Growing up in straitened circumstances had instilled in Daoshi a frugal nature and an absolute love for freebies. Before coming to university, he had always reminded himself to spend as little as possible on campus to ease his mother's financial burden. Now, Daoshi realized that under the title of Dong Chao student, he didn't need any living expenses at all. Everything could be obtained for free. He could even send his mother some banlanjian, a traditional Chinese herbal medicine, and golden-throat lozenges in return. Thinking of this, Dao Shi once again offered Dong Chao 2 points of approval. Dao Shi's approval rating +1. Dao Shi's approval rating +1. His impression of Dong Chao had also undergone a slight change. Setting aside those absurd classes, the martial arts program under this useless instructor isn't half bad. At the very least, food and drinks are free, and there's a remarkably resilient genius swordsman who makes for a great punching bag. Dao Shi turned his head and cast a domineering glance at He Xiangzai. Although he had just beaten He Xiangzai up yesterday, Dao Shi still highly recognized his talent in cultivation. This shameless bastard actually had mid-stage 6th tier cultivation. A freshman possessing mid-stage 6th tier cultivation was absolutely a rare genius in the world, the kind that would be fiercely fought over by major martial arts universities and martial arts families. Unfortunately, in front of Dao Shi, such geniuses can only serve as punching bags. Even among geniuses, there are gaps in ability. Dao Shi didn't care why He Xiangzai chose to join Dong Chao's martial arts class. In this class, he was destined to be beaten up. Facing Dao Shi's domineering gaze, He Xiangzai showed no fear. He met Dao Shi's eyes with a cheeky grin. He Xiangzai even pointed at the sword bag on his back, his face full of provocation. From childhood to adulthood, He Xiangzai had always been the one beating others up. Yesterday was the first time he'd ever been beaten up himself. The feeling of getting thrashed was actually quite novel. After his bout with Dao Shi, He Xiangzai became even more convinced that his life was like a cheat-enabled video game. In this electronic game called life, he was undoubtedly the protagonist. Everyone around him existed merely as experience monsters or NPCs serving his journey. Only this theory could explain why his life progressed so smoothly, with every wish effortlessly fulfilled. When He Xiangzai desired to continue his martial path, heaven granted him another chance, awakening his second sword bone. When he sought amusement, heaven delivered him a martial instructor like Dong Chao. He wanted excitement, and heaven sent him Dao Shi as a gift. The entire martial arts class seemed tailor-made just for him. He Xiangzai could tell at a glance Dao Shi was exactly like those early-stage boss characters in video games. High attack power, high agility, high defense, utterly flawless from head to toe. It must be defeated through masterful technique and absolute numerical superiority. Only a showdown with such a dungeon boss can deliver enough excitement. Yesterday's one-sided beating didn't leave He Xiangzai with any psychological trauma. Instead, it ignited an immense gaming passion within him. Last night, he spent the entire night meditating while clutching his sword. This was He Xiangzai's first all-night training session in his entire life. In just one evening, he not only comprehended a new sword technique but also achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. His cultivation level had now reached the 6th tier, 5th layer. In martial arts cultivation, reaching the 6th tier already placed him among the rare mid to high level combatants. How many 6th rank martial artists have trained hard for years without making any progress? Yet He Xiangzai broke through an entire realm in just one night. If he hadn't spent the latter half of the night watching beauty live streams, he might have broken through even more. Now, filled with confidence, He Xiangzai prepares to challenge Dao Shi, the stage boss, once again. His crushing defeat yesterday was partly due to insufficient strength, but also because his weapon wasn't suited to him. Using branches as swords had somewhat limited his performance. Today, He Xiangzai brought his $1 million grade C twin swords. He was going to fight Dao Shi with real weapons. Facing He Xiangzai's provocative gaze, Dao Shi smiled. He just loved He Xiangzai's insatiable appetite for getting beaten. What a glutton for punishment. Their gazes clashed repeatedly in the air, thick combat intent swirling endlessly through the classroom. Without exchanging a single word, they had already arranged a duel through sheer willpower alone. After class, behind the school's back hill, they would settle this with another fight. Right at that moment, the class bell rang, and Dong Chao stumbled his way up to the lectern. Standing at the podium, Dong Chao yawned drowsily and casually asked, "What time do you all go to bed at night, and wake up in the morning?" "Teacher, I strictly adhere to the school schedule. I sleep at 10 p.m. and wake up at 6 a.m. He Xiangzai lied without batting an eye. Dong Chao was very dissatisfied with He Xiangzai's answer. With a stern face, he said to He Xiangzai, "You're already college students who've left your parents, you should have your own opinions. Don't blindly follow the school's schedule, learn to be self-disciplined. In our martial arts class 4, we only have one lesson a day, starting at 10 o'clock. If you get up at 9:30, you'll have plenty of time. Besides, 10 at night is the perfect time for a midnight snack. How can you possibly go to bed then? After finishing your midnight snack, you could take advantage of the fast nighttime internet speed to play a few ranked matches and climb the leaderboard. Such precious time, and you actually waste it curled up in bed. Your teacher here is 30 years old and still stays up every night grinding ranked matches. At your age, how can you even have the nerve to go to sleep? Can't you be a little more disciplined and show some fighting spirit? In the mornings, can't you show a little initiative and stay in bed longer, staggering your wake-up times with the other students?" Dong Chao's scolding left Dao Shi utterly dumbfounded. Dao Shi felt a throbbing pain in his head. Dao Shi couldn't hold back anymore. Teacher, what you're describing should be called staying up late and sleeping in. It has nothing to do with self-discipline, right? Dong Chao frowned and reprimanded sternly. If occasionally staying up late and sleeping in is undoubtedly laziness, then maintaining this habit consistently for decades, isn't that a form of self-discipline? It's both discipline and the wisdom of living against the tide. Dong Chao glanced back and forth between his two students before adding earnestly, this is all for your own good. Once you step into society, you'll see just how vibrant and exciting the nightlife of successful people can be. In order to enjoy those thrilling nights in the future, you must cultivate good late-night habits as early as possible. Dong Chao's lecture completely fried Dao Shi's brain. Dao Shi stood there with his mouth agape and eyes wide, speechless for a long time. Truly a renowned slacker in the education field. His martial arts instructor was anything but ordinary. Chapter 17, The Fashion Insights of a Martial Arts Trendsetter. Seeing Dao Shi rendered speechless by this persuasion, Dong Chao nodded in satisfaction and got down to business. Yesterday, we had a practical martial arts class where we learned how to make glutinous rice cakes. After some self-reflection, I realized my teaching pace might have been slightly too fast, creating some learning pressure for you all. Today, we'll balance work and leisure with a relatively relaxed martial arts theory class. As he spoke, Dong Chao picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the words martial arts on the blackboard. Seeing these two words, Dao Shi's eyes lit up. Is this old fool finally going to teach something related to martial arts? I must find faults in his teaching and embarrass him. Dao Shi began brewing mischief in his mind. With his cultivation and insight, Dong Chao could find fault in anything he said. Dong Chao had only written the two characters martial path before turning around and striking the pose of a pretentious instructor. As everyone knows, martial path cultivation makes days feel like years. To put it more plainly, you must be as happy as if it were New Year's every single day. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were dumbfounded. How exactly is the idiom days drag on like years explained? If you want to live happily every day, you must improve your quality of life. That's why we need to study every aspect of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In today's lesson, the teacher will start with clothing and briefly share some of my personal fashion tips. As he spoke, Dong Chao turned around and completed the blackboard notes. Fashion tips from a martial arts trendsetter. Staring at these bold characters, Dao Shi felt his vision darken. From each day feels like a year to fashion advice, this useless instructor's understanding of martial arts seemed completely different from normal people. Dong Chao ignored Dao Shi's bewildered gaze. With practiced ease, he rolled up his sleeves to reveal the Wang Wali wood bracelet on his wrist. In this lesson, we'll briefly discuss the contribution and influence of antique accessories on trendy men's fashion. You might not know this, but the entire antique market in the martial arts world was discovered and cultivated by your teacher. The emergence of these antique accessories has elevated martial artists' fashion taste by a whole level. The benefits of antique accessories for fashion are obvious. Take your teacher's outfit today as an example. I'm just wearing an ordinary color-blocked, bead-embroidered, layered floral shirt, mainly going for a comfortable home style. But paired with this high Wang bracelet, it instantly gives off a unique chicken standing among cranes distinctive vibe. Dao Shi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the idiom chicken standing among cranes was indeed used very accurately. Who could have imagined, just by looking at his demeanor, that this jingling old codger was actually a martial arts instructor at Manhwa University? Dong Chao pretended not to notice Bai Yan's disapproving glare. Just adding a single bracelet can completely revitalize one's entire aura. This is the art of accessorizing in fashion. As students of Dong Chao, basic cultured accessories like bracelets are mandatory. Otherwise, you'll become laughingstocks. In a few days, the teacher will hold a special class on bead string handling to thoroughly teach you the techniques, so you don't go astray and lose your way. Dao Shi felt utterly exasperated. A bead string handling class? What the hell kind of chi deviation is this? Is this even a term humans could come up with? Dao Shi turned his head to look at He Xiangzai. He had planned to secretly mock their useless instructor together with He Xiangzai. To his surprise, He Xiangzai was actually taking notes seriously with pen and notebook in hand. Dao Shi felt like he was surrounded by two idiots. Why bother taking notes for this useless instructor's nonsense? He Xiangzai must be seriously ill too. Dong Chao observed the reactions of both students but continued his lesson without showing any expression. In the Chaomen fashion system, mastering accessories is absolutely crucial. Often, all it takes is changing your accessories to completely transform your outfit style. As he spoke, Dong Chao removed his bracelet. With a flourish, he reached into the air and pulled out a jade Buddhist pendant, draping it around his neck. See, just by swapping the bracelet for this jade pendant, I instantly went from cozy homeware to elite business style. Pure class, that's what we're going for. Dao Shi rolled his eyes again, thinking to himself that neither the elite nor the business types had noticed this guy was genuinely crazy. Dong Chao struck a few male model poses with his hands on his hips, tirelessly sharing his fashion wisdom. When wearing a jade Buddha pendant, pay attention to one small detail: roll up your pant legs to show off your ankles. As the saying goes, men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha, but pants must reveal ankles. Showing your ankles instantly creates a visual elongation effect, making your legs appear longer. To show off your ankles, the teacher suggests wearing shallow cloth shoes. The color of the shoes should ideally coordinate with your top. This is the Oreo principle in fashion coordination. Daoshi felt the urge to vomit blood. Men wear guanyin pendants, women wear Buddha pendants, and pants must reveal ankles? This is Manhwa University, not Harbin Buddhist College. As a student, is it appropriate to wear a jade Buddha pendant around your neck? Not long ago, Daoshi had been single-mindedly looking for faults in Dong Chao, wanting to embarrass him. Now, Daoshi was completely convinced. Every bit of knowledge this useless mentor taught hit right at the gaps in Daoshi's understanding. He had no choice but to admit defeat. But when it came to martial arts training, these fashion tips weren't just minimally helpful, they were utterly useless. Better not teach at all. Just as Daoshi was grumbling to himself, Dong Chao reached into his robe again, made a grasping motion in the air, and pulled out 2 bracelets and 2 Buddhist amulets. As students of Dong Chao, you must all be equipped with these cultured accessories. These 2 bracelets are the finest of Hainan Wanwali, handcrafted large beads measuring 3.0, made from genuine old-growth heartwood. One is honeycomb-grained pearwood, the other is oily-grained pearwood. The honeycomb-grained has distinct patterns, while the oily-grained has a rich, glossy hue. Each has its own unique charm. Dong Chao handed the brand pearwood bracelet to Dao Shi and the oil pearwood bracelet to Yi Xiangzai. These 2 bracelets are small gifts from your teacher, representing my earnest expectations for you. I hope you'll maintain the right attitude and diligently polish these bracelets. I'll be checking your progress periodically. As he spoke, Dong Chao produced the 2 Buddhist amulets. You should also polish these amulets regularly to keep them fresh. These are authentic old pit material, waxy ice-gray jade, plus they've been meticulously hand-carved by master craftsmen, absolutely top tier. The statue on the Buddhist amulet is a replica of the Guanyin statue from Harbin Buddhist College. When you go out into society in the future, wearing these 2 amulets will allow you to pass as lay disciples of Harbin Buddhist College. Dong Chao personally hung the amulets around the necks of his 2 students. Daoshi's approval rating +1. Daoshi's approval rating +1. Daoshi's approval rating +1. Daoshi's approval rating +1. Just moments ago, Daoshi was still complaining about his useless mentor, but now, staring at the bracelet on his wrist and the jade Buddhist pendant around his neck, his eyes had turned into dollar signs. Daoshi knew full well that both the rosewood bracelet and the glutinous ice-gray jade Buddhist pendant were worth a small fortune. These are all freebies. Daoshi looked at these 2 treasures, overwhelmed with joy. He didn't even find Dong Chao's lessons absurd or abstract anymore. As long as it's free, it's pure bliss. Daoshi imitated the useless mentor, rhyming silently in his heart. Chapter 18, Defense Women's Self-Defense Techniques. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai's approval rating +1. He Xiangzai also gave Dong Chao a triple approval rating. He Xiangzai didn't care about the value of the bracelet and Buddhist amulet. He genuinely felt that after today's lesson, he had truly taken a step closer to becoming a martial arts trendsetter. With every point of approval contributed by the 2, Dong Chao's cultivation level increased by 1. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage, 8th level. Dong Chao maintained a calm facade, but inwardly, he wanted to kneel and kowtow to his 2 students. Dong Chao exerted considerable effort to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Next, he still had a major task ahead. Dong Chao stood back on the podium. The art of dressing is vast and profound. Today, I've only introduced you to some superficial basics. That's all for today's lesson. I need to go cook now. I'll personally prepare lunch so you can taste my culinary skills. Dong Chao turned his gaze to Dao Shi. Shi, you stay behind to clean the classroom. I'll call you when the food's ready. Hearing the nickname Shizi, He Xiangzai burst out laughing. What a corny name. But soon, He Xiangzai couldn't laugh anymore. Zizi, don't just stand there, go help me in the cafeteria. Ha! He Xiangzai nearly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. The nickname Zizi was downright awful. Even Shizi would have been better. Dong Chao crooked his finger, leading He Xiangzai out of the classroom. The vast martial arts class 4 was left with only Dao Shi inside. Dao Shi grabbed a broom and mop, finishing the cleaning in no time. Then, with a mischievous grin, he sauntered up to the teacher's podium. Dao Shi was genuinely curious. What on earth had that useless instructor been looking at before class to elicit such a sleazy, snickering laugh? Beneath the lectern, Dao Shi spotted 2 small booklets. Intrigued, he picked them up. Both booklets bore the library stamp, meaning the useless instructor must have borrowed them from there. A wave of speechlessness washed over Dao Shi as he read the titles on the booklets' covers. Women's Self-Defense Techniques? That old pervert Dong Chao was definitely watching something indecent. Dao Shi knew that women's self-defense techniques were also called thug excitement boxing. Some of the stances in this martial art were rather suggestive, and if used improperly, they wouldn't protect anyone. Instead, they'd just get the attacker even more excited. That old lecher Dong Chao had clearly gotten himself all worked up just from looking at those technique demonstration diagrams. Dao Shi curled his lips and was about to put the booklet back in its place, but suddenly, his entire body froze. He noticed that the margins of the booklet were filled with handwritten annotations. Women's self-defense techniques, no fixed moves, no rules, no moral constraints, no limits. The sole priority is to kill the enemy. Truly a superior form of practical combat martial arts. As the saying goes, there are no fixed laws, strike below the belt. Using any means necessary to attack the enemy's vulnerable and private areas, inflicting both psychological and physical damage, is the fundamental principle of this martial art. Reading these annotations, Dao Shi was both profoundly shocked and suddenly enlightened. Especially that line no fixed methods, strike below the belt, while it gave Dao Shi a sudden epiphany, it also made his crotch feel slightly chilly. Whoever wrote these annotations was undoubtedly a true combat expert. They actually transformed women's self-defense techniques into a martial art. The core of this martial art consisted entirely of underhanded moves, groin kicks, eye pokes, spitting, slapping, toe stomping, chest pinching, hair pulling, and hurling insults. This martial technique may be somewhat unorthodox, but it's remarkably effective. Just as the annotations say, this amoral and unrestrained unique martial technique is a devastating weapon in actual combat. Ordinary women lack sufficient strength to unleash the true power of self-defense techniques. But for a martial arts beast like Dao Shi, standing over 6 feet tall, whose casual punch carries immense force, employing these dirty tricks would undoubtedly deliver devastating psychological and physical blows to opponents. Reading these annotations in the book, Dao Shi couldn't help but nod repeatedly, feeling like he'd struck gold. The predecessor who wrote these annotations was truly a genius. The booklet was very thin, and Dao Shi finished reading it quickly. Still craving more, he picked up the second booklet. The second booklet was a handwritten notebook, with handwriting identical to the previous annotations. The name on the title page of the notebook shocked Dao Shi beyond words. Self-defense for women. What's recorded in this notebook isn't a specific martial art technique, but rather a martial philosophy. The core idea of this philosophy is how to defend against underhanded attacks from enemies, and how to retaliate with even more despicable and dirty methods. While counterattacking, one must also occupy the moral high ground to verbally assault the enemy. Beyond that, the notebook provided detailed explanations on how to stab enemies in the back, deliver underhanded blows, and set traps to trip up opponents. As he read through the notes, Dao Shi felt as though his soul had undergone some kind of purification. His thoughts seemed to have reached a new level of enlightenment. With his SSS tier talent, Dao Shi made rapid progress in cultivation, achieving perfection in his practice. Yet, he still faced challenges. Dao Shi's dilemma lay in the fact that the cultivation techniques he practiced were far too basic. The Dragon's Roar body tempering technique he practiced was an introductory cultivation method for children within the Xianyuan family. In the Xianyuan clan, all youths who reached 6 years of age would begin their martial path by practicing the Dragon's Roar body tempering technique to strengthen their bones and muscles. It was merely a foundational cultivation method meant to establish a base for young practitioners. Ever since fleeing the Shenyuan family, Dao Shi had never again had the opportunity to access advanced martial cultivation techniques. He could only use the Dragon's Roar body tempering technique as his foundation, groping his way forward through self-guided modifications. He transformed the Dragon's Chant body tempering technique into the Dragon's Chant Tyrant body technique. Though only a single character differs in the name, the difference in power is like night and day. His original Dragon's Chant Tyrant body technique not only enhanced all bodily functions but could also alter his physique and appearance to some extent, helping him evade his family's pursuit. However, his Dragon's Chant Tyrant body technique remained incomplete, unable to fully harmonize with his innate bone structure. Dao Shi possessed the bloodline of Panhu, his fate half-dragon, half-dog. The Dragon's Roar dominance technique could only resonate with his dragon bloodline, failing to harmonize with his canine heritage. Yet this women's self-defense manual in his hands perfectly aligned with his dog bloodline. This training manual was absolutely barking mad. If the Dragon's Roar dominance technique were combined with anti-women self-defense arts, Dao Shi's self-created mental cultivation method would be perfected. Thus, Dao Shi's fighting style appeared bold and righteous on the surface, but in reality, it concealed underhanded and despicable tricks utterly shameless. This dual nature of being both dragon-like and dog-like perfectly matched Dao Shi's Panhu bloodline. With this notebook, the mental cultivation problem that had troubled him for years was solved just like that, fresh and effortless. Dao Shi quickly flipped through the two booklets once more, committing every single word to memory. At the end of the booklet, Dao Shi discovered a hidden signature, Black Blade. It was clear that these ingenious and unique annotations were all written by this senior Black Blade. For this senior whom he had never met, Dao Shi felt a surge of profound gratitude and admiration. Dao Shi couldn't stop marveling at how vast the gap between people truly was. Mentors like Dong Chao, those slackers, could only stare at suggestive martial arts diagrams with foolish grins. Yet a martial arts genius like Senior Black Blade could derive an entire combat technique from women's self-defense moves, even comprehending a complete mental cultivation method. The difference between them was like clouds and mud. With this thought, Daoshi felt even more admiration for Senior Black Blade. If I'm fortunate enough to meet Senior Black Blade and receive his personal guidance, I'd surely benefit immensely. Daoshi couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. Chapter 19, I Have a Friend. At the same time, in the idle stall of the cafeteria, Dong Chao, busy chopping vegetables, received a notification from the system. Xian Yuan Daoshi's approval +5. Xuan Yuan Daoshi's approval +5. Dong Chao's ultimate secret technique clearly benefited Daoshi greatly. Daoshi rewarded him with a massive wave of gold coins. Xuan Yuan Daoshi's approval has reached 18 points. Now extracting one of Xian Yuan Daoshi's traits for the host. Host has drawn the trait, Indomitable Body. Dong Chao felt as if every cell in his body was burning, his chest and abdomen roaring like a fuel engine. When the transformation ended, Dong Chao's entire physique had become noticeably more robust. Dong Chao could sense that Indomitable Body didn't just passively enhance all his physical attributes, it could also actively activate a defensive stance. In this defensive stance, Dong Chao could neutralize many negative effects. Beyond this practical invincibility skill, the massive 10 points of recognition from Daoshi also boosted Dong Chao's cultivation once again. Dong Chao's cultivation soared by 3 minor realms, reaching the 3rd rank, 1st level. A widely known martial arts failure had advanced an entire major realm in just 2 days. What kind of promotion speed is this? It's like a vegetative patient who just learned to blink yesterday is already playing with lighters under the blankets today. Dong Chao's rapid improvement was partly due to his heavenly reversal plan, which proved highly effective. On the other hand, it was also because his current starting point was low and his cultivation was poor. Just a slight shared boost from his 2 genius students produced immediate, dramatic results. As his martial arts rank increased, his subsequent advancement speed would inevitably slow down significantly. Yet Dong Chao wasn't the least bit worried. He had truly mastered the mentor system. As long as he clung tightly to his students' coattails, Dong Chao could literally lounge his way to becoming an extraordinary martial artist. It was practically guaranteed. Now that he'd advanced to 3rd rank, he'd gained yet another quota for riding coattails. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the 3rd tier of martial arts. A new student recruitment slot has been unlocked for you. A blank student profile appeared in Dong Chao's mind, awaiting binding. Dong Chao knew full well that every binding slot was crucial to his grand plan of coasting to victory. He had to choose carefully. Moreover, after witnessing the monstrous talents of Daoshi and his Xiangzai, Dong Chao couldn't even bring himself to look at the other seedlings in the academy. Even the 4th grade students whom Principal Lu Yuan treasured like pearls were practically brain-dead compared to Daoshi and his Xiangzai. Adhering to the principle of better fewer but better, Dong Chao decided to reserve this binding slot for now and slowly search for the chosen one. At the moment, he still had an important task to attend to. Dong Chao looked at his Xiangzai without showing any expression. Yesterday, Dong Chao had also checked his Xiangzai's background through the military's internal network. His Xiangzai came from a non-martial arts family, and the military had very limited records on him. However, Dong Chao was certain that, just like Daoshi, his Xiangzai was hiding many secrets. Why would his sword bone shatter when he was perfectly fine? And why was he rejected by the Sword Pavilion University? With his Xiangzai's talent, even if his sword bone shattered and he could no longer pursue martial arts, he could still transition into becoming a sword theory researcher. Such theoretical researchers are rare talents indeed. Moreover, he was a born swordsman. Even if Sword Pavilion University treated him as a mere mascot or even a living specimen, they should have recruited him into the school. Revoking He Xiongzai's guaranteed admission just because his sword bone was shattered, that makes no sense at all. Dong Chao had a sneaking suspicion that there was definitely something fishy going on behind this. Although he didn't obtain much information from the military website, Dong Chao had other channels available. His little brother, Yi Zhiqiu, one of the 4 young kings, had now returned to Jiangya University and was serving as the director of studies. Dong Chao planned to find an opportunity to ask Qiu Zi what hidden circumstances lay behind all this. He Xiongzai didn't notice Dong Chao's frequent glances. At the moment, he was standing by the sink, half-heartedly washing vegetables. He Xiongzai's mind clearly wasn't focused on washing vegetables. The guy kept picking up vegetable leaves, thrusting and parrying them against the running water, obviously pondering sword techniques. Dong Chao silently approached He Xiongzai from behind, preparing to get down to serious business. Dong Chao reached out and patted the sword bag on He Xiongzai's back, using the swords as conversation starters. Fine swords, truly fine swords. Zai, these 2 precious blades of yours must have cost a fortune, right? Hearing Dong Chao's words, He Xiongzai snapped back to reality and flashed a smug, cheeky grin. Hee, they're just 2 ordinary longswords, not worth much, only about 1 million or so. Though He Xiongzai's words were modest, his entire demeanor radiated ostentation and bragging. With one glance, Dong Chao could tell these 2 longswords of He Xiongzai's were Tai Sui Armory's grade C weapons. The weapons and armor used by martial artists are strictly classified into levels. Similar to the grading of innate talents, they range from E to SSS, comprising 8 tiers in total. Among these 8 tiers, Grade C represents the highest level that can be purchased with money. Weapons and armor above Grade C can only be obtained through military merit exchanges. He Xiongzai's pair of twin swords were already rare masterpieces on the market, yet, they were still far from being worthy of him. Dong Chao naturally steered the conversation using the topic of dual swords. You practice Mandarin duck twin swords? That's a rare school. But speaking of which, your teacher has a friend who practices an even more obscure style, the three-sword style. Three-sword style? He Xiongzai thought to himself, you're full of crap. Chinese sword techniques were divided into single sword, dual swords, and two-handed sword. What kind of three-sword style could there possibly be? Seeing He Xiongzai's disbelief, Dong Chao said with great seriousness, my friend wields a sword in each hand while holding a third one between his teeth. It's his original three-sword style, totally badass. He Xiongzai rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, what's so badass about that? How could anyone flash a charming smile with a sword in their mouth? How could he still mock his opponent? Besides, chewing gum isn't convenient either. As for holding a sword with one's mouth, He Xiongzai sneered at the idea. Dong Chao had thought mentioning the three-sword style would pique He Xiongzai's interest, but who knew this guy would remain completely unmoved? Yesterday's covert observation allowed Dong Chao to grasp Daoxi's martial arts style, making it relatively easier to guide him. However, guiding He Xiongzai proved somewhat more challenging. The swordsman community is exceptionally rare. Even after all those years in the military, Dong Chao had encountered only a handful. His knowledge of sword cultivation was limited. Moreover, He Xiongzai was an extraordinary outlier even among swordsmen. A natural-born swordsman with twin sword bones, his stacked buffs made conventional sword cultivation methods potentially ineffective for him. In this situation, Dong Chao thought of an unconventional approach. He planned to use storytelling to provoke He Xiongzai, making him push himself to improve. The friend Dong Chao mentioned was none other than Roronoa Zoro, his favorite manga character from before his transmigration. This was also the only swordsmanship-related character Dong Chao could think of. This world doesn't have such abundant entertainment works, so he could improvise freely. Back in the day, when I took my friend to a bathhouse for some fun, he was lifting dumbbells while bathing. Can you believe how dedicated he was? Bathhouse? Fun? You mean those special massage places? He Xiongzai's eyes lit up. Dong Chao felt somewhat helpless. He had fabricated this story to inspire He Xiongzai, hoping to make him emulate Zoro's constant dedication to swordsmanship. After all, in the manga, Zoro was the kind of ruthless character who would lift dumbbells even while soaking in a hot spring. Unfortunately, this story didn't quite resonate with He Xiongzai. He Xiongzai was clearly more interested in the massage parlors. Chapter 20, Thunder Meets Fire, The Mature Beauty Seeks a Young Man. Seeing He Xiongzai's utter lack of enthusiasm, Dong Chao had no choice but to pull out his reverse psychology trick again. Of course, that friend of mine is a martial arts prodigy. When he puts in effort, he gets results. Not like us trash. No matter how hard we try, it's useless. For martial arts dregs like us, we should focus our energy on making money and enjoying life. I don't oppose you practicing kendo in your spare time, but you need to prioritize properly. Don't let hobbies distract you from serious pursuits. He Xiongzai nodded with a cheeky grin while cursing inwardly. Fine, fine. So you call practicing kendo letting hobbies distract you, huh? Just wait, I'm heading straight to the training hall to get distracted all day. I'll even get distracted all night long. The thought of secretly practicing in the training room filled He Xiongzai with excitement. This feeling was as thrilling as sneaking out to an all-night internet cafe. By the way, teacher, what's the name of that friend of yours? He Xiongzai wanted to fish out the swordsman's name from Dong Chao's mouth. I'll find a chance to beat up that sword cultivator. I must snap that sword he's holding in his mouth. And I'll make sure he chews gum and beetle nuts during every fight from now on. Who does he think he is, daring to hold a sword in his mouth? My friend's name is Zoro, Roro. We're super close. Dong Chao shamelessly polished his own apple. Lock Dragon? Hearing this peculiar name, He Xiongzai suddenly had an epiphany. Dragon, Lock? Dragon Lock. He seemed to have found a way to defeat Daoxi. Sword Chi Dragon Lock. Didn't Daoxi grow dragon scales all over his body? Then let's hit him with the ultimate badass, cold-blooded, love-burying sword Chi Dragon Lock. In this moment, He Xiongzai comprehended a new sword technique. Noon, 12 o'clock. Dong Chao summoned Daoxi and He Xiongzai to the dining table. On the table were dishes of pork ribs stewed with green beans, stir-fried offal trio, vegetable medley topped with eggs, and cucumber salad. 4 dishes filled the table, plus a seaweed soup to top it off. Seeing this 4-dish one-soup spread, Daoxi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He thought to himself, this slacker instructor isn't half bad to whip up 4 dishes in such short time, and each one perfectly presented with aroma and flavor. This was professional chef-level work. Come to think of it, maybe this slacker instructor wasn't completely useless after all. At the very least, he could cook up a damn tasty meal. See our teacher's skills? Don't just stand there, dig in. Dong Chao urged his 2 students to start eating. Let's skip the drinks today and just have a simple meal. The teacher's got a business KTV session tonight and needs to save his energy for drinking with those little vixens. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai exchanged looks of envy. This old man really knows how to enjoy his leisure time. Basking in their envious gazes, Dong Chao chuckled, eat up, eat up. When the time comes, I'll personally teach you how to sing at business KTVs. He picked up his chopsticks and placed a spare rib on each of their plates. When it came to cultivation, Dong Chao wasn't very convincing, he could only give them subtle pointers in secret. But at the dining table, he held absolute authority. While the 2 were devouring their meal, he began lecturing them. As the saying goes, worldly wisdom is all about learning, just like how green beans must be stewed with lard. Braised pork ribs with green beans may look simple, but there's real craftsmanship behind it. For the ribs to taste delicious, they must be stir-fried for a long time. Then use the rendered lard to stir-fry the green beans until they're nicely charred. In our culinary jargon, this is called fully utilizing the Maillard reaction. To put it more professionally, it's about fully utilizing the unique flavors produced by the non-enzymatic browning of starch and protein macromolecules. While Dao Shi was voraciously gnawing on pork ribs, he secretly curled his lips in disdain. He thought to himself, weren't you just a mediocre martial arts instructor? When did you switch to being a chef? Still, this mediocre instructor's jargon sounded quite impressive. Dao Shi didn't understand a single word of it. Dong Chao continued showing off his culinary skills to the students. Besides braised pork ribs with green beans, every other dish has its own technical challenges. When stir-frying mixed vegetables, the leeks and bean sprouts should be cooked to about 80% done. Then you cover them with a freshly made egg pancake, which naturally steams them to perfection. This way, the bean sprouts and leeks stay crisp and delicious, never turning limp. There's also a little trick to smashing cucumbers. You must use a jade green cutting board to avoid that wooden chopping block taste. Your teacher always uses a dedicated cold dish board for salads, keeping flavors separate to prevent cross-contamination. Moreover, cucumbers must be smashed. Only smashed cucumbers retain that fresh, sweet crunch with authentic cucumber flavor. This utilizes the cell wall breaking principle. If you're worried about the cucumbers releasing water, you can toss them with a bit of sesame oil before mixing. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were as clueless as ducks listening to thunder. Dao Shi began to feel an ominous premonition. The slacker instructor was explaining everything in such detail, as if he genuinely wanted to teach them how to cook. After introducing several appetizers, Dong Chao finally presented the main course to his 2 students. Among all the dishes on this table, the most technically demanding is this stir-fried triple combo. Lamb kidneys, lamb testicles, and lamb penis, commonly known as the kidney tonifying trio. They're all gamey and pungent, but when cooked right, they carry a wild, primal flavor. To perfect this dish, you must remove the kidney's strong odor, use spiced broth to suppress the gaminess of the penis and testicles, and master the wok's heat during stir-frying, hitting that razor-thin line between raw and cooked. Only in that liminal space can you achieve the perfect texture, tender, springy, crisp, and succulent. It takes years of kitchen mastery. As the saying goes, thunder meets wildfire, and cougars chase young bucks. At your age, kidney tonifying is crucial. You should eat more of this dish. Dong Chao scooped half a plateful for each of them. Then, with a solemn tone, he earnestly instructed his 2 students. The 4 disciplines of eating, drinking, having fun, and playing are each profound and extensive. Take eating alone, the knowledge within it is vast. Truly, one can keep learning until old age. As students of Dong Chao, you must not only know how to eat but also how to cook. In the art of stir-frying, you must become masters. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at. He Xiangzai's approval +1. How Xiangzai nodded repeatedly with sincere admiration while slurping down his kidney-boosting trio like a bowl of noodles. Martial arts classes that also teach cooking. This university education is truly worth every penny. Dao Shi stood by with a look of utter despair. He felt like he was about to have a brain hemorrhage. A martial artist studying cooking every day would be laughable, wouldn't it? Dao Shi decided to provoke Dong Chao. Adopting a sarcastic tone, he said to Dong Chao, "Teacher, your culinary skills are absolutely lit. It's such a waste of talent that you're not teaching at a culinary vocational school." Hearing this, Dong Chao immediately stiffened his face and reprimanded sternly. "Dao Shi, what are you saying? How could you have such thoughts? Remember my words, a good university is no worse than a culinary vocational school. Don't look down on our Manhwa University." Dong Chao glared at Dao Shi, his tone softening slightly. Compared to culinary vocational schools, our Manhwa University's culinary foundation is indeed weaker. But cultivation depends on the individual. As long as you're willing to work hard, I'll make sure you systematically master all culinary techniques from scratch. After graduation, whether you go out to run a food stall or take over our school cafeteria, you'll be raking in serious dough. Dao Shi felt that his mother tongue was speechlessness. Could this slacker instructor not understand sarcasm? What does it mean that a good university isn't worse than a culinary vocational school? And fucking running a street food stall? Contracting school cafeterias? Is this even human language? Seeing Daoshi fall silent, Dong Chao also stopped his scolding. He abruptly changed his tone and began boasting about himself. To put it mildly, when it comes to cooking, our teacher is a once-in-a-generation genius. As the saying goes, how to mix water into beef filling, why pineapple stings the mouth, the art of swirling a wineglass's stem, savoring the luscious richness of fat. You lot, just follow the teacher and learn slowly. Daoshi couldn't be bothered to deal with this idiot anymore. Channeling his anger into appetite, he buried his head and wolfed down his meal furiously under Dong Chao's sutra-like nagging. Chapter 21, Those who aren't enthusiastic about meetings have ideological problems. The three of them devoured the food like a whirlwind, leaving the plates spotless in no time. Throughout the meal, Dong Chao kept lecturing them, but it didn't slow down his eating speed in the slightest. After finishing the meal, Dong Chao instructed the two. This afternoon, same as usual, you're free to do whatever you want, but don't just focus on playing around. Between gaming and watching videos, take some time to review today's lesson and go over the fashion tips I taught you. While spouting abstract nonsense, Dong Chao didn't forget to employ his reverse logic rhetoric. As martial arts rejects, we've got no hope in cultivation, but in fashion sense, we must stand tall. If we can't be elite warriors, at least we can be trendy guys. Yeah. Listening to Dong Chao's absurd remarks, Shionzai nodded repeatedly. Daoshi remained silent with a cold expression. Right now, Daoshi only wanted to do one thing, hurry to the training room to fuse his Dragon's Roar Tyrant body technique with the women's self-defense technique. Daoshi was a top-tier genius capable of self-improving cultivation techniques, yet this mediocre instructor actually mistook him for one of their kind. Dong Chao kept saying things like us good-for-nothings, which made Daoshi extremely displeased. But Daoshi couldn't show this displeasure. The only thing he could do was channel this frustration and resentment into motivation for his cultivation. Taking advantage of Dong Chao's distraction, Daoshi lowered his voice and said to Xiongzai, I've got something to do this afternoon, so our sparring session is cancelled for now. Perfect timing, I've got things to attend to as well. Let's exchange pointers another day, brother Shi. Xiongzai responded with a grin. At this moment, what Xiongzai had in mind was also to hurry to the training room and test his new sword technique. Evening, the teacher's office. Dean Lu Yuan sat imposingly in the main seat, passionately holding a meeting with several teachers. First of all, I'd like to commend all the teachers present here. I'm very pleased that you've willingly sacrificed your off-duty time to actively stay behind and attend this internal seminar meeting. Your initiative to work overtime fills me with great satisfaction. I propose we all give ourselves a round of applause. Clap clap clap. Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, and Jiang Chang wore three bitter melon-like expressions as they half-heartedly patted their hands. They weren't working overtime voluntarily. They were clearly trapped in the office by Lu Yuan when trying to leave after work. As the dean of the martial arts academy, Lu Yuan took the education of this year's freshmen extremely seriously. So seriously that he held meetings every single day. In Lu Yuan's view, there was no problem that couldn't be solved by an internal meeting. If one meeting couldn't solve it, then he'd hold two. Right now, Lu Yuan was ready to use a thoroughly invigorating meeting to cleanse the teachers' souls and boost their motivation. However, faced with his carefully prepared opening remarks, several teachers showed little interest, which displeased Lu Yuan somewhat. He raised his voice, attempting to rally the teachers' enthusiasm. Lack of enthusiasm in meetings reflects problems in thinking. Teachers, comrades, let me see your passion for work. Without love and zeal, how can you grasp the important ideas of this meeting? How can you set an example as educators? How can you teach students? Come on, let's give ourselves a round of applause for encouragement. Lu Yuan thought his speech was inspiring, but Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, and Jiang Chang all wore expressions of agony. After a full day of classes, they were already physically and mentally exhausted. Having to attend a meeting after work, no wonder their enthusiasm was non-existent. To make matters worse, Dean Lu Yuan was the epitome of a meeting-obsessed leader, holding meetings purely for the sake of meetings. His content was utterly meaningless, pure torture. At this moment, Dean Lu Yuan demanded another round of applause. While cursing inwardly, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and comply with his command. Just as the others raised their hands, preparing to go through the motions, crisp and rhythmic applause suddenly erupted beside them. Clap, clap, clap clap clap, clap 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 clap, clap clap. There sat Dong Chao at the far end of the conference table, back straight, applauding with all his might. While clapping vigorously, Dong Chao nodded repeatedly at Lu Yuan with an enthusiastic expression. Good, excellent. Dean, what you said is absolutely wonderful. Your words have moved me deeply and set my entire being aflame. Dong Chao, completely immersed in his dramatic performance, grew increasingly impassioned as he spoke. How can one be a teacher without passion and enthusiasm? How can one educate students? These words are truly magnificent. Unable to contain himself, Dong Chao stood up, his entire person radiating a holy aura. The teaching profession is sacred and noble. As a martial arts instructor, the first thing I do every morning upon opening my eyes is remind myself to stay true to my original aspirations and remain devoted. I shall use the Titanic of conviction to crash through the icebergs of reality. I shall mount the steed of passion and hoist the sails of dedication. No matter how difficult the path ahead, I shall never turn back. Even if I remain obscure for a lifetime, I shall be the stepping stone beneath my students' feet. This is the fundamental duty of a martial arts instructor. Dong Chao's series of rhythmic, rhyming parallel sentences left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Dong Chao's speech, whether in literary elegance or conceptual depth, completely outshines Dean Lu Yuan's conference opening remarks. Yet hearing such profound words coming from Dong Chao, a known slacker, created an absurd sense of dissonance. Even though Dong Chao's expression was solemn and sincere, it still felt like he was spouting nonsense. The teachers exchanged glances, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Lu Yuan, however, wore a dark expression, looking as if he wanted to stab someone. The only person in the entire office who cooperated with him was none other than Dong Chao, that good-for-nothing slacker. Lu Yuan even suspected that while Dong Chao appeared to be actively cooperating on the surface, this guy was actually using abstract performance to convey some kind of hidden mockery and sarcasm. But suspicion aside, Lu Yuan couldn't afford to lose his temper right now. After all, Dong Chao was the only one in this meeting who gave him any emotional feedback, even if the feedback was a bit off-key. Lu Yuan had originally prepared many interactive emotional segments in the meeting to stimulate the teacher's initiative, but after Dong Chao's disruption, he instantly lost all interest. Lu Yuan remained silent for a long while before speaking with little enthusiasm. It's getting late, let's cut to the chase. I'll take just 3 minutes of everyone's time to briefly cover a few matters. Hearing this, Wang Su and Jiang Chang let out long sighs of relief. Both knew they had escaped a torment. While feeling relieved, Qin Wanqing couldn't help stealing an amused glance at Dong Chao. This instructor with a rather poor reputation in the academy actually had some tricks up his sleeve. He'd managed to turn the tables and outmaneuver the dean himself. A strangely mischievous smile surfaced on Qin Wanqing's quiet and delicate face. This witch-like smirk, utterly at odds with Qin Wanqing's gentle demeanor, was instantly noticed by Dong Chao. Dong Chao turned his head to look at Qin Wanqing, but she had already withdrawn that smile. She nonchalantly avoided Dong Chao's gaze, refusing to make any further eye contact with him. Chapter 22, My Minister Father. Lu Yuan didn't notice the silent exchange between the two. Continuing in a disappointed tone, he said, "The first thing I need to emphasize is ensuring teaching quality. Today, I observed teacher Qin Wanqing's martial arts class. Her teaching was both profound and accessible, cutting straight to the essence. Not only did the students have an epiphany, but I also gained some insights while observing. Teacher Qin truly lives up to being a 9th-rank martial artist, a rare SS-level genius in this world." Lu Yuan seized the moment to lay on the flattery. When it came to this golden opportunity at the academy, Lu Yuan had only one strategy: endless flattery. After lavishing praise on Qin Wanqing, Lu Yuan also took the chance to compliment Wang Su and Jiang Chang, giving them a taste of recognition. As for Instructor Wang and Instructor Jiang, one of you is the backbone of the academy, while the other, though new to the job, comes from a distinguished martial arts education family with deep-rooted expertise. Naturally, I have full confidence in your teaching quality. I'm just offering a friendly reminder: keep striving for excellence. As he spoke, Lu Yuan deliberately, or perhaps not, cast a glance at Dong Chao. As for Dong Chao, Lu Yuan deliberately said nothing, yet in truth, he said everything. As an infamous, good-for-nothing instructor, Dong Chao didn't just lack teaching skills, he didn't teach at all. That rotten piece of meat wasn't even worth mentioning. Lu Yuan shot Dong Chao a sidelong glance, intending to shame him, only to find Dong Chao grinning back at him, utterly shameless. Lu Yuan was so angry his teeth itched. Gnashing his teeth, he continued, "The second point I want to emphasize is encouraging students to engage in more practical combat drills. In this regard, I must particularly commend Teacher Qin. Under Teacher Qin's guidance, the students of Martial Arts Class 1 have already begun one-on-one combat sparring. Today, Lu Yuan not only audited Martial Arts Class 1's lessons but also observed the students' combat drills. The combat prowess displayed by Martial Arts Class 1 left Lu Yuan thoroughly satisfied, particularly those 4 S-rank geniuses, whose performances were absolutely dazzling. Among the 4, 1 had already reached the early stage of 5th tier cultivation, while the remaining 3 were all at the peak of 4th tier. During practical combat drills, these 4 stood out like cranes among chickens, impossibly conspicuous. The outstanding performance of the 4 students gave Lu Yuan greater expectations for the year-end 100 schools martial arts tournament. He turned his gaze to Wang Su and Jiang Chang, once again painting them a rosy picture. Classes 2 and 3 must keep up with Class 1's pace. Engage in more practical combat drills. Students who excel in actual combat will have the chance to be included in the tournament's candidate list. Lu Yuan deliberately ignored Dong Chao's martial arts Class 4. Those 2 students from Class 4 are just as stupid as Dong Chao. With their level of talent, getting into Manhwa University was already a stroke of incredible luck. A prestigious competition like the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament that selects only the best of the best has absolutely nothing to do with them. Lu Yuan gave Dong Chao another disdainful glance before turning to Qin Wanqing, his face instantly transforming into an ingratiating smile. As for Teacher Qin, keep up the good work. While teaching the standard curriculum, you should also give those top students some extra coaching. There are still a few months left until the annual 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. During these months, put in some effort to help those top students refine their cultivation further, especially that Shintachen who's at the 5th stage. If he can advance to the 6th stage, or even reach mid-6th stage before the tournament begins, our school will soar to new heights this year. Hearing this, Qin Wanqing wore a troubled expression, while Wang Su and Jiang Chang also looked unconvinced. The teachers understood clearly Dean Lu Yuan had clearly been away from the front lines of education for too long and had completely lost touch with reality. A freshman reaching the 6th tier and even the mid-stage of the 6th tier before the martial arts tournament begins? How terrifying is that? How dare Dean Lu Yuan spout such bullshit? Back then, when Qin Wanqing participated in the martial arts tournament as a contestant, her cultivation was barely at the early stage of the 6th tier. And she was the most talented genius the Martial Arts Academy had seen in 20 years. Shin Tu-chun from Martial Arts Class 1 had decent talent, but compared to Qin Wanqing, there was still a significant gap. Expecting Shin Tu-chun to advance to mid-6th rank is like expecting him to be Qin Shi Huang. Watching Lu Yuan's confident expression and the frequently furrowed brows of several teachers, Dong Chao remained outwardly composed while inwardly bursting with laughter. That old fool Lu Yuan really thinks just 4 S-rank freshmen can make waves at the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. He even wants to challenge the other 4 prestigious schools. Truly delusional confidence. For S-rank freshmen might signify a revival for the Martial Arts Academy, but when viewed across the entire nation of Huaxia, such a lineup is actually rather underwhelming. How countless are the world's prodigies. Take, for example, the legendary 4 heavenly kings of yesteryear or the rising stars of recent years, the Southern Ocean Twins. In terms of innate talent and potential, which of them doesn't surpass S-rank martial artists by leaps and bounds? It's no exaggeration to say that those dazzling geniuses who shine in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament possess talents nearly 80% as formidable as Daoshi and He Xiangzai. It's not that Dong Chao was being pretentious, it's just that his 2 students were like absolute beasts, ridiculously overpowered. One had sky-high attack, agility, and defense, plus divine beast bloodline, with not a single weakness to be found. The other possessed twin sword bones, and even with half of them destroyed, still qualified as an SS rank innate sword cultivator. The fact these 2 freaks chose to enroll in Manhwa University? The university should be burning incense in gratitude. For S-grade students have already got Lu Yuan fawning over them like precious treasures. If that old fool were to discover Daoshi and He Xiangzai's true talents, wouldn't he lick his lips raw from all that bootlicking? The thought of Lu Yuan's obsequious demeanor secretly amused Dong Chao. Lu Yuan scanned the crowd and noticed everyone's complex expressions. Mistaking it for hesitation, he naively reassured them. Don't be intimidated by challenges. Nothing is impossible to a willing heart. As long as we hold more meetings, better meetings, and good meetings, we can overcome any difficulty. I'm brimming with confidence about this martial arts tournament. Hearing Lu Yuan mention holding more meetings, everyone present felt their heads spinning. That's all I have to say about official matters. Oh, right. There's one more small thing. Lu Yuan theatrically slapped his forehead as if suddenly remembering something. In truth, what he was about to say next was actually the most critical matter of all. With the arrival of new students, our Academy's student union has also begun recruitment. Many freshmen have submitted written applications, eager to join the student union and contribute to the Academy. Of course, I wholeheartedly support this enthusiasm of students wanting to participate in management work. Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, and Jiang Chang were utterly baffled. Lu Yuan, as the dignified dean, why was he suddenly concerned about student union affairs? Bringing up such trivial matters in a meeting seemed like making a mountain out of a molehill. Lu Yuan opened the folder, pulled out a draft paper, and continued speaking. Among the numerous written applications, there was one letter that deeply moved me. Let me read you the title of this letter. Inheriting filial piety, remembering my god of war grandfather and my father, the Minister of Martial Arts Education. Listen to how well written this title is. What young people lack today is precisely the inheritance of filial piety. Dong Chao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, is it filial piety that young people lack? What they lack is a god of war grandfather and a minister father. I verified that the author of this application letter is Sun Jingfeng from Martial Arts Class 2. His filial piety has deeply moved me. I decided to give him an opportunity to prove himself by making him the new student council president. Any objections? The group shook their heads repeatedly. With Lu Yuan having spoken to this extent, what possible objections could they have? Besides, they wouldn't dare voice any dissent even if they wanted to. While following the crowd and shaking his head, Dong Chao discreetly raised an eyebrow. Across the entire Huaxia, the only one who could be revered as the god of war was Marshal Lu Er, ranked second among the 4 great marshals, Dong Chao's former superior. This son Jingfeng, who placed great emphasis on filial piety, was Marshal Lu Er's grandson. After all these years, that brat from Marshal Lu Er's family is still such a handful. Dong Chao sighed inwardly. Chapter 23, An Old Warhorse in the Stable. Seeing no objections from the group, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then let's conclude today's regular meeting here. Teacher Qin, stay behind, I have something to discuss with you. The rest of you, dismissed. Finally hearing the words meeting adjourned, Wang Su and Jiang Chang didn't want to stay a second longer and quickly packed up their things to leave. Dong Chao's gaze lingered on Qin Wanqing for a moment before he also pretended to be at ease and left. Only after confirming the others had gone far enough did Qin Wanqing lower her voice and ask, Dean, what did you need to see me about? Lu Yuan's face once again broke into an ingratiating smile. Teacher Qin, the thing is, I've always been committed to optimizing and upgrading the faculty resources of our academy. Now we're beginning to see the initial results of this upgrade. MHM. Qin Wanqing nodded accommodatingly, wearing a polite yet slightly awkward smile. She simply couldn't understand what Dean Lu Yuan was trying to say. Right now, the only stumbling block in the entire teaching team is Dong Chao. I've wanted to fire Dong Chao for a long time, but this matter requires your assistance. Lu Yuan's desire to dismiss Dong Chao wasn't something that had just emerged in the past day or two. In fact, just a few days ago, he had nearly succeeded. If it weren't for those 2 idiot students insisting on joining Dong Chao's martial arts class, allowing him to fulfill his enrollment quota, Dong Chao would already be packing his bags and getting lost by now. Originally, Lu Yuan had planned to take a long-term approach, but this morning, a phone call from the principal's office changed his mind. The call didn't come from the principal himself, but from the principal's paper puppet. Over the phone, the principal's paper puppet harshly reprimanded Lu Yuan before bluntly reminding him that Dong Chao had some military connections and advising him not to stir up trouble unnecessarily. Lu Yuan was, after all, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, a seasoned veteran who had spent decades in the education system. Even if he hadn't achieved great merits, he had certainly put in the hard work. To be scolded like a disobedient child by a mere artificial paper puppet left Lu Yuan thoroughly displeased. What's called looking for trouble? He was clearly breaking his back for the revival of the Martial Arts Academy. If anything, it's the principal herself who's truly making trouble out of nothing. All these years, the principal has been absent from school most of the time to practice puppetry arts, leaving daily management to a paper puppet that gained sentience. All deans and department heads had to report their work to that paper puppet. It was precisely because of such farces that Manhwa University became increasingly chaotic, its ranking deteriorating year after year. Principal Lu Yuan was already fuming with resentment over the dean's dereliction of duty, and today's scolding only served to fully ignite his rebellious streak. Dong Chao, this rotten apple, he was determined to get rid of him. Expelling Dong Chao would not only purify the faculty team but also serve as a warning to that idiot puppet. Lu Yuan kept Qin Wanqing behind precisely to lay the groundwork for expelling Dong Chao. Putting on a righteous and unyielding demeanor, Lu Yuan said to Qin Wanqing, I've heard Dong Chao has some military connections, which is why he acts so brazenly. But to purify the academy's environment, I must remove him. Teacher Qin, I'd like your help in investigating Dong Chao's background. As a major in the military, you have high-level clearance, correct? Help me find out who's backing Dong Chao. Once we identify his connections, I can prepare countermeasures in advance. Lu Yuan was, after all, a seasoned veteran who had weathered the workplace for many years. He never fought a battle unprepared. What Lu Yuan wanted was to dismiss Dong Chao while also avoiding offense to the military figures backing him. Hearing Lu Yuan's request, Qin Wanqing wore a troubled expression. Dean, this might not be appropriate. Besides, I actually think Teacher Dong is somewhat decent. Wanqing, Lu Yuan switched to a more intimate address. In just 2 more years, your old teacher here will retire. I've worked at Manhwa University my entire life. When I first started, our Manhwa University was truly one of the top 5 prestigious schools, standing shoulder to shoulder with those other 4. But now, though we still bear the title of a top 5 institution, we've actually fallen to second or third-rate status. I can't just retire in disgrace like this. It would be an insult to all the mentors who supported me in the past. Right now, the college has both excellent student resources and talented martial arts instructors like you. This might be my last chance to revive our institution. I bear no personal grudge against Dong Chao. In some ways, I even admire him. But for the sake of the college's revival, he must go. Lu Yuan's words came straight from the heart, completely sincere in their intent. His posture, like an old warhorse in the stable still yearning to run, devoting every last ounce of his strength, moved Qin Wanqing somewhat. Qin Wanqing recalled the scene from many years ago when she was still a student and Lu Yuan had been instructing them. Dean Lu Yuan might be somewhat pedantic, prone to bureaucratic jargon, and not particularly accomplished in education, sometimes even displaying a bit of elderly Chinibyu syndrome, but his heart was truly devoted to the martial arts academy. While deeply moved, Qin Wanqing also felt a mischievous little thought sprout in her heart. Facing Lu Yuan directly, Qin Wanqing forcibly suppressed that flicker of mischief within her. Dean, since you've said so, I'll help you investigate Dong Chao's background tonight. Qin Wanqing ultimately agreed to Lu Yuan's request. Good. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. It's getting late. You should go back and rest early. You still have classes to teach tomorrow. Dean, I'll take my leave then. The moment she turned around, Qin Wanqing's facial expression collapsed, transforming from serene to a mischievous grin. Testing Dong Chao's limits and pitting him against the dean in a battle of wits, how delightfully entertaining. The corners of Qin Wanqing's lips curled high, her bright eyes narrowing into two wicked crescent moons. At this moment, she was a completely different person from the elegant figure she had presented moments ago. Chapter 24 Codename, Witch. After seeing Qin Wanqing off, Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair with a tactical recline, thoroughly pleased with himself. In the end, he alone shouldered the burden, carrying the entire academy forward against all odds. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt he had truly given his all, ready to die in harness. 100 years from now, he would absolutely deserve to sit at the same table with Jiang Wei, Shirkafa, Xie and Shiji, and Yu Qian, and he'd even get to pick up his chopsticks first. Without him, the entire Manhwa University would truly be finished. He is the last backbone of Manhwa University. This self-praise and self-moved sentiment filled Lu Yuan with boundless ambition. Clearing out Dong Chao was merely the first step in his grand plan to revive Manhwa University. Next, he would overthrow the chaotic rule of the paper puppet regime. He would bring back the rightful president, restore order, and revitalize the institution. If he couldn't retrieve the original president, then he would become the new one himself. If he became principal, he'd definitely hold grand assemblies every day, great meetings, good meetings, meetings galore. Through meeting after meeting, he would reform the school's culture, restoring the lost glory of Manhwa University. Lu Yuan grew increasingly excited, his inner old man Chinibyu spirit blazing fiercely. He felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, yet he firmly believed no obstacle could hinder his march toward this magnificent goal. Take for example the current stumbling block, Dong Chao. So what if Dong Chao has some military connections? Who doesn't have some background and connections these days? Lu Yuan's prized disciple Qin Wanqing is an SS-grade genius specially cultivated by the military, a 9th-tier martial artist known as the Rakshasa Blossom, holding the rank of major. Lu Yuan personally selected Jiang Chang as his graduation internship instructor, who came from a prestigious martial arts education family. His uncle was a renowned martial arts educator with close ties to the military. Most importantly, the newly promoted student council president Lu Yuan had just appointed was the grandson of Marshal Lu Air and the son of the Minister of Martial Arts Education. Who doesn't have a few connections these days? Now, Lu Yuan had managed to establish a tenuous link with top-tier military bigwigs. Although this connection was quite tenuous, by any measure, Lu Yuan had managed to latch onto a powerful branch. If he could use Sun Jingfeng as a stepping stone to get in touch with Marshal Lu Air and Minister's son from the Martial Arts Education Department, getting Dong Chao expelled would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? No matter how well connected Dong Chao is, there's no way he knows the four great marshals, right? He. This little thought that suddenly popped into Lu Yuan's mind even made him laugh at himself. What kind of connections could a second-rate martial arts slacker possibly have? Even if he rode a skyrocket, he'd never reach the level of the four great marshals. How could anyone possibly link an ant to the sun? Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this sudden, absurd thought that popped into his head. Ha. Nighttime, faculty dormitory. Qin Wanqing sat at the dining table, recklessly gnawing on duck necks while logging into the military's internal website on her tablet. At this moment, Qin Wanqing wore an open-studded jacket over a sports bra, her wild and casual outfit creating a stark contrast to her quiet daytime demeanor. The person here wasn't the real Qin Wanqing, but rather Qin Wanqing number 2, or more accurately, she was Rakshasa. Qin Wanqing's supernatural ability was the bloodline of Rakshasi. During combat, she could transform into a Rakshasa, enhancing all her physical capabilities. But this also gave rise to her second personality, the Rakshasa persona. Legend has it that while Rakshasa women possess peerless beauty, they are also malevolent demons lurking among the clouds. Under the Rakshasa persona, Qin Wanqing exudes an alluring and bewitching aura, while her originally gentle and kind nature transforms into a mind full of wicked schemes. At this moment, Rakshasa Qin Wanqing gnaws noisily on duck necks, with piles of bleached bones on the table creating a terrifying atmosphere straight out of the Lion Camel Ridge. Tui. After some vigorous sucking and chewing, Qin Wanqing successfully spat out an entire duck neck bone from her mouth, demonstrating her unique talent in certain areas. She licked her fingers contentedly and typed keywords like Manhwa University and Dong Chao into the military website's search bar. At this moment, Qin Wanqing wasn't just fulfilling Lu Yuan's request, she was also satisfying her own curiosity. After just 2 days of interaction, Qin Wanqing had developed a hint of curiosity about that slacker colleague. A cultivator at only the second rank's first level, this slacker actually remained neither servile nor overbearing when facing a 9th level expert like Qin Wanqing. He even dared to harbor lustful thoughts, stealing glances at her repeatedly. Even when ostracized by colleagues and superiors alike, Dong Chao remained completely unruffled. Who knew if it was due to an exceptionally strong mentality or simply being shamelessly thick-skinned? During meetings, Dong Chao's repeated stolen glances were truly somewhat infuriating. But Dong Chao was peeking at Qin Wanqing. What did that have to do with her, the Rakshasi? Anyway, she didn't have control over this body during the day, so what did it matter if someone looked? As for nighttime, she was a Rakshasi. Was she really going to worry about being peeked at? With this carefree attitude, Rakshasi Qin Wanqing pressed the enter key, and the military search engine began rapidly processing. Qin Wanqing is a major in the Chinese military headquarters, possessing top-level military decryption clearance. Although it's only the lowest tier of clearance, it's still exceptionally rare to obtain. The military grants decryption clearance only to a select few elite officers. The fact that Qin Wanqing holds top-level clearance at such a young age demonstrates how highly military leadership values her. With the press of the enter key, Dong Chao's basic information quickly appeared on the screen. Dong Chao, male, 30 years old, unmarried, martial arts instructor at Manhwa University, cultivation level, 2nd tier, 1st stage. Key achievements and honors: 3rd prize in the Chinamite King Cup rap battle, top 10 finalist in the Mojo Werewolf Elite Tournament, 1st prize in the Respect the Elderly Sunset Cup chess competition, 2nd prize in the One Pot Clearance Cup billiards tournament, excellence award in the Love My Home Cup cold dish competition. Dong Chao's resume was filled with bizarre and peculiar awards. Staring at this bizarre document, Luosha Qin Wanqing's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting to gnaw on her duck neck. This classified military documents style is just too strange. Strangely absurd, even. Never mind those peculiar awards listed. Just looking at Dong Chao's basic information in the file, it's far too vague and sketchy. What kind of family did Dong Chao come from? What was his upbringing like? What did he do before becoming a martial arts instructor? What are his innate abilities? Does he have any connections with the military? All this crucial information is missing. The military's internal network is extremely robust. Every Chinese citizen's detailed records should be archived there. Such omissions shouldn't exist. Dong Chao's profile isn't right. It's clearly been tampered with. Luosha Qin Wanqing's expression grew more solemn, yet her curiosity burned brighter than ever. She returned to the military website's login page and entered the word which in the ID field. As a major in the Huaxia headquarters, Qin Wanqing possessed level 1 decryption clearance. And as Qin Wanqing's second personality, Luosha Qin Wanqing had level 2 decryption clearance. Her code name in the military was Witch. Who would have thought you actually have military connections? I had to activate 2nd level clearance just to investigate your background. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Luosha Qin Wanqing bared her sharp canine teeth at the screen with a grin. Dong Chao's basic profile had clearly been tampered with. For an ordinary person, uncovering Dong Chao's secrets would be no easy task. But she's no ordinary person, she's a witch with level 2 military clearance. The Rakshasa Qin Wanqing unlocked level 2 clearance precisely to see the unaltered version of these documents. On one side, we have a shady operator with deep connections who can tamper with military records, and on the other, an overzealous dean who's completely out of his depth. This showdown is getting more entertaining by the minute. At the thought of Dong Chao and the dean locking horns, the Rakshasa Qin Wanqing's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Chapter 25, The Suicide Mission. With 2nd level access unlocked, Qin Wanqing entered the search bar again and typed in Dong Chao's name. The basic information displayed on the website remained unchanged from before. Click. Qin Wanqing crushed the duck neck in her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The witch's 2nd level clearance granted access to 85% of the military's top secret files. Forget about the background of some mediocre teacher, she had the authority to view the garrison statuses of every city in Huaxia and the deployments of all military bases. But at this moment, she actually couldn't view the real profile of some nobody. Qin Wanqing refused to believe it and entered keywords like Dong Chao and real profile again, but this time, she received a pop-up notification from the military website. User which has repeatedly violated operational protocols, the secondary access privileges of which have now been revoked. Shortly after, Qin Wanqing was forcibly logged out of the military website. Illegal operation? What's going on here? Luosha Qin Wanqing looked utterly bewildered. The violation warning only triggers when attempting to access classified information above one's decryption clearance level. Could it be that Dong Chao's identity information was classified as top secret, far exceeding Luosha Qin Wanqing's level 2 decryption clearance? Did she repeatedly access classified information above her clearance level, so her permissions got locked? A chill ran down Luo Shaqin spine. Just what kind of background does this Dong Chao have? Just minutes ago, Luo Shaqin had been cheerfully unlocking her level 2 clearance, attempting to retrieve Dong Chao's real records. But now, she couldn't laugh anymore. Dean Lu Yuan was dead set on expelling Dong Chao, but judging by the situation, it seems he struck a major artery. This show just got even more interesting. For a moment, the stunningly beautiful face of Luo Shaqin twisted between tears and laughter. On one hand, things were getting more and more intriguing. On the other hand, she was grieving over her revoked second-level privileges. Meanwhile, Kyoto, Marshal Xuanyuan's residence. In the marshal's office, Xuanyuan Jingde leaned back in his grand armchair, reviewing multiple documents in his hands. Xuanyuan Jingde was the patriarch of the Xuanyuan family, and he also held another identity. He was the Zhulong Marshal, the foremost of China's 4 great marshals. Holding these 2 crucial positions simultaneously, Xuanyuan Jingde toiled day and night, attending to countless affairs daily. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as his personal secretary, Xuanyuan Tianke, stood respectfully at the door, seeking Xuanyuan Jingde's instructions. Marshal, the family spies have sent updates on young Master Daoxi's recent situation. Xuanyuan Jingde nodded, signaling Tianke to step forward and report. Marshal, just as you predicted, young Master Daoxi deliberately controlled his scores and barely passed the threshold to enroll in Manhwa University. Xuanyuan Jingde let out a light chuckle. That boy takes after his father Xuanyuan Chang, cautious and full of tricks. Xuanyuan Jingde was initially smiling, but the moment he thought of Xuanyuan Qing, his expression instantly darkened. All along, the Xuanyuan family had been secretly monitoring Daoxi not to capture him, but to protect him. SSS-level genius Xuanyuan Daoxi was no traitor's son. On the contrary, he was the child of a hero. Daoxi's father, Xuanyuan Qing, was not a traitor, but the initiator and executor of the suicide mission. The catastrophe 10 years ago during the Yiwei year was actually a carefully prepared suicide mission by the military. In the suicide mission, China lost over 20 superhuman martial artists, but ultimately achieved its goal, planting a mole among the high-ranking officials of the demon race. That mole was Daoxi's uncle, Xuanyuan Chang. Over the years, Xuanyuan Chang continuously sent back intelligence, enabling the World Roundtable Resistance Alliance, including Huaxia, to repeatedly thwart the demon race's schemes. In the past decade, the demon race's plans to invade Blue Star have been repeatedly foiled, with Xuanyuan Chang's contributions being the greatest. To ensure Xuanyuan Chang remained unsuspected, the Xuanyuan family had to portray Daoxi as the son of a traitor and put on a show of intending to punish the entire family. He was the son of a hero, the family's proud SSS-level genius, yet now he had to hide his true name like a rat scurrying across the street. Every time Xuanyuan Jingde thought of this, he felt the family owed Daoxi far too much. Fortunately, Daoxi was exceptionally talented. Over the years, relying solely on his own exploration, his cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank. His future was boundless. Have the spies continue to protect him in secret. Report any developments immediately. As Xuanyuan Jingde issued the order, he pondered to himself whether he should secretly impart a few advanced cultivation techniques to Daoxi and arrange for a mentor to guide him. That child had fled the family at the age of 8. All these years, he hadn't been exposed to any advanced cultivation techniques, yet he had stubbornly reached the 6th rank with just the dragon's chant body tempering art. It was truly unbelievable. But no matter how talented Daoxi was, without advanced cultivation techniques to support him, his cultivation was like a sandcastle missing its central pillar. However, rashly contacting Daoxi might expose flaws in the suicide mission plan. As Xuanyuan Chang's only son, Daoxi was the sole vulnerability in the suicide mission. In truth, over all these years, the demon race had harbored suspicions about the suicide mission, but the humans' move of sacrificing their own young master was executed with such ruthless precision that they had no choice but to believe it. Xuanyuan Jingde found himself in a dilemma. He didn't want to waste the family's proud SSS-level genius, but neither did he want their costly suicide mission to fail at the last moment. After long contemplation, Xuanyuan Jingde suddenly noticed that Secretary Tianke was still standing motionless in place. He asked in a low voice, "What is it? Is there something else?" Tianke replied somewhat awkwardly, "Marshal, there's one more thing. Young Master Daoxi has enrolled in the Martial Arts Academy. His martial arts instructor is named Dong Chao, who's notoriously known in education circles as a slacker. With that slacker becoming the young master's instructor, might he lead the young master astray?" Upon hearing Dong Chao's name, Xuanyuan Jingde froze momentarily before raising his eyebrows. Dong Chao? How old is this man? He looks to be in his 30s. Xuanyuan Jingde narrowed his eyes slightly. Investigate whether he's from the military. Find out if his codename is Black Blade. Yes, sir. Tianku immediately activated the 3D holographic projection in the office, connected to the military's internal network, and prepared to look up Dong Chao's information. Just then, Xuanyuan Jingde stood up. Let me handle this, you probably don't have the clearance for it. Xian Yuan Jingde approached the holographic projection, first scanning his palm print before accessing Dong Chao's classified records. Beside him, Xian Yuan Tianke's eyes widened in shock. He clearly saw that Dong Chao's security clearance was at the highest level, level 5. A clearance only unlockable by the 4 Grand Marshals and 4 Chiefs of Staff. That's him, Captain of the Flesh and Blood Great Wall Unit, leader of the Blade Against Traitors Special Ops Team, sole instructor of the Green Grass Trials Program, colonel of Huaxia Headquarters, former 8th level martial artist Black Blade Dong Chao, the sharpest blade under Marshal Six Ears. That kid, how did he become a teacher? Xian Yuan Jingde let out a few light chuckles. After so many years, seeing Dong Chao's information again, an unconcealed joy appeared on Marshal Xian Yuan's face. Though not a soldier under his command, Xian Yuan Jingde had heard plenty of stories about Dong Chao. Marshal Lu Air once made a famously succinct remark about Dong Chao. In terms of natural talent, Dong Chao wasn't a genius, but when it came to brains, he was an even rarer kind of prodigy. He was also, without a doubt, the undisputed king of soldiers over the past decade. Chapter 26, Black Blade Dong Chao. Black Blade Dong Chao became Daoxi's martial arts instructor? Excellent, truly excellent. Xian Yuan Jingde grew increasingly delighted the more he thought about it. Previously, he had been considering whether to secretly provide some assistance to Daoxi to prevent him from straying onto the wrong path in his cultivation. Now, he didn't need to worry at all. Across the entire Xian Yuan family, it would be hard to find a more suitable teacher than Dong Chao. This must be Six Ears doing. That old rascal Six Ears has finally done something decent for once. Xian Yuan Jingde instinctively felt that Six Ears must be behind this. Watching the marshal's delighted expression, Xian Yuan Tianke timidly spoke up. But Marshal, that Dong Chao is really strange. He was actually teaching young Master Daoxi how to make glutinous rice cakes during martial arts class. Ha ha ha. In an uncharacteristically good mood, Xian Yuan Jingde joked, "Don't worry, Dong Chao is great at making street food. The glutinous rice cakes he teaches are absolutely authentic." Xian Yuan Tianke was covered in metaphorical black lines. "That's not the issue here," Xian Yuan Jingde said with a smile in his eyes. "That Dong Chao is quite different from the conventional image of a military king. No matter what he does, I wouldn't be surprised." At the mention of Dong Chao, Xian Yuan Jingde's face was filled with admiration. He intentionally wanted to mentor Xian Yuan Tianke beside him. "Tianke, the family has always been grooming you as a reserve chief of staff. Today, I'll make an exception and let you witness China's current strongest military king." Xian Yuan Jingde controlled the projector and displayed Dong Chao's extensive resume to Tianke. In the eyes of ordinary people, a military king should be sharp and domineering. But Dong Chao, the guy is smooth and worldly, even carrying a hint of mercenary charm. Yet it's precisely this unique temperament of his that has made him invincible in every operation. Take assassination missions alone. As the leader of the Blade Team for eliminating traitors, Dong Chao has executed 7 missions to assassinate human traitors, with 0 failures. Moreover, every target he assassinated had cultivation levels above the 9th tier. Xian Yuan Tianke wore an expression of utter disbelief. An 8th-level martial artist specializing in assassinating 9th-level experts, with 7 successful attempts and not a single failure? How is this possible? Tianke's incredulous expression was exactly what Xian Yuan Jingde had anticipated. Without hesitation, Xian Yuan Jingde pulled up detailed reports of Dong Chao's previous assassination missions. Those traitors Dong Chao eliminated were no ordinary foes. Ever heard of long-armed Dalsum? Before defecting, this guy was a senior defense official of Tianzhu with mid-level 9th stage cultivation. To assassinate him, Dong Chao disguised himself as a street barbecue vendor, using the aroma of grilled skewers to lure Dalsum. When Dalsum came to buy skewers, Dong Chao seized the moment and stabbed him to death. Tianke's expression grew even more astonished. Xian Yuan Jingde recounted Dong Chao's glorious achievements as if listing family treasures. And then there's this Jenny Makaba. Before her betrayal, this woman was a high-ranking nun of the Holy Roman Church, a 9th-level grandmaster. To take her down, Dong Chao disguised himself as a male host at a nightclub and spent the whole night dancing ballroom with this old hag. He had her completely bewitched before seizing the moment and stabbing her to death. Tianke's expression of surprise turned to shock. Xian Yuan Jingde continued his account. Saint Gerges, vice-captain of the Dragon Wrestling Knight Order, mid-level 9th tier cultivation. Dong Chao disguised himself as a bathhouse attendant and stabbed Gerges to death while he was taking a Turkish bath. And Baon Galanpang, who was the commander of the city defense forces in Siam before his defection. Dong Chao disguised himself as a massage therapist and stabbed him to death while giving him a Thai oil massage. Tianke's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. And Nancy Patricia, former confidential secretary of the North American Joint Parliament and advocate for gender diversity. Dong Chao disguised himself as a gay man and stabbed him to death at a gay dating event. Ivan Nosik, a devout mech servant of the Mechanical Truth sect and tabletop gaming enthusiast. Dong Chao transformed into a tabletop gamer and stabbed him to death during the night phase of a game of werewolf. Listening to Dong Chao's glorious combat records, Tianke felt completely numb. It was as if his brain had been stabbed countless times and simply stopped functioning. Yet Xian Yuanjingda's narration continued relentlessly. Dong Chao's most brilliant assassination record was killing Kawasaki Ichiro, the demon child of Fusan. Kawasaki belonged to Fusan's Oni taming clan, who had long colluded with demonic tribes. Kawasaki Ichiro was indoctrinated with traitorous ideologies since childhood, and he was also the most exceptional genius the Kawasaki family had produced in 600 years. He possesses a rule-based supernatural ability, an SSS tier talent. At just 19 years old, he's already ascended to transcendence. This kid has been brainwashed by the demon race since childhood. Allowing him to continue growing would have unimaginable consequences. Tianke secretly clicked his tongue in astonishment. This Kawasaki Ichiro actually shares the same SSS tier talent as young Master Daoki. Moreover, in terms of supernatural ability tiers, Kawasaki Ichiro's rule-based ability surpasses young Master Daoki's bloodline-based ability by an entire level. This demon child from Fusang is truly terrifying. It is common knowledge that martial artists' supernatural abilities are divided into 5 major categories, each with 3 levels. The lowest level abilities are enhancement-type abilities: strength enhancement, skin enhancement, brain enhancement, digestive system enhancement, transforming palms into axes, shooting lasers from eyes. Any ability that strengthens or mutates a specific part of the body falls under enhancement-type abilities. This type of supernatural ability is the most common, with a relatively fixed upper limit, making it difficult to apply and develop at higher levels. Hence, it is referred to as the lowest grade ability, also known as a basic ability. The second tier of supernatural abilities is divided into 3 categories: inherited abilities, bloodline abilities, and elemental abilities. Sword cultivators with innate sword bones, Maoist puppeteers who manipulate puppets with threads of emotion, and Taoist practitioners of the 3 pure ones who master the art of star manipulation all belong to the inherited abilities category. The Dragon Beast bloodline of the Xianyuan family, the Tiger Beast bloodline of the Shinta family, and the 8 Beast bloodline of the Sun family all fall under the bloodline abilities category. The ability to manipulate elemental powers such as wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, frost, time, and space is classified as elemental type abilities. These 3 categories of abilities exhibit significant individual variation, with vast differences between their upper and lower limits, making direct comparisons difficult. Thus, they are collectively referred to as second-tier abilities. The highest-tier abilities are known as rule-based abilities. Holders of rule-based abilities wield an unbreakable rule. Some of these rule-based abilities are completely useless, offering no help in combat whatsoever. Others are downright bug-like in their overpowered nature. Among China's 4 Grand Marshals, the 4th-ranked Lone Wolf Marshal is a holder of rule-based abilities. Lone Wolf Marshal possesses a rule ability called Force Duel. With this ability, he's also known as the strongest one-on-one fighter on Blue Star. Though Tianke didn't know what Kawasaki Ichiro's rule ability was, judging by Marshal Xian Yuanjingda's tone when speaking about it, Tianke could imagine that Kawasaki's rule-based ability must be formidable indeed. Xian Yuanjingda knew exactly what Tianke was thinking and timely added. Kawasaki Ichiro's rule-based supernatural ability is called Path Shared by Man and Ghost. He can share his lifespan with the ghosts he controls. As long as either he or the ghosts survive, the life-sharing connection won't break. In simple terms, Kawasaki Ichiro and his 7 ghosts form a collective life form. In his ghost-controlling state, both he and the 7 ghosts must be destroyed simultaneously to kill him. Otherwise, whether it's the ghosts or Kawasaki Ichiro himself, they can all revive indefinitely. TSK. Tianke frowned and glared, his face twisted in an expression of utter frustration. Just listening to the marshal's account was enough to make him realize how terrifying this Kawasaki Kazuo was. The bastard was practically unkillable. Unless he and those 7 ghosts were annihilated simultaneously within a short time frame, they'd just keep reviving indefinitely. Kawasaki Kazuo was a transcendent martial artist. Trying to instantly wipe out him and his ghosts in such a short time, how could that possibly be easy? While marveling at Kawasaki Kazuo's overwhelming strength, Tianke grew increasingly curious. Marshal, how did Senior Dong Chao manage to assassinate such a powerful transcendent martial artist? Xian Yuanjingda's face showed a complicated expression somewhere between laughter and tears. Well, he catfished Kawasaki Kazuo in an online romance. At this moment, Tianke wondered if he had misheard. Chapter 27, The Despicable War King. Xian Yuanjingda struggled to control his facial expression, laboriously maintaining the dignity and solemnity befitting a marshal. Dong Chao disguised himself as a lively young girl and connected with Kawasaki Kazuo through a mobile game called Genshin Impact. Under the pseudonym Dong Chao Chao, he used voice-changing techniques to adopt a sweet, adorable lowly voice, chatting casually with Kawasaki Kazuo in the game. In no time, he had Kawasaki Kazuo completely smitten. The two embarked on a 6-month-long online romance. During this period, Dong Chao always subtly emphasized to Kawasaki Kazuo that he was naturally timid and terrified of ghosts and supernatural beings. After laying this groundwork for months, he reluctantly agreed to Kawasaki Kazuo's request to meet in person. Their meeting was set on the streets of Ginza. To avoid startling his online lover, Kawasaki Kazuo deliberately dismissed his ghostly entourage before the meeting. Meanwhile, Dong Chao dressed up in the JK outfit he had meticulously prepared for the occasion. At this point, Xian Yuanjingde could no longer hold back, and a helpless smile appeared on his face, one that was utterly incongruous with his status and age. Can you imagine the sheer devastation a naive 19-year-old boy must have felt, waiting anxiously on the street for his online crush, only to be greeted by a burly, cross-dressing old man? The moment Dong Chao appeared, Kawasaki Ikemen was completely stunned, but Dong Chao seized the opportunity, calling out Big Brother while instantly closing the distance and stabbing him to death with a single thrust. That kid Dong Chao killed an almost invincible superhuman martial artist with just one strike. Tianku felt a chill run through his entire body. For some inexplicable reason, he recalled a popular internet meme. Well, slap my head and call me silly, you old rascal. Senior Dong Chao was nothing like a military king, he was more like a sneaky bastard. Or even worse, a downright beast. His despicable actions were utterly unforgivable. In that moment, Tianku actually found himself empathizing with Kawasaki Ichiro, the so-called human traitor. Tianku could easily imagine it. As an SSS-level genius, Kawasaki Ichiro spent every day either in grueling training or on his way to it. At 19, he might have been like a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any romantic experiences. The sudden appearance of Dong Chao sent ripples through the dull monotony of his life. Yet, what stirred the tranquil waters of his heart wasn't a beautiful token of love, it was a pile of crap. Kawasaki Kazuo's thoughtful act of dispelling his ghostly form to avoid frightening his female companion ended up digging his own grave. An SSS-grade transcendent martial artist actually died from a sneak attack by an 8th-tier martial artist. Xian Yuanjingde noticed Tianku's inner lament. He reached out and patted Tianku's shoulder. Dong Chao is called the Black Blade precisely because he excels at stabbing people in the back. Despicable, that's his defining trait. But remember, his despicability is reserved only for enemies. Moreover, setting aside matters of allegiance and just evaluating strength, Kawasaki Kazuo was far from being a true powerhouse. His death under Dong Chao's blade was nothing but inevitable. Kawasaki Kazuo's cultivation and talent may be formidable, but his temperament is far from mature. Given 3 to 5 years, he might have gradually matured, but Dong Chao seized the opportunity and strangled him in his infancy. At this point, Xian Yuanjingde shifted his tone. A despicable assassin skilled at reading others' temperaments is inevitably also a good teacher adept at refining his students' minds. While cultivation realms are important, only those who can fend off both open attacks and hidden arrows deserve to be called true masters. There was one more sentence Xian Yuanjingde kept to himself, unspoken. With Dao Shi's status and talents, the hidden and open attacks from the demon race would certainly not be few in the future. Dong Chao was absolutely the best candidate to teach Dao Shi. Tianku understood clearly in his heart that the marshal was intentionally mentoring him by saying so much. He respectfully said, "Marshal, I've remembered everything you said. That's all I have to report. I'll take my leave now, please rest early." Xian Yuanjingde nodded, signaling Tianka that he could leave. Tianka bowed and retreated a few steps when Xian Yuanjingde suddenly spoke up again. "Does Dong Chao's martial arts class only have Daoshi as a student?" Tianka hurriedly replied. "There's another one named He Xiongzai, seems to be a sword cultivator. Keep a close eye on this He Xiongzai too. To be accepted as a student by Black Blade Dong Chao, this kid must be extraordinary." "Yes, sir." Tianka straightened his posture and saluted military style. The next day, in the martial arts classroom of Class 4 at Manhwa University, Dong Chao stood before the blackboard, spittle flying as he lectured non-stop. "See this? Once your teacher puts on a suit, there's only 2 words for it, dashing. Of course, your teacher is a martial arts trendsetter, a walking clothes hanger. Everything looks good on me. Don't go getting jealous now." Below the podium, Dao Shi secretly rolled his eyes. "Jealous my ass," Dao Shi thought. "You're dressed like a real estate agent in that suit, and you actually think you look good?" Today's lesson in Martial Arts Class 4 was The Art of Dapper Martial Fashion, Clever Uses of Suit Cufflinks and Armbands. Listening to Dong Chao's lecture, Dao Shi felt like sitting on pins and needles, with a lump in his throat, and treading on thin ice. Attending one of Dong Chao's lectures was a genuine 40-minute waste of time. The ingenious uses of cufflinks and armbands will be covered here for now. If there's a chance in the future, I'll teach you how to properly wear suspender pants, and whether you can actually play basketball while wearing them. Hearing Dong Chao deliver his closing remarks, Dao Shi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he'd finally come back to life. Beside him, He Xiongzai wore an expression of lingering dissatisfaction, clearly wanting more. The martial arts fashion class was absolutely brilliant. Who said this class was boring? This class is amazing. He simply couldn't get enough of it. Dong Chao took off his suit jacket and carefully stored it away as a teaching prop. By the way, I forgot to mention something, the academy is conducting placement exams today and tomorrow. This afternoon will be written theory tests, and tomorrow will be practical combat drills. Of course, for trash like us, whether they test us or not, we'll still be at the bottom of the academy. We should just eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, don't take the results to heart. During the exams, just show up to save the dean some face by signing in. Hearing about the placement exams, Daoshi and He Xiongzai exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly animated. Chapter 28, A Lecture from the Martial Arts Education Department. Even in the martial arts college entrance exams, Daoshi deliberately controlled his scores. Of course, he wouldn't expose his true level over a simple placement test. But He Xiongzai was different, he was already brainstorming how to stir things up. The subtle micro-expressions on both their faces didn't escape Dong Chao's notice. Dong Chao had intended to warn He Xiongzai to behave, but before he could, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door. Dong Chao turned his head to see Principal Lu Yuan standing breathless at the classroom door, beckoning him with a curled finger. "You, come out for a moment." Seeing this, Dong Chao immediately put on an ingratiating smile and hurried over. "Principal, did you need something from me?" Dong Chao's fawning attitude greatly pleased Lu Yuan, but he still maintained a stern expression and spoke to Dong Chao in a reprimanding tone. "Of course I have business with you, just follow me and don't ask unnecessary questions." Seeing this, Dong Chao had no choice but to turn back and let Daoshi and He Xiongzai go eat first, while he himself trotted obediently after Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan led Dong Chao in a great hurry to the classroom door of Martial Arts Class 1. Unlike when he went to find Dong Chao, Lu Yuan first put on an ingratiating smile outside the door, then gently knocked. "Teacher Qin, are you done with class? If you are, I'd like to invite you to the conference room." Lu Yuan's tone was the epitome of politeness. "Dean, please wait a moment. Regarding this afternoon's exam, I still have a few words to remind the students." Qin Wanqing on the podium didn't spare much face for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan became increasingly obsequious. No problem. Teacher Qin, you go ahead with your business. Don't let me delay your important matters. I'll just wait outside for a while." Lu Yuan smiled until his face was creased with wrinkles. Qin Wanqing nodded and continued addressing her students. "This afternoon's exam, I hope everyone takes it seriously. This test paper was designed by me, and it's quite challenging overall. Especially the last few martial theory essay questions, they go slightly beyond the syllabus. Don't feel pressured, just write as much as you can think of. If there are no questions, we'll conclude this morning's session here." After giving these instructions, Qin Wanqing finally left the classroom. Today, Qin Wanqing was wearing form-fitting athletic wear. The snug cut accentuated her tall, curvaceous figure while simultaneously highlighting her elegant demeanor, giving off a refreshing spring breeze-like impression. However, Qin Wanqing had two faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating she hadn't rested well the previous night. "Dean, did you need something?" Qin Wanqing asked indifferently. As she spoke, Qin Wanqing finally noticed Dong Chao standing behind Lu Yuan. Her body stiffened abruptly, and her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't sleep well last night, all thanks to Dong Chao. Dong Chao, the notorious slacker of the Martial Arts Academy, indeed has some serious military connections. Just for checking his internal records, the witch's secondary access got suspended. This guy's security clearance is terrifyingly high. Though it's unclear why this guy with weak chi fluctuations and low cultivation would have such high security clearance, one thing is obvious. Dong Chao's position in the military was absolutely not low. The so-called slacker instructor was merely his disguise. Looking at Dong Chao, Qin Wanqing felt somewhat nervous and restrained, but Dong Chao just grinned and nodded at her. "Hard work, Teacher Qin. Care for a huazi?" Dong Chao suddenly pulled out a brand new pack of huazi from his pocket. Dong Chao didn't smoke himself, but he always carried a pack of huazi cigarettes year-round for social occasions. However, his gesture of offering a cigarette to a female teacher in the school building was somewhat unconventional. This unexpected little joke made Qin Wanqing burst into laughter, dissolving the slightly awkward atmosphere between them. "Good afternoon, Teacher Dong." Qin Wanqing curled her lips into a warm smile. "Good afternoon." Just as Dong Chao was about to respond, Lu Yuan abruptly cut in, stepping between the two. Lu Yuan glared at Dong Chao and scolded. "Stop grinning during work hours. Focus on your job. And smoking is strictly prohibited in the teaching building. Set a good example for the students." Lu Yuan confiscated Dong Chao's huazi cigarettes in one swift motion, tucking them into his own coat pocket. Qin Wanqing watched Lu Yuan's audacious act of challenging authority with utter disbelief, her face darkening with exasperation. Anyone with eyes could see Lu Yuan's scolding of Dong Chao was just a pretext to take advantage. Yet contrary to Qin Wanqing's expectations, Dong Chao, whose background was terrifyingly formidable, just grinned and nodded at Lu Yuan's petty trick. The dean's criticism is absolutely right. Not only should cigarettes be banned from teaching buildings, but lighters too. As he spoke, Dong Chao pulled out a lighter from his pocket and handed it over as well. That's more like it. Lu Yuan took the lighter and tucked it into his coat pocket as well. Beside them, Qin Wanqing was utterly bewildered. You just spoil him rotten. Qin Wanqing stole a glance at Dong Chao, silently murmuring to herself. Lu Yuan walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking to the two of them as he led the way. Here's the situation. Director Yang, head of the Martial Arts Education Department's Direct Supervision Office, has come to inspect our academy. Director Yang specifically requested to speak with both of you. He's waiting for you in the conference room right now. As he spoke, Lu Yuan turned his head to look at Qin Wanqing. This is the director of the Office of Work at a university directly under the Martial Arts Education Department, a solidly high-ranking official. But Teacher Qin, there's no need to be nervous. You're a rare talent in our college, so Director Yang's conversation will surely focus on encouragement and praise. After lavishing praise on Qin Wanqing, Lu Yuan turned to Dong Chao with an inscrutable expression. As for you, well, you'd better watch yourself. In Lu Yuan's view, Director Yang's request to speak with these two carried an unmistakable underlying message. Director Yang was clearly making an example out of someone. For high-caliber talents like Qin Wanqing, who was transferred back from the military, the Ministry of Education would undoubtedly offer praise and support. At the same time, the Ministry of Education had finally taken notice of Dong Chao, that slacker. Director Yang was surely here to criticize and warn this good-for-nothing. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the more convinced he became this had to be the case. Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. All the good things seemed to be happening at once these days. Just as he was preparing to expel Dong Chao, the director from the Ministry of Education came to inspect the academy and even planned to use Dong Chao as a negative example. Talk about perfect timing, like someone handing you a pillow when you're sleepy. No matter how strong Dong Chao's military connections were, could they possibly be stronger than the Ministry of Education's director? Lu Yuan was certain that Dong Chao, that deadweight who'd been dragging the entire academy down, would soon be packing his bags and getting the boot. And at the same time as leading the academy's revival, I'm about to reach new heights in my own life. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Lu Yuan led the two to the conference room door, knocked politely, and eagerly poked his head in. Director Yang, everyone's here. Director Yang Wei of the Vocational High School office sat leisurely in his armchair and instructed Lu Yuan. I want to speak with them one-on-one. Have Qin Wanqing come in first. You wait outside. Of course, of course. Lu Yuan nodded eagerly in agreement. At Lu Yuan's signal, Qin Wanqing entered the conference room. The moment the conference room doors closed, Yang Wei abruptly raised his hand, summoning several iron curtains out of thin air to seal the windows and doors, preventing any sound from leaking out. After completing these actions, Yang Wei finally turned his gaze to Qin Wanqing and spoke expressionlessly. Qin Wanqing, correct? I am the director of the Martial Arts Education Department's Direct High Office, concurrently serving as the director of the Military Network Security Supervision Department, and a colonel of the Huaxia headquarters, Yang Wei. Yang Wei took out his military officer ID from his pocket and waved it in front of Qin Wanqing. I called you here today to discuss your unauthorized use of the military's internal network yesterday. Yang Wei's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Qin Wanqing frozen in shock. Chapter 29, Don't tear it up, it's all for the kids. Qin Wanqing's body froze while her thoughts raced at lightning speed. Just because she had looked up Dong Chao's information on the military's internal website, not only was her access revoked, but today someone actually came to her door to demand an explanation. The kicker was that the person who came to hold her accountable was no small fry either, holding dual key positions in both the Ministry of Education and the military, and was even a colonel in the Huaxia headquarters. Looking at it this way, Dong Chao's identity was starting to seem downright terrifying. Qin Wanqing truly hadn't expected that her small act of curiosity yesterday would lead to such a grand spectacle. If she'd known this would happen, she would never have agreed to Dean Lu Yuan's request. At this thought, Qin Wanqing suddenly realized with a start that she hadn't yet saluted Yang Wei to show proper respect. Military regulations clearly stated that junior officers must initiate salutes when meeting senior officers. Qin Wanqing quickly snapped to attention and saluted. Major Qin Wanqing of Huaxia headquarters, reporting to the commander. Facing Qin Wanqing's salute, Yang Wei deliberately didn't return it. He stood up and paced around the conference room. As a headquarters officer, you should be familiar with military confidentiality regulations, shouldn't you? Don't look at what you shouldn't see, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't listen to what you shouldn't hear, don't say what you shouldn't say, and absolutely never record what shouldn't be recorded. With each word Yang Wei spoke, his released qi and blood grew stronger. By the time he finished reciting the confidentiality regulations, his qi and blood had fully erupted like a towering mountain. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify into iron, making Qin Wanqing's breathing painfully labored. Qin Wanqing clearly sensed that the man before her, Colonel Yang Wei, had reached the pinnacle of 9th tier cultivation. Moreover, he was an elemental ability user, one who could summon metal. Yang Wei gazed at Qin Wanqing, his expression as impassive as ever. You must memorize this confidentiality agreement thoroughly, and so must that fellow inside you. Can you do that? Qin Wanqing knew Yang Wei was referring to the second personality within her, the witch. In the stagnant air thick as molten iron, Qin Wanqing managed a difficult nod. Good, as long as you can. Yang Wei instantly withdrew his supernatural ability, and Qin Wanqing's pressure abruptly lessened. She quickly took 2 deep breaths in relief. Whatever you saw or thought of yesterday, forget it all. Just like forgetting this conversation between us today. Can you do that? Yes, Commander. Qin Wanqing nodded once more. Yang Wei glanced at his watch and said, in your current state, you'll raise suspicions if you go out. You've got 1 minute to compose yourself. When you push that door open later, or a smile on your face, like you've just received a commendation. Meanwhile, outside the conference room, Dong Chao leaned against the windowsill, waiting idly. Lu Yuan sized him up from head to toe. Watching Dong Chao's lazy posture, Lu Yuan secretly laughed to himself. With disaster looming, Dong Chao still hadn't realized the danger. This kid's teaching career was as good as over. Even as Lu Yuan gloated inwardly, he unexpectedly felt a twinge of nostalgia. Actually, if you look past Dong Chao's abysmal cultivation level, outrageous behavior, abstract ideas, and indescribable teaching skills, he's not entirely without merits. At the very least, he's quite the smooth operator, and his taste in cigarettes isn't bad either. Thinking this, Lu Yuan decided to give Dong Chao a piece of advice. Dong Chao, you should really go find yourself a proper job soon. Dong Chao wore a puzzled expression, as if he hadn't quite heard Lu Yuan's words clearly. Lu Yuan thought to himself, so young, yet already hard of hearing? But some things could only be hinted at, he couldn't spell everything out. Forget it, pretend I never said anything. Lu Yuan took out his Huazi cigarettes from his breast pocket, unwrapped the pack, and against all convention, offered one to Dong Chao. Have a smoke to calm your nerves. When you meet Director Yang later, perk up and don't embarrass yourself. Lu Yuan could perfectly imagine the bloody verbal lashing Director Yang would unleash upon Dong Chao. Director Yang's cultivation was quite extraordinary. Just a slight release of his qi and blood energy would surely scare Dong Chao witless. Facing the cigarette Lu Yuan offered, Dong Chao shook his head in refusal. Thanks, but I don't smoke. Lu Yuan snorted lightly. This is Huazi. You really don't know quality when you see it. Lu Yuan casually lit one up himself, leisurely puffing away. He'd completely forgotten that just minutes ago, he'd criticized someone for smoking in the school building. Right at that moment, Qin Wanqing pushed open the conference room door and stepped out. Her face wore a somewhat stiff smile. Teacher Dong, Director Yang wants to see you inside. Qin Wanqing didn't even dare to look at Dong Chao as she spoke. Lu Yuan added to the chaos while puffing on his cigarette. Lift your head up, show some spirit, don't embarrass us. Dong Chao nodded, just as Lu Yuan had said, and strode into the conference room with his head held high. The doors of the conference room closed, and Yang Wei waved his hand again, summoning several iron curtains to seal the windows and exits. But this time, Yang Wei stood up and was the first to salute Dong Chao. Colonel Dong Chao, long time no see. Dong Chao hurriedly returned the salute. Director Yang, what are you doing? We're of equal rank, and your military service is longer than mine. How can you salute me? Yang Wei smiled but remained silent. Though they held equal ranks, there was a significant difference in their actual positions. Dong Chao was none other than the squadron leader of China's elite force, the Flesh and Blood Great Wall. Simultaneously holding other crucial positions, he was Marshal Luer's most trusted soldier king. Had it not been for his 5-year injury-induced hiatus, he would have long been promoted to Major General. Facing Dong Chao, Yang Wei's previously expressionless face now wore a polite smile. Colonel Dong Chao, Marshal Luer has assigned me to visit you and deliver medicine. As he spoke, Yang Wei waved the storage ring on his hand, and a small mountain of various potions instantly appeared on the conference table. As a meritorious figure of Huaxia, Dong Chao never faced neglect after his injury. On the contrary, the military had been spending vast sums to develop various medicines for him, hoping to help him restore his cultivation. The only problem was that none of these military-developed medicines proved effective. Looking at the pile of potions resembling a small hill, Dong Chao felt a headache coming on. Still, he forced a grateful smile and thanked Yang Wei. Director Yang, you've worked hard. The marshal really shouldn't have troubled you with such a trivial matter as delivering medicine. As he spoke, Dong Chao reached into his robe and pulled out a long gift box from his spatial storage pouch. Director Yang, just a small token of my appreciation, nothing worthy of your stature. When it came to social graces, Dong Chao was absolutely impeccable. He'd never let Yang Wei leave empty-handed after doing him a favor. Colonel Dong Chao, what are you doing? Yang Wei quickly refused. As a seasoned elite soldier and colonel of China's headquarters, Dong Chao was currently behaving like a petty bourgeois visiting relatives with milk in hand. Director Yang, don't wrestle with me. These are all for the child. Hurry up and take them for the kid. Dong Chao forcibly stuffed the gift box into Yang Wei's arms. Chapter 30, The Cunning as a Demon Old Fox. Afraid that Yang Wei might have reservations, Dong Chao even deliberately opened the box lid. Director Yang, these are all local specialties I gathered from the secret realm myself, no violation of discipline here. Inside the gift box lay a beast bone flickering with fiery light, a section of steaming beast tendon, and a musk sack that seemed to breathe on its own. This is the 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk deer? And you call these local specialties? Yang Wei knew his goods. With just one glance, he recognized these rare materials all came from an 8th-tier exotic beast, the fire orchid musk deer. A formidable exotic beast that dwelled in the secret realms of the withered blood mountains. The fire orchid musk deer is a dual-attribute exotic beast of poison and fire, capable of unleashing area of effect musk attacks and flame assaults, making it exceptionally troublesome to deal with. Its bones, sinews, and musk sac are collectively known as the 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk deer, serving as excellent supplementary spiritual medicines that greatly assist young martial artists who have just begun their cultivation journey in body tempering. However, obtaining the complete 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk deer is no easy feat. This exotic beast possesses an indomitable spirit. When nearing death, it will actively bite through its own musk sac to release a massive cloud of toxic musk in a final, desperate counterattack. To obtain an intact musk sac, the best method is to ambush from behind and kill it with a single strike. Back in the day, Dong Chao used these fire orchid musk deer to practice and hone his assassination skills. He had plenty of such fire orchid musk deer treasures stored in his pouch. In Dong Chao's eyes, the 3 treasures of the fire orchid musk deer were the perfect gifts, cost-free, high-class, and guaranteed to earn him gratitude. My nephew is about to start middle school, right? These things will come in handy for him, take them home and give him a good boost. As he spoke, Dong Chao reached into his robe again and pulled out a dried musk deer's penis, mysteriously handing it to Yang Wei. The 3 treasures of fire orchid musk are for my nephew, but this one's for you. A man's gotta take care of himself, lest he finds himself lacking strength someday. Whether you steep it in liquor or use it in cooking, this thing is absolutely killer for kidney nourishment. No middle-aged man can resist the temptation of kidney tonics, not even 9th-rank martial artist Yang Wei. In that case, I'll graciously accept rather than decline. Yang Wei stopped refusing and happily stored the 3 treasures and musk deer whip into his spatial ring. Having accepted gifts, Yang Wei felt obliged to repay Dong Chao with a bit of insider information. Qin Wanqing tried to access your files last night. Although she couldn't decrypt the real records, she might have guessed something. I just gave her a warning, she shouldn't dare to act recklessly again. As for that thing inside her, it should stay quiet for a while too. Thank you, thank you. Dong Chao nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude to Yang Wei. But in truth, Dong Chao had already figured out everything Yang Wei mentioned. Yang Wei's act of having a private talk with the 2 of them had already allowed Dong Chao to piece together most of the story. Brother, my role in the Ministry of Education is specifically overseeing university affairs. If you ever need any help, just give me a shout. Yang Wei didn't just say this out of obligation, he was deliberately trying to win Dong Chao's favor. As a seasoned operator well-versed in workplace politics, Dong Chao had long mastered the art of handling such cliched pleasantries like, just let me know if you need anything. Dong Chao wore a deeply moved expression and patted his chest. Bro, no need to say more, it's all in here. Thanks, man. If I ever bother you with trivial matters in the future, don't find me annoying, alright? Dong Chao's response first served to express gratitude, ensuring the other's kindness wouldn't dissipate into thin air. Secondly, the casual use of bro and little brother helped bridge their emotional distance while subtly flattering Yang Wei. Finally leaving a hook for later, so when Dong Chao really needed Yang Wei's help, Yang Wei wouldn't be able to refuse. In this martial arts world, warriors devoted all their thoughts to martial studies, with few bothering to research these social niceties of give and take. With the rich experience Dong Chao had accumulated from his past life as a corporate drone, handling these martial artists and interpersonal matters was practically effortless. Though Dong Chao's response was somewhat slick, it warmed Yang Wei's heart. Yang Wei even changed how he addressed Dong Chao. Bro, I've got work back at the ministry, so I'll head out first. If you ever need anything, just come find me. Big bro, let me walk you out. Dong Chao stood up and walked shoulder to shoulder with Yang Wei toward the door. At the same time, outside the meeting room, Lu Yuan paced back and forth in the corridor with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He alternated between glancing at the tightly shut conference room door and stealing looks at Qin Wanqing. Following Yang Wei's instructions, Qin Wanqing had been deliberately controlling her expressions, careful not to reveal any emotions. This, however, led Lu Yuan to develop an entirely different interpretation. Despite receiving Director Yang's praise, Qin Wanqing remained unfazed, truly a testament to her status as a military-trained elite. And such outstanding talents were precisely the ones Lu Yuan had trained. Lu Yuan unconsciously straightened his back, swelling with pride. He strolled over to Qin Wanqing's side and began lecturing her with an air of authority, saying, Teacher Qin, it's certainly commendable that you remain composed whether praised or criticized. But in the workplace, you should also be full of vitality. Happiness should be expressed openly. This is also a form of positive emotional feedback for both leadership and the entire team. Qin Wanqing wore an expression of awkward exasperation. Right now she felt like crying, yet Dean Lu Yuan wanted her to smile? If her Rakshasa persona were in control right now, Qin Wanqing would absolutely give Lu Yuan a black tiger plucks the heart move just to show him what it truly means to be torn between laughter and tears. Lu Yuan hadn't noticed Qin Wanqing's unusual mood yet. Glancing at the still-closed conference room door, he asked in a low voice, "Teacher Qin, did you help me look into Dong Chao's military background?" "Well, Having just been reprimanded, Qin Wanqing didn't dare speak carelessly again. She could only stammer, "Well, actually, I didn't find out anything." To some extent, Qin Wanqing was telling the truth. But to Lu Yuan's ears, it carried a completely different meaning. If even someone of Qin Wanqing's rank couldn't find anything, that meant Dong Chao didn't have any decent background. Lu Yuan felt he was being overly cautious. Expelling such a slacker shouldn't require this much hesitation. Still, caution served him well. Over the years, the military had become deeply intertwined with the Ministry of Education, with many officials holding dual roles as officers. Having confirmed Dong Chao lacked any substantial connections, meaning his expulsion wouldn't offend any influential figures, Lu Yuan felt completely at ease. Dong Chao hasn't come out for so long, he must be getting an earful. Once Director Yang emerges, I'll just fan the flames and stir the pot a little. Who knows? I might not even need to lift a finger before Director Yang fires Dong Chao himself. The thought made Lu Yuan chuckle inwardly. What a cunning old fox he was. His wits were practically supernatural. He. At that moment, the conference room door swung open violently, and Dong Chao and Yang Wei strode out side by side. Chapter 31, Know Who's Boss. Director Yang, your hard work is appreciated. Lu Yuan approached with a grin as planned, but as he got closer, he suddenly sensed something was off. Dong Chao, who'd been singled out as a negative example, was actually grinning shamelessly. He didn't look chastised at all. Shouldn't he be hanging his head like a beaten dog? Even Director Yang's face remained calm, showing not a trace of anger. Shouldn't Director Yang be glaring furiously to fully display his authoritative demeanor as a leader? The peaceful expressions on both their faces were completely different from what Lu Yuan had anticipated. Lu Yuan's intelligence bordering on supernatural mind momentarily went blank with confusion. Beside him, Qin Wanqing noticed a small detail that Lu Yuan had overlooked. Dong Chao and Yang Wei walked out of the meeting room, with Yang Wei reaching out to open the door for him. Yang Wei, a colonel of the Huaxia headquarters, director of the Ministry of Education's Direct Higher Education Office, and a 9th-stage Great Perfection cultivator, was actually showing deference and politeness to a second-rate, second-stage cultivator teacher. Though she had long suspected Dong Chao's identity was anything but ordinary, this scene before her still delivered a staggering blow to Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing's mind was filled with questions. Just what was the background of Dong Chao, this man whom the entire academy regarded as trash? Even though curiosity consumed her heart, Qin Wanqing dared not show the slightest hint of it now. She had just been sternly reminded of the confidentiality protocols. No asking what shouldn't be asked, no looking at what shouldn't be seen. Qin Wanqing adopted an expression of serene detachment, eyes fixed on nothing in particular, and didn't dare let her gaze wander toward the two again. However, while she could control her gaze, she couldn't suppress the mischievous restlessness stirring in her heart. Driven by curiosity, the Rakshasa persona within her grew active once more. Dong Chao and Yang Wei had already walked right up to Lu Yuan before he managed to snap out of his daze. Though his mind remained muddled, Lu Yuan still forced an ingratiating smile and began flattering Yang Wei. Director Yang, you've worked hard. He. Would you like to have a simple lunch at the school? Yang Wei responded coldly. No need, I have other matters to attend to. As he spoke, Yang Wei extended a finger, pointing it remotely at Lu Yuan while reprimanding him. Stop grinning during work hours. Be serious. Lu Yuan quickly wiped the smile off his face. The oppressive aura radiating from Yang Wei as he reprimanded him made Lu Yuan feel as if a spear were pressed against his throat. While nervous inside, Lu Yuan's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. Yang Wei's words sounded strangely familiar. Wasn't this exactly what he'd said to Dong Chao just recently? Yang Wei waved his hand in front of his face, as if trying to disperse the lingering smell of smoke in the air. His gaze toward Lu Yuan grew increasingly sharp. Also, as an educator, smoking is strictly prohibited in the teaching building. You must set a good example for the students. Lu Yuan nodded like a frightened cicada, growing more and more puzzled in his heart. Hadn't he just said the exact same thing earlier? Yang Wei reached into Lu Yuan's bulging chest pocket, confiscating his Huazi cigarettes and lighter. Then, in a slightly softened tone, he said to Lu Yuan, Old Lu, you're a veteran in the education field, you should know who's really in charge here. If you really can't handle it, maybe you should just go find a proper job. With those words, Yang Wei strode toward the stairwell without looking back, leaving only a dashing silhouette for the others. No need to see me out. Long after Yang Wei had gone, Lu Yuan remained rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. Director Yang's reprimand sounded exactly like the words he himself had used to scold Dong Chao earlier. Could this be some kind of standardized leadership lecture formula? And what did Director Yang mean by knowing which card is the king? As a long-standing department head, Lu Yuan prided himself on having sharp discernment and always knowing priorities and hierarchies. As the leader of the academy, Lu Yuan himself was undoubtedly the ace of spades. Meanwhile, the genius Qin Wanqing, transferred back from the military, was clearly the ace of clubs. In fact, Lu Yuan often humbly elevated Qin Wanqing's status, treating her as the ace of spades. His personnel arrangements were flawless. How could anyone accuse him of not knowing which card was higher? Lu Yuan pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. He turned his head to look at Dong Chao. Did Director Yang just give you a lecture? Dong Chao nodded repeatedly. He scolded me, and it was brutal. Lu Yuan let out a light snort. Good that he did. You'd better watch yourself from now on. Watching Lu Yuan's attitude, Qin Wanqing beside him could only sigh in helplessness. Dean Lu Yuan truly can't tell who's the boss and who's the subordinate. Director Yang has already spelled it out this clearly, yet he still doesn't get it. At this moment, Qin Wanqing seriously suspects that Lu Yuan might have become dean purely through fortune-favoring fools. Evening. Teacher's office. Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, Jiang Chang, and Lu Yuan sat at their desks, grading papers without even lifting their heads. As the instructor of martial arts class 4, Dong Chao did not participate in this grading session because he wasn't qualified. The exam paper was designed by Qin Wanqing, and the questions were generally on the difficult side. Especially the martial theory essay questions in the latter half completely deviated from the syllabus. Not to mention the students who had just enrolled, even teachers Wang Su and Jiang Chang found them difficult to answer. Such high difficulty questions were utterly beyond the comprehension of a slacker like Dong Chao. To humiliate Dong Chao, Lu Yuan deliberately stripped him of the privilege to work overtime grading papers. He took over Dong Chao's task and began grading the exams himself. He did this partly to genuinely assess the students' learning progress and partly to help the teachers finish grading quickly, saving time for the evening staff meeting. As the examiner for this test, Qin Wanqing deliberately made the questions so difficult, he wanted to give the students a rude awakening. These past 2 days, Dean Lu Yuan kept visiting martial arts class 1, lavishing praise on the students until they were practically floating on air. Especially those 4S rank students under Lu Yuan's flattery, they genuinely started believing they were the cream of the crop, their pride soaring to the heavens. Qin Wanqing designed such an exam precisely to cut the students' arrogance down to size. Judging from the grading results, her goal was achieved. As of now, the highest score given by several teachers is 75 points. This test paper belongs to Shinta Chen, the top student in the entire grade. Yet even Shinta Chen failed to earn any points on those last 2 martial arts theory questions. Thanks to his solid grasp of the syllabus content, he didn't lose points on the basic questions. That's how he managed to achieve a decent score. Scoring 75 points on such a difficult exam fully demonstrates Shinta Chen's extraordinary talent. Truly worthy of the Shinta bloodline and outstanding S-rank genius. Apart from Shinta Chen, the 3 S-rank students in Qin Wanqing's class also scored above 60 points, each showcasing their exceptional abilities. An S-grade talented genius student barely managed to pass this exam. As for the other students' test papers, they could only be described as utterly disastrous. According to Qin Wanqing's expectations, this exam's results should serve as both a wake-up call and a tempering experience for the entire grade. May they find courage in their shame. Chapter 32, A Perfect Score Paper? Just as the group was buried in grading papers, the office door was suddenly flung open. Dong Chao stood at the doorway, grinning broadly while carrying numerous bags and packages. Everyone, haven't had dinner yet, right? I brought you some dumplings, eat them while they're hot. Dong Chao placed 4 boxes of dumplings on the table, along with side dishes, vinegar, garlic cloves, drinks, dumpling broth, and a fruit platter, practically covering the entire surface with the feast. The cafeteria is already closed for the day, no meals being served. I had to beg and plead just to get them to whip up some dumplings. Dong Chao said this as if he'd gone through tremendous effort. In reality, he'd been lounging in the cafeteria drinking soda and playing on his phone all afternoon. Dong Chao distributed 3 portions of shrimp dumplings to the 3 teachers, then handed Lu Yuan a portion of leek and egg dumplings. Dean, I had them specially prepare this filling for you. Extra leeks, fewer eggs, it's sure to suit your taste. Dong Chao knew Dean Lu Yuan had rather peculiar tastes, he loved strong flavors. Not only were the leek dumplings specially ordered for him, but that heaping bowl of garlic cloves was also prepared just for his enjoyment. At the mention of leek dumplings, Lu Yuan's eyes instantly lit up, and when he saw that overflowing bowl of garlic cloves, an irrepressible grin spread across his face. That's a whole pound of garlic. He could get full just eating garlic alone. Lu Yuan was quite satisfied with the dinner Dong Chao had arranged. However, as a leader, Lu Yuan had to find some faults even while praising Dong Chao. The dinner arrangement was passable, at least you knew to prepare garlic cloves. As the saying goes, eating dumplings without garlic is like not eating garlic at all. But you only prepared raw garlic cloves, where's the pickled sweet garlic and shrimp paste oil? After eating raw garlic, your breath gets strong, you absolutely must eat a few heads of pickled sweet garlic to mask the smell. That's garlic eating 101. And remember, the vinegar for dipping dumplings should have a dash of shrimp sauce. That's how you bring out the umami. You, my boy, still lack attention to detail. Yes, Dean, you're absolutely right. Dong Chao nodded repeatedly. Inwardly, he thought, next time I'll stuff your dumplings with nothing but garlic. Let's see how much you enjoy that garlic feast. Lu Yuan picked up a leek dumpling with his chopsticks, pairing it with 3 cloves of garlic, eating with such delight that his eyebrows danced with joy. The other teachers also paused their work to fill their stomachs first. Seizing this opportunity, Dong Chao quickly made himself noticed, handing out drinks, sharing side dishes, thoroughly enjoying his bustling efforts. Faced with Dong Chao's attentive service, Qin Wanqing shyly thanked him repeatedly, while the core teacher Wang Su remained sullen, not giving Dong Chao the slightest bit of a friendly look. Wang Su didn't just dislike Dong Chao, he was also fuming from grading all those exam papers. Qin Wanqing wanted to take the top students down a peg, and Wang Su completely understood that. But she didn't have to make the entire school suffer along with them. The exam Qin Wanqing designed was completely beyond the curriculum. Even the most talented Class 1 of martial arts only had 4 students who passed. Wang Su's martial arts Class 2 suffered a complete wipeout. Wang Su estimated that this time, the average score of martial arts Class 2 would only be around 30 or 40 points. As a core instructor of the academy, Wang Su felt his pride taking a hit. However, Qin Wanqing was a 9th-rank martial artist, a golden goose the dean had gone to great lengths to recruit. No matter how unhappy Wang Su felt inside, he didn't dare to confront Qin Wanqing about it. The only thing he could do was sulk like a toad. After hastily eating a few dumplings, Wang Su picked up the stack of exam papers again and continued grading. To be fair, this exam was difficult to take but not difficult to grade. Only the basic questions at the front needed careful review, for the major problems at the end, mindlessly marking them with times would suffice. Wang Su's work progressed quickly and was nearing completion in no time. The last exam paper made Wang Su's eyes light up. This student had actually answered all the basic questions correctly. Curious, Wang Su turned his attention to the martial arts theory analysis section at the back. This student's analytical answers are also excellent. The handwriting is just a bit messy with many typos. Clearly, this exam paper comes from one of the top students in martial arts Class 1. Such difficult analytical questions, yet this student answered them flawlessly. Wang Su couldn't help but suspect Qin Wanqing might have leaked the questions to the class in advance. How could there not be a single mistake? The more Wang Su thought about it, the more irritated he became. Nitpicking, he circled the typos and forcibly deducted 3 points from this student. Judging by this, after deducting those 2 outrageously difficult martial theory essay questions at the end and another 3 points for typos, this student's score is 77. That's 2 points higher than Shinta Chen's. Wasn't Shinta Chen supposed to be the most talented recruit in this year's batch? How could someone outperform him? With this thought in mind, Wang Su instinctively glanced at the final 2 essay questions and froze in shock. This student had filled every inch of space for those essay answers too. What's more, several key arguments matched Qin Wanqing's reference answers word for word. Though the arguments were identical, this examinee's writing was more straightforward and concise, reading far less awkwardly than Qin Wanqing's version. This examinee scored perfect marks on both martial theory essay questions. He was the only student in the entire grade who successfully answered both martial theory essay questions. In that instant, Wang Su realized 2 things. First, Qin Wanqing must have leaked the test questions to the class. Second, even if Qin Wanqing leaked the questions in advance, this student's talent is still astonishingly high, so high it's outrageous. Even with prior access to the questions, it's no small feat to transform such complex arguments and evidence into one's own words. As a core instructor, Wang Su was completely clueless about these 2 martial theory exposition questions. It was only after reviewing Qin Wanqing's reference answers that he gained a superficial understanding. If he were to answer these questions himself, he would struggle to score well on these 2 essay questions either. Wang Su quickly glanced at the top of the exam paper, eager to see which top student from Class 1 had achieved a perfect score. Yet again, he was stunned. At the top of the exam paper, scrawled in messy handwriting, was written, Martial Arts Class 4, He Shonzai. Wang Su was first astonished, then a surge of fury shot straight to the crown of his head. A bottom-ranked student from Martial Arts Class 4 scored full marks in this assessment exam, and by a landslide margin? This is practically insulting everyone's intelligence. Even cheating shouldn't be this blatant. Wang Su grew angrier the more he thought about it. He shot Dong Chao a fierce glare before standing up and addressing Lu Yuan, who was busy stuffing his face with dumplings. Dean, there's a situation I need to report to you. Someone cheated on this exam. Chapter 33, The Illiterate Sword Cultivator. Wang Su placed He Xiongzai's exam paper in front of Lu Yuan. Dean, this is the exam paper of He Xiongzai from Martial Arts Class 4. He scored almost full marks on this test. He even answered those 2 martial theory essay questions perfectly without a single mistake. Ha! Lu Yuan, who had participated in the entire grading process, immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Xintu Chen, the most talented student in the entire grade, had only scored 75 points, yet He Xiongzai from Dong Chao's class somehow scored 97? The only points deducted were for a typo? How was this even possible? Dean, it's quite obvious that He Xiongzai is being too clever for his own good. He thought copying a perfect score would satisfy his vanity. But he never expected this exam to be so difficult. Even Xintu Chen, the top student from class 1, only scored 75. He Xiongzai's copied full marks look utterly ridiculous and out of place. Wang Su voiced his judgment. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly, clearly agreeing with Wang Su's assessment. A talentless E-grade student completely crushed Xintu Chen, an S-grade academic prodigy, in the exam. Lu Yuan couldn't think of any other possibility besides cheating with crib notes. Moreover, these crib notes were downright idiotic. Copying moderately would have been enough. Did they have to go completely overboard? Seeing Lu Yuan nod, Wang Su felt even more confident. He glanced at Dong Chao again. Rather than this self-deceiving cheating behavior, we should focus on figuring out how he cheated. Did someone assist him in cheating? Wang Su thought to himself, truly, like teacher, like student. The students of martial arts class 4 are just like their teacher, always resorting to underhanded tricks. Scoring an absurdly high mark in the placement exam through cheating might seem clever, but in reality, it's pure stupidity. This, too, was just like their teacher. This sudden little episode made the office atmosphere turn somewhat peculiar. As the examiner for this test, Qin Wanqing sat with her legs crossed, watching the group with amusement in her eyes, thoroughly enjoying the show. While watching the spectacle, she didn't forget to fold her arms across her chest, striking a pose that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Every question on the exam was personally compiled by Qin Wanqing, and the reference answers existed only in her hands. Even if Dong Chao students wanted to cheat, they had no way to do so. This was something Qin Wanqing knew best. But she had no obligation to explain things for Dong Chao. The bigger the commotion, the more she enjoyed watching it unfold. The moon was high in the sky, and Qin Wanqing's body was no lunger under her own control. It was now Luocha who held the reins. Everyone's attention was fixed on the cheating exam paper. Except for Dong Chao, no one noticed the subtle shift in Qin Wanqing's demeanor. As the newest intern teacher in the office, Jiang Chang remained silent but positioned himself behind Wang Su, clearly ready to join the accusatory stance. As an intern teacher desperate to secure a permanent position, this was the moment he had to stand firmly with the core staff and leadership. Lu Yuan's face darkened as he summoned Dong Chao to his side. Explain yourself. What is the meaning of this? With his right hand gesturing at the test paper, Lu Yuan reached for the bowl of garlic cloves with his left. He popped the cloves into his mouth one by one like peanuts, using them to suppress the fury boiling inside him. Lu Yuan had always believed that as educators, their duty wasn't merely to teach martial arts, they must cultivate character. Compared to the disastrous grades, this kind of fraudulent behavior is even more despicable. Looking at this exam paper, Dong Chao sighed silently in his heart. He Xiongzai really went all out with this stunt. That attention seeker was clearly doing it on purpose. Dong Chao sighed inwardly, but kept a cheerful smile on his face. Dean, blame me. It's all my fault. He took full responsibility without hesitation. It's all my fault for neglecting He Xiongzai's basic language education. That kid makes way too many typos. Dong Chao thought to himself, He Xiongzai was truly an illiterate swordsman. Making typos was bad enough, but having to use pinyin for obscure characters was downright embarrassing. Dong Chao's cheeky grin made Lu Yuan see red. Am I talking about typos? I'm talking about cheating. Cheating. You go get He Xiongzai here right now. 10 minutes later, Dong Chao summoned He Xiongzai to his office. Lu Yuan, Wang Su, and Jiang Chang all glared at He Xiongzai with grim faces, their expressions cold as if conducting a solemn tribunal. Yet on He Xiongzai's face hung the same shameless grin as Dong Chao's. Dean, you wanted to see me? My teacher told me I scored 97 on this exam. Are you here to praise me? Hearing this, Lu Yuan's entire face flushed crimson. Twin plumes of white steam erupted from his nostrils as he transformed into a human skyrocket with its fuse lit. Do you seriously not know why I called you here? Just look at your test paper. Lu Yuan flung He Xiongzai's exam paper onto the desk. Then he produced Xintu Chen's test and slammed it down too. Now look at the paper from Xintu Chen, the most talented genius in our entire grade. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? He Xiongzai pretended to carefully compare the two exam papers, then let out a light chuckle. What a shameless bastard this Shintachen is. How dare he leave such basic martial theory questions blank? Is he really that stingy with his ink? But credit where it's due, his handwriting is prettier than mine. Lu Yuan's head was buzzing so badly he felt like he was about to have a stroke. Is this a font issue? Why is Dong Chao's student just as difficult to communicate with as Dong Chao himself? At this moment, He Xiongzai was thoroughly enjoying the gazes the other teachers were directing at him. All of this was exactly as he had anticipated. He deliberately scored high just to shock the entire school. Who would have thought that the second-to-last student in the entire grade could casually turn in a perfect exam paper? If only he hadn't lost points for typos. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and scolded in a stern tone. What I want to discuss isn't about handwriting. I'm talking about cheating. Don't you know how you scored so high? Such a difficult test, and you answered everything correctly. Doesn't that seem like overcompensating and backfiring? Hearing this, He Xiongzai finally realized the teachers actually suspected him of cheating. They doubted he cheated on such an easy test? At first, he was stunned, then his eyes lit up with realization. Cheating? You, how did you figure it out? I cheated, I really did cheat. He Xiongzai's self-destructive tendencies went into overdrive. As a born troublemaker, He Xiongzai suddenly realized that being suspected of cheating by the teachers was far more entertaining than just shocking them with high scores. These idiots actually suspect a genius of cheating. This is too hilarious. Just thinking about it made He Xiongzai want to burst out laughing. As someone who thrived on chaos, was he afraid of trouble? No, he feared the trouble wasn't big enough. At this thought, He Xiongzai forcibly suppressed the grin on his face. Adopting a sincere tone, he said to Lu Yuan, Dean, since you've already seen through it, I have no choice but to admit my mistake. I thought this exam was too childish and not worth the effort, so I just casually copied my classmate Daoxi's answers. Who would have thought that the second to last would copy from the last place student and actually score high? I admit my mistake, I really did cheat. He Xiongzai, who thought the chaos wasn't enough, tried to shift the blame and drag Daoxi into the mess too. Watching this sneaky rebellious disciple, Dong Chao nearby was utterly speechless. Chapter 34, I'm coming clean. Principal Lu Yuan was absolutely furious. At this critical moment, He Xiongzai was still spouting nonsense. The exam papers were too childish to be worth doing? He just casually copied answers from his classmate Daoxi? This kid won't shed tears until he sees his own coffin. For such a morally corrupt student, we must criticize severely and educate harshly. We'll make sure he has no excuses left. Lu Yuan's face darkened as he pulled out Daoxi's exam paper from the stack and flung it at He Xiongzai. So you copied from Daoxi's paper, huh? Let's see exactly how you managed to copy it. He Xiongzai grinned as he looked at Daoxi's exam paper, then froze in place. He Xiongzai's original plan was to drag Daoxi into the office with him to share the scolding. Here were two once-in-100 million geniuses, mistaken for cheating underachievers, about to get torn apart by a bunch of clueless idiot teachers. Just imagining this scene was thrilling. Such an amusing spectacle, he simply had to share it with Daoxi. But after seeing Daoxi's test paper, He Xiongzai suddenly realized, Daoxi was an absolute beast. The score on that test? A whopping 18 points. He Xiongzai cursed inwardly. Daoxi was truly shameless, stooping so low just to masquerade as a lousy student. With his freakish talent, scoring 18 points was actually harder for him than getting a perfect score. What made He Xiongzai even more disgusted was how thoroughly Daoxi was committing to this charade. For the first few multiple-choice questions on the exam, Daoxi had erased and rewritten his answers repeatedly, practically itching to select every option from A to D. It looked exactly like a struggling student with shaky knowledge, constantly second-guessing himself. During the fill-in-the-blank section, Daoxi stood out with sheer nonsense. His answers were like those of a desperate, struggling student throwing every bit of knowledge he could think of into those brackets. Hitting even one correct answer would be considered a win. He Xiongzai even spotted Daoxi answering obtuse angle to the question how to quickly accumulate qi in blood. When it came to the martial theory analysis section, Daoxi's performance continued unabated. His answers were completely irrelevant, like a donkey's lips not matching a horse's mouth. Every response missed the mark. Some answers even directly copied the question stem or lifted content from the multiple-choice questions. But no matter what, he filled out the entire answer sheet, demonstrating his utmost sincerity. As for the final two martial theory essay questions, they were Daoxi's most brilliant performance. For these two questions, Daoxi left vast blank spaces, writing only the word solution and assume in the answer fields. He Xiongzai was utterly dumbfounded. What does right assumptions mean in a martial arts theory essay? Did they think this was a math exam? Do you get points just for writing assume? What's even more absurd is that the grading teacher actually gave Daoxi 2 extra points for it. He Xiongzai was momentarily speechless. From this exam paper, he sensed the rigor and composure of a seasoned performer. As it happened, Daoxi's exam was the one Lu Yuan graded. Lu Yuan remembered it vividly. In this exam, Daoxi scored the lowest in the entire grade with 18 points. But I won't criticize him, instead, I'll praise him. From his paper, I sensed the drive of a struggling student. I felt his hunger for better scores. But what about you? At enrollment, you and Dao Shi were the bottom two in the entire school. And in just a few days, you've magically transformed, scoring full marks in the placement exam? Student Yi Xiangzai, your progress is simply too fast. You're practically a martial arts prodigy. Lu Yuan's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. He deliberately used this mocking rhetoric to shame Yi Xiangzai and make him feel embarrassed. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, a trace of awkwardness appeared on Yi Xiangzai's face. Dean, don't ridicule me. When did I get full marks? Didn't I lose 3 points for typos? Rest assured, I'll definitely strengthen my Chinese foundation practice. Next exam, I'll bring a dictionary. Lu Yuan's entire face turned the color of liver in fury. In a near-roaring manner, he bellowed at Yi Xiangzai. Am I talking about typos? I'm talking about your self-deceiving cheating. And let me ask you, how did you manage to copy a perfect score from an exam paper that originally had 18 points? At this point, are you still refusing to come clean? Yi Xiangzai grumbled inwardly. First of all, that bastard Dao Shi isn't a bad student. He's a super genius beyond your comprehension. Secondly, that BYD was totally playing you. While muttering to himself, he still maintained a smiling facade. Yeah, I cheated. Dean, don't bother asking how I cheated, just skip straight to the punishment part and punish me hard. Yi Xiangzai thought to himself that making up a cheating method was way harder than actually answering the questions. You'd finish answering the exam paper in the time it takes to think of cheating methods. Yi Xiangzai's casual demeanor infuriated Lu Yuan so much it nearly gave him a stroke. The more Yi Xiangzai avoided the main issue, the more Lu Yuan became convinced there was something worth investigating here. How could Yi Xiangzai, the worst student in the entire grade, possibly get his hands on the exam answers? Someone must have helped him. Lu Yuan glared fiercely at Dong Chao beside him. In the entire academy, Dong Chao was the one who engaged in shady dealings and never did anything decent. He was definitely involved in this matter. Yi Xiangzai must have also avoided speaking the truth because of him. Wang Su's thoughts were similar to Lu Yuan's. He had already harbored grievances against Dong Chao, and now he finally had a solid reason to confront him. This student's cheating behavior is indeed despicable, but what we should really focus on is understanding his cheating method. Did someone assist him in this act? Only by clarifying these points can we prevent such incidents from happening again. Jiang Chang also chimed in. That's right, absolutely right. Such behavior that disrupts exam order must be severely punished. Listening to their coordinated remarks, Lu Yuan's mind began to stir with thoughts. He was just thinking about expelling Dong Chao when Dong Chao handed him the knife himself. Expelling Dong Chao on charges of helping students cheat would be absolutely justified procedurally. That stupid paper dummy in the principal's office wouldn't be able to stop it either. Just a second ago, Yi Xiangzai had been at the center of the storm. But now, several people were seizing the opportunity to shift the blame to Dong Chao. Sensing the subtle shift in atmosphere, Dong Chao sighed quietly to himself. That kid Yi Xiangzai only knows how to stir up trouble, never how to settle it. Things have escalated to this point, and now I have to clean up his mess. Under everyone's gaze, Dong Chao spread his arms wide, striking a flamboyant pose meant to draw all attention toward himself. Enough pretending, I'm coming clean. Hearing this, Qin Wanqing, who had been watching the drama unfold, widened her beautiful eyes in shock. For a moment, her micro-expressions flickered between curiosity and terror. Is this guy with such impressive origins about to reveal his identity? All for such a trivial matter? Luosha Qin Wanqing suddenly felt a twinge of regret. As the examiner who set this test, if she had stepped in to mediate earlier, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Dong Chao's self-revealing identity is bound to cause an earth-shattering uproar. Qin Wanqing's worries were completely unnecessary. Dong Chao was indeed going to lay his cards on the table, but not his own. I originally wanted Yi Xiangzai to interact with everyone as an underperforming student, but all he got in return was suspicion and indifference. I'm laying Yi Xiangzai's cards on the table for him. Yi Xiangzai is actually an SS-level genius, a born sword cultivator. Chapter 35, Who wasn't a genius in their prime? Hearing this, everyone present wore expressions of astonishment. This included Yi Xiangzai himself. How could this useless instructor know their true backgrounds? And he even exposed them outright? How were they supposed to have fun like this in the future? Lu Yuan and the others' first reaction to Dong Chao's words was disbelief. Lu Yuan let out a dry "heh," but then noticed Dong Chao's expression was deadly serious, clearly not joking. Dong Chao took out his phone and pulled up the information he had prepared in advance. After becoming Yi Xiangzai's martial arts instructor, I conducted a thorough investigation on him. I discovered that he's actually a genius, or rather, he used to be a genius. All this information I found on the Academic Affairs website. Yi Xiangzai received a direct admission offer from Jianghe University at just 15 years old. Back then, he had SS grade talent. Later, He Xiongzai suffered damage to his foundational physique, and his talent dropped to E grade. Jiangye University revoked his admission offer, but his insight and comprehension remain intact. Today's assessment test was indeed child's play for him. As he spoke, Dong Chao pulled out He Xiongzai's martial arts college entrance exam transcript as evidence. He Xiongzai's martial exam score was 542.5, which doesn't seem impressive at first glance, but in reality, he missed one entire subject. He Xiongzai was absent from the practical combat assessment yet still got admitted to Manhwa University based solely on his written exam scores. Out of the 550-point full mark for written subjects, he only lost 7.5 points, all deducted for typos. Dong Chao had long since figured out He Xiongzai's personality. Given this kid's playful nature, his true identity would inevitably be exposed sooner or later. Fortunately, Dong Chao had already compiled all this information and prepared contingency plans for He Xiongzai. Now, the contingency plan came in handy. Looking at the messages on Dong Chao's phone screen, Lu Yuan's mouth hung open, his face filled with disbelief. Him, he's actually a genius? He Xiongzai, the second least talented in the entire grade, was actually an SS-level super genius? This is absolutely ridiculous, utterly absurd. But the recommendation notice on the Sword Pavilion University's Academic Affairs website and He Xiongzai's martial arts exam transcript are undeniably real. Wang Su and Jian Chang went from their earlier accusatory stance to completely dumbfounded expressions. The worst-performing martial arts class 4 actually had an SS-grade sword prodigy hidden among them? Though it seemed somewhat fantastical, after seeing He Xiongzai's martial arts exam transcript, the two had no choice but to accept this reality. For a moment, Wang Su was consumed by envy, jealousy, and resentment. He had worked diligently as a teacher for over a decade, yet had never taught an SS-rank student. That slacker Dong Chao managed to recruit 2 bottom-ranked students, one of whom was actually SS rank. Where was the justice in that? Even if the students' martial foundation was damaged and could no longer advance in martial arts, their comprehension and understanding remained at SS rank. To have the privilege of teaching such students is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. It's practically ancestral graves emitting auspicious smoke. Seeing all 3 of them stunned by He Xiongzai's past achievements, Dong Chao began turning the tables. The reason today's misunderstanding occurred ultimately stems from shortcomings in the dean's work. Me? Shortcomings in my work? Lu Yuan, still in shock, felt somewhat unconvinced. Since the semester began, the dean has focused all his attention on the top students in Class 1, neglecting a thorough understanding of the others. Had you reviewed the students' martial exam records, you would have noticed He Xiongzai's extraordinary abilities. The remark struck Lu Yuan's weak spot, leaving him red-faced and crestfallen, his complexion alternating between flushed and pale. Dong Chao was right. After the semester started, Lu Yuan had devoted all his energy to martial arts class 1. He truly hadn't expected there to be another hidden expert in the academy besides those 4 S-rank students. Indeed, it's true that I'd neglected certain aspects of my work, failing to conduct proper background checks on the students. Lu Yuan admitted his mistake with an awkward smile. Dong Chao demonstrated his silver-tongued eloquence, effortlessly taking control of the situation without anyone noticing. Let's return to the cheating issue. First of all, this test paper might as well be written in celestial script for me. Even if I wanted to provide He Xiongzai with answers, I wouldn't have the capability to do so. Secondly, the exam was set by teacher Qin Wanqing. No matter how united and friendly teacher Qin Wanqing is, she wouldn't possibly leak the questions to us students from class 4, would she? Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Teacher Dong, I was completely mistaken earlier. In truth, the moment Lu Yuan learned that He Xiongzai had once been an SS-level genius, he realized the so-called cheating was utterly impossible. A genius who can score full marks in the martial arts written exam, would such a person even need to cheat? Such thinking is practically an insult to geniuses. Teacher Dong, I wrongly accused you earlier, please don't take it to heart. Lu Yuan sheepishly offered Dong Chao an apology, his face flushed with embarrassment. As the dean of the martial arts academy, Lu Yuan had all sorts of minor flaws, but he still possessed the character and responsibility befitting an educator. He knew how to admit his mistakes. Although he had always wanted to expel Dong Chao, one thing had nothing to do with another. He could seize the opportunity to make an issue of it, but he absolutely could not distort the truth. In this matter, he himself was the one in the wrong. Lu Yuan had simply believed that a student ranked second to last in the grade couldn't suddenly score full marks. The only explanation was cheating on the exam. He Xiongzai's initial admission of cheating, followed by his evasive behavior, made Lu Yuan suspect that the cheating incident might be inextricably linked to his teacher, Dong Chao. Now, Lu Yuan finally saw the light. He increasingly felt that his earlier accusation that Dong Chao had helped students cheat was somewhat absurd. As if Dong Chao had that kind of ability. So after all this, He Xiongzai was actually an SS-level genius who'd incurred heaven's envy. Now everything makes sense. However, Lu Yuan still had one lingering doubt in his mind. But there's one thing I don't get. Why did He Xiongzai admit to cheating? He could have just told the truth. It was his voluntary confession that completely misled us. Well, about that. Dong Chao's mind began racing. At this moment, Dong Chao was like the character in a crosstalk comedy who frantically tries to cover up lies, desperately searching for excuses. He couldn't very well tell Lu Yuan that this prized student of his simply didn't think like normal people, that he just loved stirring up trouble. Dong Chao shot He Xiongzai a covert glance, signaling him to keep quiet, before finally replying. Well, Dean, you see, sigh, what else could it be? It's because he's given up on himself. Dean, when it comes to this matter, I really need to have a proper talk with you. Chapter 36, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Dong Chao adopted an accusatory posture, gradually raising his emotional intensity. Why did Xiongzai he admit to cheating? It was all because you people forced him into it. A once revered genius being suspected of cheating in such a trivial placement test? This is nothing short of an insult to his character. A downright humiliation. He Xiongzai gave Dong Chao a mocking glance. He Xiongzai didn't feel insulted at all, he simply found these foolish teachers rather amusing. Rather than worrying about whether he'd been insulted, He Xiongzai was far more interested in how impressively large those evenly aligned mammaries might be. Dong Chao, fearing He Xiongzai might stir up trouble again, quickly continued in an even more impassioned tone. In the past, he was a hero plucking stars from the heavens. Now he's reduced to rolling in the mud. Have you ever considered what kind of psychological fall that is? What kind of helplessness and despair does that represent? The mocking smile on He Xiongzai's face froze instantly. That phrase, once plucking stars from the heavens, now rolling in the mud, was the perfect description of his current state of mind. During the days when his sword bone was severed, he wandered through life in a daze, filled with helplessness and despair. If heaven hadn't given him a second chance, allowing him to grow another sword bone, he would have truly spent his entire life wallowing in the mud. How could this useless mentor describe that state of mind so accurately, as if he'd personally experienced it himself? He Xiongzai put away his frivolous smile, his entire demeanor becoming uncharacteristically solemn. Dong Chao's words continued. After being injured, no matter how proud he was, he had to face reality. He had to accept his current situation, embrace mediocrity, and reconcile with his useless self. Why did He Xiongzai admit to cheating? Because compared to being falsely accused of cheating, what he was even more unwilling to face was his past glory, his brilliant history that he could never return to. His suffering has already turned him into a third-rate loser. We shouldn't then give him another blow to the head. Your accusations of cheating are just rubbing salt in his wounds. How he wished he were just a cheating underachiever, not a fallen genius. At least as an underachiever, the weight of sorrow in his heart would be much lighter. So, Dean, I believe you should apologize to He Xiongzai for your mistake and the psychological harm you've caused him. As a seasoned werewolf player, Dong Chao could turn black into white with his words. His silver-tongued persuasion left Lu Yuan flushed with shame. Lu Yuan finally understood why He Xiongzai had cheerfully admitted to cheating. Because this way, he wouldn't have to face his past glory anymore, nor endure the torment in his heart. And his own act of questioning this genius's cheating was like rubbing salt into the wounds. The poor child had already suffered so much hardship, and now he'd inflicted additional harm. What a sin. And the root of all this lies in my own dereliction of duty, failing to conduct proper background checks on students beforehand. At this thought, Lu Yuan was overwhelmed with shame. He stood up and apologized to He Xiongzai. Student He Xiongzai, the dean was wrong. The dean shouldn't have doubted you without cause and caused you psychological harm. Please forgive me. Wang Su also stood up and apologized to He Xiongzai. Teachers shouldn't have carelessly accused you of cheating either. Please forgive me. Although Wang Su found Dong Chao thoroughly disagreeable, this had nothing to do with Dong Chao's students. Regarding He Xiongzai's situation, he had indeed been in the wrong. Watching the dean and key faculty members apologize to He Xiongzai, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Dong Chao's eyes. Truth be told, setting aside their teaching abilities, the faculty team at the Martial Arts Academy was quite morally upright. Led by Lu Yuan, these teachers might be inflexible in thinking, poor at reading situations, stubborn in their ways, and lacking in emotional intelligence, but no matter what, they possess the integrity and vision befitting MO school martial artists. For that reason alone, no matter how clueless they were about hierarchy, Dong Chao was willing to indulge them. Dean, Professor, this was just a minor misunderstanding, it's all in the past now. You're being too kind to me. He Xiongzai didn't prolong the theatrics and promptly accepted their apologies. Hearing He Xiongzai accept his apology, Lu Yuan's look of guilt eased slightly. He enthusiastically patted He Xiongzai on the shoulder. Just because you got injured, Sword Pavilion University turned you away, that's their blindness, their utter stupidity. Here at our Ink Martial University, you're still that radiant genius who shines as bright as the midday sun. Even if you can no longer climb the martial path, you can transition into becoming a martial arts theory researcher. You can still distinguish yourself. Rest assured, the Academy will do everything within its power to help you. Listening to Lu Yuan's words, He Xiongzai felt warmth in his heart. For a fleeting moment, he even wanted to tell everyone that he still had a sword bone within him, that he remained the peerless genius whose sword once illuminated the 9 provinces. But for the sake of greater amusement later, he ultimately restrained himself. He Xiangzai turned his head to look at Dong Chao again, and there was a subtle change in his eyes. Before this, he had only thought the useless instructor was quite amusing, the abstract things he taught perfectly suited his taste. But now, beyond the abstraction and amusement, he Xiangzai found something else in Dong Chao, a touch of emotion, warmth, and even an indescribable resonance. Who would have thought that this seemingly irresponsible, good-for-nothing instructor actually cared so much about his students? He had even investigated his background in such detail, almost uncovering his true secret. To stand up for his student, this universally disliked slacker actually dared to challenge the dean, demanding an apology for his student, and the dean actually complied. Most crucially, Dong Chao's words not only struck a chord with He Xiangzai but also created a faint yet palpable spiritual resonance within him. For a fleeting moment, even his shattered sword bone trembled ever so slightly. He Xiangzai's approval rating +3. He Xiangzai's approval rating +3. He Xiangzai's approval rating +3. He Xiangzai once again bestowed upon Dong Chao a triple approval rating. With the deposit of these 9 massive recognition points, Dong Chao's cultivation level surged by 2 minor stages once again, reaching the 3rd rank in 3rd tier. Outwardly maintaining composure, Dong Chao was practically doing backstroke on dry land with excitement in his heart. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dong Chao pulled off a 1 fish, 3 meals maneuver and executed it brilliantly. The first meal was establishing his image as a caring and protective mentor before Lu Yuan and others, skillfully deflecting their provocations by using their own force against them. The second benefit is to seize this opportunity to drastically boost He Xiangzai's approval rating. The third benefit is to use this as a pretext to unreservedly share all the changes in his mindset over the years with He Xiangzai. The setbacks and decline He Xiangzai faced were also what Dong Chao endured. Moreover, Dong Chao firmly believed that, just like himself, He Xiangzai would one day see his fortunes turn for the better. According to the information provided by the system, He Xiangzai possesses twin sword bones, not a half-crippled sword bone. This means that, in the system's eyes, He Xiangzai's damaged sword bone is capable of self-healing. At this moment, He Xiangzai is far from his peak condition. Chapter 37, The Past Like Smoke. Since it's all a misunderstanding, clearing the air should settle everything. Zai, you can go back now. Dong Chao, fearing He Xiangzai might stir up more trouble, practically ushered him out of the office with a mix of pushing and coaxing. During this time, the moods of those in the office varied greatly. Luo Shaqin Wanqing was somewhat surprised. Had Dong Chao really diffused such a sudden storm with just a few words? This mysterious guy really has some skills. As for He Xiangzai's SS-grade talent, Qin Wanqing wasn't the least bit surprised. After realizing Dong Chao had significant hidden background, she immediately understood that those 2 students in his class must be extraordinary too. Today's little incident further confirmed her speculation. Lu Yuan and Wang Su, who had been verbally controlled by Dong Chao, now felt a sense of recognition toward him. Who would have thought Dong Chao actually cared about his students' mental well-being? He even dared to stand up for them. From this perspective, Dong Chao wasn't completely useless after all. Intern teacher Jiang Chang had been coldly observing this little episode the whole time. While Lu Yuan and Wang Su were apologizing to He Xiangzai, he quietly stayed in the corner, as if he didn't exist at all. It wasn't until Dong Chao saw He Xiangzai out that a glint of covetousness and greed finally flashed in Jiang Chang's eyes. An SS-grade student with damaged meridians. For Jiang Chang, who came from a martial arts education family, this was practically a walking performance metric. If he could get his hands on this student, wouldn't he be drowning in educational awards? And controlling this student would be quite simple, just drive Dong Chao away. With the Jiang family's connections in the martial arts education department, removing Dong Chao would be as easy as snapping their fingers. Jiang Chang curled his lips into a smirk, already scheming in his mind. Watching He Xiangzai depart, Lu Yuan said with earnest enthusiasm, "Today's incident serves as both a warning and a lesson for us. When it comes to education, we must tread as if on thin ice, stand as if on the edge of an abyss, and feel as if needles are pricking our backs. I propose we seize this opportunity to hold a regular meeting and thoroughly discuss this matter." Ha! Upon hearing yet another meeting was imminent, the gathered crowd let out a collective groan. The moment He Xiangzai stepped out of the teaching building, he didn't pause for a second and immediately rushed toward the martial arts hall. These past few days, he had practically immersed himself in the training room of the martial arts hall, constantly contemplating his new sword techniques. Now, his sword techniques were nearly perfected. With just a bit more polishing, tomorrow he could challenge Daoshi again for another duel. Perhaps because exams had just ended, the martial arts hall was unusually quiet, with most training rooms left unused. He Xiangzai swiped his student card to unlock the iron door of room 103. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, He Xiangzai struggled for a long time to enter the meditative state of sword intent. The recent mess he'd just been through had stirred waves in his heart. The two sword bones within his body trembled incessantly, as if stimulated by something. All sword bones under heaven are classified into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, with a total of 26 grades. He Xiongzai's original sword bone was named Earth's Potential, ranked 2nd grade of the heaven tier. The Earth's nature is receptive. The noble-minded should embrace all things with profound virtue. After the damage to his Shikuan sword bone, his newly awakened sword bone was named Xingjian, a 1st grade heavenly tier. As the heavens move vigorously, the nobleman strives unceasingly to strengthen himself. He Xiongzai, a prodigy of heaven's endowment, should have possessed both the world's 1st and 2nd sword bones. Alas, his Shikuan sword bone was shattered. He Xiongzai had never told anyone that his sword bone had actually been severed by someone else. The one who severed his sword bone was also a sword cultivator. He Xiongzai suffered this misfortune all because of that online romance years ago. His sword bone was severed by his online lover. At the age of 15, He Xiongzai fell into an online romance. He still vividly remembers that the other person's username was Sword-Washing Maiden Ho. To this day, He Xiongzai can't believe that his online girlfriend, who had such a cute username and spoke in a sweet, girly voice, turned out to be a bearded old man. Back then, during his teenage years, He Xiongzai was head over heels in love with the Sword-Washing Maiden. The Sword-Washing Maiden took the initiative to suggest meeting in person, even claiming she would wear He Xiongzai's favorite JK outfit on the day of their meetup. He Xiongzai happily accepted the other party's proposal. However, on the day of their meetup, what awaited He Xiongzai wasn't a sweet and adorable young girl, but a burly, bearded old man. What chilled He Xiongzai to the bone even more was that the man was genuinely wearing a JK uniform. The vast expanse of chest hair peeking out from the JK collar, along with the thick, hairy legs beneath the pleated skirt, became He Xiongzai's eternal nightmare. Even today, recalling that scene still sends chills down He Xiongzai's spine. Back then, how could the young and innocent He Xiongzai withstand such visual pollution? He froze on the spot involuntarily. The sword-washing maiden dashed to He Xiongzai's front and with a swift stroke of her sword, severed his sword bone. To this day, He Xiongzai still doesn't know what grudge the sword-washing maiden held against him, why she treated him with such vicious cruelty. From that moment on, He Xiongzai understood one thing: online romance never ends well. He himself was a victim of online romance. All these years, He Xiongzai had been searching for the swordsman who had severed his sword bone. He Xiongzai didn't just want an eye for an eye, he wanted to tie that bastard up, then give him a full-body hair removal, with his sword. How could there exist such a perverted, despicable, and utterly disgusting creature in this world? That bastard not only dragged He Xiongzai into the mud but also defiled the sacred and beautiful JK uniform in his heart. Clang, clang, clang. He Xiongzai's hatred condensed into invisible sword energies that kept resonating through the air. Fueled by hatred, he instead entered a state of sword-hard clarity. His entire being transformed into a razor-sharp blade, as if determined to cleave everything standing before him in two, all to vent the resentment in his heart. Meanwhile, 2 rooms over. In room 101, Daoshi slowly opened his eyes. Daoshi sensed the sharp sword intent emanating from He Xiongzai. In the entire Moba University, only He Xiongzai could unleash such sword intent. Daoshi activated the Dragon's Roar dominance technique to counter He Xiongzai's sword intent. The air in the training room surged rapidly, forming a whirlwind from which the phantom of a dragon beast slowly emerged. The dragon beast, with its coiled black scales and bared fangs, twisted its floating body with the majesty and dominance befitting the dragon race. It's just that this dragon beast happened to have the head of a mongrel dog. This incongruous combination made its overall appearance indescribably bizarre. This dragon beast was none other than Daoshi's bloodline ability, the ancient divine beast, Panhu. Chapter 38, Address by Title during work hours. With the appearance of Panhu's phantom, Daoshi emanated a mountain-like, oppressive aura. This tangible pressure forcefully repelled He Xiongzai's sword intent. Sensing this overwhelming force, He Xiongzai immediately realized the one contending with him was none other than Daoshi. Only that guy could unleash such domineering energy. In room 103, He Xiongzai held his twin swords, channeling sword energy through his body as his entire being grew increasingly sharp and formidable. In room 101, Daoshi also drew his long-handled saber. Gripping the saber, Daoshi stimulated his vital energy, radiating an aura of domineering lethality that resonated distantly with He Xiongzai's presence. Just as Dong Chao had anticipated, between geniuses, there would always be confrontation and competition. At this moment, Daoshi and He Xiongzai were engaged in a battle of wills across the distance, each stubbornly refusing to back down. Meanwhile, outside the martial arts hall, the newly appointed student council president Sun Jingfeng arrived at the front gates in a flurry, flanked by 2 lackeys. Though only 18 years old, Sun Jingfeng had the square-jawed face of a man who'd aged prematurely. At this moment, with his slicked-back hair, square-framed glasses, administrative jacket, and casual dress pants, he looked completely out of place among his peers. It was as if a civil servant had somehow wandered into a group of students. Coming from a high-ranking official's family, Sun Jingfeng had been deeply influenced by his father and grandfather since childhood. His fashion sense could be summed up in 4 words: bureaucratic to the core. Now, with his hands clasped behind his back, a thermos cup dangling from his fingers, and steady yet authoritative strides, he exuded the unmistakable aura of a seasoned leader from head to toe. Sun Jingfeng's commanding presence was quite convincing. Along the way, several security guards had already mistaken him for a newly appointed leader, saluting and greeting him respectfully. Sun Jingfeng came to the martial arts hall late at night to film a promotional short video for himself. Staggering slightly, he arrived at the main entrance of the martial arts hall, where his follower Ma Tao suggested, "Brother Feng, let's shoot the short video here. The lighting is good, and it'll be easier to frame the shots." Sun Jingfeng raised his thermos to chest level and cast a cold glance at Ma Tao. "How many times must I tell you? Address me by my official title during work hours." Ma Tao hurriedly corrected himself. Yes, my mistake. President Sun, shall we film the short video here?" Sun Jingfeng parted his lips slightly and uttered a few words with effortless ease. "Xiao Ma, you handle it." Ma Tao immediately grasped the work directive, propped up the photography reflector, activated his phone's recording function, and aimed it at Sun Jingfeng. In the video, Sun Jingfeng pushed open the martial arts hall doors with an infectiously positive demeanor, striking an inspiring posture as if ready to train diligently within the hall. Later, Ma Tao would add subtitles to the short video, claiming he had bumped into Comrade Sun Jingfeng, the newly appointed student council president, at the martial arts hall. Just after completing the placement test, Comrade Sun Jingfeng showed no signs of slacking off, truly setting an example for his fellow students. This short video would be posted on the campus forum and official video channel for quick, effective promotion. As Ma Tao put it, this was called conducting promotional activities for society to strengthen public impression. During the video shoot, Ma Tao kept flattering Sun Jingfeng. "President Sun, you're amazing. Your charisma, your screen presence, you were born to be a leader. This video will absolutely go viral when we post it. The promotional impact will be off the charts." While his mouth poured out compliments for Sun Jingfeng, Ma Tao's mind was a constant stream of curses. Sun Jingfeng is such a dumbass, always putting on bureaucratic airs and talking like some big shot as if he's actually worth anything. The only reason he became the student council president is because he's got a marshal for a grandfather and a minister for a father, isn't it? Without his family's influence, he'd be nothing but a worthless piece of shit. When it comes to work ability, service awareness, or emotional and intellectual intelligence, Ma Tao firmly believes he completely outclasses Sun Jingfeng. All because he lost in the daddy competition, Ma Tao could only become a lowly student council staff member. This left Ma Tao utterly dissatisfied. Right now, Ma Tao was pretending to help Sun Jingfeng film a promotional short video, but in reality, he was setting him up. Such a cliched and forced promotional video would only backfire. Ma Tao could imagine that once this video was posted online, it would surely invite ridicule from his classmates. This was exactly the effect Ma Tao wanted. As for Ma Tao's little schemes, Sun Jingfeng was actually well aware of them. He also knew that posting this video online would inevitably draw mockery. But he didn't care. People would only mock the grandson of Marshal Lu Er, the son of the martial arts education minister, never Sun Jingfeng himself. Since childhood, Sun Jingfeng's identity had always been the marshal's grandson or the minister's son, never his own person. Except for Uncle Dao, no one ever treated him as an individual. To everyone else, he was merely a continuation of the Sun family bloodline. If Sun Jingfeng had been born into an ordinary martial arts family, his A-grade martial talent could still be considered outstanding. But unfortunately, being born into the Sun family, with his grandfather and father setting such brilliant precedents, he was like a common tile trying to match precious jade. Even his A-grade talent became something his grandfather was too ashamed to mention. Had he come from an ordinary martial arts family, his elders would have spared no effort to procure rare treasures and elixirs to enhance his cultivation. But unfortunately, he was born into the Sun family. He was merely scolded and beaten by his grandfather for stealing and eating a strange core from the old man's safe. What his grandfather cared about wasn't his skyrocketing cultivation. What concerned the old man was that he'd become a family thief, stolen military property, and tarnished the reputation of the god of war. In the end, he was just an accessory to the family. Compared to his grandfather's prestige and reputation, he was utterly worthless. Since everyone viewed him this way, Sun Jingfeng simply embraced the title Six-Eared Monkey's grandson, Waziki's son, and flaunted it daily just to embarrass his grandfather and father. "It's getting late. You two head back first. I'm going to the training hall for evening practice." After finishing the short video shoot, Sun Jingfeng gestured for his 2 junior followers to leave first while he headed deeper into the martial arts hall. "President, we'll take our leave then. You should rest early too." Ma Tao nodded in agreement while secretly curling his lips in disdain. The video's already been shot, yet this idiot's still putting on an act. For someone like him, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, Does he really need to train hard? Just feasting on rare spiritual herbs would be enough to make him a high-level martial artist. People like them only pretend to work hard, it's all just for show. Sun Jingfeng ignored Ma Tao's hypocritical facade and walked straight toward the training room at the back. Deep down, Sun Jingfeng knew he was in the wrong for secretly consuming the alien core. That alien core was actually a military merit reward, with his grandfather merely holding it in safekeeping. But given all the blood and sweat his grandfather and father had shed over the years, exchanging that military merit reward would have been effortless, wouldn't it? Isn't it common practice for officers to exchange their personal merits for military honors to give their children a head start? So why does grandfather have to be the exception that tarnishes this tradition? Sun Jingfeng thought to himself that his grandfather must be going senile. If only Uncle Dao were still here. He was so diplomatic, he'd definitely handle this matter smoothly and prevent such tension between grandfather and me. Sun Jingfeng couldn't help but think of Uncle Dao, the only person in his childhood who treated him as an independent individual and regarded him as a friend. Sun Jingfeng didn't know Uncle Dao's real name, only that he was a trusted right-hand man under his grandfather. Back then, Uncle Dao was always assigned special missions. In daily life, he wore sunglasses and a mask, never revealing his true face to others. It's been so many years since I last saw Uncle Dao. I wonder if he's still as unserious as he used to be. Thinking back to the pranks Uncle Dao used to pull with him during childhood, Sun Jingfeng couldn't help but smile. Chapter 39, Press down a gourd only to have a ladle pop up. The training rooms at the martial arts hall were mostly vacant, with only rooms 101 and 103 currently in use. Sun Jingfeng didn't hesitate for a second and walked straight to room 102. When it came to cultivation, Sun Jingfeng had always been diligent. Deep down, Sun Jingfeng had always wanted to prove to the world that although he wasn't a prodigy like his grandfather and father, he was certainly no weakling. As he arrived before the door of room 102, Sun Jingfeng sensed something unusual. On his left and right, two powerful auras clashed fiercely against each other. And now, he stood precisely at the epicenter where these two forces collided. Sun Jingfeng felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. Are these two auras simulated by some machine in the training room? Like those military-grade training chambers that can mimic the pressure of exotic beasts? No matter how experienced Sun Jingfeng was, he could never have imagined that inside the training rooms on either side lurked two freaks capable of projecting their chi and blood energy outward. The training rooms at Manhwa University are quite advanced. They actually rival military-grade facilities. With this simple thought, Sun Jingfeng pulled open the door to room 102. With a crisp click, the two opposing energy currents suddenly underwent a strange transformation. The congratulator and Xiangzai, engaged in their mystical duel across space, were both in a state of intense concentration when suddenly, a door slammed, shattering the delicate balance between them. This abrupt disturbance made it impossible for Xiangzai to maintain his poised stance. Instinctively, he unleashed a sweeping slash, releasing all the accumulated sharp sword energy toward the wall before him. Provoked by the surge of energy, the congratulator channeled all his vital energy into his broadsword and swung horizontally to meet the incoming sword energy from afar. Boom! The walls before them collapsed one after another, the violent impact causing the entire martial arts hall to tremble. Rooms 101 and 103 each had a wall collapse. The room sandwiched in between, room 102, was completely breached. Amidst the siege of blade energy and sword energy, the only object left intact in the entire room was the iron door Sun Jingfeng was holding onto. Sun Jingfeng stared incredulously at the iron gate in his hands before tilting backward, both man and gate crashing to the ground together. At the same time, Martial Arts Academy Faculty Office. Principal Lu Yuan was passionately addressing the gathering at the meeting. In our daily work, we must firmly grasp the key points, accurately identify the entry points, and properly focus our efforts to effectively advance educational initiatives. We must further coordinate and balance students' campus life with educational work, leading the glorious forefront of teaching and nurturing talents. Just then, Lu Yuan's phone rang. He answered the phone with great displeasure. What did you say? The training room collapsed? How is that possible? Upon hearing the news from the other end of the line, Lu Yuan's voice suddenly rose an octave. The on-duty instructor at the martial arts hall claimed that a student had blasted the training room to rubble. Lu Yuan was momentarily disoriented. Although the training rooms at Manhwa University were outdated models with relatively basic functions, they still had fundamental protective capabilities. The training chambers weren't just constructed with super composite materials, they were also reinforced with protective barriers strong enough to withstand a full power strike from a 7th-rank martial artist. This level of protection was more than sufficient for student use. Not to mention the student body, even including the entire faculty of the Martial Arts Academy, Qin Wanqing is the only one with cultivation above the 7th rank. A training room capable of withstanding attacks from 7th-rank martial artists was demolished by students. How is that even possible? Lu Yuan was still doubting whether he had misheard, but then the duty teacher sent him a photo of the scene, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. In the photo, two students stood facing each other with weapons drawn. Between them, two walls had completely collapsed. Amid the wreckage, a student in an administrative jacket lay unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Lu Yuan recognized all three people in the photo. The two facing off with weapons were Daoshi and He Xiongzai from Martial Arts Class 4. The one foaming at the mouth was Sun Jingfeng, the newly elected student council president of the Martial Arts Academy, grandson of Marshal Lu Er, and son of the Minister of Martial Arts Education. This bizarre composition of the trio left Lu Yuan's mind in utter disarray. This, Lu Yuan stammered for a long time without managing to utter a complete sentence. With just one glance at the picture, Dong Chao immediately understood what had happened. This was yet another masterpiece from his two precious students. He just finished cleaning up He Xiongzai's mess, and now the kid's pulling another stunt? Damn it, no sooner is one problem solved than another pops up. Quit standing around. Hurry downstairs to the training hall and check it out. Dong Chao snapped everyone back to attention. While speaking, Dong Chao had a cunning idea. He extended his hand toward the door, planting a psychological suggestion in everyone's minds. Under Dong Chao's influence, Lu Yuan rushed out the door in a hurry, taking the stairs downstairs. Wang Su and Jiang Chang followed close behind him, but Dong Chao turned back, pulled open the window, and leaped down from the fourth floor. He had to reach the scene before Lu Yuan and the others. He needed to clean up his two students' mess. The only window of opportunity he had was during the descent downstairs. Dong Chao chose to jump directly from the building, saving himself dozens of seconds compared to the others. Both Lu Yuan and Wang Su were 7th-tier martial artists, and even the trainee instructor Jiang Chang had mid-level 6th-tier cultivation. The three of them could easily jump from the 4th floor without suffering any injuries. Yet, constrained by habitual thinking and further influenced by Dong Chao's psychological suggestion, they foolishly opted to take the stairs at this moment. Dong Chao leaped into the air, rolled upon landing to dissipate the force, then sprinted toward the martial arts hall. The true cultivation levels of Dao Shi and He Xiongzai must never be revealed. This wasn't just about whether Dong Chao could still reverse the natural order and gain recognition points from them. The more critical issue was that with their monstrous talents, exposure would inevitably draw the covetous eyes and assassination attempts of the demonic clans. Dong Chao had fought against the demonic races too many times. He knew their tricks all too well. Those bastards were like hyenas in the dark, forever licking their fangs. Assassinating the promising young talents of the human race to weaken their vital forces was part of the demonic race's long-term scheme. 5 years ago, during the Verdant trials, Dong Chao and the 4 young kings had fallen into an ambush laid by the demonic races. He exhausted every ounce of his strength, forcibly using his spatial ability to bring the 4 heavenly kings out of the secret realm. In his current weakened state, there was no way he could withstand the assassins sent by the demon race. The true strength of Daoshi and He Xiongzai had to remain hidden. Not to mention, the identity of Xianyuan Daoshi was far too special. Chapter 40, There's Only One Truth. In his haste to reach the scene, Dong Chao activated his chi and blood, attempting to unleash his spatial ability. His figure gradually turned into a phantom before vanishing completely. The next moment, he reappeared 5 meters away. This was the most basic technique of his spatial ability, blink. Dong Chao's spatial ability was highly tactical, but activating it consumed an enormous amount of his vital energy. At his peak, Dong Chao could even tear through dimensional barriers, enabling cross-world teleportation between secret realms and the mortal world. But now, even exerting all his strength, Dong Chao could only manage short-range teleportation spanning mere meters. Yet even this brief flash of movement nearly drained every last drop of his vital energy. Pale-faced and staggering, Dong Chao felt an overwhelming surge of excitement in his heart. For the past 5 years, he had secretly tried countless times but could never activate his supernatural abilities again. But now, with the restoration of his cultivation, he could clearly feel it. Everything had returned. The various changes in his physical functions and cultivation made Dong Chao even more determined. He must cling to his 2 students' coattails and make them cough up gold coins. Just as Dong Chao was silently marveling, a graceful figure brushed past him. Luo Shaqin Wanqing leisurely overtook Dong Chao, flashing him a mischievous smile. Qin Wanqing had nearly fallen for Dong Chao's psychological suggestion earlier, almost following Lu Yuan and the others down the stairs. Only when she saw Dong Chao leap out the window did she snap out of it, quickly mimicking his actions. Though half a beat slower than Dong Chao, their cultivation levels were as different as clouds and mud. Even with Dong Chao employing spatial abilities, Qin Wanqing overtook him effortlessly, her demeanor as relaxed as an after-dinner stroll. Luo Shaqin Wanqing deliberately maintained just a body-length's lead over Dong Chao. She tilted her head, flashing her sharp teeth at him with playful interest as she said, "Teacher Dong, who would have thought you're actually a spatial ability user, and your cultivation has reached the early 3rd stage? You're full of secrets, aren't you?" Qin Wanqing keenly perceived that the cultivation level Dong Chao was currently displaying had reached the early 3rd stage. Yet just days before, when they first met, Dong Chao's cultivation had only been at the 2nd stage, 1st tier. In just a few days, he advanced an entire major realm? How is this possible? Luo Sha Qin Wanqing was genuinely curious what on earth had Dong Chao experienced in these few short days. Seeing Qin Wanqing's expression, Dong Chao instantly realized that Luo Sha was currently in control of this body. After realizing Dong Chao's unusual identity, the real Qin Wanqing would act somewhat reserved in his presence. Meanwhile, the Rakshasa Qin Wanqing, like a cat killed by curiosity, displayed an insatiable desire to investigate. Dong Chao didn't respond to Rakshasa Qin Wanqing's questions. Instead, he grabbed her wrist abruptly. Teacher Qin, perfect timing, give me a ride, giddy up. Ha! Luo Cha Qin Wanqing was completely dumbfounded. Madam Luo Cha, you wouldn't want your decryption privileges to be permanently revoked, would you? Dong Chao's casually spoken words sent violent tremors through Qin Wanqing's heart. She shot Dong Chao an annoyed glare before transforming into an ox-horse hybrid and galloping toward the martial arts hall with him. When the two arrived at the training hall, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were still standing weapon in hand, locked in a standoff. Beside them, Sun Jingfeng clung to the iron gate, having fallen into a deep, infant-like slumber. Only after confirming that Sun Jingfeng had merely been knocked unconscious by the explosive chi shockwaves and wasn't seriously injured did Dong Chao finally relax. Thank goodness this kid was here, otherwise it would have been really hard to fool our way through. Dong Chao watched Sun Jingfeng foaming at the mouth like a crab, secretly formulating plans in his heart. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, both Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were completely stumped. Neither of them had imagined that their long-distance chi competition could create such a colossal mess. Not only had they destroyed the training room, but innocent classmates had also gotten caught in the crossfire. They all felt that their true cultivation levels were probably about to be exposed. Yet when they saw their supposedly useless mentor Dong Chao, for some inexplicable reason, their restless hearts inexplicably found a moment of peace. Before the three could exchange any words, a clamor of hurried footsteps sounded as Lu Yuan and the others came panting into the room. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Dong Chao began his performance. He turned on his phone's flashlight and waved it back and forth in front of Dao Shi and He Xiangzai's eyes. Damn, they've completely lost their souls from Sun Jingfeng's scare. Even if they recover, they'll be drooling for a while. Dong Chao pulled a complete reversal, turning the instigator into the victim. Then, he bent down and patted Sun Jingfeng, trying to wake him up. Student's son is fine, he just exhausted his chi and blood and fainted, that's all. As he spoke, Dong Chao stood up. With one hand in his pocket and the other touching the non-existent glasses on his nose bridge, he struck a classic detective pose. So the truth is already quite clear. Dean, you might not have grasped what happened yet, allow me to analyze it for you. Dong Chao deliberately put on this exaggerated act precisely to lure Lu Yuan into taking the bait. Lu Yuan indeed took the bait like a hooked fish. Lu Yuan, who was naturally fond of showing off and lecturing others, couldn't stand this. He interrupted Dong Chao with a flushed face. Who needs your analysis? Isn't it obvious? It's just Sun Jingfeng collapsing the wall during training and scaring 2 students from your class. Lu Yuan thought to himself, who do you think you are? Putting on airs with your measly second-tier cultivation. This isn't your stage to perform. Actually, while running over, Lu Yuan had been full of confusion. But now, with Dong Chao hinting this much, even if he were the dullest person, he would have figured it out. Clearly, Sun Jingfeng had demolished room 102 and then passed out from excessive chi and blood depletion. As for the unlucky duo next door, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, they were purely collateral damage. Though the scene formed by these 3 students was easily misunderstood, Lu Yuan, whose intelligence bordered on supernatural, saw through the truth at a glance. Lu Yuan was quite pleased with his own reasoning. Anyone with half a brain could figure out that the real situation couldn't possibly be Dao Shi and He Xiangzai knocking out Sun Jingfeng, right? They don't have that kind of ability. Dao Shi is the worst student in the entire grade, with cultivation at only the first rank, 6th level. Although He Xiangzai was once a sword prodigy, his sword bones were damaged, and now he only has first rank, 4th level strength. The 2 of them combined couldn't even withstand a single punch from Sun Jingfeng. Moreover, Lu Yuan noticed a small detail that further confirmed his judgment. When Dong Chao shone the flashlight in their eyes, Dao Shi's mouth actually drooled a glistening trail of saliva. This kid must have been scared out of his wits. Chapter 41 Am I really this strong? Wang Su was half convinced by Lu Yuan's deduction. But Dean, Sun Jingfeng's cultivation is only at the peak of the 4th stage, and his talent is merely A rank. How could he possibly destroy the protective barrier? As Sun Jingfeng's martial arts instructor, Wang Su knew his student's situation like the back of his hand. Sun Jingfeng's cultivation was decent, even comparable to those top students in Class 1. But this level of cultivation was still far from being capable of damaging the training room. Wang Su's question left Lu Yuan stumped. Because, let me think. Doesn't this precisely demonstrate the formidable nature of the Sun family's bloodline? Dong Chao muttered quietly from the side. These words struck Lu Yuan like a bolt of enlightenment. This precisely demonstrates the formidable power of the Sun family's bloodline. Lu Yuan raised his voice, drowning out Dong Chao's protests, while freely improvising with a lecturing posture as he addressed Wang Su. Teacher Wang, I must criticize you. You're a veteran educator, how can you be so narrow-minded? Don't you know how terrifying the Sun family's bloodline is? Don't measure true strength with rigid standards. You need to broaden your perspective. Yes, Dean Lu is absolutely right. Wang Su humbly accepted the criticism while secretly feeling a surge of wild joy. After the dean answered his final question, Wang Su became convinced it was his student Sun Jingfeng who had shattered the training room's defensive barrier. Never judge a true powerhouse with rigid preconceptions. What a perfect saying. Though Sun Jingfeng's martial arts talent was only rated A-level, the destructive power he had displayed was undeniably real and right before their eyes. Wang Su grew happier the more he thought about it. After teaching for so many years, he had finally encountered a peerless genius, with cultivation at the peak of the 4th tier, yet capable of unleashing destructive power comparable to the 7th tier. What terrifying talent this was! Such monstrous talent simply couldn't be measured by conventional martial arts aptitude grades. Not long ago, Wang Su had secretly envied Dong Chao for having an SS-grade genius in his class, even if that student's sword bone was damaged. But now, Wang Su wasn't the least bit envious anymore. The real genius is right here in my own class. Compared to Sun Jingfeng, He Xiangzai, who can no longer practice martial arts, isn't even worth a single strand of hair. Watching Lu Yuan and Wang Su play off each other like this, Luo Shaqin Wanqing was utterly baffled. What the hell are these two doing? If you're not using your brain, just donate it. Are all humans this stupid? Who's the real genius here? Can't they see it's those two? Luo Shaqin Wanqing screamed this series of thoughts in her heart. The least noticeable Jiang Chang remained silent, but he too believed Lu Yuan's earlier explanation. Jiang Chang's gaze kept shifting between Sun Jingfeng and He Xiangzai. They say major fortunes depend on fate, while minor ones rely on contention. Wang Su is truly blessed by fate to recruit a student like Sun Jingfeng with such outstanding family background and abilities. If I could compete for He Xiangzai's allegiance, that wouldn't be bad either. As long as I can secure He Xiangzai, I'm bound to produce significant academic achievements. Sun Jingfeng's background is too formidable, he'd be harder to control. Jiang Chang kept calculating in his heart. Jiang Chang prided himself on being deep and subtle, yet suddenly, every micro-expression, every flicker of his gaze, was noticed by Dong Chao. Dong Chao abruptly turned his head and looked at Jiang Chang, who shuddered as if struck by lightning. Jiang Chang instinctively averted his eyes. Jiang Chang felt some remorse for his cowardly display. He's just a worthless second-tier cultivator. What's there to be afraid of? He cursed inwardly, yet still couldn't muster the courage to meet Dong Chao's gaze again. Jiang Chang didn't know if it was his imagination, but for a fleeting moment, Dong Chao's eyes had seemed as sharp as blades, terrifyingly piercing. Dong Chao acted as if nothing had happened, wrapping an arm around each of his two prized students as he prepared to lead them away. He called out to Lu Yuan, "Dean, since everything's been cleared up, let's not leave the kids standing around here. I'd like to take them to the infirmary for a checkup." Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "You should have taken them to the infirmary ages ago. What took you so long to remember? Have the school doctor prescribe some calming medicine. If the medication doesn't work, come back to me. I'll organize a therapeutic talk session for them, guaranteed to cure whatever ails them." Right. Dong Chao hastily agreed and slipped out of the martial arts hall with the two students, successfully removing himself from the situation. Stepping out of the martial arts hall, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai let out a long sigh of relief, with Dao Shi discreetly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Dao Shi's approval +5. He Xiangzai's approval +5. Both felt a sense of relief akin to surviving a disaster, and they each contributed their approval points to Dong Chao. While feeling relieved, both of them also found it somewhat strange deep down. After that useless mentor arrived, he somehow managed to resolve the crisis in such a muddle-headed way? With so many people present, was there really no one who suspected them? Having gained 10 points of recognition, Dong Chao's cultivation advanced another step, reaching the 3rd stage, 4th layer. The qi and blood within his body had become slightly more abundant than before. As a spatial ability user, qi and blood were of utmost importance to Dong Chao. Suppressing his joy, Dong Chao adopted the demeanor of a mentor and said to the two, "What did I tell you? Didn't I say you should focus your minds on proper matters? Didn't I tell you to forget about that damned martial arts from now on, not to let hobbies sap your will? You didn't listen to me, and you almost got hurt just now, didn't you?" Dao Shi was left speechless, his eyes bulging in disbelief. While Dong Chao was helping the two out of their predicament, Dao Shi couldn't help but suspect that Dong Chao had seen through everything. Just now, it seemed as though Dong Chao had been putting on an exquisite performance, completely fooling the dean and the others. But now, Dao Shi realized he had overthought things. Dong Chao pretended not to notice the myriad expressions flashing across Dao Shi's face and continued speaking as if nothing had happened. Seems your academic workload isn't heavy enough if you still have energy for these martial arts side pursuits. A few practical lessons ought to straighten you out. Tomorrow, your teacher will take you all out to run a street stall. Time for some real challenge. I'll show you what proper business looks like. Dao Shi was certain Dong Chao genuinely hadn't noticed a thing. Moreover, he was the most clueless among all the instructors. Utterly, hopelessly dense. Was any of what he just said even remotely coherent? At the same time, inside the martial arts hall, Lu Yuan channeled a surge of vital energy into Sun Jingfeng, who gradually regained consciousness. Lu Yuan's wrinkled old face stretched into a grin, resembling a withered chrysanthemum in full bloom. Jingfeng, my student, you're truly remarkable. To think you actually shattered the training chamber. Lu Yuan strained to maintain a kindly demeanor, even resorting to using affectionate particles in his speech. Sun Jingfeng looked bewilderedly at the mess before him and asked incredulously, was it me who did this? Lu Yuan and Wang Su nodded firmly. Of course, if it wasn't you, who else could it be? Was it really me? Sun Jingfeng rolled his eyes as he pondered, his memory ultimately stopping at the moment he opened the door. After opening it, he couldn't remember anything else. Seeing how confident both the dean and Wang Su were, he couldn't help but start to wonder. Could it be, because of that strange core? Did the stolen core not only enhance my recovery ability but also boost my destructive power? The more Sun Jingfeng thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was the case. As for the destroyed training room, Lu Yuan didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. After all, Sun Jingfeng's father is the Minister of Martial Arts Education. Rebuilding a training hall for the school is just a matter of a single word from him. What's more, compared to discovering a prodigy like Sun Jingfeng, what does a mere training hall matter? Student Jingfeng, the dean won't hold you accountable for destroying the training hall. But I still have to criticize you. Why didn't you tell us teachers earlier that you're such an exceptional genius? You should have given us some mental preparation. Though Lu Yuan's words sounded like criticism, they were actually a roundabout way of praise. Genius? Me, a genius? Sun Jingfeng's eyes lit up. The word genius struck him as both unfamiliar and exhilarating. Of course you're a genius. With just 4th stage great perfection cultivation, you effortlessly shattered the training room's protective barrier. What else could you be but a genius? I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Ha 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 ha. Gazing at the ruins before him, Sun Jingfeng couldn't contain his joy. After consuming the alien core, it seemed he had finally stepped into the ranks of geniuses. He could now stand shoulder to shoulder with his grandfather and father. In Sun Jingfeng's mind, a short video-style background narration involuntarily played. My name is Sun Jingfeng, the sole heir of the Sun family. After being looked down upon by my grandfather, I swallowed an alien core and my cultivation sword. This time, I will reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 42. Oh my god, you won't believe this. Late at night, Dong Chao sneaked back to the faculty dormitory with a sword in hand, moving like a shadow. Earlier, taking advantage of the deserted night, he had gone all out practicing in the teacher's training room. These days, Dong Chao had been secretly working hard to fuse and refine the shared indomitable physique and sword intent he obtained from Dao Shi and He Xiangzai. Today, he added a new training regimen and began restorative exercises for spatial abilities. Before training, Dong Chao deliberately tested his qi blood value on the assessment machine. His current qi blood value has reached an astonishing 6,500. Every bit of recognition from Dao Shi and He Xiangzai not only enhanced Dong Chao's cultivation but also gradually increased his qi blood value strand by strand. Qi and blood are the most fundamental and crucial elements in martial arts cultivation. Generally speaking, a third-rank peak martial artist would have a qi and blood value of around 5,000. Yet now, Dong Chao, at the third-rank 4th stage cultivation, has already reached a qi and blood value of 6,500. This is nearly double the value he achieved when he reached the third rank through his own efforts over a decade ago. For martial artists with enhancement-type abilities, qi blood value is simply a direct reflection of physical strength. But for elemental-type ability martial artists like Dong Chao, qi blood value is like the charge of a battery. Only with sufficient qi blood as support can elemental abilities have the potential for deeper development. Among all elemental abilities, Dong Chao's spatial ability consumes the most qi blood, and his personal qi blood value is merely passable. Dong Chao once jokingly called himself the High Marshal Kakashi. His mind was full of tricks, but he lacked the vital energy to execute them. Now, with just a third-tier, 4th-level cultivation, Dong Chao already possessed 6,500 units of vital energy. If he were to return to the higher tiers, his vital energy would far surpass his past levels. With ample vital energy as his foundation, the flashy techniques in his mind finally had a chance to become reality. Dong Chao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was the benefit of clinging to two super-powerful thighs. Thanks solely to the system's sharing function, his current cultivation level was far more substantial than before. Truly, diligent cultivation would only lead to wasted effort, while opportunistic shortcuts were the real deal. Carefully storing his black blade in the storage pouch, Dong Chao showed no intention of resting. He still had one important task to complete. Dong Chao turned on his computer and logged into the campus forum of Manhwa University. Using a burner account, he posted, "Can anyone relate? I'm utterly speechless." The president of the Martial Arts Academy's student council literally demolished the training room. Dong Chao uploaded the photo featuring Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Sun Jingfeng together, then continued writing below. Honestly, the training hall being destroyed is funny level 10. But the student council president who erected lying unconscious on the ground while two supposedly useless students strike poses nearby? That's funny level 1000. News about the destroyed training hall spread quickly, and everyone was frantically discussing it on the forums. Dong Chao's subtly provocative post immediately caught everyone's attention. Soon someone commented on the post, "That student council president you mentioned, it couldn't be Sun Jingfeng, could it? Wasn't Sun Jingfeng only at the 4th tier cultivation level? How did he manage to destroy the training room's barrier? Girl, aren't you just being a little too fake sweet? Want a date?" Dong Chao paid no attention to these questions. He closed the forum and retreated into anonymity, his deeds left unclaimed. "Xiao Feng, don't blame Uncle Dao. Uncle Dao is doing this to help you." With this thought in mind, Dong Chao took out his phone again and dialed the number of Sun Miao, the head of the martial arts education department. "Brother Sun, it's me. There's something I must report to you." The next day, at 10 in the morning, Dong Chao pushed a mobile food cart along the campus path at a leisurely pace. The rumbling sound of the food cart's wheels grinding against the pavement drew countless sidelong glances from students. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai followed closely behind Dong Chao, matching his every step. Under the weight of everyone's peculiar stares, Dao Shi's face turned green with embarrassment. He Xiangzai, however, wore a look of festive cheer. He even occasionally waved to greet the surrounding students. Dong Chao kept his word and really pulled off something outrageously unconventional. He decided to take his two students to set up a stall selling glutinous rice cakes at the school gate. Along the way, Dong Chao kept boasting about himself. "You two are lucky to have a great teacher like me. Who else would take you out for such practical social activities? You should be secretly thrilled." "Oh, absolutely. No wonder you're the campus celebrity." He Xiangzai flattered with a grin. Seeing them chatting back and forth like this, Dao Shi really wanted to punch them both. Dao Shi's awkward and furious expression didn't escape Dong Chao's notice. Dong Chao's absurdly abstract stunt actually had profound intentions behind it. This lesson was specifically prepared for Dao Shi. The group arrived at the security office entrance when Dong Chao suddenly stopped. Turning around, he said to Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, "Even though this is a practical lesson, we must still follow proper procedures. According to the public places hygiene management regulations, food industry workers must obtain health certificates. As martial artists, we can't break the law either. Come on, I'll take you to get your health certificates first before we set up our stall." As he spoke, Dong Chao pulled open the door and entered the security room. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were completely baffled. Weren't they supposed to get health certificates? What were they doing in the security room? Full of questions, the two followed Dong Chao inside. As soon as he entered, Dong Chao plastered a wide smile on his face and greeted the security guard sitting at the monitoring desk. "Old Ding, quick, draw me 2 health certificates, I need them urgently." While speaking, he turned back and waved to his two students. "Say hello to Uncle Ding. Your Uncle Ding here is the captain of the school security team. All the vehicles coming and going every day are under his control. Total big shot. Get on his good side, and after graduation, he can hook you up with a job in the security team." Alright, an SSS tier super genius, the kind that top martial arts universities and clans are fighting tooth and nail to recruit, and here you are working as a security guard? Dao Shi was already cursing inwardly. However, He Xiangzai, following Dong Chao's instructions, politely greeted the security guard, "Old Ding." Though Dao Shi was seething with displeasure, he forced himself to call out Uncle Ding to avoid standing out too much. Dong Chao was quite satisfied with their performance and continued. "Your Uncle Ding has a special skill, whatever he draws looks exactly like the real thing. The documents he sketches are indistinguishable from genuine ones. To be honest with you, even my teaching qualification certificate was drawn by him." Dao Shi's head buzzed, and he felt like he was about to faint from low blood sugar. Seeing that security guard Lao Ding had already started sketching, Dong Chao added another reminder. "Old Ding, you better show your real skills this time, no half-hearted efforts. If you nail this painting, their graduation certificates will be commissioned to you too." Old Ding confidently flashed an OK sign. "Don't worry, Teacher Dong, leave it to me." Dao Shi was utterly speechless. OMG, can anyone relate? My martial arts instructor is seriously the worst. I'm completely speechless, help me out here. Chapter 43, 3 for 1 yuan, 10 for 3. Old Ding demonstrated his skilled painting techniques, finishing 2 fake certificates in just 3 to 5 minutes. After manual lamination, they looked 90% identical to the real ones. Dong Chao took the fake certificates and solemnly pinned them on the two students' chests. Then, he pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Old Ding. Not bad, Old Ding. Your craftsmanship is as sharp as ever. Old Ding tried to refuse, but Dong Chao forcefully stuffed the cigarettes into his arms. Don't fuss with me, these are for the kids. We're off now. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Before leaving, Dong Chao deliberately nodded and greeted the security guard Xiaoli before walking out of the security office with his two students. The security office door closed again, and Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Dong is such a polite man. Old Ding tore open the packaging of his Huazi cigarettes and tossed one to Xiaoli, saying, "Of course, Instructor Dong is different from other martial artists. He doesn't have that arrogant attitude and is very approachable with us ordinary folks. I heard Instructor Dong's cultivation level is quite poor, he's practically at the bottom among martial artists. Maybe that's why he's so polite to us? If he ever gained powerful strength and status, he'd probably become just like those other martial artists, looking down on us from his high horse." Old Ding took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring as he said, "I don't think so. Instructor Dong's politeness and respect toward us ordinary people comes from the heart. He's genuinely different from other martial artists." As 6th-level martial artists, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai possessed hearing far superior to ordinary people. Even through the thick security room door, they could clearly hear every word of the conversation inside. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with peculiar expressions. Though martial artists were taught from childhood that all people were equal, in reality, throughout their cultivation journey, they had received too much admiration and flattery, which had long since altered their state of mind. While martial artists wouldn't say it aloud, deep down, most believed they had already transcended the realm of ordinary people, and this belief gave them a sense of superiority. Martial artists in China still only possess a psychological sense of superiority, without any actual privileges. I've heard that in some foreign martial arts sects, they even engage in self-deification, openly enslaving ordinary people. Take Dao Shi and He Xiongzai for example, one comes from the Yugua clan, the other from a non-martial arts family. Even so, they inevitably carry some of that martial artist's arrogance. When addressing ordinary folks as uncle or grandpa, they still feel somewhat awkward about it. But Dong Chao could get along with everyone. Just as security guard Lao Ding said, Instructor Dong Chao was truly different from other martial artists. Who would have thought this useless instructor would have such redeeming qualities? Dao Shi thought to himself. As for whether Dong Chao, after gaining formidable strength and connections, would become as arrogant as other martial artists, Dao Shi believed this question was fundamentally irrelevant. This trash instructor would never amount to anything. What kind of strength could he possibly have? Amid Dao Shi's muttered complaints, Dong Chao pushed the food truck to an empty lot outside the school, parked it, and unfurled a banner in front of it. Handmade glutinous rice cakes, 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 3. He Xiongzai still thought this wasn't embarrassing enough, so he also displayed his self-made banner in front of the cart. Joint entrepreneurial project by the class monitor and vice monitor of martial arts class 4. Looking at these two banners, the last trace of admiration Dao Shi had for Dong Chao completely vanished. Without the usual arrogance of martial artists, being approachable and down-to-earth is a good thing. But this useless mentor is practically down-to-earth, 6 feet under. And can't he even get basic arithmetic right? Teacher, I think you got the banner wrong. Dao Shi tentatively tried to remind Dong Chao. Dong Chao waved his hand dismissively. You don't get it. This is the teacher's business strategy. You'll learn slowly. Dao Shi rolled his eyes and stopped talking, waiting to see Dong Chao make a fool of himself. Meanwhile, He Xiongzai beside them appeared extremely excited. After hanging up the banner, He Xiongzai proudly dialed a video call. Mom, look what I'm doing. I'm setting up a stall outside. He. From the other end of the line came a voice even more excited than He Xiongzai's. Son, you've really made something of yourself. Mom always said that martial arts university wasn't a waste. You've learned real skills. Son, you work hard. Mom will buy out the Wanda Plaza in our city later and set up a stall for you. Don't worry, Mom, I won't let you down. Listening to this mother-son video call, Dao Shi and Dong Chao were utterly dumbfounded. Although Dong Chao had known from the start that He Xiongzai's mother was probably unique, but this phone call still managed to blow his mind. Dong Chao simply couldn't fathom how such a family had become business titans in their region. Just how ridiculously lucky was their family's fortune. Not long after He Xiongzai hung up the phone, several girls strolled leisurely out of the school gate. Just as Dong Chao and the others noticed them, the girls also spotted the food truck parked nearby. Their eyes instantly lit up with excitement. They trotted over to the food truck in quick little steps. It's glutinous rice cake. Looks pretty good. Boss, give me one. A woman with wavy hair called out. Dong Chao turned to look at Dao Shi. Don't just stand there, get the customer their rice cake. Dao Shi, looking embarrassed and crestfallen, pulled out a sticky rice cake with a sullen face. Dong Chao chimed in with instructions from the side. You have to ask the customer if they want coconut flakes or osmanthus sugar topping. Don't be shy about it. I'll take the coconut one. Before Dao Shi could ask, the girl spoke up first. Dao Shi sprinkled coconut-flavored topping and handed over the glutinous rice cake with his head lowered. The girl with wavy hair took a bite of the rice cake and nodded repeatedly to her companions. It's delicious, so delicious. The wavy-haired girl's voice carried a hint of excitement. These girls were all students from the Secret Realm Resource Development Academy. Having no classes this morning, they'd come out for a stroll, never expecting to stumble upon a street vendor. All of them were foodies who'd previously complained to each other about something peculiar at Mobi University. For such a large institution, its gates surprisingly lacked a proper snack street. The school doesn't allow food deliveries either, and there isn't a single restaurant within several kilometers. All food and drink issues must be solved either in the cafeteria or at the campus supermarket. Although the school cafeteria serves decent meals, it's somewhat lacking in snacks and treats, leaving the girls absolutely craving for more. I heard the glutinous rice cakes are pretty good, and the other girls were all eager to try them. Finally, someone remembered to ask about the price. By the way, boss, how much are your glutinous rice cakes? Dong Chao pointed at the banner in front of the cart. 3 yuan for 1, 10 yuan for 3? Ha, who prices things like that? The bob-haired girl asking about prices doubled over with laughter. But soon, she reined in her smile. Wait, the joint entrepreneurial project of the class president and vice president of martial arts class 4? Your martial arts class 4? That famously renowned martial arts class 4? Chapter 44, Humble Origins bring no shame, the true man bends but never breaks. If it had been just one day earlier, the only famous figure in martial arts class 4 would have been their notorious slacker instructor, Dong Chao. But now, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai have also become trending figures on the campus forum. Their posed photos amidst the ruins of the training hall have already gone viral across the forum. Had it not been for the insider revelation that Dao Shi and He Xiongzai ranked dead last and second to last in the martial arts academy, anyone seeing that photo would have sworn the two of them were responsible for collapsing the training hall. These two guys may not be strong, but they sure know how to work the camera. Two bottom-ranked students striking martial arts poses on the ruins of the training hall was already absurd enough. But now, they've taken it to another level by setting up a stall selling glutinous rice cakes at the school gate. Upon recognizing the trio as the famous teacher and students from class 4 of the martial arts department, the girls burst into giggles. The bob-hair girl laughed and changed her form of address. Boss, oh no, teacher. I want 3 glutinous rice cakes for 10 yuan. Meeting such an eccentric person made Bobo Head want to do something eccentric too. The extra yuan spent could just be considered an eccentricity fee. Dong Chao took out a paper bowl, picked 3 glutinous rice cakes, then with one hand sprinkled coconut-flavored topping and with the other drizzled osmanthus syrup, filling the bowl to the brim. Only after receiving the paper bowl did Bobo Head realize that her 1 yuan eccentricity fee was truly well spent. Bobo took a bite of the glutinous rice cake, exhaling steam as she enthusiastically recommended it to her companions. It's delicious, so soft and chewy, really tasty. With every bite, she dipped the cake into the seasoning at the bottom of the bowl, making her friends' mouths water. Looking at it this way, 3 for 10 yuan is actually a better deal. Teacher, I also want 3 for 10 yuan. Teacher, me too. And me. Even the big wavy-haired girl from earlier rushed to buy another 3 sticks. The girls weren't just eating, they were also sending messages in their group chat, calling their classmates to come see this rare spectacle. Who would have thought there'd be street vendors at the gate of Mowi University? And these vendors were none other than people from their own campus, forum celebrities no less. Curious girls spread the word like wildfire, and soon the crowd grew larger and larger. In no time at all, they had the food truck completely surrounded. In less than an hour, Dong Chao's prepared 300 glutinous rice cakes were completely sold out. Some girls who didn't manage to buy any cakes, unwilling to leave empty-handed, even asked to take photos with the 2 eccentric boys, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai. Dao Shi's face darkened, wishing he could dig a tunnel to escape on the spot, while He Xiongzai welcomed all comers, enthusiastically posing for photos with the girls, even proactively striking the same sword-wielding pose from last night. In just 1 hour, Dong Chao had already made a gross profit of 1,000 yuan. He didn't keep a single cent, transferring 500 each to Dao Shi and He Xiongzai. Seeing the 500 yuan transfer, Dao Shi's mood improved slightly. After so many days enrolled in school, he hadn't spent a single penny there. Instead, he'd actually seen money coming back his way. He planned to transfer this 500 yuan to his mother to help with household expenses. Joining the martial arts class 4 might be embarrassing, but it had one advantage: it could help his mom's financial burden. She wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. With that thought, Dao Shi's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Just then, Dong Chao walked over and said, "Shizi, you didn't perform well today. Why so hesitant? In our street vendor trade, there's a saying, if you want to sell, face the crowd. You, my friend, still need practice." Look at Zai, how carefree he is able to take things up and put them down with such ease. Dao Shi thought to himself that Xiang Zai wasn't carefree, he was just shameless through and through. Dong Chao reached out and patted Dao Shi on the shoulder, saying quietly, "The teacher has looked into your family background. I know you come from a single-parent household, living with just your mother. Perhaps because of this, you've grown somewhat reserved inside, unable to fully let go in how you live and act." Dao Shi's face darkened as he remained silent. Dong Chao continued, "Actually, our teacher's background is even more tragic than yours. You might not realize it, but he's an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Actually, it's quite obvious you've got that orphan vibe about you." Dao Shi thought to himself secretly. Looking at Dao Shi's expression, Dong Chao knew this kid was up to no good, but he continued in a sincere tone. "Since childhood, I've never felt awkward about my background. Coming from humble origins isn't shameful, being able to bend without breaking makes a true man. Life should be lived joyfully. As long as you have a clear conscience in your actions and peace in your heart, that's enough. Don't dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Just like our teacher, happy and cheerful every day. What bliss." A few years back, he even returned to the orphanage and led all the orphans in singing "Only Mother is Good in This World." Dao Shi's face was filled with shock. Gotta say, the teacher's mindset is truly admirable. But leading orphans and singing "Only Mom is Good in the World" is kinda hellish, isn't it? Amidst his astonishment, Dong Chao's words also stirred up quite a storm in Dao Shi's heart. Ever since childhood, Dao Shi had carried a deep-seated sense of inferiority in his heart. This inferiority didn't stem from his single-parent household, nor from his impoverished family circumstances. The reason for his inferiority was that his father, Xian Yuanqing, was the scum of their clan, a traitor to humanity. As an SSS-grade genius of the Xian Yuan family, Dao Shi longed to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors, protecting the nation and safeguarding the common people. But as the son of a traitor, he didn't know whether his family would accept him, whether the world would accept him. This constant fear of loss was the true root of his inner restraint. Dong Chao's words weren't enough to remove the mountain weighing on his heart, yet they stirred ripples in Dao Shi's soul like a gentle breeze. Lowly birth brings no shame, the true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. To live with a clear conscience, to act with peace of mind. Repeating these words in his mind, Dao Shi felt an unprecedented sense of relief welling up inside him. He took a deep breath, and his gaze towards Dong Chao carried a new trace of gratitude. Though this useless mentor doesn't understand the essence of things, his words are actually quite insightful. Maybe he's not completely worthless after all. Dao Shi's approval rating +10. With heartfelt emotion, Dao Shi generously bestowed 10 points of approval upon Dong Chao. With this windfall, Dong Chao's cultivation surged another minor realm, reaching the third stage 5th level, and his vital energy instantly solidified further. While another cultivation breakthrough was certainly cause for celebration, what truly warmed Dong Chao's heart at this moment was that Dao Shi had truly taken his words to heart. Compared to his peers, Dao Shi's mental fortitude is already remarkably strong. Yet, when weighed against the heavy burden he carries, mere resilience isn't enough. Dong Chao couldn't bring himself to tell Dao Shi that his father Xian Yuanqing might not actually be a traitor. Even less could he reveal that everything Dao Shi had endured since childhood might all be part of an elaborately constructed scheme. The only thing Dong Chao could do was to enlighten Dao Shi, helping him become as open-minded as possible. Patting Dao Shi's shoulder once more, Dong Chao turned and shouted to Xiang Zai nearby. "Alright, Zai, stop preening, pack up and let's eat." Watching Dong Chao yell at Xiang Zai to pack up and eat, for a fleeting moment, Dao Shi actually felt a touch of warmth. "Oh, right, there's one more thing I almost forgot to tell you." Dong Chao slapped his forehead as if suddenly remembering something. "This afternoon's practical assessment is quite important to the academy. Don't forget to go through the motions." Chapter 45, The Peculiar Assessment Rules. 2 p.m., Martial Arts Hall. The Martial Arts Academy students stood in neat formations within the training hall, poised and ready for action. Led by Lu Yuan, several teachers stood solemnly in formal attire at the rear of the formation. In turn, instructor Jiang Chang scanned the assembly with shifty eyes. Seeing that the time had nearly arrived, he theatrically checked his watch and reported to Lu Yuan. "Dean, it's time. Teacher Dong Chao still hasn't arrived." Lu Yuan wore an expression of displeasure. "Forget about him. If he comes, he'll only cause more trouble. As long as those 2 students from class 4 are here, that's enough." After confirming once more that all students were present, Lu Yuan straightened his tie and carefully dialed a video call. The call was directed to the Martial Arts Education Department, specifically, the Minister's office. The call connected, revealing a very youthful face on the video screen. When Lu Yuan saw this young face, he felt somewhat disappointed, but he maintained his smile nonetheless. "Secretary Zhao, I've completed all the rectifications as instructed by the minister. May I ask if the assessment can begin now?" Early this morning, Lu Yuan had received a call from Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education. Sun Miao claimed that he already knew about his son Sun Jingfeng damaging the training hall and would repair it for Mobi University as soon as possible. In addition, Sun Miao had heard that the Martial Arts Academy was about to conduct a practical assessment. Regarding this assessment, Sun Miao had a small request and suggestion to make. After receiving the minister's instructions, Lu Yuan immediately began preparations. At the moment, he was eagerly awaiting the minister's review. The minister had urgent business and left early in the morning, so he can't speak with you. Just report the results to him later. Secretary Zhao said expressionlessly. Alright, I'll report to the minister later then. Lu Yuan forced out a few obsequious chuckles before finally hanging up the phone. Age-wise, Lu Yuan could have been Secretary Zhao's father. Yet during their conversation, their demeanors were completely reversed. Lu Yuan's fawning politeness was as reverent as paying respects at a grave. In Lu Yuan's view, this wasn't flattery, it was simply proper workplace etiquette. For a minor branch academy dean like himself, being able to deal directly with the secretary of the Martial Arts Education Department's minister was already an honor. Lu Yuan knew the waters of the Martial Arts Education Department ran deep. The entire Martial Arts Education Department was essentially controlled by the military, with Minister Sun Mao being none other than a general of Huaxia's headquarters, codenamed Wuziki. His secretary must hold a high-ranking position in the military, probably a major. It's only proper to be polite to a military major. Lu Yuan prided himself on understanding the art of officialdom. He could instantly discern who deserved friendliness and who needed flattery. After hanging up, Lu Yuan cracked his neck and signaled the teachers to distribute masks and name tags. Then, channeling his energy into his throat, he addressed the students in a booming, resonant voice. Today's practical assessment will follow special rules. Each of you will receive a mask and nameplate shortly. This exam will be a no-holds-barred masked battle. While masked, you may freely attack others. Subdue an opponent to claim their nameplate, earning 1 point. Those who collect 3 points may leave the arena and receive an excellent rating for this assessment. Losing your nameplate means failing. Those who retain their nameplate for 1 hour will receive a good rating. The rules for this practical assessment are novel yet straightforward. Simply defeat your opponents and plunder their nameplates to achieve outstanding results. Moreover, with everyone wearing masks, classmates wouldn't need to hold back against each other, it would all come down to their own abilities. This novel and thrilling rule excited many students. Numerous students turned their gazes toward Daoshi and He Xiongzai from Martial Arts Class 4. Under such rules, these two bottom-ranked students from Class 4 were like sheep that had strayed into a pack of wolves. They were bound to become prime targets in everyone's eyes. Some students had already begun taunting the duo with hand gestures, and some even made throat-slitting motions. The hostility from the crowd wasn't just because they looked down on the pair's cultivation level. More importantly, these two had been stealing the spotlight for days. Thanks to the training room incident, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai had already gone viral on the campus forum yesterday, and today, they'd transformed into meme lords, setting up a stall at the school gates. Their photos with girls from the Secret Realm Development and Secret Realm Pharmacy departments had already spread across the campus forum and major WeChat groups. The male students from the Martial Arts Department were green with envy. Many people felt a competitive spirit rising within them, thinking they'd soon teach these two guys a lesson. Faced with this inexplicable hostility, Daoshi and He Xiongzai could only sigh helplessly. These foolish classmates were so weak, yet so full of confidence. These idiots with average cultivation levels below third tier couldn't withstand even a casual move from either of them. Even a clay figurine has a temper, let alone two proud geniuses like them. If not for fear of exposing their secrets, they would have taught these fools a lesson. In the corner, Sun Jingfeng clenched his fists with a complicated expression. Logically speaking, he should be happy now that he possessed destructive power comparable to a 7th-rank martial artist. But his abilities seemed to work only intermittently. Earlier, he had found another training room to test his destructive power. But even after exerting all his strength, he couldn't make the slightest dent in the protective barrier. What's going on here? Have I not fully mastered that immense destructive force yet? Sun Jingfeng was utterly baffled. Just as all the students had received their nameplates and masks and were eager to begin, Lu Yuan added, "The academy instructors will not interfere with this assessment. We'll be waiting outside the venue. There are no surveillance facilities inside, only emergency arrays to protect your lives. Feel free to unleash all your secret martial techniques without reservation." Due to the Yue rebellion a decade ago, China specifically enacted a decree prohibiting all martial arts halls and training rooms from installing surveillance, preventing high-level martial artists' secret techniques from being exposed to demonic races. Originally, Daoshi and He Xiongzai had intended to just go through the motions for this assessment, but after receiving their masks, both began entertaining more ambitious thoughts. Masks plus no-holds-barred combat. This bizarrely rule-based practical assessment seemed tailor-made for the two of them. He Xiongzai grinned and looked at Dao Shi. "Hey Shi, wanna race against each other?" Dao Shi curled his lips slightly and replied indifferently. "Alright then, let's see who can cut grass faster." In the eyes of these two geniuses, their noisy classmates were nothing more than minor mobs in a grass-cutting game. Chapter 46, Combat Assessment? Just a grass-cutting speedrun contest. With everything arranged, Lu Yuan led the teachers as they began withdrawing from the field. Before leaving, Wang Su kept reminding his classmates, "Be careful, don't get hurt. Safety first. Don't push yourselves too hard." Jiang Chang also seized this last opportunity to quietly warn his own class students. Be smart, grab the free points first, then focus on communication and teamwork. Jiang Chang's martial arts class 3 had students with relatively average talent. To achieve good results in the practical exam, they had to rely on strategy. The strategy Jiang Chang devised for his students was simple: pick the easy targets first. The free points he mentioned naturally referred to those two good-for-nothings from martial arts class 4. Their name tags were the easiest two targets to snatch in the entire venue. These two badges had to be secured first. Besides, Jiang Chang also believed he had found a loophole in the rules. Even with masks on, students could still recognize each other's identities through verbal exchanges. As long as the students of martial arts class 3 work together in unity, whether it's joining forces to compete against classes 1 and 2, or focusing on internal excellence to help a few students accumulate 3 points for early graduation, no matter which path they choose, the assessment results of martial arts class 3 won't be disappointing. Jiang Chang kept dropping hints and flashing meaningful glances at the students, afraid they might miss his point. It wasn't until Lu Yuan impatiently urged him repeatedly that Jiang Chang reluctantly left the scene. 10, 9, 8, 7. After the teachers left, the sound of an electronic countdown echoed through the training hall. The students quickly put on their masks and gripped their weapons, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In contrast, Daoshi and He Xiangzai casually stretched their arms and yawned, their relaxed demeanor creating a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere among their classmates. At the same time, outside Mo University, a public bathhouse, Dong Chao carried his bathing basket into the men's section. The spacious bath area held only one middle-aged man. The man sat in the hot water pool, soaking while splashing the water around. This childish behavior, completely at odds with his age and status, perfectly illustrates what it means for a man to remain a boy at heart until death. Dong Chao arrived by the pool and stood at rigid attention with military precision. Colonel Dong Chao of the Huaxia headquarters, reporting to the general. The man turned around and splashed a handful of hot water at Dong Chao. There's no outsiders here, cut the formalities. Come on in for a soak, brother. Dong Chao sighed helplessly. Sun Ji, couldn't we meet somewhere a bit more proper? The man glared. What's wrong with a bathhouse being informal? I've traveled all day from Jingzhou to Mazhou, crossing thousands of kilometers. What's the problem with soaking in a bath to relieve fatigue? Hearing this, Dong Chao couldn't say anything more. After all, it was his phone call last night that had invited this formidable figure here. The man before them was none other than Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education and also a general of the Huaxia headquarters, codenamed Wu Shiqi. He was also the son of Marshal Lu Er, the god of war, and the father of Sun Jingfeng. Sun Miao, a water monkey bloodline ability user, simply loved soaking in water. When it came to private discussions, his first choice was always the bathhouse. General Sun Miao's little quirk left Dong Chao utterly exasperated. Back in the day, General Sun Miao had once spent 6 hours explaining a battle plan to Dong Chao in the bathhouse so long that Dong Chao's skin practically pruned up. Under Sun Miao's eager gaze, Dong Chao had no choice but to grit his teeth and step into the hot pool. The moment he sat down with a grimace, Sun Miao sidled up and enveloped him in a bear hug. Brother, you finally called me. You gotta help me with this damn family mess of ours. They say every family has its own troubles, but who knew ours would be fucking menstrual cramps? Dong Chao thought to himself, after all this time, Brother Sun still had a way with dirty jokes. How the hell did he come up with that menstrual cramps analogy for the Sun family's troubles? Sun Miao had traveled thousands of miles specifically for his son's sake to seek out Dong Chao, the military's renowned idea king. Despite holding the prestigious positions of minister and general, Sun Miao's days had been particularly rough lately. On one side was his son, who had secretly consumed a forbidden nucleus and caused a major disaster, while on the other was his furious father, who had lost face. Caught between them, Sun Miao found himself in an impossible situation. Sending his son to Moa University had been Sun Miao's deliberate ploy to get close to Dong Chao. Now that Dong Chao had proactively reached out, Sun Miao finally saw a glimmer of hope. Brother, Xiaofeng's issue is actually quite simple to resolve. The key to solving the problem lies with my two students. Dong Chao theatrically glanced at his watch. Brother, the academy's assessment should have started by now. Watch this evaluation, and you'll understand. Dong Chao deliberately kept them in suspense. Though unsure what trick Dong Chao had up his sleeve, Sun Miao still followed his cue and formed hand seals. Instantly, the steaming water surface transformed into a projection screen, displaying real-time scenes from the martial arts hall. Sun Miao demonstrated one of the fundamental abilities of the water monkey bloodline, flowers in a mirror, moon on water. Using water as a medium, he could observe every major and minor event within a 20-kilometer radius. It was precisely this ability that allowed Sun Miao to effortlessly gather enemy intelligence on the battlefield, always maintaining the upper hand. Dong Chao leaned against the poolside, watching the projection in the water with serene confidence. He knew his two prized students were about to treat Sun Miao to a spectacular performance. Inside the martial arts hall. 3, 2, 1, 0. The moment the countdown reached 0, countless shockwaves erupted throughout the venue. Nearly 90% of the students immediately rushed toward the locations where Daoshi and Xiongzai were standing. Clearly, everyone regarded them as easy pushovers. Yet in the eyes of Daoshi and Xiongzai, these fools charging at them were the real fat sheep, moreover, the kind with cerebral thrombosis that couldn't even resist. With a light chuckle, Xiongzai loosened the sword bag from his back. Against these small fry, his sword couldn't even be bothered to leave its sheath. Xiongzai darted through the crowd like a butterfly flitting among flowers. With several swift thrusts of his right hand, his sheathed longsword transformed into a short staff, striking the jaws of several classmates with pinpoint accuracy. The severe impact to their trigeminal nerves instantly plunged these unlucky souls into infant-like slumber. Xiongzai's control was impeccable, knocking them unconscious without causing any real harm, thus avoiding activation of the venue's emergency defensive arrays. While dealing with these minor nuisances, Xiongzai's left hand wasn't idle either. With a flick and lift of his left-hand long sword, he effortlessly snatched away his opponent's nameplate. Each time an unfortunate soul collapsed unconscious, their nameplate was already securely tucked into Xiongzai's pocket. Xiongzai moved like a phantom, effortlessly knocking out over a dozen classmates before anyone could clearly discern his movements. The continuous stream of collapsing victims plunged the training hall into utter chaos. Amidst the turmoil, someone suddenly remembered Instructor Zhang Chang's earlier warning. Class 3 students. Class 3, gather around me. A student with a raspy duck-like voice tried to rally Class 3 together. But the moment he spoke, a sheathed longsword was already thrust against his face, precisely sending him into dreamland. After knocking out this unlucky fellow, Xiongzai imitated the guy's voice and shouted, Class 3 students, come here quickly. He. Xiongzai used his shouts to attract the students of Class 3, then smirked mischievously before knocking them all unconscious. Chapter 47. It's not that they're weak, but their opponents are too pathetic. Compared to Xiongzai, Daoshi appeared more cautious, yet far more violent. When the assessment began, Daoshi first cleverly changed his position to avoid being recognized, and then he started his ruthless rampage. With one hand holding his backpack and the other delivering rapid punches, Daoshi only needed a single hand to deal with these classmates. Anyone struck by his fists force crumpled to the ground, collapsing into unconsciousness from the violent surge of energy. Unlike Xiongzai's specialized approach targeting the trigeminal nerve, Daoshi named his own striking technique fist paralysis. Whether they were top students from Class 1 or average students from Classes 2 and 3, under Daoshi's fists, they made no difference, all were just materials to be knocked out with a single punch. Daoshi advanced like a bulldozer, never bothering about who stood in his way. He simply threw punches, that was all there was to it. As he plowed forward, a translucent dragon tail materialized behind him. The nimble tail coiled around badge after badge, stuffing them into Daoshi's arms. A tall figure staggered but didn't faint after taking a punch from Daoshi. While inwardly approving, Daoshi backhanded a mighty slap that sent his opponent straight to dreamland. Compared to other students, this kid had some skills, but not much. What should have been a chaotic brawl involving nearly 100 masked fighters turned into a grass-cutting game for Daoshi and Xiongzai. In under 2 minutes, they'd cleared the entire venue, leaving only the two of them standing in the empty arena. In the bathroom, Sun Miao watched the two of them effortlessly cutting through opponents like vegetables, repeatedly exclaiming in admiration. Absolutely eye-opening, truly eye-opening. Though Sun Miao was praising them, his words were half genuine and half flattery. Yesterday, Dong Chao had briefed Sun Miao over the phone about Daoshi and Xiongzai's circumstances. Today's special combat assessment was tailor-made for these two. The other students in the academy were merely their sparring partners. Bro, your two students are indeed impressive, but what does this have to do with my Xiaofeng? Though Daoshi and Xiongzai performed excellently, they hadn't reached the level that would truly astonish Sun Miao. Sun Miao was currently more concerned about his precious son. Just moments ago, when he saw Xiongzai knock his beloved son down with a single sword strike, Sun Miao had even secretly smacked his thigh in frustration. Sun Miao himself was an SS-grade superhuman martial artist, a bearer of the water monkey bloodline ability, hailed as the strongest aquatic combatant on Blue Star. Since childhood, he had always been crowned with titles like Genius and Prodigy. While Daoshi and Xiongzai's grass-cutting level performances were indeed dazzling, if he were to rewind to his 18-year-old self, Sun Miao could have easily replicated such acrobatic displays. Dong Chao's two students were indeed excellent, but they were far from reaching the level he had boasted about on the phone. On the phone, Dong Chao had hyped them up, claiming both his students possessed SSS tier talent. Sun Miao's expectations had been sky-high. But now, it seemed brother Dong Chao had exaggerated a bit too much. Recalling all the grand claims Dong Chao had made during that call, Sun Miao couldn't help but feel amused. An SSS rank either is or isn't. What do you mean by sort of SSS? Moreover, across the entire Huaxia region, there are no more than 10 martial artists with SSS tier talent. Not just ordinary martial artists, even among the 4 universally renowned martials, the Candle Dragon, Six Ears, Sick Tiger, and Lone Wolf, only Candle Dragon and Six Ears possess SSS tier talent. The Lone Wolf martial, hailed as the strongest one-on-one fighter on the planet, is merely SS tier. Dong Chao's martial arts class only has 2 students, and both are SSS rank. The gold drop rate is higher than the 4 great martials? Dream on! Sun Miao was afraid Dong Chao would lose face, so he forcibly suppressed the smile threatening to break across his face. This buddy of his was perfect in every way, capable, sharp-witted, emotionally intelligent, except for his damn habit of bragging. Sun Miao reckoned that among all SS grade talents, Dong Chao's 2 students must be truly exceptional. Setting aside the bragging, for Dong Chao to recruit 2 SS grade students despite his damaged foundation was nothing short of a stroke of incredible luck. Or rather, it was luck that struck him. But what did any of this have to do with their little phone? Sun Miao even suspected that Dong Chao might have used helping Xiao Feng wipe his ass as an excuse to trick him, the father, into coming over just to show off in front of him. Dong Chao saw the doubt in Sun Miao's heart. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai failed to impress Sun Miao not because they weren't strong, but because their opponents were too weak. Compared to these peers of theirs, the two's talents were downright outrageous. Even the highly anticipated Shin Chen could only withstand 1 punch and a slap from Dao Shi. He wasn't even worthy of a serious beating from Dao Shi. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, these 2 brats, one fought with just 1 hand the entire time, while the other didn't even unsheath his sword. This grass-cutting game of theirs was executed with the intensity of an high-exercise routine. Next up, the real deal is coming. Dong Chao signaled to Sun Miao not to rush. The show's just getting started, bro. Don't rush, Little Fang's got his part coming up soon. Sun Miao thought to himself, with his son foaming at the mouth on the ground, what kind of part could he possibly have left? Seeing Dong Chao's confident expression, Sun Miao had no choice but to suppress his impatience and keep watching the projection in the water. Inside the martial arts hall, after completing the clearing work, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai wordlessly met at the center of the field. He Xiangzai proudly pulled out the badge from his pocket, 43. Dao Shi also took out all his badges, 47. The two exchanged a smile and casually tossed the badges onto the ground. This nameplate race was just an appetizer, neither of them cared much about the outcome. The real main event was yet to come. As if by tacit agreement, both of them began escalating their auras, forming 2 swirling energy currents before them that clashed incessantly. He Xiangzai slowly drew his twin long swords, the metallic shing of blades leaving their scabbards reverberating through the training hall. Just like during their last encounter, Dao Shi solemnly stripped down to just his shorts. Then, from his patched-up book bag, he retrieved his weapon. Unlike He Xiangzai's $1,000,000 paired swords, Dao Shi's weapon was homemade. Several threaded stainless steel pipes combined with a crude, rudimentary double-edged blade formed Dao Shi's weapon, the Mo Dao. Dao Shi calmly assembled his weapon. The blade shaft, pieced together from stainless steel pipes, was uneven and bumpy, with inconsistent thickness. Yet when Dao Shi gripped the weapon in his hand, this comically crude blade radiated an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. The Mo Dao could be called the most violent, most slaughter-inducing cold weapon in existence. The Martial Arts Weapon Compendium's evaluation of the Mo Dao consisted of just 4 words, cleaves man and horse alike. At this moment, this intense aura of slaughter perfectly complemented Dao Shi's domineering presence. Dao Shi's figure began to transform. He once again became that handsome youth nearly 2 meters tall, while tattoo-like ink paintings started emerging across his body. A coiling black dragon tattoo appeared around Dao Shi's body, with the dragon's head facing directly opposite his chest. Except this dragon head was actually a mongrel dog's face. It looked both absurd and eerily unsettling. Seeing Dao Shi reveal his true form, He Xiangzai suddenly raised his hand, slashing the sword in his right hand against the one in his left. With a crisp clang, the long sword in his left hand was severed into 2 pieces. He Xiangzai now held a full-length sword in his right hand and a broken half in his left. The blades positioned one forward and one reversed. His stance appeared casual yet concealed profound mysteries. The scenario of battling Dao Shi was one He Xiangzai had rehearsed countless times in his mind. When facing a monster like Dao Shi, his Mandarin duck twin swords were neither fast enough nor fierce enough. To defeat such a monster, he had to change his sword technique. He Xiangzai abandoned his pursuit of the flashy Mandarin duck twin swords and switched to the more obscure uneven sword style. At this moment, his stance, holding a long sword in one hand and a broken sword in the other, perfectly mirrored the 2 sword bones within his body. Chapter 48, Sword Aura Intimidating? Times, Sword Intimidating Aura, Square Root. Without any verbal exchange, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai simultaneously struck, their blades crossing. The razor-sharp sword aura clashed violently with the murderous saber energy, sending out rippling shockwaves. Though these shockwaves appeared ferocious, they dissipated abruptly into nothingness after merely 3 to 5 meters. At the same time, jagged electric scars materialized around the two, radiating outward from their weapons as the center. In the bathroom, Sun Miao raised his eyebrows in astonishment. This is the 4 Qi blood techniques? The 4 Qi blood techniques represent 4 advanced applications of Qi blood energy. The 4 techniques are divided into condensation, coiling, explosion, and splendor. At this moment, what Dao Shi and He Xiongzai displayed was precisely the condensation technique among the 4 techniques of Qi and blood. The condensation technique emphasizes focusing the spirit, stabilizing the mind, and internalizing Qi and blood. It's a method to enhance control over one's Qi and blood. The jagged electric streaks surrounding them were manifestations of highly compressed and precisely controlled Qi and blood. Both Dao Shi and He Xiongzai were formidable figures capable of destroying a training room with a single strike. If their battle had demolished the entire martial arts hall, Sun Miao wouldn't have been surprised. Yet, the two chose to do the exact opposite. Both displayed exceptional control, their vital energy condensed without release. The shockwaves from their clashes dissipated harmlessly after just a single ripple. Their confrontation not only left the venue completely undamaged but didn't even disturb the unconscious students lying nearby. This level of control to perform elaborate rituals within a snail's shell far exceeded Sun Miao's expectations. Sun Miao no longer dared to show the slightest contempt for Dong Chao's 2 students. His eyes widened as he stared at the reflections in the water, afraid of missing even the tiniest detail. Dong Chao had long known that both of his students were masters at controlling their vital energy. They usually suppressed their energy fluctuations, disguising themselves as the worst underachievers in class. This was the application of the condensation technique from the 4 secrets of vital energy. In the martial arts hall, Dao Shi exchanged several moves with He Xiongzai before deliberately retreating to create distance between them. Only a few days had passed since their last sparring session, yet Dao Shi could clearly sense that He Xiongzai's cultivation had advanced yet again. Moreover, while wielding the uneven-length swords, He Xiongzai's sword techniques had become both swift and bizarre. Meanwhile, Dao Shi found himself hindered by his own weapon. After those few exchanges, Dao Shi's Mo Dao was already covered in slash marks. The stainless steel pipe serving as the blade's shaft bore several deep notches, leaving the entire weapon teetering on the brink of shattering. Compared to He Xiongzai's million-worth C-grade weapon, Dao Shi's homemade Modeo severely dragged down the team's performance. Zai Zi, I really underestimated you before, Dao Shi praised while gripping his blade. Holding his breath and focusing, 2 deep crimson Qi clusters gradually condensed around his hands. Slowly channeling the Qi into his Modeo, Dao Shi eventually enveloped the entire blade in a swirling aura. Seeing this scene, Sun Miao in the bathroom stared wide-eyed, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Zai Zi, taste this move. Dao Shi suddenly leaped high into the air, his Modeo, long-handled saber, whipping through the wind like a series of rapid thrusts. Each stab left behind a lingering blade shadow in the air. He Xiongzai immediately recognized that Dao Shi's move was none other than the 3000 weak waters technique he himself had used during their first duel. Dao Shi actually plagiarized his sword technique. Fine, you actually stole my ultimate invincible domineering and fierce 3000 weak waters technique, He Xiongzai exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Dao Shi suddenly felt rather embarrassed. What the hell kind of illiterate move is this? Shouldn't have plagiarized this crap. Facing the overwhelming barrage of blade shadows, He Xiongzai remained utterly calm, striking a pretentious pose as he casually slung his jagged sword behind his back. Lucky for me, I plagiarized yours too. As he spoke, He Xiongzai's figure suddenly began flickering at an insane frequency. He moved like a fallen leaf swaying in the wind, always managing to narrowly evade Dao Shi's blade energy just before it could touch him. The footwork He Xiongzai was executing at this moment was none other than the dancing dragon's 100 transformations that Dao Shi had once demonstrated. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of blade shadows, He Xiongzai's footwork still appeared somewhat unrefined. After dodging over a dozen of Dao Shi's strikes, his movements faltered, and he was abruptly pierced by Dao Shi's blade. Ah! He Xiongzai let out a piercing scream, startling Dao Shi. Dao Shi instinctively tried to withdraw his blade, only to find He Xiongzai grinning mischievously. Just kidding, He Xiongzai had clamped the blade under his armpit while simultaneously radiating tangible sword auras from his entire body, as if clad in armor woven from swordlight. Just now, He Xiongzai had used this armor to withstand Dao Shi's blade aura and clamp down on his long-handled saber. He Xiongzai secretly activated his blood and Qi, causing the sword radiance around his body to suddenly extend by 3 inches. Countless sword radiances intertwined, shredding Dao Shi's long-handled saber into fragments. Witnessing this scene, Sun Miao in the bathroom instinctively covered his head with both hands. His mouth, stretched wide open, looked as if someone had stuffed an invisible bowling ball into it. Those 2 brats in the projection were downright bizarre. In the training hall, He Xiongzai proudly showed off. This move was inspired by your scaly armor. I've named it Cyclone Thunderbolt Snakeskin Annihilation Sword Aura Overload. With his weapon destroyed, Dao Shi didn't get angry but instead laughed. Can't say I see any sword aura overload, but you're definitely a sword-wielding pain in the ass. The black dragon tattoo on Daoshi's body gradually faded, replaced by protruding scaly armor. His body underwent subtle changes, his hands transformed into sharp dragon claws, and his face began to twist into a fearsome visage. The phantom silhouette of Panhu slowly materialized around him. Panhu spread its dragon claws wide, its serpentine body coiling, while its somewhat adorable earthdog head bared its teeth in a fierce snarl. After Panhu's phantom appeared, the very air in the training arena seemed to freeze solid. Good. Now this is getting interesting. Xiongzai was thoroughly exhilarated, his clothes billowing without wind as he crossed two swords before his chest in an X shape. Taste my dragon-slaying 8 forms, the arrogant, dazzling, ruthless sword chi that locks dragons. Despite its absurdly lengthy name, Xiongzai's sword technique carried an unexpected air of returning to simplicity. All the sword radiance around him vanished, leaving only a cold glimmer along the edges of his twin blades. The cold gleam grew increasingly intense, causing Xiongzai's sword-wielding arms to tremble slightly. Holy shit! Witnessing this scene, Sun Miao couldn't help but curse aloud as he executed a fish-like leap, springing out of the bathing pool. This kid has touched the threshold of the explosion technique? This is just too monstrous. It wasn't that Sun Miao lacked composure, but the scene before him was truly beyond belief. An 18-year-old freshman displayed control over chi and blood that completely outclassed most high-level martial artists. What's more, he'd even touched the threshold of the explosive character formula? What kind of international joke was this? At this moment, Sun Miao felt that as the Minister of Martial Arts Education, he had shown some disrespect toward brother Dong Chao and toward these two students in Dong Chao's class. Though he hadn't laughed out loud earlier, the mere thought of mocking Dong Chao for boasting in his heart was itself a form of disrespect. Now, Sun Miao finally understood why Dong Chao claimed both his students could be considered SSS tier. The boy with draconic beast bloodline was indisputably SSS tier, powerful, domineering, and without weaknesses. As for the sword cultivator, his techniques were ever-changing, his strikes ruthlessly precise, with terrifyingly refined control over his vital energy. Yet unfortunately, his foundation was flawed, like a man walking with one crippled leg. But even so, the strength and talent this guy displayed were far beyond that of an SS rank martial artist. In fact, during this match, he even managed to suppress that SSS rank Dragon Beast kid, even if he had the advantage of weapons. Chapter 49, The Genius's Face Hurts a Little. These two guys? Sun Miao stared at the reflection in the water, momentarily at a loss for words. As the Minister of Martial Arts Education and a general of the Huaxia headquarters, Sun Miao was no stranger to prodigies. But he had never seen anyone this terrifyingly strong. Despite possessing SS-grade talent himself, he was now starkly confronted with the true meaning of disparity. What does it mean to have 1 in 100 million talent? What does it mean to be a heaven-sent prodigy? There is still a clear threshold between SSS grade and SS grade after all. At this moment, Sun Miao suddenly realized why his father had always been so critical of him during his martial arts training in his youth. In the eyes of his father, who possessed SSS grade talent, his own SS grade talent was utterly inadequate. Sun Miao had reached the peak of the 8th stage and only began systematically studying the 4 chi techniques when attempting to break through to the 9th stage. It wasn't until after turning 35 that he fully mastered all 4 techniques. Yet now, this seemingly uneducated young swordsman, just 18 years old, had already touched the threshold of the explosive character technique? This utterly put Sun Miao to shame. Whether it was the sword cultivator kid or the dragon-blooded beast kid, they had both mastered the coiling technique to perfection. One could envelop his weapon with vital energy to enhance its strength, while the other could even form sword auras from his vital energy, donning himself in a suit of sword aura armor. These two kids were downright monstrous. Sun Miao reckoned that if he were to revert to his 18-year-old self, he wouldn't last 20 rounds against these two in a land battle. Of course, if it were in water, that would be a different story. Sun now added aquatic combat to the hypothetical scenario, salvaging a bit of his pride. Although Dong Chao had long suspected his two disciples were no ordinary talents, witnessing their performance still left him utterly astonished. In just a few short days, both had made progress. They could even mimic each other's techniques. As for this moment, the glimpse of the explosive technique displayed by Xiongzai as he condensed his sword aura surprised Dong Chao while also secretly making him feel a bit regretful. If Xiongzai had persisted in fighting fast with fast, leveraging the advantage of his weapon, he might have truly been able to avenge his previous humiliation. What a pity! This kid lost a golden opportunity just to show off his skills. The explosive technique is a method of extreme chi and blood eruption, enhancing one's own destructive power. Xiongzai was clearly just beginning to grasp this technique. His prolonged charging time, however, gave Daoshi the perfect opportunity to turn the tables. Just as Dong Chao had predicted, upon seeing Xiongzai gathering sword energy for so long, Daoshi made the first move. He shot toward Daoshi like an arrow. As he charged forward, he suddenly launched a flying kick. This swift and vicious wind shadow kick was something Xiongzai had witnessed before. He Xiongzai slightly sidestepped, preparing to dodge the kick while simultaneously delivering his strongest killing move to Daoshi, intending to end this duel with the demeanor of a victor. Just as He Xiongzai completed his power buildup and was about to unleash his Sword Shi Dragon Lock, Daoshi's kicking technique abruptly transformed. The wind shadow kick originally aimed at He Xiongzai's waist suddenly changed trajectory, as Daoshi stumped downward, crushing He Xiongzai's toes. At the same time, the phantom of Pan Hu above Daoshi's head opened its bloody maw. Woof, woof. The phantom dog's head let out 2 barks, and He Xiongzai felt his mind instantly scatter. The technique Daoshi employed was a unique ability of the Xianyuan family's dragon beast bloodline Dragon Might. Although Pan Hu's roar wasn't particularly domineering, the dragon might it unleashed could even make the 5-clawed golden dragon submit. Despite He Xiongzai's clear sword intent, facing Dragon Might for the first time inevitably caused him a momentary lapse in focus. And for Daoshi, that fleeting moment of distraction was more than enough. Daoshi stomped down hard, crushing He Xiongzai's toes underfoot. Ugh! He Xiongzai grunted in pain, feeling as if he'd been run over by a tank. No matter how many scenarios he'd prepared for, he never anticipated Daoshi would resort to such a dirty trick at this critical moment. He still wanted to endure the excruciating pain and unleash his sword technique, but Daoshi wouldn't give him another chance. After stepping on his toes, Daoshi lifted his knee and slammed it mercilessly into He Xiongzai's crotch. Ah! He Xiongzai let out a sharp, rooster-like scream. While raising his knee, Daoshi's hands weren't idle either. His dragon claw transformed hands grabbed He Xiongzai's armpits and gave a vicious pinch, making He Xiongzai tremble like a sieve, his twin swords clattering to the ground. Daoshi yanked He Xiongzai by the hair and slammed him against the wall. Slay dragons, huh? I'll teach you to slay dragons. Still snapping my weapon? Snapping my weapon, are you? Daoshi gripped He Xiongzai's head and repeatedly smashed it against the wall. The previously sharp-edged He Xiongzai now showed remarkable flexibility. Brother Shi, let's call it quits here. Let's call it quits, Brother Shi. Daoshi stopped his movements and confirmed He Xiongzai hadn't sustained any real injuries. He dusted off He Xiongzai's clothes. Time's almost up, we'd better wrap things up quickly. Their gazes simultaneously turned toward the unconscious Sun Jingfeng lying in the corner. Though wearing a mask, Sun Jingfeng's administrative jacket was far too conspicuous, impossible to miss. Inside the bathroom, Sun Miao stared dumbfounded at the scene. Just seconds ago, he'd been utterly stunned by the battle between 2 SSS-level geniuses, but now, he was left utterly speechless. The battle between 2 geniuses ended with an O. Henry-style twist. The Dragon Beast Kid's dirty tricks, stomping toes, groin kicks, pinching armpits, and hair-pulling were clearly inherited from Dong Chao. In an SSS-level showdown between 2 SSS-level fighters, it was these underhanded moves that proved decisive. Sun Miao felt as though a dirty sock had been stuffed down his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. What chilled Sun Miao even more was the peculiar way those 2 genius brats were looking at his precious son. In that instant, Sun Miao suddenly realized what role his beloved son Sun Jingfeng had truly played in this practical assessment. Inside the martial arts arena, Daoshi and He Xiongzai dragged the unconscious Sun Jingfeng to the center of the field, forcibly propping him up between them. He Xiongzai picked up the nameplates from the ground and stuffed them all into Sun Jingfeng's arms, while Daoshi swung his arm wide and delivered 2 resounding slaps, one forehand, one backhand, right across Sun Jingfeng's face. During the nameplate race, Daoshi and He Xiongzai had already devised their cleanup plan. There was no way they could reveal their true strength. The best solution was to make Sun Jingfeng take the fall, just like yesterday. Just let him wreak havoc alone. Daoshi and He Xiongzai thought they had executed their plan flawlessly, unaware that Dong Chao had already anticipated their petty schemes. Moreover, at this very moment, Dong Chao was dragging Sun Jingfeng's father to witness their despicable behavior firsthand. After receiving 2 hard slaps, Sun Jingfeng slowly regained consciousness. Daoshi and He Xiongzai promptly flopped to the ground, pretending to be knocked out. Sun Jingfeng shook his head groggily as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze first fell upon his unconscious classmates scattered on the ground, then he noticed with shock that his arms were completely full, clutching 2 stacks of nameplates. Sun Jingfeng's barely awake brain nearly short-circuited again at the sight. After several seconds of stunned silence, it gradually dawned on him he seemed to be the one who had knocked out all these classmates lying on the ground. Had he really collected all their nameplates himself? Though hardly daring to believe it, the evidence was undeniable. He'd single-handedly defeated 100 opponents and slaughtered the entire field. So I am a genius after all, I truly am a genius. Sun Jingfeng raised the nameplates skyward and laughed hysterically at the heavens. But after just 2 laughs, he couldn't laugh anymore. For some reason, the genius's face hurt a little. Chapter 50, In my unconscious state, I'm terrifyingly strong. Outside the martial arts hall, Lu Yuan and several instructors anxiously awaited the assessment results. Time passed minute by minute, and the moods of the few individuals underwent different changes. Dean Lu Yuan paced incessantly, restless as an ant on a hot pan, unable to settle for even a moment. In Lu Yuan's understanding, the top students of Class 1, as well as the super genius Sun Jingfeng discovered just yesterday, should have swiftly earned their full 3 points and left the arena with ease. Yet, half an hour into the assessment, the doors of the training hall remained tightly shut. Not a single person had completed the trial. Lu Yuan grew increasingly puzzled the more he thought about it. Core instructor Wang Su frowned deeply, his eyes fixed anxiously on the training hall's entrance. Truth be told, Wang Su disapproved of this bizarre assessment. Although emergency arrays were in place within the venue, allowing students to engage in chaotic combat without any instructors supervising the entire process was practically inviting accidents. Wang Su was more concerned about the students' safety than their assessment results at the moment. Intern teacher Jiang Chang also appeared anxious on the surface, but a hint of delight could be seen between his brows. Jiang Chang believed that Class 3 must have understood his hints, united together, and resisted Class 1 and Class 2, making the assessment so fiercely contested. With this momentum, their Class 3's performance shouldn't be too bad. Jiang Chang was certain that in this assessment, the bottom spot would undoubtedly go to the worst class, Martial Arts Class 4. As for the top performers, there was no question it would be Martial Arts Class 1. As a trainee teacher, he would be satisfied if his Martial Arts Class 3 could just match the performance of Class 2. Jiang Chang knew all too well that the students in his class were simply too mediocre in talent. No matter how hard he tried to teach them, he couldn't produce any outstanding results. If he wanted to achieve something noteworthy, he still had to get his hands on that crippled sword cultivator from Class 4. Jiang Chan usually kept a low profile, but in truth, he came from a prestigious martial arts education family. His uncle, Jiang Guangming, was a renowned contemporary martial arts educator and a pillar of the nation for Huaxia. A decade ago, thanks to his uncle's invention, the Ascension Technique, several ninth-tier martial artists in Huaxia forcibly advanced to transcendent levels at the cost of sacrificing their upper limits, helping the nation survive the Yiwu calamity. Because of this unparalleled contribution, the Jiang family not only enjoyed immense prestige in the education sector but also had extensive connections in military circles. Jiang Chang's cousin even earned an exceptional admission into the Flesh and Blood Great Wall Unit. The Great Wall of Flesh, China's most elite and mysterious special forces unit. As the youngest of the Jiang family's current generation, Jiang Chang didn't aspire to achieve great deeds like his cousin. He merely wanted to use his position as a trainee teacher as a stepping stone to gain some achievements, then leverage his uncle's connections to secure an official position in the martial arts education department that would make his life complete. And his shortcut to gaining achievements lay with that crippled sword cultivator in Class 4. A genius with comprehension and talent, yet unable to cultivate due to crippled meridians, such a person would make the perfect lab rat for research. Just drive away that slacker Dong Chao, and Jiang Chang can firmly grasp the lab rat in his hands. Jiang Chang knew that Dean Lu Yuan had long wanted to expel Dong Chao. It's just that Dong Chao seemed to have some military connections, making it tricky to handle. Jiang Chang could help Lu Yuan. With the prestige and influence of their Jiang family, getting rid of a slacker teacher was as easy as saying the word. Dong Chao's so-called connections and background were nothing but a joke in the face of the Jiang family. Compared to the current assessment results, Jiang Chang was more concerned with finding an opportunity to have a good talk with Dean Lu Yuan. Among the group, Qin Wanqing appeared the most composed, but the doubts in her heart were also the greatest. Qin Wanqing knew full well that it was Dong Chao's two students who had destroyed the training room yesterday. Those two guys weren't poor students at all, they were absolute geniuses. Earlier today, when Qin Wanqing learned about the bizarre rules of this assessment, she'd already begun to feel that something wasn't quite right about this evaluation. When Qin Wanqing heard from Principal Lu Yuan that these peculiar assessment rules had been personally devised by Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education, her sense of unease grew even stronger. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the doors of the training hall were suddenly flung open. Sun Jingfeng made a grand entrance before the group. Holding up his nameplate with both hands, he swaggered toward them with an unmistakably arrogant stride. My apologies, Dean. I must confess my mistake. A momentary lapse destroyed this assessment. Sun Jingfeng pulled off a dramatic stunt. He loosened his fingers, letting two stacks of nameplates clatter noisily to the ground. Staring at the scattered nameplates, Lu Yuan gaped wide-eyed, his expression frozen in a perfect imitation of a startled frog. Why you mean you eliminated everyone? Sun Jingfeng pretended to be calm as he nodded. I got carried away and knocked them all out. It's all my fault, my martial arts cultivation isn't refined enough to control my strength. Though Sun Jingfeng appeared to be self-deprecating, he was actually flexing. Sun Jingfeng felt that after consuming the alien core, certain changes had occurred in his body. It seemed he could unleash terrifying combat power while in an unconscious state. Yesterday, when he destroyed the training room, he was unconscious, and today, when he wiped out everyone in seconds, he was unconscious again. Dean, let me be honest with you. This ability of mine should be called the Comatose Crusher or the Sleepwalking Ape of Doom. When I'm unconscious, I'm terrifyingly strong. Sun Jingfeng didn't hold anything back and told everything to the dean and several teachers. Not long after the assessment began, he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he had knocked out all his classmates and collected their name tags in his arms. Apart from 2 swollen patches on his face, Sun Jingfeng didn't have a single scratch on his body. He had thoroughly dominated the entire field. After hearing Sun Jingfeng's account, Lu Yuan and Wang Su were both shocked and ecstatic. Sun Jingfeng is truly a genius beyond ordinary comprehension, worthy of being a descendant of the Sun family. The martial arts academy has really struck gold this time. Jiang Chang, on the other hand, was both astonished and envious. How could a prodigy like Sun Jingfeng have joined Wang Su's martial arts class? If such a talented and well-connected genius had joined his own class, wouldn't he have soared to great heights? Among the group, Qin Wanqing appeared unmoved on the surface, but inwardly, she was both shocked and speechless. As an SS-grade talented martial artist, Qin Wanqing was sharp as ice and snow. She instantly pieced together all the twists and turns in this situation. It was abundantly clear, the ones who had instantly defeated the entire academy during the assessment weren't Sun Jingfeng, but those 2 students from Dong Chao's class. The current situation is exactly the same as when the training room was destroyed yesterday. Those 2 brats pretending to be weak students have made Sun Jingfeng the scapegoat again. Not only that, Qin Wanqing had thought of something even deeper. This bizarre assessment was personally designed by Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education. The true target of this assessment was Dong Chao's 2 students. In other words, Dong Chao, this guy everyone regarded as a useless slacker, had connections with Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education and a general of the Huaxia headquarters. Minister Sun Miao personally set the rules for Dong Chao's 2 students. Even more, Sun Miao used his own son to cover for Dong Chao's students, making his own son take the fall for them? Who the hell is this Dong Chao? The more Qin Wanqing thought about it, the more frightened she became. Chapter 51, The Substitute Sacrifice. While Wang Su was overjoyed to have an incomprehensibly talented genius in his class, he didn't forget about his other students. Everyone, quickly check on the other students' injuries. Wang Su charged into the training hall at the forefront. Fortunately, Sun Jingfeng had shown restraint. He'd merely knocked out the other students without causing any irreversible harm. Wang Su finally let out the breath he'd been holding. The teachers infused qi and blood into the students one after another, helping them regain consciousness. As for how they were knocked out, most students had no recollection. They only remembered that during the chaotic battle, they were inexplicably attacked, then everything went black before they lost consciousness. Surprisingly, it was the least skilled duo, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai, who managed to recount part of what had happened. The 2 claimed that as soon as the assessment began, Sun Jingfeng went on a rampage, knocking out their classmates like cutting grass. Even the 2 hiding in the corner couldn't escape the disaster. Dao Shi also whined tearfully, complaining that his long-handled saber had been snapped by Sun Jingfeng. I'd already handed over my nameplate and surrendered to him, yet he still broke my saber and punched me. So tyrannical, so unreasonable. Dao Shi covered his eyes and let out a dry wail, perfectly embodying weakness and helplessness. Sun Jingfeng put on a friendly smile and patted Dao Shi on the shoulder. Sorry about that, Dao Shi. I lost control for a moment. It's just a mo Dao, I'll get you a new one. Sun Jingfeng displayed his natural charisma and his wallet's power. When smiling, the 2 patches of redness and swelling on Sun Jingfeng's face stood out conspicuously. In the bathroom, watching this farce come to an end, Sun Miao formed another hand seal, dispelling the illusion. He was feeling a bit irritated. That dragon beast brat had slapped his precious son twice across the face and then demanded compensation for the knife? What kind of scam was this? Also, that idiot son of mine is just too damn stupid, completely brain dead. Dong Chao looked at Sun Miao with a beaming smile. Bro, the show's over. Wasn't it spectacular? Spectacular my ass. Sun Miao thought to himself that Dong Chao was really putting on airs. He'd actually managed to recruit 2 SSS tier students. Seeing 2 such outstanding young talents naturally filled Sun Miao with joy. Though, those 2 SSS tier brats were truly ruthless, relentlessly targeting his own son. Dong Chao extended his arm and slung it over Sun Miao's shoulder. Bro, you saw it too. Due to various misunderstandings, Xiaofeng is currently taking the heat for my 2 students. Sun Miao was about to voice his dissatisfaction when Dong Chao cut him off and continued. Now, let's formally discuss Xiaofeng's matter. Dong Chao finally brought up his beloved son. Sun Miao quickly swallowed all his grievances and assumed an attentive posture. Dong Chao straightened his posture, his tone becoming much more solemn. Why did Xiaofeng provoke Marshal Luer's furious rage? Because his act of stealing military merit rewards shattered the Marshal's reputation as the god of war. Marshal Luer earned the title God of War precisely because he upheld justice with impartiality and ironclad integrity. Common soldiers without background or family connections willingly followed him because they believed Marshal Luer was different from those aristocratic clans. Under Marshal Luer's command, as long as you worked hard enough and fought desperately, you could enjoy equal opportunities for advancement. Everyone could fairly exchange military merits to grow stronger. Dong Chao's words came straight from the heart. Back in the day, he climbed his way up from being a common foot soldier, step by step, to reach the highest ranks. Among the four great marshals, Marshal Six Ears couldn't match Candle Dragon in authority, nor Sick Tiger in wealth, and in one-on-one combat, he was no match for Lone Wolf either. Yet, he alone was revered as the god of war. All because he rewarded and punished with perfect clarity, impartial and selfless, never engaging in underhanded schemes. Alas, the illustrious reputation of Marshal Lure was ruined by his grandson. Building a military god's reputation takes decades, but destroying it takes but an instant. Now the entire army knows Marshal Lure's grandson stole and consumed military supplies worth 200,000 merit points, the Blood Domain Tyrant's alien core. The Blood Domain Tyrant was a super-tier alien beast, its strength surpassing even that of ordinary transcendent martial artists. Back in the day, it took 5 extraordinary martial artists from Huaxia to join forces and slay the Blood Domain Tyrant within the Blood Domain Prison's secret realm to obtain this precious alien core. It's said that this alien core can vastly enhance a martial artist's life essence, granting them incomparably formidable vitality. The military merit required to obtain this core is astronomical, a staggering 200,000 points. Despite risking his life on countless secret missions over the years, Dong Chao has only managed to accumulate 150,000 merit points. The rarity of this alien core speaks for itself. Yet such a precious alien core was actually stolen and consumed by Marshal Luer's grandson. In the past, Marshal Luer had repeatedly issued strict orders prohibiting his subordinate officers from using their military merits to exchange cultivation resources for their descendants. The military merit exchange system exists to motivate every grassroots soldier. That aristocratic practice of relying on ancestral privilege would only damage the military's promotion channels. Future generations who want military honors should earn them themselves. Who could have imagined that Marshal Six Ears, known for his impartiality and integrity, would now face such disgraceful affairs within his own household? After the incident occurred, Marshal Six Ears immediately issued a self-criticism edict. He publicly criticized and reflected on himself during the army-wide meeting, and even deducted 200,000 military merits from Sun Jingfeng's record. Unfortunately, these remedial measures couldn't silence the endless public criticism. There's even a rumor circulating now that the Sun family is simply stealing from their own vault. Marshal Six Ears' so-called impartiality is nothing but a facade. Dong Chao had heard some of these rumors, let alone the Sun family at the center of the storm. Brother, no matter how you look at it, Xiaofeng messed up this time. To make amends, we'll probably have to pay a price. Hearing this, Sun Niao's eyes actually lit up. You mean there's still a way to fix this? Dong Chao nodded. It can be partially remedied. The grandson of a marshal, the son of a general, secretly consuming an alien core, no matter how you look at it, it's favoritism and abuse of power. But what if he consumed the alien core because he was assigned a secret mission? He must serve as a human shield, taking the blows meant for China's 2 SSS-tier geniuses. He must act as their decoy, covering for them, deflecting both open attacks and hidden schemes, even enduring repeated assassination attempts from the demonic races. This might help your Sun family regain some dignity and reputation. If handled well, it could even cast Xiaofeng in a tragic light, a hero bearing heavy burdens. Of course, Xiaofeng himself must prove worthy. Dong Chao patted Sun Niao's shoulder. This covert mission is called substituting one thing for another. The mission's initiator is me, Black Blade Dong Chao, captain of the Flesh and Blood Great Wall Unit. And the executor? Rookie recruit Sun Jingfeng. Chapter 52. What a workplace pro. Listening to Dong Chao's words, Sun Niao was visibly moved. What touched Sun Niao wasn't the cleverness of Dong Chao's idea, but rather his determination to persevere despite knowing the odds were against him. Those aristocratic families in the military, each more cunning than the last, are all old foxes shrewd enough to whistle with their eyelashes. How could they fail to see that this so-called secret mission was nothing but the emperor's new clothes, a sheer deception? Dong Chao knew his plan was a clumsy cover-up, but to clean up Xiaofeng's mess, he was willing to stake his own reputation to vouch for him. You dragged me all the way here just to come up with this lousy idea? Sun Niao scoffed outwardly, but inside, his heart warmed like a sunlit pond. Bro, the mess Xiaofeng made this time is too big. This is the only solution we've got, even if it's not ideal. Dong Chao adopted an expression of utter helplessness. As a seasoned veteran in the workplace, he had rehearsed this classic scenario many times before. In the corporate world, what should subordinates do when their superiors make mistakes? First, pick a side. Sun Jingfeng had stirred up such a mess, no amount of Dong Chao's clever tricks could solve this problem alone. But Dong Chao had to show his stance. By vouching for Sun Jingfeng in his capacity as captain of the Blood and Flesh Great Wall Squad, and helping the Sun family try to cover up the scandal, Dong Chao was making his position clear. First, the Sun family had shown Dong Chao great kindness by recognizing his talent, and now was the time for him to repay that debt. Second, he was standing on the side of righteousness. Marshal Luer had upheld justice his entire life, and in Dong Chao's heart, he was the undisputed god of war. This temporary storm, along with the scheming noble families hiding behind it, could never overshadow the brilliance of the god of war. Finally, Dong Chao had his own little scheme. He needed the Sun family to owe him a favor. As his cultivation recovered, he would gradually unlock more system permissions and recruit an increasing number of students. On one hand, he needed Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education, to provide him with conveniences and help recruit students. On the other hand, before his students fully matured, they also needed someone like Sun Jingfeng to act as their decoy and help conceal their brilliance. Brother, the secret mission Xiaofeng is carrying out is top secret. To our military colleagues, you can only disclose the mission code name, not its contents. The truth can only be revealed to the public when my students have grown strong enough. Until then, both you and Marshal Luer will have to endure some grievances. Dong Chao was clearly instructing Sun Miao to use the secret mission as an excuse to silence their colleagues. After long contemplation, Sun Miao indeed felt that currently, this unsatisfactory solution was the only option available. For now, the Sun family has undoubtedly suffered a major setback, and there's no chance of them regaining face in the short term. However, this so-called secret mission at least offers the Sun family a possibility to turn their reputation around. As long as the two SSS-level geniuses Xiaofeng is protecting grow into existence as even more formidable than the four heavenly kings, the mistakes Xiaofeng made can be infinitely downplayed. Even the aristocratic families, fully aware it's just a cover-up, will have no choice but to keep silent in the face of the greater situation. Right now, the dimensional war between humans and demons has reached a fever pitch. The fundamental contest between both sides lies in their ability to regenerate their potential for cultivating new talent. Two fully developed SSS-tier geniuses are incomparably more valuable than a single alien core. Sacrificing one alien core to safeguard two prodigies might sound like a flimsy excuse, but it's still somewhat justifiable. At this realization, Sun Miao suddenly noticed that the Sun family's reputation had somehow become intertwined with Dong Chao's martial arts class. And this was precisely the little scheme Dong Chao had hidden deepest in his heart. After much deliberation, Sun Miao agreed with Dong Chao's idea. Brother, no need for words, everything's in the bath. Sun Miao threw an arm around Dong Chao's shoulders and excitedly pushed him deeper into the pool. Bro, you're the real deal. Loyal and tough as nails. You gotta recover quick, alright? Wait a sec. When mentioning Dong Chao's injuries, Sun Miao suddenly noticed that Dong Chao's vitality seemed more robust than before. Bro, has your cultivation recovered a bit? Don't tell me those meds from the tech department actually work? Dong Chao thought to himself, Sun Miao truly lived up to being an extraordinary martial artist, he could sense it even after just one rank of recovery. Dong Chao couldn't possibly reveal anything about the system, so he had to gloss over the important details. With a pained expression, Dong Chao complained to Sun Miao. Bro, that batch of medicine is downright harmful. Not only does it have no therapeutic effect, but the side effects are terrible. Didn't I tell you? After taking that medicine, my piss comes out in 2 streams. Sun Miao wore an expression that seemed torn between wanting to laugh and feeling too embarrassed to do so. After all, it's an experimental new drug, side effects are normal. As for the issue of split urine streams, I consulted the technical department. The medical expert's professional advice is, you should pee sitting down from now on. Dong Chao's face was a picture of utter bewilderment. Pee sitting down? What kind of goddamn medical advice is that? What kind of people are in the technical department anyway? At any rate, Xiaofeng's matter finally had some resolution, and Sun Miao's expression visibly relaxed. Seizing this opportunity, Dong Chao decided to try squeezing some benefits out of Sun Miao. Brother, you know how it is, during all these years recovering at Mo University, I never dared slack off for a moment. I've been devoting myself to martial arts education research. Dong Chao had clearly been slacking off for 5 years, yet now he spoke with righteous fervor. At present, my teaching methods have developed their own unique style, it's time for me to emerge. Dong Chao put on a facade of selfless dedication. I dream of cultivating an elite force for China, a special squad capable of thrusting deep into the enemy's heart when battling demonic creatures. But unfortunately, my abilities are limited, and I can recruit too few outstanding students. I've trained day and night, sleeping in my armor, and only managed to find 2 promising talents, Daoshi and Xiangzai. My passion for education truly has nowhere to pour out. Sun Miao looked at Dong Chao with the expression of someone watching a pretentious show-off. Though he knew Dong Chao was putting on an act, the guy was indeed a good instructor. But this good instructor was only suited to teach exceptionally gifted geniuses. Dong Chao wasn't skilled in rigid mental techniques or martial arts. What he excelled at was composed and cautious thinking, the ability to adapt in combat, instantaneous judgment of situations, psychological resilience under pressure, even outright scheming and underhanded tricks. These qualities of his were utterly useless when taught to ordinary students, but when imparted to geniuses, they became like wings on a tiger. Sun Miao was visibly swayed by Dong Chao's words, but he still seemed somewhat hesitant. I definitely support your idea of forming an elite martial arts class, but you know, Those outstanding martial arts prodigies are the prized recruits of every martial arts university. As the head of the martial arts education department, I can't just force them. At most, I can try to help you figure something out. With Sun Miao's promise, Dong Chao was satisfied. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a dry, sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Why go far when you have talent close at hand, esteemed leaders? Our Moba University already has a promising candidate for your elite martial arts class. He. Dong Chao turned around to see a gaunt paper figure standing rigidly at the bathroom doorway. Chapter 53, The Extraordinary Puppeteer. Holy shit! Dong Chao instinctively uttered a national curse. His shock stemmed partly from how genuinely creepy the paper figure looked. On the other hand, this thing had somehow managed to sneak up behind them without either noticing. Given Dong Chao's currently impaired cultivation and diminished perception, failing to detect it was somewhat understandable. But Sun Miao was a transcendent martial artist. This paper figure had actually managed to evade Sun Miao's perception. Yet when Sun Miao saw the paper figure, he remained remarkably calm. Old comrade, long time no see. The paper figure swayed unsteadily, creaking with each movement. Don't call me comrade, call me elder sister. Meow, after all these years apart, you're still so fair-skinned. Upon hearing that this paper figure was an elder sister, Dong Chao awkwardly shrank further into the pool. He had no idea when the paper figure had arrived. Hopefully she hadn't heard about his split-stream urination issue. You two, come to my office. We need to have a chat. As soon as these words were spoken, the paper figure's body quickly became damp from the bathroom steam, transforming into a shriveled sheet of paper that fluttered to the floor. Sun Miao stood up and twisted his neck toward Dong Chao. You've got the devil's own luck. Just when you're sleepy, someone hands you a pillow. Want to form an elite martial arts class? Top-notch students come knocking right away. Dong Chao felt somewhat helpless. Was this really a gift from heaven? That paper figurine had clearly been eavesdropping and watching for quite some time. Sun Miao tugged at Dong Chao's sleeve. Stop being so shy. It won't cost you a piece of flesh to let her eavesdrop. That old lady, her only hobby is listening at walls. Besides, she's got the will but not the strength now. Just let her enjoy the view. Watching Sun Miao's carefree back, Dong Chao sighed inwardly. Say what you will, brother Sun really does have fair skin. The two dressed and entered Moa University, heading straight for the principal's office in the main teaching building. After the initial panic, Dong Chao quickly deduced the identity of the paper lady. That paper lady was none other than the president of Moa University, Mo Yushir, the last remaining supernatural puppeteer in Huaxia, or, to be more precise, the last remaining half. Her current condition can only be considered half alive. 10 years ago, Master Mou publicly announced that she would leave to cultivate herself, entrusting all school affairs big and small to a paper puppet she created. But in truth, she had lost her physical body, and her soul could only inhabit that paper puppet. Over the years, many at the school guessed the true identity of the paper puppet in the principal's office, only that fool Lu Yuan remained completely oblivious, even repeatedly daring to argue with the puppet. Dong Chao and Sun Miao arrived at the top floor of the teaching building, and their vision was instantly plunged into darkness. Every single window on the entire floor was boarded up with wooden planks, while the floors and walls were covered in all kinds of talismanic symbols, creating an eerily sinister atmosphere. At the far end of the corridor, beneath the dim glow of an oil lamp no brighter than a bean, a middle-aged man sat guarding the faint light, meticulously polishing walnuts with rapt attention. Dong Chao recognized him at a glance. This middle-aged man was none other than Mo Zhangling, the administrative director of Moa University. The walnuts Mo Zhangling was rolling in his hand were a gift from Dong Chao. It was precisely by giving gifts to Mo Zhangling that he managed to remove himself from the school's internal evaluation list. Dong Chao greeted Mo Zhangling with a beaming smile. Director Mo, here you are. Those walnuts are shining brighter the more you polish them. Seeing Dong Chao, Mo Zhangling's face flashed with panic. Get out! Get out! Who let you come here? Go away! This entire floor was the most confidential area of Mo Wu University. How did this troublemaker Dong Chao get here? And he even brought an outsider? Mo Zhangling kept waving his hands to shoo the two away. As he waved them off, he thought the guy behind Dong Chao looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite recall where he'd seen him before. Just as Dong Chao was about to state their purpose, a hoarse voice came from the room behind Mo Zhangling. Zhangling, invite them in. The previously frantic Mo Zhangling instantly became docile. Yes, senior sister. The strained voice continued. And your attitude was too rude. Apologize to Director Sun and Teacher Dong. Director Sun? Mo Zhangling's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Only then did he recognize the man following Dong Chao. It was Mr. Sun Miao, the Minister of Martial Arts Education. Dong Chao, that bootlicking slacker who kept bringing him gifts, actually knew Minister Sun Miao? What's more, senior sister's attitude towards Dong Chao was quite peculiar. She even addressed him respectfully as Teacher Dong. At that moment, Mo Zhangling felt his train of thought being flattened like the walnut in his hand, scrubbed smooth by a brush. Not daring to defy his senior sister's wishes, Mo Zhangling stammered as he prepared to apologize, but Dong Chao stopped him. Director Mo, it's nothing serious, no need to be so formal. The principal wants to talk to us, so we'll head in first. With a perfunctory, insincere smile at Mo Zhangling, Dong Chao pushed open the principal's office door, gesturing for Sun Miao to enter first before following behind. The atmosphere in the hallway was already eerie enough, but the principal's office was downright sepulchral, like a tomb. The office was lit by an eternal flame, its walls covered in funerary murals, and in one corner, there even stood a coffin. The entire room was filled with an unsettling, chilling atmosphere. A rather delicately crafted female paper figurine sat on a strangely altar-like chair, nodding at the two of them. I've heard that Teacher Dong is the sharpest blade under Marshal Sixier's command. After recuperating here for so many years, we finally meet. Flattery, all flattery. On the contrary, the principal's reputation precedes you. It's truly an honor to finally meet you in person. Dong Chao quickly flattered the other party. Mo Yusher let out a piercing laugh. He, just as slick as the rumors say. Zhu Long once told me that after Poison Dragon Xian Yuanqing died, you became the most outstanding prodigy among the new generation in the military. But in temperament, you're completely different from Xian Yuanqing. Seeing you today, it's indeed true. By the way, Xian Yuanqing's son is in your class now, right? It was Xian Yuanqing who caused me to lose my physical body back then. He. Though Dong Chao was inwardly shocked by Mo Yusher's words, his polite smile never wavered on his face. Chapter 54, a 2-meter-tall muscle-bound giant. And you call him a promising puppet master candidate? Dong Chao maintained a calm expression, while Sun Miao beside him shuddered violently. What? That dragon-blooded kid is Poison Dragon's son? During the earlier assessment observation, Sun Miao had already realized that the dragon-blooded youth in Dong Chao's class must have come from the Xian Yuan family. But Sun Miao never expected that the boy was actually the orphan son of Poison Dragon Xian Yuanqing. Sun Miao's pupils trembled violently, as if his entire being had just endured a magnitude 10 earthquake. At this moment, he finally understood why Dong Chao had said that Xiao Feng's sacrificial substitution carried a tragic sense of perseverance under immense pressure. Because the person Xiao Feng was shielding was none other than the son of the Poison Dragon. Mo Yusher stared fixedly at Dong Chao. You should have realized long ago that there was more to the emo catastrophe back then, right? Dong Chao nodded. Mo Yusher withdrew his stiff smile. What I'm about to say next, the Candle Dragon instructed me to reveal. The Candle Dragon wants you to know these things because it hopes you'll properly guide Daoshi. 10 years ago, 26 extraordinary martial artists voluntarily participated in the suicide mission. Both Xiao Miao and I were among them. The organizer of this suicide mission was none other than Daoshi's father, Xian Yuanqing. Dong Chao wasn't the least bit surprised by Mo Yusher's words. He simply couldn't comprehend. Why, going to such extremes just to plant a spy among the demon race? The cost is far too great. Mo Yusher's paper-red lips trembled slightly, as if sighing. The situation was extremely complicated back then. On one hand, we were too passive, always being led by the nose by the demonic races. Whether it was the opening of new secret realms or dimensional rifts, they always knew beforehand. The demonic races seemed to have mastered some detection method. In both secret realm exploration and dimensional travel, they were far ahead of us. We desperately needed intelligence. Secondly, at that time, Blue Star was in turbulent times. Back then, the demonic races used dimensional rifts to transport over 40 hunting squads to Blue Star. You fought against the demon race before, you know just how relentless their hunting squads can be. Those 40-plus hunting squads have set their sights on superhuman warriors from various nations and the top brass of the World Roundtable Conference. The relentless assassinations have thrown the Roundtable into chaos. Some of the turncoats are even considering defecting. To stabilize morale, ensure the Roundtable resistance survives, and to plant a thorn in the demon race's side, we launched the suicide mission plan. Dong Chao suddenly understood. So, you extraordinary martial artists deliberately leaked your own information to the demon race, luring their hunting squads into mutual destruction. Mo Yusher straightened his paper body figure, exuding immense pride. While intentionally revealing our cards, we 20 Chinese martial artists took out 27 demon hunting squads, 15 ghost-level squads, 11 nightmare-level squads, and 1 annihilation-level squad. Ghost, Nightmare, and Annihilation, are the 3 major ranks of demon hunting squads. It is said that the highest-level Annihilation squads are entirely composed of 6-star demonic masters. Converted to human martial arts rankings, that means every member is transcendent. The transcendent martial artists from China who participated in the suicide mission did not sacrifice themselves in vain, they severely crippled the elite forces of the demonic race through mutual annihilation. Dong Chao looked at Mo Yusher with solemn respect. Sun Miao was the strongest in surface water combat, so Dong Chao wasn't surprised he survived the suicide mission. But Mo Yusher was a puppeteer. What puppeteers fear most is assassination in close-quarters combat. The fact that Mo Yushir survived the suicide mission, or at least part of her did, shows just how terrifying this old woman must have been in her prime. Now, Dong Chao finally understood how vicious China's prince offering his head strategy truly was. The demon race had no choice but to fall for it. China and the demon race were like two gamblers who had lost themselves in the heat of battle, both having staked too many chips and paid too much in sunk costs. Both sides were desperate to recoup their losses from the other. Under such circumstances, when the twin jewels of Shen Yuan, who had provided accurate intelligence to the demon race, sought to defect, the demons simply couldn't refuse. Moreover, the mastermind behind it all, the poison dragon Shen Yuan Qing, had played his role far too convincingly. He died as a traitor at the very last moment of his escape, and was personally executed by his own family. Had it not been for leaving Shen Yuan Daoshi as the sole flaw, the entire plan would have been flawless. Seeing Dong Chao momentarily stunned, Mo Yushir knew he had pieced together all the intricacies. She deliberately adopted a playful tone and said, "The candle dragon disregarded Shen Yuan Cheng's dying wish by failing to cripple Daoshi's martial foundation, leaving a fatal flaw in the entire suicide mission. How to remedy this is your military's problem. However, this has nothing to do with me. I've bled for your military and lost my physical body. You owe me compensation." Mo Yushir pointed lightly at Dong Chao. "You, whether as a military officer or as an instructor at our Mo Martial University, have the obligation to help me perpetuate the Mo family's puppet legacy. That SS-rank genius puppeteer, the finest seedling of our puppet lineage, must join your elite martial arts class." Hearing this, Dong Chao felt a secret thrill in his heart. Someone was actually rushing to hand him a golden thigh. How was this any different from picking up money on the street? Though inwardly delighted, Dong Chao put on a troubled expression. "Principal, although this student's SS-grade talent is slightly mediocre, as a teacher at Mo University, I'm willing to nurture seedlings for our institution. But I know nothing about puppetry." Mo Yushir waved his hand. "Our lineage of puppeteers values personal insight and hands-on experience more. Each person's path in puppetry is unique. Like my paper puppet technique, it follows the unorthodox path. But that kid's puppetry? That's the righteous way." Dong Chao pressed his lips together, his smirk harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Mo Yushir, whose strength stands out from the crowd, could give such high praise to that child. He must have stumbled upon a treasure. Mo Yushir continued to fan the flames for Dong Chao. "I know both students in your class are SSS tier. I've secretly observed their battles. This promising seedling from our Mo family might be slightly inferior to them in raw talent, but in terms of tactical value and rarity, he's absolutely not weaker than them." Dong Chao was overjoyed inside, but on the surface, he maintained the dignified demeanor befitting a mentor. "Principal, what kind of talk is this? In my eyes, every student is exceptional. I treat them all equally. You can rest assured and leave him to me." "Good, good, good. Then it's settled." Mo Yushir handed a document to Dong Chao. "Here's the student's file. Take a look." Dong Chao opened the file and was instantly dumbfounded after just one glance. Name, Mo Xiang. Age, 18. Height, 205 centimeters. Weight, 140 kilograms. Occupation, puppeteer. Specialty, close combat. Beside the information form was a bareheaded photo of a muscular hunk. A 2-meter-tall muscular giant, and skilled in close combat? You call this promising material for a puppeteer? Dong Chao lifted his head in disbelief. "Sorry, Principal, I didn't catch that just now. Did you say this kid's puppetry path follows the royal way or the blind path? This is clearly a blind man's path, damn it." Chapter 55, A Puppeteer's Muscles Are the Best Weapon. 10 minutes later, Mo Yushir warmly saw Dong Chao and Sun Miao off. "You must promise me to nurture the child into someone remarkable." Mo Yushir's strained voice echoed repeatedly in the dark corridor. After the two descended the stairs, Mo Zhangling, who had been waiting at the door, knocked respectfully and entered the principal's office. "Senior sister, is Dong Chao from the military? You partnered with them again? Look what they've done to you." Mo Yushir waved her hand, signaling Mo Zhangling to be silent. She spoke in her true voice, with an aged tone, saying, "Zhangling, head of the Mo family, your senior sister has held this position for a lifetime. In this lifetime, your senior sister has cared deeply for only 3 things. First is the inheritance of the Mo family, second is this Mo Wu University, and third is the Yin-Yang conflict. In my current state, I can no longer teach Mo Xiang, but fortunately, by establishing this connection with the military, the Mo family's legacy can be passed down. Our Mo Wu University will soon see its revival. Before I'm completely laid to rest, I'll exert my remaining strength to resolve the Yin-Yang conflict. Then I can truly live up to the title of Transcendent Puppet Master and honor the ancestors who passed down these arts to me." Compared to all this, the injuries senior sister suffered are nothing, just a bit of wind and frost. Senior sister. Mo Jingling's aged face was streaked with tears. Mo Yushir comforted his junior brother, saying, Alright, senior sister just picked this up from a romance drama and is trying it out. Why are you crying over it? Go to the Puppet Academy, find Mo Xiang, and say this first, then say this. Got it? Mo Zhangling nodded repeatedly. Senior sister, I'll get right on it. At the same time, the Automaton Puppetry Academy. In the puppetry training grounds, a robust young man standing 2 meters tall was shirtless, striking the stance of the thunderous demon-subduing fist, domineeringly surveying the entire arena. Though tall and powerfully built, the youth's features were anything but rough. His handsome, dignified face, paired with a casually elegant top-knot hairstyle, gave off the aura of a classical beauty from ancient times. Just looking at his face, one might even say he's somewhat delicate and handsome. At this moment, his chiseled muscles bulged prominently as he gathered strength for his punch. Every major and minor muscle group on his back became engorged with blood, forming a terrifying demonic visage. This testosterone-charged muscleman was the newly enrolled puppeteer Mo Xiang, an SS-grade prodigy. What was currently underway was the Puppetry Academy's routine sparring session between puppeteers. As usual, today's sparring session once again featured Mo Xiang taking on all the puppet masters alone. Come on, bring it on. Mo Xiang beckoned to his classmates, signaling them to unleash their puppets. The students all wore bitter expressions. Brother Xiang, you can't do this. We agreed to a puppet sparring match, but you keep going for close combat. That's against the rules. Mo Xiang pointed to a female puppet sitting by the field. My puppet's right there. She's an atmosphere-type puppet, mainly responsible for cheering me on. You don't have a problem with that, do you? As he spoke, Mo Xiang activated the emotional threads on his forehead, and the female puppet by the field immediately began clapping. Slap, slap, slap slap slap, slap 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 slap, slap. Alright, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes. The students present had learned their lesson. They knew better than to argue with Mo Xiang at this moment, or they'd suffer even more. Hurry up and just end it already, we're exhausted. The students on site promptly unfurled their scrolls, summoning their puppets. The field was suddenly filled with bamboo centipedes, wooden dogs, chair-and-sheet monstrosities shaped like oxen, and even Ouroboros snakes crafted from soda cans and plastic bottles. An assortment of crude puppets, all strikingly shabby in their construction. Your puppets are getting worse and worse. Have you even been studying puppetry seriously? Facing Mo Xiang's questioning, everyone rolled their eyes in perfect unison. Why has our puppet become so shabby? Don't you have any damn clue? Since the start of the semester, Mo Xiang had personally participated in every puppet sparring session with his own flesh and blood. Other puppeteers control puppets to fight, while he makes his puppets stand by the sidelines and watch him fight. What's more, this guy's combat skills are terrifyingly high. He can tear apart other people's puppets barehanded. After every sparring session, the training ground is littered with puppet fragments. Being a puppeteer is an extremely expensive profession. Even crafting the most basic puppet can easily cost hundreds of thousands. All these students present are first-year freshmen who haven't yet had the chance to earn martial arts contribution points. Their puppets were all painstakingly saved up for by their families, penny by penny. On the very first day of school, over half of these unlucky souls fell victim to Mo Xiang's cruelty. Their puppets were completely dismantled. After the competition ended, they had no choice but to carry their beloved puppets back to their dorms in plastic bags and basins. Since then, these freshmen had learned their lesson. During the sparring sessions, they would just casually use some shoddy equipment to go through the motions and call it a day. Who could blame them when the academy had produced a freak like Mo Xiang? The students clearly remembered that during the self-introductions at the start of the semester, Mo Xiang had claimed to have B-level talent, but the combat prowess he displayed was nothing like a B-level. He could probably hold his own against the top students in the martial arts academy, couldn't he? Amidst the half-hearted participation of the crowd, the routine sparring session began. With just a few punches and kicks, Mo Xiang sent those shoddy training dummies flying. Then, he scanned the crowd with piercing eyes. How many times have I told you puppets are merely external tools? A puppeteer's body is the foundation. A puppeteer's muscles are the ultimate weapon. Mo Xiang pounded his pectorals, producing loud thuds. You lost today's sparring again. As per our prior agreement, 100 push-ups each, then hit the gym for strength training. After that, everyone runs 10 kilometers, only then are you done. Do it now. Under Mo Xiang's watchful gaze, the students grumbled as they lowered themselves to begin push-ups. They were students of the Mechanical Puppetry Academy, not some bodybuilding institute. Doing push-ups and gym workouts would only waste their time and interfere with their puppet studies. Moreover, Mo Xiang always bossed everyone around in that commanding tone. Who did he think he was, acting all high and mighty? But facing Mo Xiang, this ultimate macho pressure monster, no one dared to voice their pent-up grievances. All they could do was keep doing push-ups while casting pleading glances at Professor Wang nearby. Seeing this, Professor Wang maneuvered his automatic wheelchair closer and said, Mo Xiang, everyone's exhausted after a long day, and there's still morning class tomorrow. Let's consider today's workout an IOU for now. Professor Wang amiably tried to persuade Mo Xiang. To his surprise, Mo Xiang didn't give him any face at all. He grabbed Professor Wang and lifted him straight out of his wheelchair. Did I say they weren't talking about you? You got a cerebral thrombosis, and instead of focusing on rehabilitation, all you do is sit in this wheelchair. The more you sit, the worse your body gets. Starting today, you're practicing with crutches. As he spoke, he picked up a broken chair leg from the ground and handed it to Professor Wang. Hold this, and don't sit down for 5 minutes. Professor Wang's face turned ashen, his entire body trembling like a sieve. Trembling? Trembling counts as time too. Mo Xiang kicked Professor Wang's wheelchair far away with a swift motion. The fierce-looking Mo Xiang wasn't actually a scoundrel. He was forced to play the villain. His domineering behavior stemmed partly from the influence of his cultivation technique, and partly from his status. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Mo Xiang, with his genuine SS-level talent, had harbored grand ambitions since childhood. He wanted to revive the glory of the Mo family's puppet arts. In his view, the declining influence of puppet masters was largely due to one critical weakness: their frail physical bodies. Mo Xiang had always been searching for ways to compensate for the shortcomings of being a puppeteer. After all, his second cousin's grandmother, Mo Yushi, had been dragged down by this very weakness, reduced to her current half-dead state. While Mo Xiang was directing the group in their physical training, the administrative director, Mo Zhengling, walked in. Mo Xiang, come here for a moment. Chapter 56, Woman, you're playing with fire. Upon hearing Mo Zhengling's words, Mo Xiang walked over slowly with a darkened expression. His gaze was icy as he tilted his head slightly, stopping threateningly before Mo Zhengling before curling his lips into a cold smile and asking, "Got something to say, great uncle?" Seeing this posture, Mo Zhengling knew the child was still having an episode. Or rather, he was still cultivating. Mo Xiang was the purest puppeteer, practicing the Mo family's highest-level cultivation technique, the divine exchange art. In the past, a puppet master like him was known as an artificer. The so-called divine transference art involves the puppet master embodying a certain disposition or personality, then transferring this essence to their puppet. Thus, each puppet could possess a unique temperament, just like a human being. This technique epitomized the highest ideal of the artificer community, creating humans from puppets. Right now, Mo Xiang was embodying the persona of dominance. Being coldly stared down by a junior in such a condescending manner made Mo Zhengling extremely uncomfortable. However, following his senior sister's instructions, he spoke to Mo Xiang with grave sincerity. Mo Xiang, to help you gain more experience and refine your divine transformation technique, and for the future of our Mo University, the principal has decided to transfer you to the Martial Arts Academy. You're going to the Martial Arts Academy for advanced training, but outwardly, we must claim that you're being punished there to reflect on your mistakes. This is the principal's explicit order. Do you understand the depth of the principal's intentions? At first, Mo Xiang was completely baffled by his transfer to the Martial Arts Academy, but upon learning the order came from the principal himself, he quickly came to terms with it. If Mo University were likened to a family business, as the Mo family's sole puppet master, he would be equivalent to the family's crown prince. His transfer to the Martial Arts Academy appeared to be a punishment on the surface, but in reality, it was a strategic retreat to the grassroots level to reform the Academy's chaotic state. Many domineering CEO novels are written exactly this way. To play the role of a domineering CEO well, Mo Xiang borrowed quite a few overbearing CEO novels from his second cousin's grandmother, Mo Yushi. He had seen similar plotlines several times before. His second cousin's grandmother transferring him to the Martial Arts Academy was clearly imitating the trope of a domineering CEO lying low. Indeed, the future of the family business had ultimately fallen upon his shoulders. Thinking of this, Mo Xiang nodded slightly, forcing out a deep, gravelly voice from his throat. Tell the principal to rest easy, I won't let her down. Then get ready, you'll report to the Martial Arts Academy tonight. Mo Zhengling thought to himself, his senior sister was truly impressive, she'd effortlessly reeled this kid in. Mo Zhengling raised his voice and announced to everyone present. Mo Xiang bullied his classmates, defied his teachers, and showed utter disregard for discipline. The school has decided to punish him by transferring him to the worst martial arts class in the Martial Arts Academy for self-reflection and repentance. During this period, his puppeteer allowance will be compensated to all the injured students and teachers. Upon hearing that the bully Mo Xiang had been transferred to the Martial Arts Academy, the students present wore expressions of joy as if it were New Year's. Even Professor Wang, who suffered from cerebral thrombosis, suddenly felt his blood circulation improve and couldn't help but leap with excitement. Their days of suffering had finally come to an end. Evening. The Martial Arts Academy's teaching building. Mo Xiang sat on a bench in the building's lobby, holding 2 books, reading them carefully. There were still 20 minutes before his scheduled check-in time, so Mo Xiang seized the moment to practice his divine exchange technique. The 2 books in his hands were titled The Self-Cultivation of a Drama Queen and The Fake Heiress, the CEO falls for me in Beijing's elite circle. A classic CEO romance novel. Just as he was carefully studying the essence of a domineering CEO, light footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Several girls came downstairs chatting and laughing. As they walked, they chatted and giggled about gossip. Did you hear? The Secret Realm Resource Development Academy had some wild drama this year. They enrolled 77 girls and 3 boys. And guess what? Within just a week of school starting, those 3 boys ended up together. And get this, it's a love triangle. Every day, they're out there feeding the 77 girls sugary romance. The girls all wore expressions of barely contained complexity. Though somewhat abstract, they still believed this piece of gossip. After all, Lin Weian, who broke this explosive news, wasn't just one of the Academy's 4S-rank students, she was also famously known as the Gossip Queen. There wasn't a single scoop Lin Weian couldn't dig up. You have no idea how wild those 3 boys are, they're totally into each other. Lin Weian was just about to enthusiastically share the juicy details of the boys' love triangle with her classmates when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Mo Xiang. At that moment, Mo Xiang was sitting on a bench, completely absorbed in his book. A massive metal case stood in front of him, obscuring his body and leaving only his head visible. Mo Xiang's handsome features, casually tied topknot, and scholarly air as he focused on reading instantly caught Lin Weian's attention. Lin Weian's gossipy soul was burning with curiosity. She trotted over with light footsteps, her face blooming like a flower as she asked, "Hey there, which class are you in? How come I've never seen you around before?" Hearing the question, Mo Xiang slightly raised his head and cast a cold glance at Lin Weian, speaking in a deep, husky voice. "Woman, you're playing with fire." Ha 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 ha. Hearing Mo Xiang's response, the girls present burst into laughter. "You little brat, trying to imitate a domineering CEO? With that naturally delicate face of yours, you should stick to being the younger puppy dog type." Lin Weian burst into a fit of giggles. The boy before her was handsome and dignified, and with his distinctive shoulder-length hair, he clearly fit the delicate, classical beauty archetype. A boy like this would cry for ages if she punched him. Lin Weian wanted to size up the annoying little brother from head to toe, but unfortunately her view was blocked by a metal crate even taller than herself. This kid is really good looking, though I wonder about his height and whether his proportions are ideal. But for a sweet ancient-style puppy dog type, being adorable is enough, nothing else matters. Lin Weian mused silently to herself. Intent on flirting with this little puppy dog type, she continued teasing him. "Hey little bro, you're new here, right? You can add me on WeChat. If anyone bullies you, Big Sis will stand up for you." Mo Xiang let out a cold snort, squeezing words through clenched teeth. "Woman, you've successfully made me remember you this way." Ha 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 ha. The girls laughed even more heartily. This little guy dressed in ancient-style clothing trying so hard to maintain a stern CEO-like expression was absolutely hilarious. Mo Xiang glanced at his watch, confirmed the time was almost up, then stood up and casually slung the oversized instrument case, taller than a person, over his shoulder. Turning back, he said to Lin Weian, "Woman, I've remembered your words. If I run into trouble, I'll come find you." The girls strained to lift their heads, their eyes bulging like billiard balls. What's going on? How did this delicate, handsome little brother suddenly evolve from a Charmander into Godzilla? How tall is this guy anyway? He's even taller than the doorframe. And what the hell is up with that physique more exaggerated than a double-door refrigerator? The moment he slung that equipment case on his back, the collision between his back and the case made the glass panels along the corridor tremble violently. This isn't some ancient-style handsome man, this is clearly a mutated humanoid monster. Looking up at the stinky little brother's muscular physique and that strikingly mismatched handsome face, Lin Weian conceived an absurd thought. The problem isn't his head-to-body ratio, it's his reincarnation that went wrong. How could such a gorgeous face end up on the Hulk's body? Chapter 57, 3 punches shatter the CEO dream. 10 minutes later, Dong Chao led Mo Xiang into the student dormitory building of Mo Wu Academy. Mo Xiang's towering frame completely blocked the corridor. From the moment Mo Xiang entered the dormitory building, he continuously drew the gazes of surrounding students. At this moment, Mo Xiang was dressed in a suit, his chiseled and muscular physique completely concealed beneath the clothing. Yet, the fierce aura of a suited enforcer he exuded, along with the massive equipment case on his back, still delivered an overwhelming sense of intimidation. But what was even harder to accept than this oppressive presence was the fact that such a fearsome giant actually possessed a strikingly handsome face. Everyone was both curious and slightly intimidated by the newcomer's imposing stature, peeking at him from the doorway. Dong Chao walked alongside Mo Xiang, chatting cheerfully. "From now on, I'll be your martial arts instructor. If you reflect on yourself and reform properly under my guidance, you might even get a chance to return to Puppet Academy someday." Still immersed in his domineering CEO persona, Mo Xiang parted his lips slightly. "I know what I'm doing, no need to say more." A peculiar gleam flashed in Dong Chao's eyes as his smile grew even brighter. "Your dorm is on the top floor. All our martial arts academy dorms are single rooms. The other 2 students from our class live right next to you. When they reached the top floor and stepped out of the elevator, Dong Chao immediately raised his voice and shouted, "Shizi, Zizi, come out and meet your new classmate. Also, I'm doing a dorm check." Hearing this, Dao Shi and He Shenzai promptly opened their doors. When they saw the giant behind Dong Chao, both were momentarily stunned. But soon, they put on polite smiles and greeted Mo Xiang. Dong Chao helped Mo Xiang with introductions. Mo Xiang, a student from the Puppet Academy. He made a mistake and was punished by being sent to our worst martial arts class for reflection. Although he's a proper top student with B-grade talent, none of you are allowed to discriminate against him. In daily study and life, you should help him more, let the backward lead the advanced. Mo Xiang was covered in question marks. He felt there was something off about Dong Chao's words. Dao Shi and He Shenzai nodded repeatedly. "Teacher, don't worry. As class monitor and vice monitor, it's our duty to help our classmates regress." Dong Chao pretended not to catch their sarcastic tone. "With those words, I can rest easy. You two get to know each other well. I'll go check out your dorm room first." As he spoke, Dong Chao stepped into Dao Shi's dorm room, room 601. Dong Chao glanced around the room and nodded approvingly. "Good. No beer cans in the trash bin. It seems you've taken my words to heart. The power outlet is installed right by the bed, so you can play with your phone while lying down, perfectly aligned with movement flow. Commendable. Snacks and instant noodles are well stocked for midnight snacks whenever needed, making all-nighters convenient. Another excellent point. However, teacher still has to reprimand you." Dong Chao approached the bed and shook out Dao Shi's quilt. "Folding blankets is a terrible habit. You must change it immediately. Your bed must always be ready to lie down on. If I catch you secretly folding your blanket again, don't blame me for deducting your credits." Witnessing this scene, Mo Xiang was both bewildered and struggling not to laugh. What on earth is this guy doing? Making your bed wrong deducts academic credits? So this is what the worst class in the martial arts academy looks like. No wonder the principal assigned me to this martial arts academy. The problems here are truly serious. Dong Chao went to inspect He Shenzai's dorm room again. There weren't any major issues, except the 6 rolls of toilet paper by the bed were somewhat conspicuous. Dong Chao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Youth truly is wonderful. This dorm inspection result is generally satisfactory. Help the new student tidy up his room. I'll take my leave first. After completing the inspection, Dong Chao patted Dao Shi and He Shenzai on the shoulders with a cheerful smile before departing. As soon as Dong Chao left, Dao Shi and He Shenzai exchanged a glance and eagerly said to Mo Xiang, "Classmate Mo Xiang, let's go to your dormitory." Mo Xiang maintained his domineering CEO demeanor, raising a finger and speaking in a deep, magnetic voice. "I'll only say this once. Remember, from now on, you must say please when speaking to me." Mo Xiang had made up his mind to reform the chaos of the martial arts academy. He would start with these 2 students ranked at the very bottom of the entire institution. First, he needed to whip these 2 underachievers into shape. Please, invite Mo Xiang to your dormitory." Dao Shi and He Shenzai led Mo Xiang to his new dorm room, eagerly helping him unload the massive equipment case from his back. While unloading the crate, Mo Xiang was slightly surprised. This case of his was his mobile workstation, containing all the tools he needed for crafting puppets. The entire crate weighed over 1,000 pounds. With his physique, carrying a 1,000-pound crate naturally felt weightless. Who would have thought these 2 unremarkable-looking fellows could lift it with such ease? After putting down the box, Dao Shi hooked the door shut with a swing of his leg. "Mo Xiang, you're majoring in mechanical puppetry, right? Tell me, can you fix a desk?" Mo Xiang was slightly puzzled. Why was Dao Shi asking this? Dao Shi suddenly grabbed his head and slammed it against the desk. With a thunderous boom, the desk instantly turned to dust. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Mo Xiang instinctively wanted to counter, but he abruptly realized his arm had been seized. His arm, thicker than an ox's leg, couldn't break free no matter how he struggled. "Excuse me, do you know how to fix floors?" Dao Shi tripped Mo Xiang with a hidden sweep of his leg, sending him crashing to the ground. At the same time, he grabbed Mo Xiang's hair with his right hand and slammed his handsome face hard into the floor. A terrifyingly deep crater instantly appeared on the floor. Mo Xiang channeled his own qi and blood, attempting to force Dao Shi back. To his shock, even his qi and blood were suppressed by Dao Shi. Dao Shi seized Mo Xiang's throat with one hand, lifting him into the air as effortlessly as plucking a chick. Mo Xiang's towering 2-meter frame dangled helplessly in midair. At this moment, Mo Xiang finally realized that his early-stage 6th-tier cultivation couldn't offer the slightest resistance against Dao Shi. The guy before him was terrifyingly strong. "Don't underestimate us, big guy," Dao Shi said calmly. "I don't care what your purpose is for coming to martial arts class 4. Here, you'd better keep your head down and don't cause trouble for me and Zizi. Understood?" Dao Shi's tone was flat, his expression indifferent, his whole demeanor utterly casual. With just one glance, Dao Shi could tell this big guy wasn't some B-grade talent, but an SS grade one. His qi and blood fluctuations were intensely powerful. This kind of guy, not quite strong enough to be impressive, yet not weak enough to be trash, needed to be put in his place. Couldn't let him ruin his grand plans. Mo Xiang, suspended in midair, trembled violently, his pupils shaking uncontrollably. What shocked Mo Xiang even more than this brutal beating was the overwhelming, tyrannical aura radiating from Dao Shi at this moment. Only then did Mo Xiang, who practiced the divine exchange technique, realize this was what true dominance looked like. At the same time, Dong Chao hid in the elevator shaft, listening to the muffled thuds coming from upstairs. He hunched his shoulders and snickered quietly. What do geniuses hate most? Geniuses hate nothing more than someone trying to show off in front of them. That punk Mo Xiang was acting all high and mighty. If he didn't get beaten up, who would? Chapter 58, The Secret Technique Hidden at the Bottom of the Chest. Night. Mo Xiang sat in his dorm room, staring face to face with his puppet. As a puppeteer, Mo Xiang was dexterous and skilled. In just 1 hour, he had reassembled the shattered table and patched up the whole ridden floor until it looked as good as new. The entire dorm room was tidied up until it looked completely refreshed. Only the lingering redness and bruises on Mo Xiang's face proved what a vicious beating he had just endured. At this moment, Mo Xiang gritted his teeth against the pain, racing against time to transfer the domineering aura he'd just experienced to his puppet. A shimmering thread extended from Mo Xiang's forehead, piercing into the puppet's brow from a distance. As the thread penetrated deeper, the puppet's body twisted unnaturally, as if being imbued with life. The domineering aura Mo Xiang had absorbed from Dao Shi during the beating was countless times stronger than what he'd gained these past days pretending to be a tycoon or a villain. Mo Xiang couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. That unremarkable-looking Dao Shi was terrifyingly strong and terrifyingly domineering. And that smirking He Xiangzai was definitely no weakling either. The so-called worst martial arts class in the entire school was actually a class full of monstrous geniuses. Could it be that this was Second Ant's real purpose for arranging my transfer to the martial arts academy? Mo Xiang finally understood why Principal Mo Yusher had assigned him to the martial arts academy. He wasn't sent there to reform the academy, on the contrary, he was the one who'd be reformed and disciplined. The next day, Martial Arts Class 4 classroom. Mo Xiang sat in his seat with a bruised and swollen face. His massive frame was curled up in the small desk, presenting an image of perfect obedience. Beside him, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were idly playing around. Dao Shi held a ruler while He Xiangzai gripped 2 ballpoint pens, the two of them roughhousing under the desk. This kind of playful behavior might be a bit childish for elementary school students, but for college students, it's just right. Mo Xiang glanced sideways at these two powerhouses, not daring to even breathe loudly. Mo Xiang felt that these two guys seemed to be dismantling each other's moves through playful exchanges. Their seemingly casual blocks and thrusts all appeared to carry profound meanings. With his cultivation at the 6th tier first stage, Mo Xiang could only grasp fragments of the brilliance in their techniques. Upon enrollment, Mo Xiang's records had been altered by Master Mou. His 6th tier first stage cultivation was downgraded to 3rd tier first stage, and his SS grade talent was reduced to B grade. Master Mou did this hoping he would conceal his brilliance and avoid drawing premature attention from the demonic races. It's clear that these two powerhouses beside him are in the same situation. They've both concealed their true cultivation and talents. Thinking this, Mo Xiang stole another glance at Dong Chao by the lectern, his heart roiling even more intensely. The universally underestimated and looked down upon martial arts class 4 was actually a den of monsters. Could it be that Dong Chao, the instructor of martial arts class 4, was also no ordinary fish in a small pond? Mo Xiang had long heard of Dong Chao. Before last night, Mo Xiang also believed that Dong Chao was just an idle slacker. But after witnessing Dao Shi's terrifying strength last night, Mo Xiang began to harbor some doubts about Dong Chao's true identity. Could someone who taught monsters like Dao Shi and He Xiangzai really be a mere slacker? However, no matter how Mo Xiang looked left and right, he couldn't find anything special about Dong Chao. The man seemed utterly ordinary in every way. Noticing Mo Xiang's gaze, Dong Chao cheerfully approached him. Xiangzi, the teacher left in such a hurry yesterday that he forgot to give you these. Dong Chao pulled out a stack of discount coupons and prepaid cards from his pocket and handed them to Mo Xiang. As my student Dong Chao, anywhere you spend money on campus, just drop my name, it'll absolutely work wonders. Of course, you can try it outside school too. Whether you're taking the bus or subway, feel free to mention your teacher's name. If it doesn't work, well, you can always buy a ticket afterward. Mo Xiang realized he'd seriously overthought things just now. Dong Chao's aura fluctuations and his greasy, street-smart demeanor were completely at odds with the image of a martial arts master. Just as the campus forums described, Dong Chao was not only a slacker but downright bizarre. Ding! As the class bell rang, Dong Chao straightened his attire and strode onto the podium with exaggerated pomp. Starting today, Mo Xiang is officially a member of our martial arts class 4. To welcome Mo Xiang, I'll show you something real today, teach you some of my secret techniques. Hearing this, Mo Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as expected. As the martial arts instructor of two freaks, Dong Chao definitely had something up his sleeve. His every movement on the podium now carried an air of authority, completely different from before. Teacher Dong Chao truly was hiding extraordinary depths. Mo Xiang immediately pricked up his ears, focusing intently, afraid to miss a single word. Meanwhile, outside the corridor, Qin Wanqing, who was on her way to teach martial arts class 1, suddenly paused her steps. Just as I imagined, Dong Chao's martial arts class 4 holds profound secrets. Qin Wanqing sighed inwardly. Qin Wanqing had long realized that Dao Shi and He Xiangzai were the true geniuses of the academy. Yesterday, another puppeteer transferred from the puppetry academy to martial arts class 4. Though the puppeteer was ostensibly there for disciplinary reform, anyone with eyes could see that guy was also here for Dong Chao. Qin Wanqing strongly suspected that Dong Chao was likely trying to recruit exceptional talents to build a super-elite martial arts class. Moreover, Dong Chao, whose background was anything but ordinary, was truly imparting everything he knew to these students. Even his most treasured secret techniques were openly taught in class without the slightest reservation. Qin Wanqing couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration for Dong Chao. In the classroom, Dong Chao assumed the dignified air of a mentor and enunciated clearly. For all these years of dominating the martial world, our teacher's greatest skill has been defeating the many with few, and overcoming the strong with weakness. Nothing in this world is weaker than water, yet nothing surpasses it in breaking through the strong. The weak overcoming the strong, the soft conquering the hard, this is our teacher's path to victory. Mo Xiang nodded repeatedly, committing every single word firmly to memory. The instructor of this extraordinary martial arts class is truly exceptional. Even his words contain such profound philosophy. Mo Xiang felt a twinge of guilt. How could he have underestimated teacher Dong Chao just now? Looking down on a master is a sin. Every word teacher Dong just spoke was profound. Clearly, he's a hidden expert of great caliber. Mo Xiang excitedly glanced at Dao Shi and He Xiangzai beside him, only to find their expressions blank and utterly unenthused. Mo Xiang found it strange. Teacher Dong is about to teach his ultimate secret technique, yet you two look so calm without a hint of excitement? Outside the classroom, Qin Wanqing, who was eavesdropping, widened her beautiful eyes in deep conflict. Dong Chao's guiding principles were brilliantly stated, defeating the strong with weakness, overcoming hardness with softness. Regardless of Dong Chao's actual cultivation level, this martial philosophy was truly free-spirited. She desperately wanted to hear Dong Chao's secret technique, but then she remembered Yang Wei's warning about confidentiality protocols. Don't listen to what you shouldn't hear. Right now, Dong Chao was about to reveal his most treasured secret technique, clearly falling into the category of things one shouldn't hear. Qin Wanqing forcibly suppressed her curiosity and strode toward martial arts class 1. Meanwhile, in the classroom, under Mo Xiang's eager gaze, Dong Chao picked up a piece of chalk and elegantly wrote a few large characters on the blackboard. The art of winning against odds, peasants guaranteed victory and landlord. Ha! Staring at this inexplicable line of blackboard writing, Mo Xiang felt even more bewildered than when Dao Shi had pinned him to the ground. Wasn't this supposed to be some treasured secret technique? How did this turn into a card game? Chapter 59, Music, Chess, Calligraphy, Painting, but cards are my forte. Back in the day, your teacher had a notorious nickname, Playing with Two Jokers, the most arrogant of them all. Among all arts and skills, my card playing reigns supreme. If it weren't for the social security benefits of being a teacher, I'd have quit long ago to become a professional card player. Dong Chao spoke eloquently from the lectern. At that moment, Mo Xiang felt as if some powerful, nameless entity had lifted the top of his skull and was slurping his brain matter through a straw. Overcoming the strong with weakness, subduing the unyielding with gentleness. After all this time, they were talking about playing landlords? It takes 20 years of brain thrombosis to come up with such a grand scheme. Why are you putting on such a show just to teach poker? I actually thought you were some reclusive master earlier. Now, Mo Xiang finally believed the rumors circulating on the campus forum. Dong Chao, the infamous slacker of the education world, utterly unreliable and absurd. I'm completely worn out by him. After just 5 minutes of class, Mo Xiang felt his cognitive abilities were severely challenged. How could someone seriously teach playing landlord in a martial arts class? What's worse, the two super geniuses in the audience just calmly accepted it. Mo Xiang glanced at the still composed Dao Shi and He Xiangzai, feeling this scene was utterly surreal. Aren't you two supposed to be monstrous geniuses? And you're learning this in basic martial arts class? Mo Xiang, stop looking around and pay attention. Dong Chao reprimanded him sharply. Your grandmother's grandson. Mo Xiang cursed inwardly. If this had happened just one day earlier, Mo Xiang would have already charged onto the podium and smashed the blackboard to pieces. But now, under the cold gaze of Dao Shi, he didn't dare make a reckless move. Dong Chao took out a brand new deck of playing cards and skillfully shuffled and cut them on the podium. Don't underestimate the game of landlords. It's highly universal, played by everyone from corporate bosses to street vendors. Such a widely popular entertainment activity is something we must master. As everyone knows, in landlords, the peasants have 1 fewer turn to play and 3 fewer cards than the landlord. For peasants to win, they need both calm calculation and seamless teamwork. Peasants are divided into the running position and the door position. The moment you receive your cards, you must recognize your role. After 3 rounds of play, you should have a clear grasp of the basic card formations. Besides, the teacher has a unique set of mantras that you must memorize firmly. Play more, not less. Playing less makes you a fool. The door plank takes the hits. Flee when you can. Drop bombs early, delay spells trouble. Pair planes with rocket bombs sharpens the mind and wakes the soul. Mo Xiang genuinely wanted to treat Dong Chao like a puppet and smash him into pieces. Bang, bang, bang. What is all this? What kind of abstract nonsense is he pulling, teaching Dodiju with such a serious face? What made Mo Xiang even more uncomfortable was that despite how absurd this martial arts class was, he felt utterly miserable yet dared not show it. After all, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai were still sitting right there. Dao Shi remained as calm as ever, seemingly unsurprised by Dong Chao's bizarre martial arts lesson. He Xiongzai went even further. The guy actually pulled out a notebook and started taking notes with utmost seriousness. Mo Xiang was utterly speechless. At this moment, he felt even more frustrated and bewildered than when he got beaten up yesterday. Alright, let's get to the practical part. Mo Xiang, you'll be the landlord, while Shizi and Zizi will be the farmers. Let's run through this drill. Remember, landlords isn't just a game of luck, it's a game of strategy too. The right strategy, a cool head, and on-the-spot calculations, these are the keys to victory. Dong Chao signaled for the 3 of them to play landlords during class. Seeing that Dao Shi and He Xiongzai were both eager to give it a try, Mo Xiang simply decided to throw caution to the wind. Alright, you 2 super geniuses, just wasting time like this, huh? Well, I'll play alone. The 3 of them sat together, shuffling and dealing the cards. Mo Xiang played as the landlord in every round, while Dao Shi and He Xiongzai teamed up as the farmers. After 3 consecutive games, Mo Xiang began to sense something was off. In the first hand, Mo Xiang won effortlessly, but in the next 2 rounds, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai actually started coordinating their plays. One was in charge of running, while the other was tasked with causing trouble for Mo Xiang. In the last 2 rounds, Mo Xiang lost the game by the narrowest of margins. As the card game progressed, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai needed no communication at all. They had already developed a perfect synergy. Although they were playing cards, Mo Xiang couldn't shake the image from before class. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai deftly parrying each other's moves with nothing but rulers and marker pens. In the current card game, He Xiongzai, sitting in the door position, was like a swordsman wielding twin blades. He continuously created difficulties for Mo Xiang, engaging him in a fierce battle that left Mo Xiang struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Dao Shi, in the running position, resembled a knife-wielding assassin, biding his time and waiting for the perfect moment to strike with a single, fatal blow. Mo Xiang never expected that a few small playing cards could lead him to ponder such profound insights. He finally realized that Landlords truly is a game of strategy. And this instant strategy bears a slight resemblance to the battlefield tactics and analysis employed by puppet masters during combat. Even with proficient martial skills and formidable muscles, Mo Xiang had to admit that being a puppet master wasn't about brute force. What puppet masters excel at is cunning and calculation. It's about creating the most advantageous battlefield conditions, deploying the most suitable puppets, and delivering the most lethal strikes to their enemies. This strategy is actually somewhat similar to playing cards. Just like now, Mo Xiang is trying to use the most suitable card to suppress his opponent and seize control of the game. Having grasped this crucial point, Mo Xiang's card skills gradually became more proficient. With each round of play, he calmly analyzes, predicts his opponent's hand, and then attempts to find the right strategy. The right strategy, a calm mind, and on-the-spot calculations. Isn't this exactly how a puppeteer achieves victory? Mo Xiang thought to himself how brilliant he was, able to comprehend by analogy and grasp everything at once. Yet, for a moment, he felt something was off. Strategy, calculations, mind. Hadn't he just heard these words somewhere? But it doesn't matter, this isn't important. What's important is that while Dao Shi and He Xiongzai may be monstrous talents, I'm no less impressive myself. A mere pastime game actually allowed me to comprehend so many profound principles. Behold the only Mahist mechanist master. This moment of sudden realization made Mo Xiang involuntarily let out a soft hum. Chapter 60. Do you two have some dirt on him? Congratulations. Approval rating +1. Congratulations. Approval rating +1. Dong Chao's secret technique, which he had kept hidden as his trump card, failed to claim Mo Xiang's first blood. Instead, it unexpectedly earned him 2 more points of recognition from Dao Shi. Outwardly, Dao Shi remained expressionless, but his mind was racing with thoughts. He wasn't entirely sure whether Dong Chao was genuinely teaching them how to play cards or using the game as a pretext to impart some real skills. The right strategy, a calm mind, and on-the-spot calculations, these clearly sounded like combat essentials. Also, who between him and He Xiangzai would take the forward position and who would take the defensive position. This seemed to test their combat division of labor and teamwork. This lesson, while appearing to be about playing cards, actually felt more like a special kind of combat drill. Moreover, after spending this time together, Daoshi realized that instructor Dong Chao wasn't as utterly useless as the rumors suggested. The guy actually had quite a few redeeming qualities. In fact, Dong Chao seemed to have quite a few mysteries about him. For example, when Daoshi and He Xiangzai destroyed the training room that day, Dong Chao managed to get them out of trouble with just a few words. That night, did Dong Chao actually notice anything? Also, was his act of setting up a stall with the two of them at the school gate just pure absurdity, or did it have another purpose? Were his comforting words to himself unintentional, or deliberately planted? With all these questions in mind, Daoshi stole a glance at Dong Chao. He suddenly noticed Dong Chao grinning mischievously while teaching He Xiangzai how to secretly discard a single 3 from his hand onto the ground. Mo Xiang, completely absorbed in memorizing and calculating the cards, didn't notice their little trick at all. Watching Dong Chao and He Xiangzai covering their mouths to stifle their snickers, Daoshi thought to himself that he might have been overthinking things. Mentor Dong Chao wasn't just useless, he was downright despicable. 6 to king, 3 with a pair, joker, counter spring. He Xiangzai had already mastered the tricks of landlords, effortlessly playing his entire hand to claim victory in the 4th round. As long as he acted quickly and discarded all the useless single cards onto the floor, his win rate would skyrocket. This is the true essence of the unbeatable farmer's strategy in landlords. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai's approval +1. He Xiangzai grinned playfully as he bestowed upon Dong Chao the triple approval rating. He Xiangzai loved this game far too much. Winning a card game only brought a happiness level of 10, but winning through cheating? That skyrocketed the joy to 1000. However, there was one essential prerequisite to enjoying this particular pleasure. One absolutely had to have Daoshi as a teammate. If he were facing Daoshi as an opponent, he'd have been beaten up by now. Looking at the pile of playing cards scattered on the floor, Dong Chao knew the game couldn't go on any longer. If they continued, he'd definitely be exposed. A standard deck has 54 cards, and now 20 of them were lying on the ground. And here was Mo Xiang, still burying his head in calculations, pretending to be some card shark. Who knows what nonsense he was figuring out. Dong Chao hastily called a halt to the card game. The teacher's secret techniques aren't so easily mastered. Just grasping the basics today is enough for you. That concludes today's lesson. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. As he spoke, Dong Chao theatrically waved his hand with feigned nonchalance, scattering all the playing cards from the table onto the floor. He Xiangzai's traces of cheating instantly vanished without a trace. How impressive, truly remarkable. He Xiangzai silently marveled, once again contributing 1 approval point to Dong Chao. He Xiangzai's approval +1. Dong Chao strolled leisurely along the campus path with several students in tow. As mealtime approached, many classes had already ended, with groups of students heading to the cafeteria in clusters. Some devout food enthusiasts sprinted toward the dining hall, terrified of missing out on hot meals. Others went even further, pedaling bicycles in their rush to reach the cafeteria. Just as several students arrived at the cafeteria entrance, a cyclist whizzed past them. The student was practically standing while pedaling his bike. When he reached the cafeteria entrance, he dismounted with a stylish flourish, casually tossed his bike into a corner, and hurriedly rushed into the cafeteria. Dong Chao wasn't the least bit angry, even though he was nearly bumped by the student. Not only did he let the student go first, he even turned back to help the student pick up the fallen bicycle. As Dong Chao dusted off the bike, he seized the opportunity to lecture a few students. As my students, you must not follow this classmate's bad habits. The group initially thought Dong Chao was going to lecture them about upholding civic virtue and observing public order. To their surprise, he abruptly changed direction. Who rides a bicycle like that? Taking this opportunity, let me emphasize Article 4 of our martial arts class 4 regulations, the 3 no-ride rules. First, we absolutely never ride bicycles that have been pedaled while standing, because once a bike's been pedaled standing up, its performance is definitely compromised. It'll ruin the riding experience. We don't touch those. Second, we don't ride shared bikes, because they're good. Shared bikes have served everyone at low prices their whole lives, and at the very end you're still pedaling them for a couple more laps. How can you bear it? Third, we don't ride other people's bikes. What you're pedaling hard might be someone else's precious baby. If it gets scratched or bumped, you can't explain it away. Mo Xiang felt that some powerful and mysterious existence was once again sucking out his brain matter. What kind of nonsense is this? Can this even be called class rules? These rules were clearly made up on the spot, and you'd better actually be talking about bicycles. Daoshi and He Xiangzai exchanged glances. Though surprised, the two accepted this new class rule with relative calm. Teacher Dong's words may sound abstract, but they actually make some sense. With different thoughts in mind, the group arrived at the idle food stall designated for dining, where an imposing 8 immortals table was already laden with dishes. There was a huge basin of noodles, a brimming sea bowl of 3 delicacy sauce, and 7 or 8 kinds of rich toppings. Dig in quickly, I specially asked the cafeteria aunties and uncles to prepare this. Dong Chao eagerly served noodles to the 3 students. Mo Xiang had long heard that the martial arts class 4 enjoyed special meals in the cafeteria, different from what other students ate. Now he finally got to see it for himself. Mo Xiang took the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Dong Chao and, amidst the steaming heat, slurped down the noodles with gusto. The noodles were hand-pulled, chewy and springy, with a rich, authentic wheat flavor. The 3 delicacy sauce is packed with ingredients, from mountain treasures like shiitake mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and daylily flowers to seafood delights such as scallops and squid, all enhanced by the rich flavors of pork belly and pork bone broth, creating an utterly satisfying eating experience. Wolfing down a hearty mouthful of noodles accompanied by various toppings, Mo Xiang felt his battered heart being somewhat soothed. Just as he was emptying his mind and devouring his meal, Dong Chao spoke up again. There are 3 situations when I won't eat these noodles either. If the toppings aren't plentiful, I won't eat it. This dazzling world can blind you. If the standard isn't high enough, it's downright embarrassing. When it comes to noodle dishes, the amount of toppings directly reflects its class. Second, I won't eat sauce that's too thick, because it's salty. After teaching and nurturing minds all morning, to end up eating something this salty is terrible for my vocal cords. Third, I refuse to eat dried noodles. Dried noodles don't even count as proper pasta. The only way dried noodles are edible is when they're made into zhajiangmian, but making zhajiangmian with them would be a waste of good zhejiang sauce. As students of Dong Chao, you're forbidden from eating dried noodles at banquets. You'd rather eat instant noodles. Eating dried noodles would make you the laughingstock. This is our 5th class rule, got it? Got it. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai responded in unison. Watching the trio's perfectly coordinated act, Mo Xiang felt his head was about to explode. How dare you talk about teaching and nurturing students, and eating instant noodles at a banquet? That's way more embarrassing. Just as he was losing his mind, Dao Shi and He Xiongzai calmly observed Mo Xiang while slurping their noodles, looking at him with the wisdom of seasoned veterans. Mo Xiang's eyes flickered rapidly, as if he were trying to send Morse code messages with his eyelids. Do you two have some dirt on him or something? Did you murder someone in broad daylight and he witnessed it? Mo Xiang simply couldn't comprehend why 2 monstrously talented geniuses would tolerate a useless, chatterbox instructor like Dong Chao. Are these 2 also sick in the head? Mo Xiang silently thought to himself. Chapter 61, You call this being friendly? This is by Qi the god of slaughter's social theory. After announcing 2 new class rules, Dong Chao finally settled down. The students could finally eat their meals in peace. While eating his noodles, Dong Chao couldn't catch a break. Cafeteria staff, security guards, janitors, and dorm supervisors passing through the cafeteria aisle all greeted Dong Chao warmly when they saw him. Dong Chao responded with equal enthusiasm. Sister Wang, new bracelet? Daughter-in-law bought it for you? How blessed you are. Brother Zhang, did you buy this week's football lottery? Old Li, business at your stall good today? Dong Chao sat in front of his stall, able to strike up a conversation with anyone. Though he'd long witnessed Dong Chao's approachability, Dao Shi still felt somewhat moved. Teacher, you really don't put on any airs at all. You're so approachable with everyone. Dong Chao chuckled. The teacher has his own social theory called the be kind to others theory. Simply put, as long as you're sincere, you'll win over about 90% of the people around you. And if you go the extra mile to say what they like to hear, you'll win over 99% of the people around you. If you give them a little more favor, then the percentage of people friendly towards you can reach 99.9%. At this point, Dong Chao crunched down on a garlic clove. In other words, at most, only 1 in 1,000 people in this world would be unfriendly towards you. If you could eliminate that 1 in 1,000, then everyone left in the world would be very friendly to you. Dao Shi, He Xiongzai, and Mo Xiang were all stunned. Only then did they realize this damn thing is called the theory of being kind to others. This damn thing is by Qi the god of slaughter learning social skills. Thankfully Dong Chao is just a slacker teacher, otherwise, something major would have happened. Mo Xiang thought to himself in silence. Dao Shi rolled his eyes, lost in thought. Teacher Dong Chao's words sounded somewhat shocking, but they seemed to make sense. At the same time, Martial Arts Academy, Dean's office. Dean Lu Yuan stood ramrod straight behind his desk, listening respectfully to the phone call from the Martial Arts Education Department. On the other end of the line was once again Secretary Zhao, assistant to Minister Sun Miao. Lu Yuan understood perfectly well that as merely a dean of a university branch, he normally wouldn't have the privilege of reporting directly to Sun Miao. Being able to contact the minister's secretary was already considered special treatment. Minister Sun is busy and asked me to relay a few things to you. Listen carefully. Secretary Zhao's tone was flat, but Lu Yuan on the other end of the phone nearly snapped to attention. First, regarding Sun Jingfeng. As you've seen, Sun Jingfeng is indeed a genius. His true talent is actually SS rank. The previous records were his disguise. I'll send you Sun Jingfeng's real file shortly. The substitution plan had begun. Sun Miao personally altered her son's records, upgrading Sun Jingfeng from A rank to SS rank, all to cover for the actual freaks in Dong Chao's class. Listening to Secretary Zhao's words, Lu Yuan curled his lips proudly. He thought to himself, what a sharp eye he had. He had long noticed that Sun Jingfeng was extraordinary. That's what you call the discernment of an old-school educator. How could such a thing possibly escape his notice? Second, the minister is very satisfied with the current educational situation at your martial arts academy and hopes you will maintain this standard. Especially, maintain the current stability of your teaching staff, don't make arbitrary changes to the team members. Secretary Zhao emphasized the words team stability with extra weight. Fearing Lu Yuan might not have understood, he added another sentence. Did you understand the minister's meaning? There should be no changes in personnel appointments. Let me emphasize again, no changes whatsoever. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. How could he possibly not understand the minister's meaning? The minister was clearly very satisfied with him, very satisfied with Qin Wanqing, and equally satisfied with Wang Su and Zhang Chang. In truth, Lu Yuan himself was also quite pleased with the first-year teaching team. Despite having Dong Chao dragging them down, they still managed to earn the minister's praise. If they could just optimize away the deadweight that was Dong Chao, wouldn't their team become unstoppable? The minister would never have imagined that the educational team he praised so highly still had room for optimization and upgrading. Lu Yuan was a little excited, wondering how surprised and delighted the minister would be after he optimized and upgraded the teaching team. After all, Lu Yuan was the educator who would lead the entire Mobi University to restore its former glory. How could he not achieve something that would make the minister sit up and take notice? Secretary Zhao hung up the phone, but before long, it rang again. This time, the call came from the principal's office. The dry, raspy voice characteristic of paper effigies sounded through the receiver. The Ministry of Education just sent me word. The minister is very satisfied with your academy's educational work. He specifically emphasized the stability of your teaching staff. Maintain the current team. Mo Yusher called Lu Yuan to tell him not to mess around or stir up trouble. Mobi University had finally secured a connection with the military. As long as Lu Yuan stayed in his office and did nothing, the revival of Mobi University was a done deal. However, Mo Yusher only got halfway through his speech when Lu Yuan casually muttered dumbass and hung up. To prevent that idiot paper man from calling again, Lu Yuan simply yanked out the phone cord. The moment he heard that shriveled voice from the paper effigy, his blood began to boil. He, Lu Yuan, was the outstanding school administrator destined to fulfill the principal's lifelong wish and lead Mobi University to revival, a great educator, no less. That paper effigy in the principal's office was nothing but a man-made object pretending to borrow authority from the tiger, utterly unreasonable and incapable of distinguishing good from bad. How dare it presume to give him instructions? If it weren't for that thing, would the school be in such chaos right now? Haven't we relied solely on our own efforts to set things right and persevere under heavy burdens to barely keep the school running all these years? At this thought, Lu Yuan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He pulled out an old photograph from the bottom of his drawer. Principal Schercher, where have you been all these years? I've finally lived up to your high expectations. Our Mobi University is going to thrive again. Looking at the photo of the young woman, Lu Yuan's aged eyes welled up with tears. Chapter 62, what a painful realization. For so many years, Lu Yuan worked hard just to repay Principal Schercher's recognition of his talent. When he first started working, his seniors always criticized him for being foolish, stubborn, and self-righteous. Only the equally young Principal Schercher often encouraged him. Teacher Lu, your meeting materials are the most complete. Teacher Lu, your tea is the hottest. The food you buy is the most delicious. You run errands the fastest. You mop the floor the cleanest. It was under Principal Schercher's continuous encouragement that Lu Yuan step by step rose to the position of dean. Lu Yuan had originally thought that given how much the principal relied on him, the school would be entrusted to his management during these years of external training. Who would have thought that even such a shrewd and capable principal could have moments of poor judgment? But no matter what, the principal's kindness to him could never be fully repaid. At this thought, Lu Yuan plugged the phone line back in and made a call to the administrative director, Mo Zhangling. Director Mo, I was wondering, have there been any updates about Principal Schercher recently? Hearing the title Principal Schercher, Mo Zhangling felt a chill run down his spine. He replied stiffly, no. Mo Zhangling knew that his senior sister cared deeply about her appearance and reputation. Having transformed from a peerless transcendent puppeteer into this half-living paper effigy, she simply couldn't accept the truth internally. That's why she fabricated that nonsense about going away to cultivate. Over the years, most department heads had guessed the truth, maintaining an unspoken understanding. Only that idiot Lu Yuan, flaunting his title as the headmaster's staunch supporter, kept finding new ways to oppose his senior sister. Mo Zhangling even suspected whether this old rascal was doing it on purpose. "Did you call me for some serious business?" Mo Zhangling asked in an unfriendly tone. "Director Mo, you know I've always wanted to get rid of Dong Chao from our college. Recently, I've come up with a perfect plan. Let's not fire him outright, just transfer him to a logistics position. Since he's so good at handling things, he can shine in a support role. This way, we won't make enemies." Listening to Lu Yuan's words, Mo Zhangling felt a headache coming on. He really wanted to reach through the phone line and punch Lu Yuan twice. And this is supposed to be a foolproof plan? Not making reckless moves is the best foolproof strategy. How much effort did senior sister expend to get the Mo family's only artificer into Dong Chao's class? And now you're going to transfer Dong Chao? Are you deliberately trying to prevent the Mo family from making even the slightest improvement? Mo Zhangling was beginning to understand what it meant when they say one overzealous supporter does more damage than 10 critics. Mo Zhangling gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, "So you're saying teacher Dong Chao should be transferred? Old Lu, let me ask you, how's your eyesight?" "My eyesight is perfect. Both eyes are 5.5. Lu Yuan felt puzzled. Why was Director Mo suddenly concerned about his vision? Mo Zhangling roared at him in a near-frenzied tone. "With eyesight this sharp, you might as well guard the school gates. We'll vacate the dean's position and transfer it to teacher Dong. How does that sound? Day after day, all you think about is useless nonsense." Mo Zhangling couldn't tell Lu Yuan that their academy's teacher Dong Chao was no ordinary figure. That guy was already on backslapping terms with the Minister of Martial Arts Education. Mo Zhangling could only use this method to give Lu Yuan a clear hint. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Mo Zhangling's words, Lu Yuan also grew anxious. "Director, why can't you understand? You have a vacant security guard position over there, just transfer Dong Chao directly. I don't need to move." Mo Zhangling's mind buzzed with shock. Who on earth doesn't understand this? That old fool Lu Yuan is 24K pure stupid. Stop thinking about transferring positions. Focus your mind on work. Don't waste company time with useless thoughts. For this kind of distracted behavior during work hours, you'll write a 100,000-word self-criticism report and deliver it to my office. Reflect deeply and reform thoroughly. If the report isn't satisfactory, don't even think about getting your year-end performance bonus. Mo Zhangling hung up the phone in annoyance. Listening to the busy tone from the receiver, Lu Yuan felt somewhat confused. Is it really this difficult to get rid of Dong Chao? He sensed an overwhelming resistance. It feels like driving onto the highway only to realize all the other cars are going the wrong way. But the greater the resistance, the harder he must charge forward. After all, Mo University is his everything. This crushing sense of responsibility made Lu Yuan involuntarily start singing to pump himself up. Oh, what a painful realization. Emodo was my everything? Looking back at every step on my teaching path, each one was so bitterly hard. Ah, what a painful realization. Lu Yuan's office echoed with mournful singing. In the following days, Lu Yuan, busy writing self-criticism reports, finally quieted down. But the entire martial arts academy was buzzing with excitement over two particular matters. The first thing was the inconclusive placement test results. In that bizarrely regulated practical assessment, except for Sun Jingfeng, all freshmen at the martial arts academy scored 0. Thus, the previous written exam results became particularly important. However, the academy deliberately downplayed the written exam scores as well. Although Lu Yuan could be mischievous, he still cared deeply about his students' psychological well-being. He feared that the written exam results might draw unnecessary attention to Yi Xiongzai, potentially causing further harm to this former kendo prodigy. Not only did Lu Yuan downplay the test scores, he also imposed a gag order. The fact that Yi Xiongzai had once been an SS-level genius was known only to a few teachers and must never be revealed. Lu Yuan had another reason for not announcing the exam results. That was the weakest martial arts class, Class 4, yet they achieved the best results in this exam. With a 50% pass rate, they left all other grades in the dust. The school's most notorious slacker instructor had secured the top teaching performance. If this were made public, how would the other teachers save face? The exam results were only briefly discussed among the students. After all, everyone knew exactly how that exam had gone. Not announcing the results was actually a mercy for everyone. Rather than the exam scores, what the students were really discussing was Sun Jingfeng. Sun Jingfeng, the student council president of the Martial Arts Academy, turned out to be an absolute genius. Although Sun Jingfeng dressed a bit strangely and behaved in an oddly bureaucratic manner, he was incredibly strong to an unreasonable degree. His strength even far surpassed the academy's 4S-ranked geniuses. Just as the students were buzzing about Sun Jingfeng's true power and innate talent, the academy welcomed its third major event. The previous year's champion of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, Sanqing University, had truly come to the Martial Arts Academy for an exchange match. Unlike the long-declining Manhwa University, Sanqing University has been riding high in recent years. With their exceptional faculty and outstanding students, they've achieved remarkable results in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. Last year, they even defeated the once invincible Nanyang Twin Stars, successfully defending their home turf and keeping the tournament's championship crown in China. Such a top-tier martial arts institution shouldn't normally engage in practice matches with Manhwa University. Lu Yuan had to pay through the nose to get them to come. What Lu Yuan offered was the Martial Arts Academy's prized treasure, the Mind Dungeon. Chapter 63, the champions of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, Sanqing University, have arrived. The Mind Dungeon, with a danger level of 1 and a resource level of 2, was the perfect training paradise for freshmen to practice their skills. The Mining Pit Secret Realm only opens on September 29 each year, remaining accessible for 6 hours. This secret realm has a participant limit, accommodating a maximum of 120 people. The Martial Arts Academy holds half ownership rights to the realm. Lu Yuan used the entry slots for the Mining Pit Secret Realm as bait, successfully luring the exceptionally powerful combat division from Sanqing University. On September 28, as Sanqing University's combat division set out for Manhwa University, Lu Yuan finally finished writing his 100,000-word self-criticism report. He gathered all the first-year teachers to hold a special meeting. During the meeting, Lu Yuan felt both joy and worry. Comrades, the situation is dire, truly dire. This time, the combat department of Sanqing University has sent only elites. When Tanchang, one of the 4 heavenly kings, is personally leading the team, 2 SS-grade geniuses, 8 S-grade geniuses, and dozens of A-grade top students, they're coming at us with overwhelming force. Having Tsing University come for an exchange naturally delighted Lu Yuan. But the fact that Tsing University sent all their elite members gave off the vibe of coming to feast on easy prey. The Martial Arts Academy had at most 60 slots for entering the secret realm. The 2 schools had previously agreed to determine slot allocation through group competitions. Tsing University, deploying all their top forces, clearly intended to monopolize all 60 slots. Although it was only the lowest level secret realm, for the freshmen, this was a rare opportunity for experience and training. Killing the exotic beasts in the secret realm and collecting materials could also be exchanged for martial arts contribution points, which would greatly benefit their future cultivation. However, these benefits might not fall into the hands of his own students. At the critical moment, Lu Yuan suddenly realized that inviting Sanqing University for the exchange program might have been like letting a wolf into the house. Compared to the lavishly equipped combat department of Sanqing University, the Martial Arts Academy with merely 4 S-rank students indeed has a rather pitiful crop of talent. Even with the addition of super genius Sun Jingfeng, the Martial Arts Academy's theoretical strength barely reaches half that of Sanqing University. What truly makes Sanqing University terrifying isn't even their individual combat prowess. Most Taoist cultivators at Sanqing University practice star-blessing arts, enabling them to commune with celestial constellations. The true terror of the star disciples lies in their ability to form stellar arrays and fight in perfect coordination. In last year's martial arts tournament, Sanqing University relied precisely on their 9 luminaries array to exhaust the Southern Ocean twin stars until their energy was completely drained, ultimately seizing the championship crown. This year, Sanqing University has pushed it to even more outrageous levels. Their 7 students from Combat Class 2 can now invoke the power of the Big Dipper's 7 stars. What terrified Lu Yuan even more was that these 7 students weren't even the ace players of Sanqing University. This year's aces at Sanqing University were Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, a pair of twins with SS-level talents. To match our Martial Arts Academy's 4 classes, Sanqing University wants to compete with us in 4 matches. Each match will determine 15 slots for entering the secret realm. Judging by the current situation, we might lose all 4 matches. Comrades, you've got to think of something. The annual Mind Secret Realm opportunity can't just become someone else's wedding dress. Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, and Zhang Chang all wore icy expressions, remaining silent. The arrangements for inviting Sanqing University for the sparring session were originally made by Lu. The rules were also negotiated by him. Now that you realize the situation is unfavorable, what were you doing earlier? Besides, what possible solutions could there be in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength? None of them wanted to take on this unsolvable problem. They kept their heads down, deliberately avoiding Lu's gaze. At this moment, Dong Chao suddenly stood up. Dean, there's no need for concern. As the most outstanding teacher with exemplary teaching results in this diagnostic exam, it's only right that I help alleviate your worries. Rest assured, I have a solution. Dong Chao immediately crowned himself with lofty praise. In terms of results, their martial arts class 4 had indeed performed exceptionally well in this assessment. Even Wang Su and Zhang Chang, who couldn't stand Dong Chao no matter what, couldn't argue against this fact. But what does this excellence have to do with you, Dong Chao? How dare you take credit for it? Wang Su and Zhang Chang were seething with indignation, but the only thing they could do at the moment was roll their eyes furiously. Seeing Dong Chao, Lu Yuan also felt his anger rising uncontrollably. All because of him, I had to write a 100,000-word self-criticism these past few days. 100,000 words. Lu Yuan exhausted every vocabulary related to self-reflection he could think of, even stuffing in a love song, just to barely scrape together the word count. The mere sight of Dong Chao ignited a surge of fury in him, but hearing that Dong Chao had a solution, he had no choice but to suppress his temper for now. Do you have any ideas? Let's hear them. Principal, my strategy is the Tianji horse racing tactic. I know Wen Tianchen quite well. That guy likes to build momentum gradually, he'll definitely save his best for last. So let's do the exact opposite. Lu Yuan frowned, thinking to himself, what do you mean by knowing Wen Tianchen quite well? Who doesn't know of Wen Tianchen, one of the 4 heavenly kings? Even ordinary folks have heard his name ringing in their ears. How could anyone not be familiar with him? Speaking so intimately, as if the two of you know each other. Lu Yuan turned aside with a mocking laugh. Dong Chao ignored Lu Yuan and instead turned his gaze toward Qin Wanqing. Teacher Qin, your class will be the first to compete tomorrow. You're our top-tier contenders, steady as a rock against their weakest players. Secure those 15 spots first. Then he turned his gaze to Wang Su. Teacher Wang, in terms of overall strength, your class is mid-tier. You'll need to go head-to-head with Tsinghua University's mid-tier team and fight for those spots. Finally, he looked at Jiang Chang. You're the inferior horses. You're the sacrificial pieces. Just wearing down the Big Dipper would count as success. Don't overthink it. Being bluntly called an inferior horse by Dong Chao, Jiang Chang's face flushed with anger. He couldn't help but ask, then what kind of horses are you from martial arts class 4? Dong Chao replied with an air of absolute certainty. Of course we're worse than the worst horses, we're the freebie horses. Our mission is to catch the ace players of Trinity University in reverse. Leave those 2 SS-ranked geniuses to our class. Don't worry, even if they give it their all, they'll only manage to take 15 spots from us. Dong Chao's shameless display left everyone present momentarily speechless. What the hell is a gift horse? And how can someone who's clearly the sacrificial lamb among sacrificial lambs still act so proud? After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Yuan was the first to regain his composure. Your plan assumes Sanqing University will maintain a fixed order of appearance. But what if they also strategize and manage to capture our top performers? Yeah, don't listen to his nonsense. Jiang Chang quickly chimed in to agree. Dong Chao's analogy about inferior horses stuck in Jiang Chang's heart like a thorn. Jiang Chang felt Dong Chao wasn't talking about the class at all, he was clearly talking about him. Chapter 64, A Life and Death Bond. Dong Chao didn't waste any more words, merely casting a calm glance at Qin Wanqing beside him. Meeting Dong Chao's gaze, Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes in displeasure, baring her sharp canine teeth. Seeing it was useless, she had no choice but to retract her fangs and speak with obvious reluctance. Dean, I actually think we could give Instructor Dong's strategy a try. The moment Qin Wanqing spoke up, Lu Yuan, who had been firmly opposed just moments ago, immediately changed his tune. Lu Yuan put on an ingratiating smile for Qin Wanqing. Teacher Qin thinks it's feasible? Then let's give it a shot. He turned his head to look at Dong Chao again, the smile instantly vanishing from his face. Out of respect for Teacher Qin, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself, we'll do it your way. But if your plan fails, we'll settle the score slowly. But, Dean. Jiang Chang was about to say something more when a sharp whoosh suddenly pierced the air above them. Everyone rushed to the window and saw an enormous leaf, large enough to blot out the sun and clouds, slowly descending from the sky before coming to a gentle halt above the Martial Arts University's training field. This iconic giant leaf was none other than Wen Tianqin's extraordinary artifact, the leaf boat. Standing atop the colossal leaf, which was nearly as vast as the training field itself, were numerous young men and women dressed in traditional Chinese-style Taoist robes. They were none other than the elite students of Sanqing University's Combat Division. Combat Division of Sanqing University, responding to Dean Lu's invitation, pays our respects. A clear, melodious voice drifted through the air as a purple-clad fashionista sporting a mohawk and earrings descended from the sky, landing steadily on the training field. Following him, a succession of handsome men and beautiful women leaped down from the treetops. Their entrance was clearly choreographed. Each member landed with bowed heads and hands forming mystical seals, striking poses like a superstar idol group flexing their coolest looks. The entrance of these Taoist martial artists certainly stole the show. Students from Mach University crowded around the sports field to watch. The crowd wasn't just composed of martial arts students, many from other departments came to join the excitement too. Wow! No wonder Sanqing University won the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. Their aura is completely different from other fighters. Their uniforms are so unique, traditional Taoist robes with modern flair. Compared to them, our sporty school uniforms look so outdated and shabby. Look, the one leading the pack is the extraordinary martial artist, Wen Tianchen, one of China's 4 young kings, finally seeing him in the flesh. Just as the students of Mo University were buzzing with excitement, the handsome Wen Tianqian suddenly raised his head, changing his hand seal gesture into a ceremonial bow. The students behind him simultaneously mirrored his gesture change. The Taoist gate overflows with auspicious blessings. With hearts of serene inaction, we pray for harmony and peace in this world. May all present attain enlightenment, carry joy in their hearts, and be blessed with both happiness and longevity. The cultivators chanted in unison, offering blessings to all the students present. Then, Wen Tianqian suddenly unleashed his bloodline ability. On the training ground of Manhwa University, the phantom of a nine-headed lion materialized out of thin air. The Nine Spirits Primordial Sage. It's the Nine Spirits Primordial Sage. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. Following Wen Tianqian's display, other Taoist cultivators also revealed their extraordinary abilities one after another. Divine statues of celestial constellations materialized beside the nine-headed lion, illuminating the twilight sky as bright as day. Star warding arts. These are the unique star warding arts of Taoism. The crowd erupted in excitement once more. Dong Chao leaned against the window, watching the theatrically exaggerated performance, secretly amused in his heart. Xinzi is getting better and better at putting on a show. This whole entrance routine is dripping with swag. They must have rehearsed this countless times in private. Lu Yuan, Wang Su, and the others were utterly dumbfounded by the grand spectacle the Tao cultivators had orchestrated. They remained stunned for quite some time. Dong Chao had no choice but to remind them. Dean, shouldn't we go down to greet them? Only then did Lu Yuan snap out of it. Yes, everyone, let's go welcome them. Under Lu Yuan's urging, several teachers scurried downstairs in a flash. Dong Chao deliberately stayed behind at the end. He took out his phone and sent Wen Tianqian a message. Xinzi, let's grab some drinks tonight, my treat. After pausing deliberately for 2 seconds, Dong Chao added another line. Bring along those 2 precious gems from your school. 9 p.m. Wen Tianqian led Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, sneaking furtively into the cafeteria of Manhwa University. Director, what are you bringing us here for in the middle of the night? Wang Zuojuan couldn't help but ask. I'm taking you to meet an old friend. Be on your best behavior later, don't embarrass me. Wen Tianqian instructed his 2 students as he walked toward the light. At the same time, the idle food stall in the cafeteria. Dong Chao squatted in front of the barbecue grill, lighting the fire while instructing the 3 students behind him. Guests will be arriving soon, so all of you, pay attention, don't embarrass your teacher. Every word and action must follow what I've taught you. Precision is key. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai nodded in feigned agreement. Got it. Teacher, just you wait and see. Mo Xiang stared at Dong Chao's retreating figure, secretly curling his lips in disdain. In his heart, he thought the most disgraceful person in the entire room was that old geezer. Right at that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. A stylishly dressed trendy guy, accompanied by 2 identical twins, arrived in front of the stall. Seeing the newcomers, Dong Chao leaped to his feet and dramatically spread his arms. Xunzi, the fashionable man, also opened his arms. Brother Chao. The 2 men embraced each other fiercely. Witnessing this scene, Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Mo Xiang all gaped in shock, as if they'd been struck dumb by a sudden blow to the head. Wasn't this handsome guy none other than Wen Tianqian, who had stolen the show on the sports field earlier? The research director of Sanxing University's combat department, a rising star among China's new generation, an extraordinary martial artist, one of the 4 young kings. How could such an important figure be embracing their useless instructor? And they seemed quite familiar with each other? Meanwhile, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun on the other side were also somewhat stunned. Their research director seemed somewhat different from usual today? Was this still the same director who loved showing off and putting on airs? Dong Chao and Wen Tianqian remained locked in their bear hug for quite a while before finally separating. With his arm still draped over Wen Tianqian's shoulder, Dong Chao introduced him to the students. You might not believe it, but Xinzi and I share a bond forged in life and death. Wen Tianqian's eyes brimmed with emotion. That's right. Bro, no need to say more, it's all in here. This exchange between the 2 only deepened the students' curiosity. How could a transcendent martial artist share such a life and death bond with some idle slacker who never did anything worthwhile? Even Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun pricked up their ears, adopting an utterly absorbed posture as if ready to enjoy some juicy gossip. Dong Chao continued in a tone brimming with pride. We originally met playing online games. Back then, I only had 1 revival coin in my pocket and I gave it to him. Tell me, isn't that the kind of friendship forged in life and death situations? Yes. Bro's absolutely right, we're friendship forged in fire buddies. Wen Tianqian nodded repeatedly. The others were dumbfounded, utterly thunderstruck. Playing online games could actually lead to befriending transcendent martial artists? And gifting an in-game revival coin, was this what they called a life and death friendship? Damn. The key point is Wen Tianqian actually rushed to admit it. What the hell is this? Watching Wen Tianqian nod obediently like a pecking chick, Wang Zuojuan secretly formed a hand seal to ward off evil spirits. He couldn't help but suspect, had the director been cursed? Today was just so bizarre. Whoever you are, get out of the director's body right now. Wang Zhujuan secretly activated his finger technique, but nothing happened. Chapter 65. I never said anything about a bicycle. When Tianchen noticed Wang Zhujuan's subtle movement and secretly glared at him, forcing Wang Zhujuan to withdraw his finger technique, when Tianchen then smiled and said to Dong Chao, "Brother, are these your prized disciples? Aren't you going to introduce them?" Dong Chao pointed at Dao Shi and He Xiangzai. "These two are my class monitor and vice monitor, also the bottom two students in our martial arts academy." He then pointed at Mo Xiang. "This one was transferred to my class from Puppet Academy as punishment." Actually, I'm not that familiar with them. Dong Chao's "actually I'm not that familiar" comment wounded Mo Xiang deeply. When Tianchen nearly lost his composure too. When Tianchen cleared his throat lightly before introducing his students to Dong Chao. Wang Zhuojun and Wang Yujun, the two super geniuses our Sanqing University recruited this year. Even before when Tianchen made the introductions, Dao Shi and He Xiangzai had been stealing glances at the twins. Now, the two didn't bother hiding it at all, their bold, scrutinizing gazes swept back and forth over the twins, brimming with provocation. Mo Xiang, after all, came from the Mo family and understood basic social etiquette. He politely responded with formalities. "Both of you truly live up to being geniuses from Tsinghua University. You look extraordinary at first glance." This unintentional compliment gave Dong Chao the perfect opening to seize upon. Dong Chao's eyes rolled twice before he suddenly raised his voice and scolded Mo Xiang loudly. "Recovery pills? What recovery pills? What recovery pills? How could you shamelessly ask someone for recovery pills?" Mo Xiang was completely dumbfounded. "I didn't say recovery pills, I said extraordinary." Dong Chao drowned out Mo Xiang with an even louder voice. "Even if our guest came empty-handed, even if they shamelessly sat down to eat without bringing anything, you still can't openly ask them for gifts. Where are your manners?" As he spoke, Dong Chao looked at Wen Tianchen with profound regret. "Shinzi, this is all due to my inadequate teaching. I've made you witness this embarrassing scene. I heard your sect excels at alchemy, so this kid got it into his head. Whenever he gets the chance, he shamelessly demands it. He's a grown man already, I really can't control him." Wang Zhuojun and Wang Yujun both had black lines running down their faces. They had truly witnessed something new. This old coot was the one shamelessly demanding things, yet he had the nerve to blame his student? What a shameless bastard. At this moment, the two finally realized that this old geezer their director called Brother Chao must be Dong Chao, the laughingstock of Moe University. How on earth did their director get mixed up with such a character? When Tiancheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he knew Dong Chao just loved being a jokester. He reached into his robe and pulled out a small jade vial. "Brother, it was my oversight, I forgot to prepare a welcoming gift. Here are 6 chi-restoring pills, 3 for you, and 3 for the children." When Tiancheng's expression visibly softened. Back then, if he had known how to refine chi recovery pills, Brother Chao wouldn't have had to forcibly activate his powers at the cost of damaging his foundational meridians. Dong Chao gave Wen Tianchen a light pat, signaling him not to reveal too much, then confidently grasped the jade vial in his hand. "Now that's our Chinzi for you, always generous with his gifts." With a cheerful grin, Dong Chao poured out 3 chi recovery pills and walked toward his students. Mo Xiang was still protesting. "I never said I wanted chi recovery pills. I said they were extraordinary." Dong Chao nodded dismissively. Fine, you didn't say it. Then none for you. Shizi, Zizi, you two get 1 each." Dong Chao reached past Mo Xiang and handed the elixirs to Dao Shi and He Xiangzai. Dao Shi's approval rating +2. He Xiangzai's approval rating +1. Receiving such precious elixirs, both of them promptly offered their approval ratings. Dong Chao's shameless behavior left the onlooking Wang Zhuojun and Wang Yujun utterly stunned. This old geezer really knows how to milk a single student dry. What a newborn eastern sunrise, such a setting western sun. A chill ran down their spines. Dong Chao warmly invited everyone to sit down. "Don't just stand there, come take your seats. I'll start grilling the skewers right away." At Dong Chao's invitation, the group gathered around the grill, drinking and enjoying skewers together. Dong Chao and Wen Tianchen chatted cheerfully throughout, but the atmosphere among the students was somewhat peculiar. Mo Xiang, still sulking over the chi-restoring pill incident, was utterly frustrated and fuming inside. Dao Shi and He Xiangzai kept eyeing Wang Zhuojun and Wang Yujun. They tried several times to toast the twin brothers, only to be completely ignored. Wang Zhuojun and Wang Yujun sat rigidly on either side of Wen Tianchen, neither raising their cups nor touching their chopsticks, their faces brimming with impatience. Both were SS-grade super geniuses, born under auspicious celestial constellations. Their status was supremely noble. Since childhood, they had been revered as star lords. Yet now, they were forced to sit by a shabby grill, eating barbecue with a bunch of worthless trash? Is this how these lowlifes treat transcendent martial artists and heaven's favored elites? Using such commoner food that couldn't be more plebeian? If not for giving Wen Tianqian face, the two would have long since stood up and left. What made the brothers even more uncomfortable was that across the grill, those two tactless fellows kept sneaking glances their way while trying to toast them as sworn brothers. Were they even worthy? After tonight, these mud-wallowing imbeciles will no longer have any connection with elites like us. Are those two idiots really thinking that offering us drinks will give them a chance to climb the social ladder? They clearly want to follow in their loser instructor's footsteps, thinking a single revival token can make them latch onto Director 1. Offering us drinks is just their way of trying to cozy up to us. The two kindred spirits silently communicated their thoughts. Neither of them could understand what had gotten into Director 1 today. Why would a distinguished transcendent martial artist waste his precious time with these nobodies? He'd be better off practicing his starwet arts. They'd long heard rumors that the student quality at Manhwa University had been declining year after year, no longer worthy of its reputation as one of the 5 great academies. Now it seemed those rumors were absolutely true. The two useless fellows trying to curry favor with them both had weak chi and blood. Their cultivation levels were probably only first or second tier at best. How on earth did such trash get admitted into the top 5 prestigious schools? Having to share the title of elite academy students with these losers is downright humiliating. As they watched Daoshi and Xiongzai approaching with smiling congratulations, the Wang brothers maintained icy expressions, making no effort to conceal their utter contempt. Chapter 66, Left and Right Assistance. Witnessing this scene, Dong Chao chuckled inwardly. Originally, he had merely wanted his students to meet the prodigies of their generation, but now, the real show was about to begin. To provide his students with a stage, Dong Chao employed his old trick once more. He put on a drunken act, swaying unsteadily as he poured wine for Wen Tianqian. Shinzi, let me toast you again. Hearing this, Wen Tianqian hurriedly cupped his wine glass with both hands. Unexpectedly, Dong Chao's hand suddenly jerked, spilling nearly half the bottle of beer onto Wen Tianqian's clothes, drenching him to the bone. Oh dear, I've had too much to drink. Shinzi, don't mind me. Go wash up quickly. Dong Chao dragged Wen Tianqian away from the table in a hurry. Watching Dong Chao's retreating figure, the disdain in Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yaojuan's eyes grew even stronger. This old fool isn't just trash at cultivation, his alcohol tolerance is garbage too. Only drank a bottle and a half, and you're already this drunk? With alcohol tolerance like this, you still have the nerve to suggest drinking? Just as Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun were silently looking down on him, Xiongzai stood up with a liquor bottle in hand. Brothers, we offered you a toast but you refused to drink, you're making this really awkward for us. At least show some courtesy and give us some face. Hearing this, Wang Zuojuan let out a light chuckle. A weakling like an ant still dares to care about face in front of their star lord? Besides, who's calling you brother? Are you even worthy? Wang Zuojuan couldn't be bothered to speak to Xiongzai, simply turning his face away in disregard. The Wang brothers' pretentious air of superiority was downright infuriating to behold. Xiongzai's inner fury burned fiercely, yet the smile on his face grew ever brighter. These two idiots carried themselves with such lofty arrogance, clearly they'd never been properly beaten up. Xiongzai decided to have some fun with these two fools. He said amiably to the Wang brothers, "How about this, let's play a little game to liven things up." He took out the chi restoration pill from his pocket. "We'll have a friendly spar. If we lose, we'll give you the pill. If you lose, you'll be the hype squad and chug drinks from the crate. Deal?" Xiongzai casually tossed the rejuvenation pill in his hand, while the Wang brothers' eyes were glued to it, their necks bobbing up and down in rhythm. They were terrified that Xiongzai might accidentally drop the pill. This was a rejuvenation pill capable of instantly restoring 50,000 points of vitality. For high-level martial artists, one rejuvenation pill was equivalent to a backup power source. Such top-tier elixirs are truly priceless treasures. I'll wager mine as well. Daoshi also produced his chi restoration pill and tossed it over through the air. The Wang brothers grew increasingly covetous, their faces betraying uncontrollable greed. The two exchanged glances, both feeling like manna had fallen from heaven. And it was their favorite beef filling at that. Two trash-tier cultivators at the first or second rank wanted to wager chi pills and challenge them to a duel? Could such good fortune truly exist? The only concern the brothers had was whether their early-stage 6th-tier cultivation might accidentally kill these two good-for-nothings with a single punch. Seeing the two suckers already hooked, Xiongzai continued to play psychological games with them. "You're geniuses from Sanqing University while we're the worst students from Manhwa University. A one-on-one duel would be unfair to us. How about 3 of us against you two?" Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun were nearly dying of laughter as they nodded repeatedly. Sure. Among the 3 people opposite, only the big guy had passable chi blood fluctuations, roughly at the 4th-tier cultivation level. These two losers betting with chi recovery pills had extremely weak chi blood fluctuations, barely stronger than ordinary people. Such trash, the two brothers could take on 10,000 of them. Alright, let's have a match then. Fearing Xiongzai might change his mind, the two brothers replied in unison. As they spoke, the pair assumed their fighting stances. He Xiongzai stopped them. Wait, let's take this outside. Don't ruin our culinary classroom. The words culinary classroom made the Wang brothers' brains short-circuit for a moment. They were baffled, since when did martial arts universities have culinary classrooms? But it didn't matter right now. The most urgent thing was to get their hands on those qi restoration pills. One by one, they climbed out through the back window. While climbing out, He Xiongzai didn't forget to grab 2 cases of beer. His utterly clueless behavior drew mocking laughter from the Wang brothers. The group arrived at the school's back hill, automatically forming opposing stances. Dao Shi and He Xiongzai exchanged glances with Mo Xiang, signaling him to go first. Mo Xiang obediently unrolled the scroll and released his puppet, Fina. What? You're actually a puppeteer? The Wang brothers were somewhat surprised. They quickly formed hand seals, and a dazzling beam of starlight descended from the sky, enveloping them. Under the blessing of starlight, 2 colossal divine arms materialized around each of them. Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are Left Guardian and Right Guardian. Bathed in starlight, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yaojuan's faces took on a hint of divine serenity. They advanced toward Mo Xiang from left and right, their massive spectral arms simultaneously smashing toward him. Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun possessed not only top-tier talent but also exceptional combat instincts. The brothers knew that when facing a puppeteer, the fastest way to victory was to engage in chaotic close-quarters combat. Confronted by the brothers' aggressive assault, Mo Xiang focused intently as a golden light simultaneously flashed across both him and his puppet, Feina. Boom! A colossal divine fist smashed down upon Mo Xiang. Stumbling backward in disarray, Mo Xiang executed a defensive flying kick to block Wang Zuojuan's pursuit. Simultaneously, he manipulated his puppet to unleash a demon-subduing fist, repelling Wang Yaojuan's flank attack and barely surviving the round. At this moment, Mo Xiang finally understood why these twin brothers carried themselves with such arrogance. They truly had the right to be arrogant. Facing 2 opponents alone, Mo Xiang couldn't hold out for more than a few moves. So we underestimated you? Turns out you're also at the 6th tier cultivation level. No wonder you dared to use qi restoration pills as stakes. Turns out you've been hiding an expert among you. Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun were also somewhat surprised. It turned out this big guy had suppressed his qi and blood fluctuations. His actual cultivation level was actually at the early 6th stage, about the same as the 2 brothers. In a one-on-one situation, it might not have been easy for the brothers to take him down. But when fighting in coordination, the combat power these 2 brothers could unleash was far beyond a simple 1+1 greater than 2 effect. I thought I could take you down in 1 move, but now it looks like it might take 3 or 5. The 2 brothers wore identical confident smiles on their faces. At the same time, in the unused stall of the cafeteria, Dong Chao and Wen Tianchen leaned against the window, leisurely observing the students' competitive antics. Bro, this student of yours is quite interesting, clearly a puppeteer, yet so skilled in martial arts. Wen Tianchen immediately recognized that golden blow around Mo Xiang as the golden armor body protection technique. While not an advanced defensive martial skill, seeing it deployed by a puppeteer and even enhanced for his puppet was somewhat novel. This kid's at 6th tier cultivation, right? Not bad talent, and his combat style's refreshingly unique, commanding puppets to execute martial techniques. Though that puppet's too shabby and crude to fully showcase a puppeteer's strengths. When Tianchen wrung out his Taoist robe while sizing up Mo Xiang, compared to the duel happening before his eyes, when Tianchen was currently more concerned about his robe. Bro, you could have just given me a hint earlier. Why'd you have to pour wine all over me? This is a custom-made high-end Taoist robe, barely worn a few times. As far as Wen Tianchen was concerned, there was no need to pay attention to that duel outside anymore. Dong Chao's puppeteer student, though somewhat skilled, stood no chance against the formidable Left Army and Right Army. After all, at this moment, Wang Left Army and Wang Right Army were 2 deities descended from the heavens. Chapter 67. Since I've got nothing impressive to offer, I'll just give them a good thrashing. What concerned Dong Chao wasn't the strength of Wang Left Army and Wang Right Army, but their personalities. Shinzi, that pair of geniuses at your school are quite arrogant, aren't they? When Tianchen casually replied. Ah, aren't all these Star Lords like that? At Sanqing University, martial artists from the Inheritance Department who practice star calming techniques are all referred to as Star Lords. Because they could sense the celestial constellations, these individuals all carried an air of transcendent superiority, each one looking down their noses at the world. The Star Lords, as a group, have always been aloof and proud. Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun are particularly unique even among Star Lords. They are 2 hidden stars. When Tianchen spoke while wringing out his Taoist robe, with a twist of his hands, frothy beer dripped onto the ground. The world only knows of the Big Dipper's 7 stars, but few realize there are 2 hidden stars within it, the Left Auxiliary and Right Assistant. Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun are the Star Lords of these 2 hidden stars. Moreover, they're twins who share their martial power and senses. When fighting together, their combat effectiveness multiplies exponentially. When Tianchen revealed all the secrets about the Left and Right Army formations, He wasn't boasting, he was actually trying to save Brother Chao's face by offering him an honorable explanation. While folding his Taoist robe, when Tianchen stole a glance upward and saw that Dong Chao's student was already on the verge of defeat, Dong Chao maintained a pretentious posture with his eyes lowered in feigned meditation, saying nothing. At his current level, Mo Xiang was indeed no match for Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. However, Mo Xiang's performance in battle still had commendable aspects. He could actually multitask, executing one martial technique himself while simultaneously controlling a puppet to perform another. This unique fighting style is truly eye-opening. Because of Mo Xiang's distinctive combat approach, other puppeteers genuinely can't teach him. However, this guy's martial skills are too basic, and his puppet strength is just average. I need to get this kid some advanced martial techniques, then quickly figure out his pressure points to make him cough up gold coins. Dong Chao pondered silently. So far, Mo Xiang's approval rating remained at 0. Not even a hint of reward had Dong Chao tasted. At the very moment Dong Chao was scheming internally about how to squeeze benefits out of Mo Xiang. On the empty training grounds behind the mountain, Mo Xiang withstood a combined strike from the Wang brothers. Boom! With a muffled explosion, the golden armor-like protective aura surrounding Mo Xiang was completely shattered. Staggering backward, he shouted at the same time, "I surrender! I give up!" The massive fist arms conjured by Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun halted precisely 1 centimeter before Mo Xiang's body, demonstrating ultimate control. "Your skills aren't bad, but unfortunately, you met us," the Wang brothers declared arrogantly. Facing the brothers' victory proclamation, Mo Xiang instead grinned broadly, laughing uncontrollably. He abruptly asked, "Do these injuries on my face look pathetic?" The two brothers were somewhat confused. They had already noticed that this big guy's face was bruised and swollen, looking quite unsightly. They just couldn't understand why Mo Xiang would ask such a question. Under the two men's puzzled gazes, Mo Xiang laughed and said, "Soon, you'll be in even worse shape than me. Ha 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 ha." As he spoke, Mo Xiang quickly retreated backward, leaving the stage to these two big brothers. 100 meters away, at an unused food stall in the cafeteria, while straightening his Taoist robe, when Tianchen lavished praise on Dong Chao. "Bro, your student here managed to exchange a few moves with the left and right armies, he's practically a genius." But even among geniuses, there are still gaps in ability. When Tianchen silently showed off his prowess. As the director of studies at Sanqing University, when Tianchen had absolute confidence in the Wang brothers' talents. These two were geniuses among geniuses. Both cultivated the art of star blessing internally and the celestial vault cannon externally. What's more, they shared a telepathic bond in synchronized senses. Considering their twin traits, these two guys' talents could completely rival the 4 heavenly kings. They're the front runners among the next generation of prodigies. Not to mention how Mo University currently lacks worthy successors. Even if you went back a dozen years to its golden age, you wouldn't find geniuses like these. When Tianchen noticed Dong Chao's prolonged silence and assumed the military's top soldier was feeling a bit embarrassed about losing face, when Tianchen said softly, "Brother, I've heard all about your plan to form a super elite class, but you can't make bricks without straw. Some things just can't be forced. It's already impressive enough that you managed to cultivate a genius puppeteer from such mediocre student material at Mo University." At this point, when Tianchen changed his tone, "Brother, Mo University is declining year after year. It's wasting your talents. Why don't you come to Sanqing University instead? You could be department head, and I'll assist you. Our Trinity University has recruited 3 SS-grade seedlings and 8 S-grade seedlings this year. Such exceptional quality. You could establish a super elite class at our Trinity University." When Tianchen extended an olive branch to Instructor Dong. As a student, when Tianchen had personally experienced Instructor Dong's extraordinary capabilities. It's just that the leadership of the Martial Arts Academy was too damn blind to recognize the Supreme Master. If we could recruit this Supreme Master to Sanqing University, wouldn't all those prodigy seedlings at our school instantly skyrocket? Facing Wen Tianchen's invitation, Dong Chao didn't respond directly. He lightly changed the subject. "Shinzi, since you've brought 2 students to see me, and have got nothing decent to offer, I'll just gift your 2 prodigy students a good beating." Ha! When Tianchen nearly got his back thrown out by Dong Chao's words, just as when Tianchen was staring at Dong Chao in utter bewilderment, 2 powerful surges of qi and blood suddenly erupted outside the window. One was domineering and mighty. The other was cold and razor-sharp. When Tianchen quickly turned his head and saw Dong Chao's class monitor and vice monitor standing before Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun with faint smiles, the overwhelming aura the two instantly unleashed made even the star monarch Wang brothers pale in comparison. Those two. When Tianchen's jaw nearly hit the floor. Only at this moment did he realize that the 2 poor students Dong Chao had mentioned actually possessed mid-stage 6th rank cultivation. They had actually concealed their cultivation levels from him, a transcendent martial artist? This level of qi blood control was absolutely terrifying. Dong Chao quite enjoyed Wen Tianqin's dumbfounded expression. Throwing an arm around Wen Tianqin's shoulders, he said with a grin, "Shinzi, you're right about one thing. Even among geniuses, there are gaps. Some things simply can't be forced. Let me formally introduce you to my two hopeless students, Daoshi, He Xiongzai, two SSS class monsters." Dong Chao smoothly and effortlessly showed off. Chapter 68, The Three Pure Ones Grand Fireworks Display. On the empty ground behind the mountain. Watching Daoshi and He Xiongzai's aura continuously surge, cold sweat trickled down Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yajuan's faces. "You two, are also 6th rank martial artists?" The arrogance on the Wang brothers' faces had vanished, replaced by shock and unease. The cultivation levels displayed by the two opponents were at the 6th rank, 5th stage, higher than their own. The brothers wondered what kind of cursed day this was. 6th rank prodigies were popping up one after another like worthless cabbages. The two useless trash they had looked down on earlier were actually 6th rank cultivators. Not daring to be careless, the brothers immediately unleashed their ultimate martial technique, the Heavenly Vault Scripture. Two glowing halos appeared between their eyebrows, one shaped like the sun, the other like the moon. The Celestial Mirror is a supreme cultivation technique of Taoism. Practitioners can harness the natural power of the sun, moon, and stars to replenish themselves, drastically enhancing all their attributes while gaining extraordinary endurance. Facing the Wang brothers, who were going all out, Daoshi remained empty-handed, while He Xiongzai casually picked up two tree branches and gripped them loosely in his hands. A faint blue aura slowly coiled around the tree branch. "Be careful, this is a master who's grasped the coiling technique." The Wang brothers silently warned each other in their hearts. "Don't forget our bet. The loser has to drink crate after crate until they puke." He Xiongzai casually twirled his sword and charged toward Wang Zuojuan. Meanwhile, Wang Yujun deftly maneuvered, leading Daoshi to a distant spot. Despite their astonishment, the Wang brothers made the most tactically sound battlefield decision. They split the battlefield, then leveraged their twin telepathy to gain superior situational awareness. Alas, in the face of absolute power, their petty schemes were utterly useless. He Xiongzai moved with astonishing speed, the branch in his hand flashing coldly as it thrust straight toward Wang Zuojuan's forehead. Wang Zuojuan barely managed to block with his illusory giant arm, twisting sideways to narrowly evade the attack only for He Xiongzai's short branch in his left hand to strike again. This short branch was both swift and unpredictable, transforming into three sword auras in the same instant, each aimed at Wang Zuojuan's neck, face, and heart. For a moment, Wang Zuojuan found himself with no room to dodge. All he could do was roar, "Come!" With a shout of "come," Wang Zuojuan's back suddenly manifested a giant right arm. The colossal limb swept horizontally, barely deflecting He Xiongzai's three sword strikes. The danger averted, Wang Zuojuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. He truly hadn't expected that after just one exchange with this swordsman before him, he'd already been forced to reveal all his trump cards. What Wang Zuojuan displayed now was the ultimate secret shared between the brothers, power synchronization. The two brothers could borrow each other's vital energy and cultivation techniques, combining them into one. At this moment, Wang Zuojuan borrowed his younger brother's star blessing technique, and two colossal divine arms materialized behind him. This was his ultimate form. Wang Zuojuan commanded the two gigantic arms to pummel He Xiongzai in a relentless barrage. The giant arm continuously flailing in the air shone with a radiance as dazzling as the sun. Bright as the sun and stars, Wang Zuojuan unleashed his most lethal killing technique. He had to strike down this swordsman before him with thunderous force, then transfer all his cultivation power back to his younger brother. After all, the guy facing his younger brother was also a 6th rank martial artist, definitely no pushover. "I was just planning to mess around casually, but you forced my hand." Facing Wang Zuojuan's deadliest killing move, He Xiongzai's tone remained mocking. Sword auras erupted around his body as he withstood Wang Zuojuan's rapid-fire punches, advancing through the gaps in the flurry like a skiff riding turbulent waves. "If I were you, I'd drink some yogurt right now to soothe my stomach." He Xiongzai swung the branch in his hand like a whip, delivering a simple yet devastating horizontal strike across Wang Zuojuan's face. Thwack! This seemingly ordinary sweep carried terrifying destructive power. Not only did it crack the divine arm Wang Zuojuan had manifested, but it also dimmed the sun-shaped halo blowing above his forehead. Wang Zuojuan felt his teeth were nearly knocked loose. He could barely maintain his starwood body technique. "Go!" Wang Zuojuan roared again, attempting to temporarily transfer the pain in his face to his younger brother. As twins with interconnected senses, they could transfer injuries and pain between each other, maintaining peak combat condition through this shared suffering. However, this time, Wang Zuojuan's pain transfer was rejected by his younger brother. "Go fuck your mother's head." A furious curse from Wang Yujun echoed in the distance. "Are you done yet? Wasn't borrowing my divine arm enough? Now you want me to bear your pain too? Let's see how you like my suffering." As soon as Wang Yujun finished speaking, waves of excruciating pain surged violently into Wang Zuojuan's mind. groin, knees, ears, toes, fingers, scalp, armpits. Every vulnerable and intimate part of the human body ached unbearably. Wang Zuojuan suspected his younger brother had been brutally beaten by a dinosaur. His entire body felt shattered. He hunched over and collapsed to his knees, hands fluttering helplessly, one moment trying to cover his groin, the next attempting to shield his ribs, utterly confused about where to place them. Wang Zuojuan suddenly realized that the guy fighting his younger brother was even more terrifying. In the mere second he borrowed his brother's divine arm, his sibling had been beaten into a sieve. Don't kick there. The Wang family is counting on us to carry on the lineage. Wang Youjuan's continuous wails in the distance frightened Wang Zuojuan so much that he immediately shielded his crotch. But the ensuing pain still made him convulse involuntarily. Daoshi ultimately held back, merely stomping a few symbolic kicks to vent his anger before grabbing Wang Yujun by the ear and dragging him over. Within mere seconds, the Wang brothers had been beaten into sorry states, their disheveled appearances completely devoid of the celestial dignity they displayed earlier. Daoshi tilted his head toward Mo Xiang with a meaningful glance, prompting Mo Xiang to immediately haul over 2 crates of beer. Daoshi opened 2 bottles of beer and handed them to the 2 brothers. Our teacher has a theory about getting along with others. As long as you eliminate everyone who isn't friendly toward you, those who remain will all be friendly. You two must be friendly people, right? You wouldn't refuse our toast and make us lose face, would you? Drink with a smile. The Wang brothers didn't dare refuse. They could only force smiles uglier than crying, pick up the beers, and tilt their heads back to chug. Look, isn't the atmosphere nice? Why pretend to be all cold and aloof? He congratulated them with pats on the back, making the 2 tremble in fear again. By the way, you 2 can keep secrets, right? Those injuries of yours, you got them from drunken falls. Surely you wouldn't want to frame us 2 underachievers, would you? Wah! The 2 brothers kept shaking their heads while chugging their drinks. Don't just drink like idiots, put on a show. Give us a 3 pure ones grand firework. He Xiangzai mischievously tickled Wang Zuojuan's ribs, catching him completely off guard. In an instant, Wang Zuojuan turned into a human firework. Put! The frothy spray of beer looked particularly glaring against the backdrop of Wang Zuojuan's star-warding physique. Ha 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 ha. He Xiangzai let out several waves of shameless, roguish laughter. You 2 with your mediocre talents, what are you trying to prove? Next time we meet, cut the act. Let's say we got acquainted through a fight. Come on, I'll match you with a little human tornado performance. He Xiangzai picked up a bottle of liquor and began spinning it around with exaggerated head shakes. The forced-to-drink Wang brothers exchanged a glance. Compared to these 2 monsters before them, the brothers suddenly felt their own talents were truly mediocre. Moreover, the way these 2 monsters before them conducted themselves was quite different from the prodigies they had encountered before. Chapter 69, Assassination Operation. Codename, Plucking the Stars. The idle food stall in the cafeteria. When Tiancheng was completely petrified, he stared wide-eyed at the dramatic scene outside the window, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. The twisting motion of his robe froze mid-action, his formidable grip completely shredded the custom-tailored garment, reducing it to a crumpled mess of torn fabric. The moment Dao Shi and He Xiangzai revealed their true cultivation levels, when Tianchen knew the Wang brothers were doomed to lose. He just never expected their defeat would come so swiftly, so utterly defenseless. This 2v2 duel should have been the brothers' forte. At this moment, when Tianchen finally understood the profound meaning of his own earlier words, even among geniuses, there are gaps in ability. When Tianchen even found himself reflecting on his own situation, there has always been a saying circulating among the people. The 4 heavenly kings were judged to have SS-grade talent because, compared to the SSS-grade prodigies, there was ultimately a slight gap between them. But now, having witnessed 2 SSS-grade monsters firsthand, when Tianchen felt that the gap in talent between them seemed far more than just slight. Bro, these 2 students of yours, they're just too ridiculously strong, aren't they? When Tianchen was stunned for a long while before slowly speaking, Dong Chao maintained a demeanor as calm as still waters. Perverted? I'd say it's just average. When Tianchen's resentful gaze could practically shred Brother Chao into pieces. If showing off was a crime, Brother Chao would at minimum be sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. Late at night, a dimly lit secret chamber. A man cloaked in a hood sat rigidly at the stone table, waiting anxiously. As if responding to some unseen signal, the chandelier above his head flickered, and simultaneously, his stomach abruptly bulged outward. He hastily opened his mouth as a withered, twisted arm slowly emerged from his throat. The man gagged in agony, his jaw stretched to its limit until cracks formed around his mouth. Despite being in excruciating pain, he forcibly maintained an expression of devout reverence. The withered arm protruding from his mouth had only one relatively intact finger. The finger, smeared with pus and blood, scrawled crookedly on the stone table. Assassination codename, Star Plucker. Targets, Wang Zuojuan, Wang Yujun. Location, Mine Secret Realm. After leaving these words, the arm slithered back like a snake, slowly retracting into the man's body. As the arm disappeared, the man's swollen abdomen and cracked lips returned to their original state. The man still maintained a pious expression, but beneath that piety lurked a trace of resentment. First, he wiped away the writing on the stone table, then picked up the walkie-talkie beside him and said in a hoarse voice, "Prepare for action. Proceed as planned. Wang Zhuojuan and Wang Yujun must die." The next day, Manhwa University. At 9 a.m., a makeshift arena was erected on the sports field of Manhwa University. The arena was packed with a sea of heads. Students from many other departments skipped class to watch the sparring match between the Martial Arts Academy and the Combat Division of Sanqing University. Even before the match began, the crowd below the stage was already buzzing with chatter. Our Manhwa University is really stepping up. We actually get to spar with Sanqing University, last year's champions of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. I'd advise you not to get your hopes up. This sparring match is absolutely going to be a one-sided stump. Compared to Sanqing University, our Martial Arts Academy is barely bronze tier at best. What's wrong with bronze? As long as we compete with style and give it our all, that's what matters. Most students were fairly level-headed about it. Everyone knew there was a clear gap in caliber between the two universities nowadays. Beating Sanqing University's combat division was pure fantasy. Just managing to avoid complete humiliation would already be quite an achievement. Even so, when the students from Martial Arts Class 1 took the field as the vanguard, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Just as Dong Chao had anticipated, Sanqing University's combat department sent out their regular class first. Though called the regular class, the student representatives who stepped forward all possessed at least A-grade talents. At Manhwa University, these would unquestionably be considered top students. In Martial Arts Class 1, despite having 4 S-class geniuses Shinta Chen, Lin Weian, Xia Xian, and Lu Tianyan holding the fort, they still had to exert considerable effort to narrowly pass the challenge. During the battle, Shinta Chen performed exceptionally brilliantly, almost single-handedly charging through the obstacles. As a collateral descendant of the Shinta family, Shinta Chen possessed the clan's signature bloodline talent of the tiger beast. His bloodline divine beast was the Biao, a winged tiger with wings sprouting from its ribs. On the arena, Shinta Chen directly manifested wings and soared into mid-air. Brandishing his Fangtian Huaji halberd, his diving attacks from above were both ferocious and spectacular to behold. When Shinta Chen and his team descended victorious, the deafening cheers from the audience erupted like thunder. Although it was our elite class competing against their regular class, no matter how you look at it, securing a victory against Sanqing University is a real morale booster. Dong Chao stood by the arena with 3 students, munching on peanuts and broad beans while cheering for Martial Arts Class 1. Nice job, well done. As expected of Martial Arts Class 1, truly impressive. They watched the show with relaxed amusement, seemingly forgetting they were contestants themselves. Dong Chao cheered while looking around. He found it strange, why hadn't he spotted Wen Tiancheng anywhere? As Sanqing University's study director, where had that kid disappeared to? He shouldn't be absent on an occasion like today. The more Dong Chao thought about it, the stranger it seemed. At the same time, Dean Lu Yuan and Huang Yeliang, head of the combat department at Sanqing University, sat together at the podium. Seeing Class 1 of martial arts barely win the first match, Lu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Dong Chao had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. His Tianji's horse racing strategy actually secured a victory for the Martial Arts Academy. Lu Yuan thought to himself that Dong Chao, for once, had managed to play a somewhat positive role. With this victory, the Martial Arts Academy successfully retained all 15 spots for entering the Mine Dungeon. After securing a successful start, Lu Yuan's heart swelled with greater anticipation. The upcoming Martial Arts Class 2 boasted the presence of the extraordinary genius Sun Jingfeng. In the next match, as long as they didn't encounter Wang Zhuojuan and Wang Yujun from Sanqing University, Sun Jingfeng was certain to claim victory. Lu Yuan had absolute confidence in the formidable strength of the super genius Sun Jingfeng. Chapter 70, 1 head, 2 arms. Who would have thought? Under old Lu's leadership, your Manhwa University doesn't just study martial arts, you've started delving into military strategy too? Huang Yeliang, the administrator of Sanqing University, immediately recognized that Manhwa University had employed the Tianji's horse racing tactic. They'd used their top-tier talent to successfully capture Sanqing's weakest link. Though somewhat displeased, Huang Yeliang managed to keep his composure. Director Wen Tianchen had urgent business today, so all on-site matters were handed over to Huang Yeliang to handle. Despite losing the first round, Huang Yeliang wasn't planning to make any changes. Now that Manhwa University had played their ace card, it was time for Sanqing University's spectacular performance. Huang Yeliang jerked his chin toward the students, signaling the elite class representative to take the stage. Seeing that Sanqing University didn't send Wang Zhuojuan or Wang Yujun, Lu Yuan clenched his fists excitedly. In his view, this match was already decided. Sun Jingfeng was sure to win. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair with tactical satisfaction, beginning to enjoy his leisurely moment. Watching Lu Yuan's smug demeanor, Huang Yeliang felt his irritation rapidly rising. Huang Yeliang had long heard that Lu Yuan, this old fellow, wasn't the brightest bulb, dumb as a doornail from the inside out. Now he was seeing it firsthand. He looked at Lu Yuan with a sardonic smile and said, "Brother Lu, you seem quite confident about this match. Don't underestimate our Sanqing University. Let me introduce you to Gan Xiang, the top student of our elite class and S-grade talent. He's the celestial beam star lord of the Southern Dipper's 6 stars. His strength is formidable." "Oh wow, so impressive, so impressive." Lu Yuan maintained his reclined posture, responding half-heartedly. How dare a mere S-grade talent star lord act presumptuously before Sun Jingfeng? Sun Jingfeng was the kind of ruthless expert who could shatter training chambers and instantly defeat all freshmen of the martial arts academy. Lu Yuan gave Huang Yeliang a disdainful glance, thinking to himself how mediocre this Tsinghua University administrator was. Had he never seen a true genius before? On the arena, the student representative from Martial Arts Class 2 faced off against the elite student representative from Tsinghua University's honors program. Within just 2 or 3 exchanges, the match became completely one-sided. Including Sun Jingfeng, every student from Martial Arts Class 2 could do nothing but helplessly endure the beating. The gap in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. Some students from Class 2 were effortlessly kicked out of the arena like soccer balls. Others, unable to endure the brutal beating, voluntarily jumped off the stage and forfeited. In less than 20 seconds, only Sun Jingfeng remained on the stage, facing the entire elite class of Sanqing University. While enduring the blows, Sun Jingfeng amiably advised his opponents, "Before I get serious, I advise you to surrender now. Once I start fighting, even I can't control myself. I'm not joking, I'm genuinely doing this for your own good." Sun Jingfeng was clearly only fit to be beaten, yet he carried himself with unshakable confidence. But the more he acted this way, the more it infuriated everyone from Sanqing University. A human punching bag that gets beaten up repeatedly, and you're still putting on airs? Gan Xiang, the class monitor of the advanced training class, formed hand seals and unleashed the star warding technique. He was ready to give Sun Jingfeng a taste of real pain. As the star lord of the celestial beam constellation, Gan Xiang possessed both outstanding strength and innate talent. He didn't make it into the elite class, not because of his own shortcomings, but simply because the other 5 stars of the Southern Dipper hadn't descended to this world. Gan Xiang had to fight alone, unable to form stellar formations like the Big Dipper 7 stars in the elite class. Precisely for this reason, Gan Xiang became exceptionally competitive. He constantly sought to prove to classmates and teachers that even in solo combat, he was no weaker than the Big Dipper 7 stars. Now, having activated his star warding physique, his attacks grew increasingly fierce. Sun Jingfeng was forced to retreat repeatedly by Gan Xiang's attacks, yet he maintained his calm and confident demeanor. "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you knock me unconscious, you'll suffer for it later. You'll be begging for mercy when the time comes." After consuming the alien core, Sun Jingfeng's vitality and physical body had gained formidable regenerative abilities. Though currently on the defensive, he remained unharmed. Instead, he could calmly warn these blind little fools. Gan Xiang gritted his teeth in frustration. How could this guy in front of him, so utterly ordinary, still be so damn confident? Gan Xiang's punches grew increasingly vicious. Below the arena, the students of Manhwa University watched the one-sided beatdown, listening to the dull thuds of flesh being pounded, their expressions all twisted with complicated emotions. These days, the name of the super genius Sun Jingfeng had already spread throughout the entire school. Many students were eagerly anticipating his performance. Yet, this so-called legendary super genius could only take a beating? But if Sun Jingfeng was truly worthless, then what was the meaning behind that calm and confident expression on his face while he was being beaten? Sun Jingfeng's aura of confidence was overwhelmingly powerful, so powerful that the students below the stage couldn't help but suspect he was holding back. Sun Jingfeng's current demeanor truly resembled that of a humble master, unwilling to stoop to petty conflicts with insignificant opponents. Lu Yuan watched Sun Jingfeng take the beating with serene composure, calmly saying to Huang Yeliang, "Xiao Huang, that's enough. Have your students admit defeat." "Ha!" Huang Yeliang's mouth hung open as if he'd swallowed a frog. "Sun Jingfeng has been going easy on you all along, can't you see? This is just a friendly exchange. Breaking arms and legs would be taking it too far." Lu Yuan thought to himself that Huang Yeliang was still too young, he couldn't read the situation properly. To tell you the truth, our super genius Sun Jingfeng is Marshal Luer's grandson and Minister Sun's son. His bloodline ability is the 8-armed demon ape. The Marshal's grandson? The Minister's son? Huang Yeliang's heart tightened. Lu Yuan continued speaking. "This kid has another special ability. When conscious, he shows no extraordinary traits. But the moment he loses consciousness, he instantly transforms into a god of slaughter. When unconscious, he can perfectly unleash his bloodline power, manifesting 4 heads and 8 arms. But when awake, he can only transform into 1 head and 2 arms. Of course, even 1 head and 2 arms is quite impressive." Huang Yeliang thought to himself, You're the one who's one head and two arms. A complete idiot. How could you possibly make up such nonsense? Huang Yeliang absolutely didn't believe that nonsense about gaining strength by losing consciousness. However, he did believe that Sun Jingfeng was indeed the grandson of a marshal and the son of a minister. The story about the playboy grandson of Marshal Lu Er who stole military merit corps and hid in Manhwa University had spread throughout their circle. Huang Yeliang stared at the leisurely-looking Lu Yuan while his mind raced with calculations. Last round, the Martial Arts Academy played the Tianji's horse racing strategy. This round, they're going for the overpowering force tactic. They deliberately put forward that spoiled rich kid Sun Jingfeng to take a beating on the platform. With his special status, even if he refuses to surrender at all costs, what can Sanqing University possibly do about it? Could they really afford to seriously injure him? A minor sparring match isn't worth offending the Sun family. At this thought, Huang Yeliang's gaze toward Lu Yuan shifted noticeably. Whoever said old Lu was a fool? The man's downright cunning. He's playing entirely by underhanded tactics. How could you come up with the idea of making the marshal's grandson take a beating on the arena? Huang Yeliang looked back at the arena and realized the chaotic brawl had spiraled completely out of control. This farce must not be allowed to continue any longer. Besides, even if we concede this match, the next two will feature the Big Dipper 7 and the left and right supporters, they'll still secure victory with ease. 60 secret realm slots were allocated, but we only secured 30. While it didn't meet our initial target, it's still somewhat acceptable. After all, the Martial Arts Academy employs too many underhanded tactics. At this thought, Huang Yeliang's chest swelled with indignation. He transmitted his voice to Gan Xiang and the others on the arena. Can't you see that this student Sun Jingfeng has been going easy on you all along? Everyone, stand down. We concede defeat. Huang Yeliang's words not only left Gan Xiang dumbfounded on the spot, but also plastered looks of utter confusion across the faces of the students from Manhwa University below the stage. What's going on? Could it be that our school's Sun Jingfeng is actually a master? Did he win the match without even lifting a finger, just by his sheer presence? The students gasped in disbelief, murmuring among themselves. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened, but Sanqing University's surrender was undeniable. Chapter 71, The Freebie Horse Captured the Premium Horse? The students below the stage were still somewhat dazed, but as the designated hype squad, Class 4 of the Martial Arts Department had already taken the lead in cheering. President Sun Jingfeng is amazing, truly worthy of being our academy's super genius. What a tremendous honor for our Martial Arts Academy. Daoshi and Amo Xiang shouted with great enthusiasm. He Xiangzai stuck his index and middle fingers in his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. With their antics, they completely cemented this dramatic match result as an undeniable fact. Under their lead, some straightforward classmates actually joined in with applause and cheers. However, some students gradually realized after their initial shock that Sanqing University had deliberately conceded defeat out of consideration for Sun Jingfeng's status. This outcome left these students feeling as if they had swallowed a fly, uncomfortable beyond words. The students felt they had been given an early lesson by society. Society isn't about brute force, it's about human connections and worldly wisdom. Supervisor Huang Yeliang gave the order, and despite their overwhelming frustration, Gan Xiang and the others reluctantly stopped and sullenly stepped down from the platform. At least you know when to quit. 5 seconds later, and I would have made my move. Your supervisor just saved you. Sun Jingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and triumphantly delivered his victory speech. Seeing his smug expression, Gan Xiang was boiling with rage. He truly wanted to leap back onto the platform and punch Sun Jingfeng's punchable face straight into his ribcage. Gan Xiang's classmates, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, forcibly dragged him away. After losing yet another sparring match, the students of Sanqing University looked somewhat dispirited. Supervisor Huang Yeliang's face also darkened with alternating expressions. This was absolutely not the performance expected from their Sanqing University. But next up is their absolute elite force. This time, there can't possibly be any more surprises. Huang Yeliang waved his hand, signaling the Big Dipper 7 stars from the advanced class to step forward. The celestial lords Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, and others could hardly wait, striding onto the arena with the steps of celestial might. On the Martial Arts University side, they sent out their inferior horses, Martial Arts Class 3. The situation was almost identical to the previous match. Right from the start, Martial Arts Class 3 found themselves on the defensive, unable to fight back. Facing the formidable 7-star lords, the students of Martial Arts Class 3 had neither the ability to retaliate nor the prestigious background of someone like Sun Jingfeng. They were reduced to mere props in the 7 stars performance. The Big Dipper 7 clearly intended to toy with their opponents. Without launching a single attack, they relied solely on their stellar shift footwork to keep Martial Arts Class 3 running in circles. Like herding fish, they chased the students around the arena several times before unleashing a single stellar charge, sending the dizzy and disoriented members of Martial Arts Class 3 flying out of the ring. From beginning to end, the Big Dipper 7 maintained their handsail posture throughout the match. They neither threw a punch nor kicked, merely showcasing their footwork was enough to secure an effortless victory. Excellent, simply excellent. Brilliantly done. The spectacular performance by the 7-star lords greatly energized the students of Sanqing University. This was the true standard Sanqing University should uphold. Supervisor Huang Yelian's face finally showed a hint of a smile. This kind of crushing domination was exactly what he wanted to see. And the next match would be domination within domination. Manhwa University was about to field their weakest class, Class 4. The one Sanqing University is about to send out is none other than their absolute ace Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. With such overwhelming advantage, how could they possibly lose? Zuojuan, Yujun, you're up. Show our friends from Manhwa University what real skill looks like. Huang Yeliang hinted to these two prodigies to show off their skills on stage and help Sanqing University regain some face. Amidst the frequent use of underhanded tactics, Manhwa University and Sanqing University ended up tied in score, which was acceptable. However, in terms of performance, Sanqing University must demonstrate absolute dominance. If not for the mine ruins, the current Manhwa University wouldn't even be worthy of sparring with Sanqing University. Huang Yeliang eagerly looked toward the school's two ace players, only to be shocked to find Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun timidly sitting in their chairs, unwilling to stand up for a long time. At the same time, as the bonus horses of this competition, the members of Martial Arts Class 4 finally stepped onto the arena. Dong Chao acted like a boxing assistant, alternately patting his students' backs and waving towels for them. Go, go, teacher believes in you. His enthusiastic and hyperactive demeanor made the students below the stage burst into laughter. Everyone understood that from the moment that Tianji's horse racing strategy was employed, Martial Arts Class 4, the weakest of them all, had been tactically abandoned. If Martial Arts Class 4 has any sense, they should surrender the moment the match begins. Exactly. Don't give Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun the chance to toy with them, save at least a shred of dignity. The students in the audience buzzed with chatter. The defeat of Martial Arts Class 3 just now was utterly humiliating, making even the audience below the stage feel embarrassed. And in this match, the gap between the two sides is even greater than before. Zhang Chang, the instructor of Martial Arts Class 3, lurked in the crowd, glaring venomously at the stage. All because of Dong Chao's Tianji's horse racing strategy, Martial Arts Class 3 suffered a crushing disgrace on the arena. Zhang Chang was originally seething with anger, but when he saw Dong Chao and his students rolling up their sleeves on the stage, a glimmer of anticipation rose in his heart. As the most pathetic freebie horse, Martial Arts Class 4's opponents were two SS-level geniuses. The humiliation Martial Arts Class 4 would suffer would be even greater than that of Class 3. Zhang Chang stared fixedly at the stage, afraid to miss a single moment of this delightful spectacle that would allow him to vent his fury. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, the two prodigies of Sanqing University, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, finally stood up and reluctantly shuffled onto the arena. Their walking posture was bizarre, thighs tightly clenched, feet turned inward, taking tiny, hesitant steps forward. Moreover, every few steps, the brothers would pause for a moment. The two were utterly numb with dread at this point. Last night I just got beaten up, and today I run into them again in the arena. What kind of grudge is this? Both brothers understood that the two big shots across from them were wolves in sheep's clothing. There was no way those experts would show their true strength in the arena. But here's the question, did these brothers dare to win? No way. They'd just been taught a painful lesson last night. As they shuffled forward, the two brothers kept exchanging glances, already scheming in their hearts. The final match will be between Martial Arts Class 4 versus Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. The match begins. As part-time announcer Qin Wanqing finished speaking, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun immediately raised their hands. We forfeit. Everyone present had their eyes bulging like cue balls. Before the match began, many thought this round might not even happen, expecting someone to concede defeat immediately. But no one could have imagined in their wildest dreams that the ones surrendering would be the twin stars of Sanqing University, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. This sudden turn of events left everyone's minds in complete disarray. On the martial arts field of Manhwa University, it was as if a grand conference of bewilderment had commenced. Every single person present had question marks practically floating above their heads. Just what in the world was happening? Were these two prodigies from Sanqing University performing some kind of avant-garde art piece? They actually conceded defeat to the most pathetic martial arts class 4? Why? If the Sanqing elite class conceded defeat to Sun Jingfeng, one could still chalk it up to social niceties. But in this match, with two prodigies facing off against a few mediocre students with no background, there's simply no reason to concede defeat. Is this really last year's champion of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, Sanqing University? They're truly so abstract. The students below the stage whispered among themselves. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun jumped off the platform without looking back. Only the two brothers knew the truth. It wasn't that they were being abstract, but that their opponents had a Gundam. They genuinely couldn't win this fight. Chapter 72. All coincidences in this world are carefully orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Watching the Wang brothers concede defeat and withdraw, Supervisor Huang Yeliang felt like he was about to have a heart attack. He had no idea what the hell those two brothers were playing at. He even suspected that these two treasures were deliberately pranking him because Wen Tianchen wasn't around. How could they just surrender like that? Lu Yuan didn't understand what was happening either. He only knew that being happy was all that mattered. In this friendly sparring match, their martial arts academy achieved a crushing 3-1 victory over Sanqing University's combat department. Anyway, we won. Under my leadership, the martial arts academy is finally on the path to revival. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, overwhelmed with satisfaction. In the crowd, Jiang Chang watched the celebrating members of martial arts class 4 on the platform, nearly spitting blood from sheer envy. Did martial arts class 4 just win in such a dramatic way? All they had to do was wait for their opponents to have a meltdown and surrender? This is way too lucky. If only they had known earlier, martial arts class 3 would have volunteered to be the freebie horse. On the arena stage, Dong Chao led his students in thanking the audience below and striking victorious poses, thoroughly enjoying himself. Though hardly anyone paid them any attention. Great job, everyone. If I'm not mistaken, those two prodigies were overwhelmed by our ironclad willpower, scared right out of fighting spirit. Never mind how we won, what matters is we won spectacularly. Dong Chao deliberately played dumb to tease his students. Both Dao Shi and He Xiongzai nodded with sarcastic smiles. Yeah, that must be it. Mo Xiang, however, shot Dong Chao a disdainful glance. This idiot teacher knows nothing at all. Just look at how Shizi and Zizi beat the Wang brothers yesterday, how dare they cause any more trouble now? While Dong Chao was teasing the students, his eyes kept darting around furtively. He still hadn't spotted Wen Tianchen anywhere. This made Dong Chao feel increasingly uneasy. This incident-filled sparring exchange ultimately concluded with the Martial Arts Academy winning 3-1. The Martial Arts Academy successfully defended its claim to 45 secret realm trial slots. The formidable Sanqing University ultimately only secured 15 trial slots. Students, this exchange match was merely an appetizer. What comes next is today's main event, the Abandoned Mine Secret Realm Trial. When I call your name, step forward. Lu Yuan began drafting the list of personnel to enter the mining pit's secret realm on the spot. As the meritorious warriors of the victorious battle, all members of Martial Arts Class 4 were included in the list. Although they were the Academy's underachievers and their teacher was the unpopular Dong Chao, Lu Yuan maintained impartiality in educational matters. These spots were rightfully theirs. For this mining pit secret realm trial, the Martial Arts Academy would be led by 3 teachers, Xin Wanqing, Wang Su, and Dong Chao. The student team consisted of 3 students from Class 4, along with some outstanding students from Classes 1 and 2. Hearing this news, Jiang Chang's eyes turned red with envy. Both Class 3 and Class 4 were clearly the sacrificial pawns in this game of mismatched strengths, so how could those good-for-nothings from Class 4 stumble into a victory and even secure trial quotas? In the end, was it only their Martial Arts Class 3 that kept humiliating themselves in circles? Having just dropped a massive embarrassment on the arena, Jiang Chang was seething with frustration. But for now, he could only swallow his anger and settle the score another day. Sanqing University quickly finalized its roster for the Secret Realm Trial. The team was led by Yang Qing, the instructor of the elite class, along with 14 outstanding students. Although Sanqing University had inexplicably lost 15 trial slots due to the erratic performances of Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, Huang Yeliang still wanted to include the 2 brothers in the trial list. To his surprise, the brothers firmly opposed the idea. They absolutely refused to participate in the trial. The 2 brothers now felt a chill in their hearts whenever they saw those guys from Martial Arts Class 4. If they encountered them in the minefield secret realm, who knew what kind of trouble might break out again? Huang Yeliang couldn't persuade the brothers otherwise, so he had no choice but to go along with them. He selected 14 students from the advanced class and the elite training class. A total of 60 teachers and students from both schools assembled, and Lu Yuan led the group into the basement of the Martial Arts Academy. In the basement, there was a long corridor. This corridor led to the entrance of the minefield secret realm. The entire Martial Arts Academy was built around this very entrance. Standing before the entrance, Lu Yuan distributed mechanical wristbands to the students while instructing them. The mining pit secret realm has 2 physical entrances. One is here at our Martial Arts Academy, and the other is at the Java Exorcism Academy in Southeast Asia. This secret realm is jointly owned by both our academies. So after entering the secret realm, you may encounter trial teams from Java Exorcism Academy. Don't panic, maintain friendly relations with them. As for this mechanical wristband, it not only displays everyone's safety status but also records your martial arts contribution points. Wearing this wristband means you've officially become martial arts university students, qualified to explore and conquer secret realms. Lu Yuan's words sent the Mo University students, still basking in their victory, into a frenzy of excitement. They eagerly scrambled to put on their martial arts wristbands. Seizing the opportunity, Dong Chao slipped into a corner and dialed Wen Tiancheng's number. With Yang Qing replacing Wen Tiancheng as Sanqing University's team leader, it meant Wen wouldn't be showing up. Something was definitely going on over there. The call connected quickly, and Dong Chao got straight to the point. "Chenzi, where are you?" Faced with Dong Chao's inquiry, Wen Tianchen didn't hide anything and answered truthfully. "Bro, I'm on an emergency mission. Early this morning, there was a riot at the Mazhou martial prison. Someone tried to break out. I, as the nearest superhuman martial artist to Mazhou prison, have been temporarily requisitioned to guard the prison. I won't be able to participate in today's secret realm trial." Hearing this, Dong Chao frowned. "How's the situation on your end?" Wen Tianchen replied casually. "Hey, just a false alarm. The prison situation was all bark and no bite. By the time I got there, the guards had already suppressed them." Hearing this, Dong Chao didn't feel relieved. Instead, his heart sank with a thud. "Damn it, Shinzi, you might have been lured away from the real target. You just arrived in Mazhou, and suddenly the martial artists' prison has a riot that requires your transfer? That's way too coincidental. Suspiciously coincidental. And of all things, the prison incident turned out to be nothing serious. Do you remember what I told you? All coincidences in this world are carefully orchestrated by someone behind the scenes." Dong Chao took a deep breath, shifted his perspective, and continued analyzing. The mining pit's secret realm is an underground mine tunnel that never sees daylight. In such an environment, your Taoist star lords would have great difficulty sensing the celestial constellations. If I were the assassin, I would definitely choose such an underground, enclosed environment to assassinate your Taoist star lords. The prerequisite for assassination is getting you out of the way. As an assassination expert, Dong Chao keenly grasped the crux of the problem. P.S. Begging for free little gifts. Seeking love-powered support. Chapter 73. I'll go bring the students back. Dong Chao glanced around. Everything appeared normal at the Martial Arts Academy's entrance. If his guess was correct, the problem must lie with the Java Exorcism Academy. Chinzi, contact the Java Exorcism Academy immediately. Something might have happened there. If I were carrying out an assassination mission, I'd probably disguise myself as someone from the Java Exorcism Academy and launch a massacre inside the secret realm. Of course, getting you out of the way first would be ideal. Hearing Dong Chao's words, Wen Tianchen felt as if he'd been plunged into an icy abyss. "I'll rush back immediately. It's already too late." Just as Dong Chao made the phone call, the secret realm's portal had already opened. The students participating in their first secret realm trial were all brimming with excitement, rushing forward in eager haste. Seeing this situation, Dong Chao quickly spoke up to stop them. "Everyone, halt!" Dong Chao raised his phone high in the air. When Tianchen called, "There's danger at the mine pit's secret realm. Everyone, halt operations." At Dong Chao's words, the surging crowd paused momentarily. The students all stopped in their tracks, turning to look at their respective group leaders. Under the students' collective gaze, Yang Qing, Sanqing University's group leader, remained utterly composed. Hurry in. Don't mind Mo Wu University's dirty tricks." Yang Qing urged his students to quickly enter the secret realm. All day today, Sanqing University had suffered greatly from Mo Wu University's underhanded tactics. No matter what Mo Wu University's faculty said now, Yang Cheng wouldn't believe a word of it. As a low-level paradise secret realm, the resources and exotic beasts in the mine pit secret realm are extremely limited. You must seize the initiative. The students of Sanqing University were very obedient. Under Yang Qing's urging, 14 outstanding students entered the secret realm in single file. Once the Sanqing University students left, the students of Mobi University also grew restless. Everyone knew that every second delayed in entering the secret realm meant a greater disadvantage. At that moment, Lu Yuan spoke up. "Quit standing around. Everyone hurry up and follow." While urging the students to keep up, Lu Yuan pointed an accusing finger at Dong Chao. "Dong Chao, don't take this personally, but you're just causing trouble here. You failed to trick the Sanqing University students and ended up delaying our own people instead. What kind of clever act are you trying to pull now?" Lu Yuan had organized dozens of trial runs in the mine pit's secret realm. He knew every detail of that place like the back of his hand. The highest level mutated beasts in the secret realm were just third-tier blue-eyed ice snakes, something his students could easily handle. What possible dangers could exist in a paradise secret realm? Besides, Dong Chao's fabricated excuse was full of holes too big to ignore. What kind of person is Wen Tianchen? He's one of the 4 young kings, a transcendent martial artist, a key talent being cultivated by the military. How could a nobody in the education sector like you possibly know him? Him calling you? As if. If you can actually know Wen Tianchen, then I might as well be buddies with the war god of China. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and scoffed inwardly. Seeing the dean take such a stance, the students all dismissed Dong Chao's words as nonsense and rushed toward the portal in a frenzy. Watching this chaotic stampede, Dong Chao really wanted to slap that idiot Lu Yuan across the face. Hearing that students had flooded into the secret realm, when Tianchen on the other end of the phone completely panicked. Bro, I'll request military backup right away. It's too late. The entrance to the mine secret realm only stays open for 15 minutes. By the time the military arrives, it'll be all over. Faced with the crisis, Dong Chao instead calmed down. Shenzi, don't worry. I'll go bring the students back. Dong Chao's tone was calm, yet resolute. He discreetly touched his storage pouch, his gaze shifting from absent-minded to piercing. Turning back, he instructed the 3 students from class 4. There might be danger in the secret realm, protect yourselves. Dao Shi and the other 2 had never seen Dong Chao look so serious before, momentarily stunned by his demeanor. But Dong Chao instantly reverted to his usual greasy, smooth-talking self. He trotted over to the teleportation gate and grabbed Qin Wanqing's arm. Teacher Qin, let's go together. As colleagues, you've got to protect me. Putting on an act of shamelessly clinging to Qin Wanqing, Dong Chao seized the opportunity to whisper something only the 2 of them could hear. Let the witch come out. You might not be able to handle what's coming next. As he spoke, Dong Chao pulled Qin Wanqing along, and together they stepped through the portal. In less than a minute, all 60 teachers and students from both schools had entered the portal. The vast secret chamber was now empty except for Lu Yuan and Huang Yeliang. Let's go, buddy. Come have a seat in my office. Lu Yuan planned to take Huang Yeliang to his office for some tea while awaiting good news from their students when his phone suddenly rang. Lu Yuan casually answered the call, but after just 2 seconds, his expression instantly changed. With a thud, Lu Yuan collapsed onto the floor. Huang Yeliang beside him immediately sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Yuan felt his blood run cold. His purplish lips trembled uncontrollably before he finally managed to blurt out a coherent sentence. It's over. There's real danger. Java Exorcism Academy just called. They said a group of unidentified martial artists attacked their institution and forcibly broke through the secret realm portal. Those guys must be coming for us. Our students are really in danger. Lu Yuan's heart sank into an icy abyss, yet sweat poured down his body like a waterfall. Inside the secret mining pit, Dong Chao and Qin Wanqing, who had been advancing hand in hand, were teleported to the same location. Dong Chao shed his disguise, picking up a piece of broken stone to sketch a simple battle diagram on the dim cave wall while asking Qin Wanqing, "Where's the witch? Bring her out." Qin Wanqing wore an expression of terror and dread, speaking pitifully. "The witch? She might have run away. She's not responding to me." Dong Chao shot a displeased glance at Qin Wanqing. "Stop pretending. You're the witch." Though Qin Wanqing's personality is somewhat gentle, she'd never panicked to this extent. "Your acting is way over the top." Having her true identity exposed, the witch Qin Wanqing revealed a deranged smile, her 2 sharp canine teeth particularly conspicuous against the dim cave walls. Dong Chao had no time to banter with her. While sketching diagrams, he issued urgent instructions. "Listen to me, there's likely trouble brewing at the Java Exorcism Academy. We must gather all the students immediately and have them prepare for both combat and emergency medical response." Having spent so many years at the Martial Arts Academy, Dong Chao was quite familiar with the mine's secret realm. He pointed at the tactical map on the wall. "Our current position is at the eastern teleportation point A, while the enemies are stationed at the western teleportation point B. Have the students assemble at point A and use the terrain to establish our defenses. If when Tianchen isn't here, you'll definitely be their primary target. Be mentally prepared for that." Qin Wanqing wiped the smile off her face and nodded solemnly. "There are multiple interconnected mining tunnels between points A and B. I'll use this complex terrain to ambush the enemy and eliminate as many of their forces as possible. We must hold out for 6 full hours until the portal reopens." The Rakshasa Qin Wanqing didn't respond verbally. She merely glanced upward with a challenging look in her eyes that seemed to taunt. "Are you even up to this, weakling? Don't look at me like that, get moving already." Dong Chao snapped impatiently. Chapter 74, Hunting Time. The 2 swiftly split up to act. Qin Wanqing went to gather the classmates, while Dong Chao stealthily made his way toward point B of the mine shaft. The entire mine pit secret realm was composed of several winding abandoned mine shafts, with multiple branching paths connecting them, resembling a complex underground maze. On the walls of the mine shafts grew some faintly glowing fluorescent moss, the only source of light in the entire mine pit secret realm. Dong Chao didn't dare use a flashlight, relying solely on these dim glows as he hurried deeper into the mine shaft. In the darkness, his figure moved like a black cat, nimble and silent. After advancing about a kilometer, a faint sound reached Dong Chao from ahead. Judging by the noise, someone else was also moving through the dark, just like him. Hearing the other person draw closer, Dong Chao hid behind a corner. He took out his flashlight and deliberately tapped it against the wall, creating a series of noises. "Who's there?" A startled cry came from the opposite side. Dong Chao peeked out from around the corner and clicked his flashlight. "Your colleagues from Java Exorcism Academy, right? I'm a teacher from Manhwa University. Just helping the kids scout the path, flashlights acting up, ha ha ha. Dong Chao revealed a friendly smile and flashed his flashlight at the other person. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man dressed in an exorcist's black robe. Seeing Dong Chao, the middle-aged man's expression softened slightly as he approached with feigned ease. Dong Chao proactively extended his hand. You look unfamiliar, brother, first time participating in a mind trial, right? I'm Dong Chao, an outstanding instructor from Mo University. What's your name? My name is Binsar. The middle-aged man gave a common Javanese male name. Binsar could sense that this martial arts instructor before him had weak cultivation and absolutely no defensive awareness. With my mid-level 5th-tier cultivation, taking out this martial arts instructor would be a piece of cake. As the team scout, Vince decided to first extract some information from this instructor's mouth before finishing him off. With that thought, Vince extended his hand to shake Dong Chao's. The moment their palms clasped together, Dong Chao's expression turned icy. Vince-san, how long has it been since you last saw the cherry blossoms of your homeland? Ha! Vince-I instinctively startled, trying to withdraw his right hand from Dong Chao's grip, but it was already too late. The moment their hands clasped, Dong Chao activated his spatial storage bag. A pitch-black long blade materialized out of thin air from his chest. Dong Chao grabbed Binzer's arm with his right hand, while his left hand wielded the blade in a diagonal slash, precisely slicing open Binzer's throat. Ugh. Binzer resembled a blood-drained rooster, futilely gaping his mouth but unable to make a sound. Dong Chao delivered another stab straight to his heart, sending him off to the afterlife for good. This move of stabbing with a handshake was something Dong Chao had specifically practiced. It never failed against these petty thugs. The essence of this technique lay in concealing the blade inside a storage pouch beforehand, minimizing the target's vigilance to the greatest extent. Dong Chao was certain this guy in front of him was shady. He absolutely wasn't a teacher from the Java Exorcism Academy. His earlier suspicions were correct. Something had indeed gone wrong at the Java Exorcism Academy. First, this Binsai moved stealthily in the darkness, clearly behaving like a scout. If he were truly a teacher from the academy, he would openly use a flashlight to light his way. Secondly, the Javanese curved knife at his waist is hung upside down. This goes against the drawing habits of Javanese martial artists. He's not Javanese at all. This inverted knife hanging technique resembles more of the Japanese swordsman's reverse fan draw. Dong Chao was studying the deceased's attire when faint sounds came from afar again. A gaunt figure, like a flea, sprang into the mine shaft. The newcomer's movement was eerily bizarre, yet astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, they had closed the distance to just 10 meters ahead of Dong Chao. The other party clearly sensed something amiss and gradually slowed their pace in the distance. Holding his breath, Dong Chao propped up Binsai's corpse, positioning it to stand against the corner of the cave wall. Dong Chao hid himself around the corner. Hurry over, I've got something here. Dong Chao imitated Binsai's voice and whispered. Alright, I'm coming. Fleaman drew the kukri from his waist and slowly approached the corner of the cave wall. Let me see what you've found. As he spoke, Fleaman once again employed his eerie footwork. With a forward leap, he reached the corner of the cave wall, simultaneously swinging his kukri in a sweeping slash toward the nook where Dong Chao was hiding. Fleaman was also a 5th-tier martial artist. He had long noticed the scent of blood lingering in the air. Moreover, as a martial artist, his 5 senses were exceptionally sharp. He instantly recognized that his companion's voice was coming from behind the corner. It wasn't his companion speaking at all. The Fleaman pretended to fall for the trap, first using words to lull the opponent into complacency, then suddenly launching a fierce attack. He thought himself clever, yet this sudden, treacherous slash cut through empty air. Dong Chao had anticipated his anticipation. Dong Chao had deliberately left an opening to lure him in. Just by observing the Fleaman's bizarre footwork, Dong Chao knew this fellow's cultivation wasn't weak. With his level of skill, it was impossible he couldn't discern the true source of the sound. At the moment Fleaman swung his blade horizontally, Dong Chao activated his spatial ability, instantly teleporting to the top of the mine shaft. Now positioned high above, he descended from the ceiling, driving his black blade into the back of Fleaman's neck. Not only was Fleaman incredibly agile, he actually possessed defensive martial techniques like protective energy armor. When the black blade struck the back of Fleaman's neck, there was a distinct sensation of resistance. Although Dong Chao's cultivation was no longer what it once was, the sharpness of his S-grade black blade was not something ordinary protective chi could withstand. Though somewhat dulled, Dong Chao's blade still pierced through the Fleaman's neck, pinning him firmly to the ground. The Fleaman displayed astonishing vitality. Even with his neck impaled, he didn't die immediately. He lifted his head, staring at Dong Chao with disbelief. Fleaman clearly sensed that his opponent's chi and blood fluctuations were far weaker than his own. Even in a sneak attack state, it had been extremely difficult for him to pierce through his own protective aura. This opponent's cultivation level was merely at the 3rd tier. Yet now, the one lying on the ground was himself. What truly baffled Fleaman was how his formidable companion seemed to have been silently eliminated by this mere 3rd-tier cultivator. Even as his life reached its end, the circumstances of his demise far exceeded Flea Man's comprehension. This bewilderment and indignation sustained him, refusing to let him draw his last breath. Dong Chao maintained a humble expression as he stood atop Flea Man's back, casually straightening his posture while pulling out his blade, and softly remarked, "There's no need to stare at me like that. I admit your cultivation is higher than mine, but when people get killed, they die." As he spoke, Dong Chao drew his black blade. With the second friction of sharp edge against shattered vertebrae, the flea-like man's head drooped, completely devoid of life. In his final moment, his gaunt, fleshless face still bore an expression of bewilderment and confusion. Chapter 75, Ambush. Requesting backup. Confirming the flea man had breathed his last, Dong Chao hooked his foot under the corpse and flipped it over with a swift motion. The Binsai from earlier was most likely a Fusong martial artist. As for this flea man before them, he was clearly a Huaxia practitioner. The bizarre footwork this guy had employed was probably the lightning flash steps, a movement technique particularly popular among frontier explorers venturing into mystic realms. A Japanese martial artist, plus a Chinese mystic realm explorer? Dong Chao couldn't immediately discern the origins of these assassins. I need to capture one alive for questioning. Dong Chao stripped off Flea Man's black robe and wiped the blood from his black blade on the corpse. Silently, he advanced deeper into the mine shaft. At the same time, Yang Qing, the instructor leading the team from Sanqing University, marched boldly through a relatively wide mine tunnel with 14 students in tow. Let's pick up the pace. The most valuable material in this mine dungeon is the Earth Soul Ice Crystal from the nests of blue-eyed ice snakes. This material can imbue weapons and armor with frost effects. It's worth a fortune. If we get our hands on those Earth Soul Ice Crystals, this trip won't have been a waste. Yang Cheng loudly issued commands to his students, completely unaware that danger was already approaching. Yang Qing's voice echoed repeatedly through the winding mine tunnels, clearly heard by several black-robed figures hidden in the shadows. The figures exchanged hand signals and began to move. As Yang Qing consulted the map while leading his students at a rapid pace, a portly figure suddenly appeared before them. Are you teachers and students from Manhwa University? I'm the lead instructor from Java Exorcism Academy. My name is Tobin. The newcomer took the initiative to greet them. Seeing Tobin, Yang Qing still didn't sense any danger. What worried him at this moment was that the Earth Soul Ice Crystal mustn't be snatched first by the Exorcism Academy. We're the trial team from Sanqing University. After saying this, Yang Qing attempted to brush past Tuoban and continue on his way to the Ice Serpent's lair. However, Tuoban sidestepped abruptly, blocking Yang Qing's path. So you're a Dao cultivator from Sanqing University. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. I heard your prestigious institution recruited 2 SS-level prodigies this year, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. Would this country bumpkin from a backwater town be honored with a glimpse of these 2 geniuses? Tuoban's tone was exceedingly polite, his humble words completely masking the murderous intent beneath. Yang Qing still hadn't sensed the danger as he replied carelessly, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun didn't participate in this trial. Oh, Tuoban slightly furrowed his brows. This contradicts their intelligence. Their assassination target didn't show up? As the top twin prodigies of Sanqing University, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun didn't participate in the mine trial? This makes no sense. Tuoban was momentarily puzzled, unable to pinpoint which part of the operation had gone wrong. Though inwardly puzzled, he maintained a polite facade. What a pity to miss the chance to witness the brilliance of the twin prodigies. By the way, may I ask your name? My name is Yang Cheng. Upon hearing Yang Qing's response, Tuoban dramatically widened his eyes. So you're the renowned teacher Yang Qing? I've long heard of your great reputation. As he spoke, Tuoban extended his arms, intending to greet Yang Qing with a hug. Yang Qing opened his arms without hesitation. Yang Qing secretly rejoiced. Was he really this famous? Even teachers from Java had heard of his name. Just as the two were about to embrace, Tuoban flipped his wrist, and a sleeve hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The hammer was only slightly over a foot long, with a head no larger than a lychee, yet the force of its descent carried the weight of 1,000 June. Caught completely off guard, Yang Qing took the hammer's blow squarely on his shoulder. With a dull thud, his right shoulder instantly collapsed inward. As a 7th-level martial artist, Yang Qing's combat instincts were decent. The moment his right shoulder was hit, he immediately thrust out his left palm, attempting to trade injury for injury. However, Yang Qing's left palm struck Tuoban's black robe only to find nothing beneath it. It was then that Yang Qing realized Tuoban's seemingly bulky appearance was an illusion. Beneath that oversized black robe, his frame was astonishingly lean. The palm strike missed completely, leaving Yang Qing utterly defenseless. Tuoban's sleeve hammer spun like a pen between his fingers before smashing toward Yang Qing's face once more. In that critical moment, Yang Qing stepped into gang position, barely tilting his head aside as the seemingly miniature hammerhead grazed his cheek with thunderous force. Half of Yang Qing's face was torn apart in a spray of blood and flesh, his cheekbone visibly caved in, but at least he'd escaped with his life. While leaping backward, Yang Qing channeled power through his legs to execute the earth escape. rock collapse technique from the 5 elements Tao arts. A stone wall erupted before him, blocking Tuoban's pursuit. Retreat now. Yang Qing's shout was slurred before he finally collapsed, his body tilting sideways as he lost consciousness. From Tuoban revealing his sleeve hammer to Yang Qing summoning the rock wall after being ambushed, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Only then did Yang Qing's classmates behind him finally react. Several panicked students hoisted their unconscious teacher while hastily casting the healing primordial chaos incantation, retreating in chaotic disarray. These elites and prodigies, once revered as star lords, have now all turned into headless flies. They couldn't possibly realize that Tutor Tua, who appeared kind-faced just a second ago, would suddenly launch a vicious attack the next moment. That guy's cultivation was clearly inferior to Teacher Yang Qing's, yet in the blink of an eye, he nearly took Teacher Yang's life. Many students were paralyzed with fear, their chaotic minds as if bombarded by explosions. Even the simplest Hunyuan mantra was being recited haltingly and incoherently. Now, they finally realized that Dong Chao's warning before departure was real. There truly was danger in the secret realm. Bang! Bang! Behind them came the life-threatening sound of walls being smashed. The already leaderless 3 pure Dao cultivators grew increasingly panicked. Among the crowd, Gan Xiang remained relatively calm. While tremblingly wrapping Yang Qing's wounds with gauze, he addressed the group. The mining tunnel is too narrow. We must split up and run. Go seek help from Mo Wu University. He pointed to the left fork in the path, signaling the Big Dipper group. All of you, this way. Then he hoisted the unconscious Yang Qing onto his back and turned into the right fork. The rest of you, follow me. The 14 students split into 2 groups, each taking a different branching path. While fleeing for their lives, they continuously sent out distress signals through the mechanical bracelets on their wrists. Under attack, requesting backup. We're students of Sanqing University, our teacher is injured, requesting immediate assistance. We're being pursued, requesting backup. Their desperate pleas were even tinged with thick sobs of panic. Chapter 76. Your handwriting is too ugly. Practice properly in your next life. Deep within the mine shaft, the moment Dong Chao's mechanical bracelet emitted a distress signal, he immediately shut it off. These assassins truly came with overwhelming force. They even subdued Yang Qing, a 7th-tier cultivator. These guys are actually quite strong to begin with, and by disguising themselves as members of the Java Exorcism Academy, they truly caught everyone off guard. Those 2 scouts just now died so swiftly because they ran into Dong Chao. If anyone else had encountered them, it would likely have been another tragedy. Upon hearing about the danger at Sanqing University, Dong Chao's heart tightened with worry, but he had no intention of turning back to help. Given his current strength, a direct rescue attempt would only expose his weakness in cultivation. Stabbing enemies in the back is where his true strengths lie. The rescue mission belongs to someone else. We must admit, these assassins came thoroughly prepared. From diverting Wen Tianchen away to infiltrating the mystic realm through Java Exorcism Academy's entrance, everything proves they did their homework in advance. But no matter how meticulously they prepared, there were still variables they couldn't anticipate. These variables were Dong Chao himself and the 3 students in his class. Dong Chao was certain that those 3 treasures would rush to the rescue upon hearing the distress signal. Though they were just 3 inexperienced young men, at this moment, Dong Chao regarded them as his greatest reinforcements. Dao Shi hailed from the Yugua clan, while Mo Xian was born into the Mo family. Both were loyal and righteous men who would never stand by when lives were at stake. As for He Xiangzai, Dong Chao was even more confident. That kid would stir up trouble even when nothing was happening. How could he possibly resist jumping into action when an emergency arose? With Dong Chao's current cultivation level, he certainly couldn't turn the tide alone. But with these 3 students by his side, he felt considerably more assured. Judging from the current situation, these assassins must have prepared countermeasures specifically targeting the 3 lead instructors, Qin Wanqing, Wang Su, and Yang Qing. They're even keeping a close watch on students with relatively higher cultivation levels. But there's no way these assassins could have anticipated that Class 4 of Mowi University's Martial Arts Division actually harbors the strongest cultivators among all the students. 2 absolute monsters whose true combat prowess even surpasses instructors like Wang Su and Yang Qing. If the trial teams were in the light and the assassins in the shadows, then Dong Chao and his 3 students were the shadows within shadows. They were the decisive factor in this deadly game of hunter and hunted. Rustle, rustle. Faint sounds came from the distance, clearly the noise of mechanical wristbands, drawing the assassin's attention. Dong Chao quickly held his breath, donned the flea man's black robe, and prepared for the next slaughter with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, at the edge of a certain mine shaft, Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Mo Xiang sat cross-legged on the ground, listening to the distress signal emanating from their mechanical wristbands with varying expressions. Dao Shi's face remained calm, Mo Xiang wore an anxious expression, while He Xiangzai displayed an inappropriately joyful look. Not long after entering the secret realm, they received a solemn warning from Teacher Qin Wanqing. Teacher Qin gravely warned that genuine danger had emerged within the secret realm. All members of Mo University were to remain in place and forbidden from moving about casually. Qin Wanqing and the students from Class 1 would come to assist everyone and gather them together. As underachievers, the three of them obediently waited for their classmates from Class 1 to come fetch them. But at that moment, the desperate cries for help from Sanqing University echoed throughout the entire mine shaft. He Xiongzai was the first to lose his composure. He fiddled with his mechanical wristband, trying to pull up the real-time location of Sanqing University's team. Shizi, wanna go have some fun? Sure. Daoshi calmly stood up and looked at Mo Xiang. Are you coming? I'll go. Mo Xiang quickly jumped to his feet. He'd been wanting to rescue people for a while now, but with the two big shots remaining silent, he had no choice but to hold back. Daoshi pulled out a free mask from the infirmary that he'd been keeping in his pocket and handed it to He Xiongzai. Zai, let's split up and cover more ground. Don't forget, Sun Jingfeng. He Xiongzai took the mask with a chuckle. Got it, Sun Jingfeng. Mo Xiang stared at the two of them, utterly bewildered. The Sun Jingfeng mentioned by the two seemed to be some kind of mysterious code name. At the same time, hearing the sounds growing louder in the distance, Dong Chao, clad in a black robe, appeared boldly at the center of the mine shaft. Did you hear something just now? Dong Chao defied all expectations by being the first to speak up and question the other person. Heard it. The other person responded instinctively. Dong Chao suddenly raised his voice. Wait, you look unfamiliar. Who are you? I am Justin from Operation Team 2. Dong Chao commanded in a bossy tone. I know Justin from Team 2. Come closer, step into the light, let me see your face. Oh, okay. Justin slowly moved forward, his right hand stealthily hooking onto the saber at his waist. The guy opposite him, though dressed in the same black robe, spoke with a voice that felt completely unfamiliar to Justin. As a seasoned veteran who'd licked blood off blades, Justin kept his guard up. Justin slowed his step slightly, his grip on the blade already coiled with tension as he moved beneath the glow of the fluorescent moss. So it really is you. The moment Dong Chao uttered the word you, he exploded into motion, leaping forward with his blade aimed straight at Justin. Already prepared, Justin instantly drew his sword to parry the attack. At this moment, Justin felt like laughing. This guy opposite him had schemed so hard, but his cultivation was just too weak. His sudden ambush strike was far too slow. Even if Justin hadn't been on guard, he could have blocked this sneak attack effortlessly. As an experienced blade master, Justin not only precisely intercepted the opponent's attack path but had already planned his countermove. After blocking his opponent's blade strike, he countered with an upward slash that could cleave open the opponent's chest. Justin had envisioned a beautiful outcome, but just as his waist saber was about to clash with Dong Chao's black blade, Dong Chao's figure vanished. In that fleeting instant, Dong Chao perfectly executed his spatial ability, Blink. As a result, Justin's parry met empty air, leaving him with a hollow feeling, as if he had struck cotton. At that very moment, Dong Chao appeared behind Justin. Dong Chao bypassed Justin's block, flipping his blade to use the flat side as it struck Justin's neck. Ugh! The blow shattered Justin's larynx, instantly silencing him. Yet Dong Chao's assault wasn't over. Seizing the moment Justin's body arched backward, his left hand struck like a blue dragon's claw, digging deep into Justin's eye sockets. Justin's eyes instantly became two bloody hollows. Excruciating pain racked Justin's body in convulsions. He instinctively tried to scream, but his shattered throat could no longer produce coherent sounds. Dong Chao turned the blade, pressing it against Justin's neck and pinning him against the cave wall. If you want to live, behave. I'll ask questions, and you'll write the answers. Dong Chao grabbed Justin's fingers, forcing him to dip them in his own blood and write on the wall. Who are you people? What organization do you come from? Justin opened his mouth futilely, seemingly cursing, but under the threat of death, his will to survive ultimately prevailed. With bloodied fingers, he scrawled crookedly on the wall. White Jade Capital. Dong Chao frowned slightly. This was an organization he'd never heard of. How many of you have come? 30 people. Justin wrote again. What's your strength configuration? This time, Justin kept shaking his head, making muffled grunting sounds. He was using body language to tell Dong Chao that he didn't know either. Dong Chao could tell that this Justin was probably the lowest-ranking minion among these assassins. His cultivation level was only at the early stage of the 4th rank, quite a gap compared to those two scouts from earlier. That's precisely why Dong Chao had tried to capture him alive, to make him talk. Now, this informant had outlived his usefulness. Your handwriting is atrocious. Practice your calligraphy properly in your next life. Completely disregarding his earlier promise of mercy, Dong Chao affectionately patted Justin's head before drawing his blade across the man's throat. Chapter 77, The Rule-Based Supernatural. At the same time, in a relatively spacious mine cavern, Qin Wanqing also engaged in combat with the assassins. Originally intending to rescue the students from Sanqing University, Qin Wanqing was ambushed midway by 3 black-robed assassins. At this moment, the three assassins formed a triangular formation, trapping her firmly. Qin Wanqing unsheathed the scythe blade from her back, fully transforming into her Rakshasa state. Her complexion turned morbidly pale, sharp canine teeth elongating into 4 protruding fangs, while crack-like battle marks appeared on her forehead and cheeks. An overwhelming killing intent radiated from her entire being. If I were you, I'd be digging my own grave right now. Unless you want to die without even a burial plot. Luo Sha Qin Wanqing said mockingly. Judging by their qi and blood fluctuations, 2 of these 3 individuals had mid-stage 8th tier cultivation, while 1 was at the 7th tier. Though their strength was considerable, they were still no match for Qin Wanqing. Don't be so hostile, Major Qin. All this fighting and killing is too uncivilized. Our bounty for this mission is only 100,000 secret realm coins, not worth risking our lives. The speaker was the bearded man with the lowest cultivation among the trio. Despite having the weakest cultivation, the other 2 martial artists followed his lead without question. Qin Wanqing fixed her gaze on the bearded man, her killing intent growing even more intense. The other party actually knew her official title precisely clearly, they had detailed pre-battle intelligence. Attack! The bearded man waved his hand, signaling his 2 companions to charge at Qin Wanqing. Meanwhile, he leisurely pulled out an ear-pick from his pocket. This bizarre action left Qin Wanqing utterly bewildered, but she had no time to dwell on it now. She had to focus on fighting the 2 8th tier martial artists first. 2 8th tier martial artists, both enhancement-type ability users. One could transform his body into a shield, while the other could morph his limbs into chains. One blocked Qin Wanqing's slashes with his shield, while the other unleashed chains to hinder her movements. Though Qin Wanqing held absolute dominance in the fight, her scythe dancing like the wind, she couldn't immediately overpower these 2. Qin Wanqing sensed something was amiss. These 2 martial artists, whether in terms of their innate abilities or the techniques they practice, both follow a defensive path. How could such individuals possibly be assassins? Meanwhile, the bearded man in the distance was currently holding an ear-pick, performing some sort of prayer ritual. It was clear the bearded man was charging up for some mysterious technique, and these 2 8th tier martial artists beside him were buying time for him. Qin Wanqing knew she had to end this battle quickly. She tightened her grip on the scythe blade and unleashed her self-created martial technique, Screaming Dance. The scythe tore through the air with a wailing cry like that of an infant, as thick, almost tangible aura of decay erupted from its razor-sharp tip. Qin Wanqing's strikes carried the weight of Mount Tai, yet her movements grew increasingly swift. Her afterimages flickered through the air. Boom, 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 boom. In the brief span of a finger snap, she unleashed 7 ruthless slashes at the shield-bearing man, shattering his illusory shields into spider-webbed fragments. The shield warrior spat a mouthful of blood, desperately summoning a new shield while shouting for help from the bearded man. Hurry up! We can't hold on much longer. The bearded man responded impatiently. I know. So annoying. Can't you give me a little sense of ceremony? Just as Qin Wanqing was about to deliver the final blows to send the shield warrior to his grave, the bearded man finally concluded his strange prayer ritual. He inserted the ear-pick into his ear and uttered a single word, halt. A domain rapidly expanded outward with the bearded man at its center. Qin Wanqing, caught within the domain's range, froze instantly, her entire body robbed of the ability to move. The shield-bearing man and the chain-wielding man were similarly affected by the domain, turning into motionless wooden figures, yet their faces were filled with relief. Had the bearded man activated his domain a few seconds later, they would have been minced into paste by Qin Wanqing's blade. You're a rule-type ability user. Qin Wanqing was utterly horrified. She finally understood why 2 8th level martial artists would follow the bearded man's lead. The bearded man squinted his eyes and leisurely picked his ear. Pretty cool ability, right? Jianghu rules, nobody moves while I'm cleaning my ears. The bearded man was clearly a chatterbox. Maintaining his ear-cleaning gesture, he rambled on. I heard your Chinese lone wolf marshal's special ability is force deathmatch. My power force is immobilization through ear cleaning, much more harmonious. Marx said the pursuit of harmonious beauty is human instinct. He. The bearded man let out a smug, peculiar laugh. In this domain state, both he and everyone within the domain were absolutely safe, they'd merely lost their ability to move. As part of Operation Group 1 in this stellar plucking plan, their scheme from the very beginning was to use the domain to trap Qin Wanqing for an hour. Just keep this 9th-tier expert immobilized, and in an hour, the mining pit's secret realm would naturally turn into a river of blood. Qin Wanqing, of course, knew exactly what kind of scheme they were plotting. Her eyes burned with fury. Once the domain lifts, I'll slaughter every last one of you. I hope you can do it. He. The bearded man's mocking laughter filled Qin Wanqing with rage, yet she could do nothing. At this moment, the mechanical bracelet on her wrist kept beeping incessantly. Help! Save us! We're being hunted! Requesting backup! Amplified by electronic speakers, the desperate cries of the 3 pure Taoist cultivators sounded particularly pitiful. Deep within the mine shaft, He Xiangzai, wearing a face mask, raced forward while keeping his eyes fixed on the marked red dot on his wristband. Before rushing to rescue those 3 pure Taoist cultivators, he still had some preparatory work to complete. Following the guidance of the wristband, he moved forward and soon heard voices. "President, we've been waiting for so long, why hasn't anyone come to help us yet? Could our school's trial team have also been attacked?" The speaker was Sun Jingfeng's lackey, Ma Tao. Listening to the distress signals coming from the mechanical wristband, Ma Tao was nearly scared out of his wits. At that moment, he and Sun Jingfeng were huddled in a dead-end tunnel, anxiously waiting for rescue. Compared to him, Sun Jingfeng appeared much more composed. With his hands in his pockets, he still carried that bureaucratic air. "Don't be afraid. If we really encounter any attackers, just hide behind me and watch how I take them down." Ma Tao scoffed inwardly, but outwardly he said with admiration, "President, we're counting on you then." Although Sun Jingfeng has been the talk of the academy lately, Ma Tao still harbors doubts about his true strength. Setting aside his family background, Sun Jingfeng appears utterly ordinary in every way. Ma Tao even suspects that Sun Jingfeng's so-called glorious achievements are nothing but the academy's attempt to create a legend. Just this morning, Sun Jingfeng made a complete fool of himself on the sparring platform during the exchange competition. Ma Tao had his doubts, but for now he still had to humor Sun Jingfeng. If this guy's so confident, then when real danger comes, he can be the one to handle it. Just as Ma Tao was silently grumbling to himself, He Xiongzai approached the two with light footsteps. "Hey, you two are here. I've been looking for you everywhere." Chapter 78. The following scene is not suitable for children. Facing the sudden appearance of He Xiongzai, Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao were momentarily stunned. The newcomer was indeed wearing their school's uniform, but with a mask covering his face and the dim lighting in the mine shaft, neither of them could immediately recognize who it was. "Classmate, are you here to assist us?" Sun Jingfeng asked hesitantly. That's right. He Xiongzai nodded with a smile. Just as Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao stood up, ready to follow him, He Xiongzai suddenly pointed behind them and exclaimed in surprise. "Holy shit, look, a UFO." Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao were utterly bewildered. How the hell could there be a UFO in this mining pit's secret realm? This is just too ridiculous. But for single young men aged 18 or 19, UFOs hold more allure than single young women. Though both found it utterly ridiculous, they instinctively turned their heads to see what was happening behind them. At that moment, He Xiongzai executed a double ghost's knock at the door move, smashing their heads together with tremendous force. Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao didn't even manage a muffled groan before immediately falling unconscious. He Xiongzai hid the two in the shadows of the mine's dead end before continuing forward toward the location of the three pure Dao cultivators. Meanwhile, Daoshi, wearing a face mask and carrying a long-handled saber, wandered through the mine tunnels. Following the guidance of his wristband, he finally intercepted the fleeing Big Dipper. Are you here to save us?" Seeing Daoshi's school uniform, the Big Dipper members' faces lit up with hope, but realizing Daoshi was alone, their briefly uplifted spirits quickly sank again. You're alone?" The Big Dipper members sent out distress signals, hoping the instructors from Manhwa University would come to their rescue. Yet only one student showed up. Wasn't this just handing victory to the enemy? Under the crowd's skeptical gazes, Daoshi calmly declared, "All of you, retreat. I'll hold them off." But, everyone thought this was ridiculous. These assassins were extremely dangerous. Even teacher Yang Qing, a 7th-level cultivator, had fallen victim to their schemes. What could a mere student possibly do against them? "Classmate, don't joke around. Those assassins aren't to be trifled with." The Big Dipper constellation was quite straightforward. Though scared out of their wits, they still didn't want anyone to lose their lives because of them. The pursuing footsteps grew closer, and the seven anxiously urged Daoshi not to push his luck. Daoshi swung his broadsword open, shielding the group behind him. "Don't worry, I'm Sun Jingfeng, the super genius of the Martial Arts Academy. I can handle this little situation." As he spoke, he suddenly swung his long-handled saber, shattering the rocks above the mine shaft. Boulders taller than a man came tumbling down, forming a stone wall that stood between Daoshi and the crowd. "Classmate, you." This sudden move completely caught the Big Dipper 7 off guard. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Tianshu Xing Lu Lang was the first to react. "Let's go first. We can't let our classmates' sacrifice be in vain." Lu Lang led his classmates in a frantic dash through the mine tunnel, his voice trembling with emotion as he shouted into his mechanical wristband. We're safe for now. Classmate Sun Jingfeng sacrificed himself to save us." On the other side of the stone wall, Daoshi stood quietly with his blade drawn, watching the approaching black-robed assassins. Ha, how touching. A hot-blooded youth willing to sacrifice himself to save his comrades. "I used to have such impulsive thoughts when I was young too," a burly bald man said with a mocking expression. As a frontier explorer who'd licked blood off knife blades, the bald man had witnessed too much deceit and treachery to retain any of his former innocence. In his view, this kind of self-sacrifice to save others was pure foolishness. Dao Shi also smiled as he unhurriedly removed his school uniform to avoid staining it with blood. I'm doing this purely because what comes next isn't suitable for children. The bald man was shocked to discover that after taking off his clothes, the boy opposite him had suddenly bulked up. In the blink of an eye, he had become even more muscular than himself. Dao Shi's imposing aura and blood energy surged violently as his body rapidly expanded. The bald man sensed grave danger. He clearly perceived that his opponent's revealed cultivation level was at the peak of 6th stage. Who are you? The bald man stared with bulging fish-like eyes, stammering out his question. I just told you, I'm Sun Jingfeng. Dao Shi replied indifferently. Sun Ningfeng? The bald man looked utterly confused. Their intelligence reports didn't mention anyone named Sun Jingfeng? Without giving Baldy any more time to think, Dao Shi made his move. He swung his blade and charged towards the group of assassins. At this moment, his calm yet domineering stance made it seem as though he was the one surrounding the assassins. Charge! The bald leader commanded his companions to swarm forward. That peculiar student across from them might have impressive cultivation, but they weren't weak either. Each of them was at the 5th or 6th tier. Under their pack tactics, no matter how strong that kid was, he wouldn't last long. At the bald man's order, shadowy figures closed in on Dao Shi like ghosts. A killer wielding a grappling hook was the first to reach Dao Shi, swinging his weapon straight at Dao Shi's chest. The killer's move was purely a test, meant to force Dao Shi to retreat. To his surprise, Dao Shi neither dodged nor avoided it, instead using his indomitable body to take the grappling hook head-on. Clang! The grappling hook killer felt as if his strike had landed on solid metal, the recoil numbing half of his body. He wanted to retreat with the momentum, but Dao Shi's long-handled saber had already descended upon him. With a simple, unadorned vertical slash, Dao Shi cleaved the hook-wielding assassin in half, man and hook alike. Without a moment's pause after his first strike, Dao Shi reversed his grip and thrust the pommel spike straight into the crotch of another assassin. The unfortunate killer felt as if his lower abdomen had been gored by a rhino's horn. He clutched his abdomen and howled in pain, only for Dao Shi to flip his blade and lop off his head with a single stroke. After felling another man, Dao Shi swept his blade downward, aiming for the feet of several assassins. As they leaped to dodge, he reversed his grip and thrust the pommel into one's throat, sending yet another unfortunate soul to the afterlife. In that moment, Dao Shi resembled a giant bear charging through a cornfield. These assassins with 5th or 6th tier cultivation were like mere stalks of corn before him, harvested at will. Watching his companions fall one after another, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat. This guy named Sun Jingfeng fights way too viciously and ruthlessly. He wields a long, sweeping saber, yet his blade techniques are utterly treacherous. Eye gouging, throat stabbing, ankle chopping, upward groin slicing, every dirty trick in the book keeps coming. This bastard's heart is filthier than even us assassins who've lurked in the shadows for years. And when surrounded, this Sun Jingfeng doesn't panic at all. His combat style is brutally simple, tanking most attacks with his body, then sending random opponents to meet their maker with faster, more ferocious slashes. The bald man felt like they were fighting against a Gundam. And what's more, it was a scheming, black-hearted Gundam. Amidst his shock, the bald man grew increasingly puzzled. Why wasn't such a formidable figure in their intelligence reports? According to intelligence, among the group of students entering the secret realm, the ones requiring special attention are the twin stars of Sanqing University, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun. However, the team leader just sent word that their assassination targets, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, did not enter the secret realm. With the assassination targets missing, their operation has encountered a major flaw. Such a colossal mistake is already beyond Baldy's comprehension. And now, another formidable figure not listed in the intelligence has appeared, Sun Jingfeng. The bald man couldn't fathom why the usually meticulous White Jade capital was riddled with oversights this time. Chapter 79, Please, can you not die just yet? Dao Shi reaped the lives of these black-robed assassins as effortlessly as cutting grass. Although these assassins' cultivation levels of 5 or 6 stages weren't much different from Dao Shi's, the combat prowess displayed by both sides, however, was worlds apart. Watching his companions fall one after another, the bald man grew fearful and attempted to flee, but Dao Shi effortlessly caught up with his lightning-fast movement technique and finished him with a single slash. In just a few minutes, all 7 or 8 black-robed assassins had been slaughtered by Dao Shi. As a member of the Yugua clan, Dao Shi had undergone simulated training since childhood. Combined with his inherently ruthless nature, even though this was his first time taking a life, he didn't feel particularly shaken. Dao Shi only felt a slight, secret regret for the Mo Dao blade in his hand. This blade was compensation from the great genius Sun Jingfeng, an E-grade standard issue Mo Dao produced by the Taishui Armory. The blade of the long-handled sword was already chipped after just one battle. Compared to the weapons he had previously crafted himself, this blade was certainly sharper, but it still fell far short of matching his true strength. Dao Shi carefully sheathed the damaged weapon with a pang of regret, then crouched down to begin collecting his spoils of war. To Daoshi, everything the assassins had left behind, their weapons, armor, money, even their watches, rings, and earrings, were all valuable treasures. Following the fine tradition that freebies bring joy, Daoshi had to take all these good things for himself. As he was busy with this, Mo Xiang came rushing over in a panic. You've already taken care of everything here? Mo Xiang had come to lend a hand. On his way here, Mo Xiang had repelled 2 black-robed assassins, knowing full well that this group was no pushover. Who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 minutes, Daoshi had single-handedly taken out 7 or 8 assassins, and done so, messily. Before them lay a field of scattered limbs and pulverized flesh, hardly a single intact corpse remained. At the sight, Mo Xiang leaned against the wall, retching violently. Damn it, why are you puking now? Get over here and help. Daoshi calmly called out while gathering supplies. Mo Xiang waved his hand repeatedly between dry heaves, utterly incapable of assisting. Though Mo Xiang couldn't overcome his mental block to lend a hand, as a craftsman who spent his days tinkering with puppets, he was still deeply fascinated by the weapons and armor scattered on the ground. Most of these weapons and armor were forged with Mystic Realm metals, making them decent quality, some even reaching D-grade or C-grade standards. If we melt them down for reforging, they'd make excellent materials for crafting puppets. Ugh. Mo Xiang retched dryly while saying to Daoshi, Broshi, how about I forge you a fine blade? Could you spare me some of these materials? Daoshi raised his eyebrows. Oh, didn't realize you had sword forging skills too? Mo Xiang retched without speaking. As a ruthless handcrafted puppet master, Mo Xiang was proficient in lathe work, riveting, and electric welding. Forging weapons was just a basic skill for him. Hearing that Mo Xiang could forge him a sword, Daoshi scavenged even more vigorously, determined to squeeze every last drop of profit from these assassins. Daoshi collected discarded armor and weapons like gathering aluminum cans, bending and flattening them before bundling them together. His practiced efficiency earned Mo Xiang's silent admiration. Aside from the unfortunate assassin's remains, abandoned weapons occasionally littered the mine's passageways. Somehow Daoshi produced a woven sack and walked while scavenging, never once looking up the entire way. Daoshi picked up a long sword and was about to snap it in half when Mo Xiang hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment. Mo Xiang noticed that the blade bore distinct constellation patterns, clearly in the style of the Three Pure Ones Taoist sect. I recognize this sword. It should be the personal sword of Yang Qing, the lead instructor from Three Pure Ones University. While queuing to enter the secret realm, Mo Xiang noticed the sword at Yang Qing's waist. He had a strong impression of this exquisite long sword. Mo Xiang's intention was to have Daoshi return the item to its rightful owner. Daoshi calmly responded with an "Oh, Yang Qing's sword? Not anymore." With those words, he exerted force with his hands and snapped the long sword into 2 pieces. To Daoshi, it didn't matter whether this sword belonged to the assassins or the Three Pure Ones cultivators, as long as he picked it up from the ground, it was his. From childhood to adulthood, Daoshi had always lived by one personal creed: if you don't pick it up, you might as well have lost it. Under Mo Xiangmu's dumbfounded gaze, Daoshi tossed the broken sword halves into his woven bag and continued deeper into the mine shaft. At the same time, in another branching path of the mine, He Xiongzai, holding the jagged sword, struck an outrageously flamboyant victory pose. He Xiongzai had also successfully located the elite class of Sanqing University and was covering their retreat. His cleanup work was done thoroughly. Before him lay a dozen or so assassins' corpses scattered haphazardly. Not long before, He Xiongzai had effortlessly disposed of these small fries. He even felt somewhat unsatisfied, as if wanting more. It was a genuine life-or-death battle with real weapons, yet He Xiongzai treated it like a game. Every time he stabbed a killer to death, he never forgot to whisper in their ear, "Victory and defeat are common in battle, hero, please try again," offering them some underworld encouragement. At the moment, among the fallen assassins, only a scar-eyed burly man wielding twin axes still clung to his last breath. This guy's skills were decent. He had exchanged over a dozen moves with He Xiongzai. Now, his waist, chest, and other vital spots had been skewered clean through by He Xiongzai, leaving him with no hope of survival. Yet, sheer willpower kept the scar-eyed man hanging on, refusing to let go of his last breath. Discovering there was still someone breathing on the ground, He Xiongzai was overjoyed. He hastily dropped the twin swords in his hands, crouched down, and clumsily began performing CPR on the burly man. "Please, I beg you, don't die just yet. I have questions for you." The scar-eyed burly man coughed up bloody froth, cursing inwardly. All his wounds were penetrating injuries from sharp weapons. The chest compression technique of CPR would only make things worse for him. Every press He Xiongzai applied to his chest made more blood gush from the man's numerous wounds. The scar-eyed brute couldn't help suspecting whether the other man was performing first aid or squeezing juice. The burly man clung to life by sheer willpower. Though fully aware his wounds were fatal, he still desperately wanted to survive. "Just let me live. I'll tell you everything you want to know." The scar-eyed brute responded weakly. The scar-eyed man knew perfectly well his interrogator must want information about the White Jade Capital organization. As long as he could stay alive, Scarface was willing to say anything. He Xiongzai sat cross-legged beside the burly man, furrowing his brows as he spoke in a tone befitting an academic discussion. Hey buddy, there's something I need your opinion on. About that move I just used to stab through you, do you think arrogant, dazzling, ruthless love burial sword chi dragon lock sounds cooler, or domineering, proud heaven love burial ruthlessness? Help me decide. He Xiongzai's tone was utterly sincere. Wait, bro? The scar-eyed strongman felt like his brain had been stabbed too, his gray matter was practically leaking out. Is this swordsman kid out of his mind? At such a critical moment, he's asking about this? Besides, no matter what you call it, isn't it all the same? With a mind full of chaos and despair, the scarred burly man completely lost his will to live. His vision darkened as he let go of this world. Chapter 80, Schemer versus Schemer, Ace versus Ace. On the other side of the battlefield, within the relatively spacious cavern of the mine, the standoff between Qin Wansheng and the bearded man's group continued. As long as the bearded man maintained his ear-picking gesture, this absolutely safe static domain would remain in effect. When the bearded man first activated his rule-based ability, the opposing side's emotions were completely different. The bearded man and his companions felt both relaxed and delighted. As Team 1 of the star-seizing operation, they had successfully completed their assigned mission. They had trapped Qin Wansheng. Yet Qin Wansheng's heart was filled with unbearable anxiety. As the strongest combatant of the entire trial team, she was now immobilized, utterly powerless to act. This was absolutely catastrophic for the entire team. Qin Wansheng had even mentally prepared herself for the possibility of large-scale casualties among her students. But as time passed, communication devices on both sides kept transmitting updates, and the situation completely reversed. Qin Wansheng's mechanical wristband kept delivering good news. We are the honors class of Sanqing University. We were also saved by classmate Sun Jingfeng. Thank you, Sun Jingfeng. I am Wang Su, instructor of martial arts class 2. Most of the students have been gathered at transfer point A. So far, we haven't spotted any assassins, and no students from the martial arts academy have been injured. I will continue exploring the outer areas to find more missing students while ensuring the safety of my current ones. Qin Wansheng knew full well that the ones truly covering the retreat for Sanqing University's Dao cultivators weren't Sun Jingfeng, it was those students from martial arts class 4. That fool Sun Jingfeng has truly fallen into their hands. The stream of good news coming from the mechanical bracelet gradually calmed Qin Wansheng's agitated heart. Yet the murderous intent in her gaze toward the bearded man and his group remained undiminished. I always keep my word. Once your special ability duration ends, I'll slice every one of you into mutton hot pot slices. Gripping her sickle blade, Qin Wansheng delivered this threat with a cheerful smile. Listening to Qin Wansheng's teasing yet menacing words, the bearded man and his companions turned pale with anger, remaining silent. They had no idea what had gone wrong. Instead of their teammates' triumphant reports, the walkie-talkie transmitted wave after wave of agonized screams. The bearded man gritted his teeth in secret, rapidly calculating in his heart. Their entire assassination plan should have been flawless. Why was the situation diverging from their expectations? Before entering the secret realm, they had already schemed to send Wen Tiancheng away, eliminating their greatest obstacle. After entering the secret realm, Action Team 1 successfully trapped Qin Wansheng once again, further diminishing the enemy's combat strength. Team 2's leader, Tobin, also made a significant contribution by ambushing Yang Qing of Sanqing University. With this, both Manhwa University and Sanqing University's elite forces had been eliminated. Up to this point, the plan had progressed smoothly, but from then onward, the situation completely veered off its intended course. Their primary assassination targets, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, for some unknown reason, had actually not entered the secret realm. Upon learning this, they altered their plan of action, settling for the next best option, assassinating the other students within the secret realm. Killing those few S-grade prodigies from Sanqing University would still count as a significant achievement. The assassins concentrated their forces, planning to first eliminate the Star Lords of Sanqing University before casually slaughtering the students of Manhwa University. And their new plan had failed again. Logically speaking, a group of seasoned adventurers who'd licked blood from blades facing off against university students who'd never truly shed blood should have been a one-sided slaughter. So why was it their own side that ended up being slaughtered? It was as if some unforeseen force had completely disrupted their meticulously laid plans. The screams from the walkie-talkie gradually died down. The bearded man knew this didn't mean his companions had escaped danger, it meant most of them were already dead or injured. The bearded man simply couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong. In just the brief time since he'd activated his special ability, the situation had completely reversed. His comrades' crushing defeat made the bearded man consider retreat. Something's wrong, prepare to retreat. The bearded man signaled to his two companions. Mine Pit Secret Realm, Teleportation Point A. 30 to 40 students from Manhwa University gathered at the teleportation gate under the supervision of their teacher, Wang Su. Everyone craned their necks, peering into the depths of the mine shaft with expressions mixing tension and bewilderment. When they first entered the secret realm, they had received Teacher Qin's solemn warning. Upon confirming there was indeed an enemy attack, the students became extremely nervous. Later, when their mechanical wristbands revealed the Sanqing University trial team was being pursued by assailants, their legs trembled so violently they could barely stand. Fortunately, Teacher Qin and Teacher Wang acted promptly and gathered them all together. As time passed, the legendary criminals never appeared, and good news of safety kept coming from Sanqing University. This reassured the students somewhat while also sparking their curiosity. The so-called enemy attack didn't seem all that terrifying after all. They just stayed here doing nothing, and the crisis seemed to have resolved itself. Wang Su, as the leading instructor, took charge at this moment. He continuously counted the students. Who else hasn't been contacted yet? Teacher, apart from Sun Jingfeng and Ma Tao, there are also those guys from martial arts class 4 who haven't joined up with us. Shintu Chen responded. Those kids from class 4 are such a handful. The teacher's unreliable, and the students won't listen. Wang Su cursed under his breath but still stood up and headed deeper into the mine tunnel. I need to go find those kids. Shintu Chen, I'm leaving this place to you for now. Report to me immediately if anything happens. As a teacher, no matter how much Wang Su disliked those underachievers from class 4, he couldn't just abandon them to their fate. At the same time, deep within the mine labyrinth, Dong Chao delivered 2 finishing blows from the shadows, eliminating 2 fleeing black-robed assassins. Hearing footsteps approaching from afar, Dong Chao quickly lay flat on the ground, pretending to be a corpse. Tuoban ran past Dong Chao urgently, clutching a walkie-talkie. As the leader of Operation Group 2 of the Star Plucking Plan, the past 20 minutes had brought nothing but bad news through his walkie-talkie. His useless subordinates had failed to eliminate the elite students from the 2 schools. On the contrary, they'd all been wiped out by some guy named Sun Jingfeng? What kind of joke was this? All living beings, listen to me, retreat immediately. Tuoban strode past Dong Chao casually while urgently issuing commands into the walkie-talkie. The crackling walkie-talkie returned no response. I repeat. Tuoban stood with his back to Dong Chao, repeating the commands. Without a sound, Dong Chao rose to his feet and drew his black blade. Dong Chao turned into a blur as he charged toward Tuoban, the blade aimed straight at his back. Dong Chao intended to deliver a straightforward flash strike, aiming to pierce through the unsuspecting Tuoban's heart. But at that moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The way Tuoban had his back turned to him seemed off. At the very instant this thought crossed his mind, Tuoban moved. Tuoban abruptly turned his head, a snake-like tongue flicking from his crimson maw. I've had my eye on you for a while now, you fool. As he spoke, a serpent's tail unexpectedly extended from Tuoban's robe, lashing out towards Dong Chao. At that moment, Dong Chao finally realized he'd fallen into a trap. Chapter 81, The Armor of Agony. Facing the whipping snake tail, countless thoughts flashed through Dong Chao's mind like lightning. The creature before him was a serpent bloodline mutant, and with an extremely high mutation level at that, capable of transforming into a snake-human hybrid. Snakes perceived their surroundings through scent, which meant Dong Chao's death-feigning act was utterly useless against the snake man. The creature could distinguish between the scents of living and dead humans. From the moment they entered this mine tunnel, this old snake man had already spotted Dong Chao. He'd been acting all along. What he'd been waiting for was precisely this moment. The snake man's tail whipped toward Dong Chao's face like a steel whip. The tip of the tail carried a venomous hook, exuding a dangerously sweet, fishy smell. At the critical moment, Dong Chao swiftly swung his blade back to parry, barely managing to block the venomous hook with the flat of his sword. However, the agile serpent's tail shifted angles and struck him squarely in the ribs. With no room to dodge, Dong Chao had no choice but to borrow Daoxi's unbreakable body technique, relying on sheer physical resilience to endure the blow. Thud! With a dull impact, Dong Chao's left rib visibly caved inward. This whip-like tail strike shattered at least 3 of his ribs. In this critical moment, Dong Chao gritted his teeth through the pain and activated his spatial ability. He left the black blade in place to bear the momentum of the tail strike while his entire body suddenly vanished. Crack! The black blade was sent flying by the serpent's tail, crashing into the cave wall. Meanwhile, Dong Chao flashed into position, appearing at the opposite end of the mine shaft. Now he knelt on one knee, his left ribs caved in, bloody froth dripping from his lips, clearly severely injured. Dong Chao glared coldly at the serpent man before him. He knew he'd encountered a fellow practitioner. This snake-like old bastard is just like him, both taking the despicable route. Hey, not bad. You actually survived taking one of my moves head-on. Tuoban stared at Dong Chao, grinning strangely. Although this guy's snake-like face was smiling, his eyes revealed nothing but malice. Tuoban had long noticed that the corners of the mine were littered with the corpses of his companions. Clearly, they had all fallen victim to the man standing before him. Tobin knew in his heart that the failure of this assassination attempt was due to encountering unforeseen variables, and the man before him was undoubtedly one of those variables. Yet, this variable appeared pathetically weak, his cultivation level was merely at the 3rd tier. Tobin was somewhat puzzled, how could such a weakling have taken out his companions? But there was no need for him to dwell on it. A single sneak attack with his serpent-like tail had already left this guy half dead. Just one more casual strike, and he could eliminate this variable. This assassination mission had already failed. Taking this guy's head would at least give the Hall Master some semblance of an explanation. At this moment, Dong Chao's thoughts were racing as well. He cursed himself inwardly for being so careless. This snake man before him wasn't just despicable, his cultivation level was formidable too. The bastard was at the peak of 6th stage cultivation, a full 3 stages higher than himself. If it weren't for Shizi's invincibility skill protecting me, that last hit wouldn't have just broken a few ribs, it would have been much worse. Against an opponent like this, brute force won't work, we'll have to outsmart them. Dong Chao opened his spatial storage pouch, and a black mask tumbled out from within. The moment the black mask touched Dong Chao's skin, it rapidly expanded and transformed into a full suit of battle armor. This is Dong Chao's S-grade armor, the Mantle of Agony. Beyond providing Dong Chao with fundamental defensive capabilities, the Mantle of Agony possesses an exceptionally powerful ability, pain numbness. For the first 10 minutes after donning the Mantle of Agony, it can numb all pain, allowing the wearer to maintain peak combat readiness. However, after those 10 minutes, all accumulated pain will be repaid twofold. It was precisely because of this unpredictable nature that Dong Chao wouldn't wear this battle armor unless absolutely necessary. After donning the armor of agony, the pain in Dong Chao's left ribs instantly vanished as he stood up nonchalantly. Watching the armor of agony covering Dong Chao's body, Tobin's eyes flashed with greed. This guy before him had terrible cultivation, yet his equipment was ridiculously luxurious. His battle armor and that black sword of his are anything but ordinary. Tobin was beginning to understand why his companions had been slaughtered by a mere 3rd-tier martial artist. Turns out they'd encountered a pay-to-win warrior. Storage pouch, battle armor, and black sword, this man before them had quite the collection of treasures. But soon, these treasures would become his. The seed of greed took root and sprouted rapidly in Tuo Ban's heart. Dong Chao deliberately flaunted the storage pouch and battle armor in front of Tuo Ban. He wanted to stir turmoil in Tuo Ban's heart. The excruciating pain faded as Dong Chao activated his spatial ability once more, teleporting to the opposite side of the mine shaft to retrieve his black blade. Tobin's serpentine tail struck in immediate pursuit, its venomous stinger thrusting straight for Dong Chao's face. In that frantic moment, Dong Chao had no choice but to employ his spatial ability again, narrowly evading Tobin's assault. After reappearing at a distance, Dong Chao casually produced a chi restoration pill and popped it into his mouth with practiced ease. Tuo Ban's pupils dilated violently. This guy with only 3rd-tier cultivation actually had chi restoration pills. Tuo Ban sidestepped silently, positioning himself to block the cave entrance. In Tuo Ban's eyes, Dong Chao had become a juicy piece of meat delivered straight to his mouth. He absolutely couldn't let this treasure-laden morsel escape. Tobin fully transformed into his serpent man form, his entire lower body morphing into a 6-meter-long serpentine tail with a venomous hook, swaying back and forth in the narrow mine tunnel. Tobin mused that in such a confined and narrow environment, his serpent man form held an overwhelming advantage. At this moment, the range of his serpent tail's attack could completely cover the entire tunnel entrance. Moreover, there was an immense gap in cultivation between the two of them. If it weren't for the opponent's spatial ability allowing them to dodge and weave, Tobin would have already taken them down with those last few attacks. Despite dominating the fight, Tobin didn't let his guard down for a second. As a renowned assassin in Southeast Asia, Tobin knew full well that even a lion must go all out when hunting a rabbit, let alone when this plump rabbit came equipped with top-tier gear. Even though the opponent was already injured, Tobin opted for the safest strategy, guarding the cave entrance to catch his prey like a turtle in a jar. After retrieving the black blade, Dong Chao showed no intention of continuing the fight. He attempted to escape the mine tunnel 3 times using flash step, but each time Tobin intercepted him. Not only could Tobin attack from a distance with his venomous snake tail, but his sleeve hammers were equally troublesome in close combat. Tobin's sleeve hammers were forged from mithril, deceptively small in appearance yet weighing over 100 pounds. Under the dual suppression of sheer strength and cultivation, Dong Chao dared not block Tobin's sleeve hammers head-on. After 3 futile teleportation attempts, Dong Chao once again took out the jade bottle, ready to consume pills to restore his chi and blood. His movement of retrieving the jade bottle was subtle, yet it didn't escape Tuo Ban's notice. This guy's chi and blood reserves are only enough for 3 spatial ability activations. Tuo Ban silently reached this conclusion in his heart. For elemental ability users, the more powerful the ability, the more chi and blood it consumes when released. At this moment, the spatial ability used by the opponent clearly consumes a tremendous amount of chi and blood. Tuoban clearly remembered that the first time Dong Chao took the drug, he had also used spatial ability 3 times. Tuoban believed he had grasped a crucial piece of information. Little did he know, this so-called key information was actually a trap laid by Dong Chao. Chapter 82 Veteran Lurker vs Amateur Lurker. As Dong Chao took another pill, Tuoban didn't interrupt him, allowing Dong Chao to restore his qi and blood reserves. Tuoban's mind worked in layers. Even after catching this crucial clue, he needed further verification. He deliberately waited until Dong Chao's energy recovered before coiling his serpentine body and launching another attack. Tuoban's sleeve hammers rained down like a storm of pear blossoms, creating afterimages in the confined mine tunnel, forcing Dong Chao to use his spatial ability to dodge backward. No sooner had Dong Chao steadied himself than Tuoban's serpentine tail, covered in barbed scales, coiled around like a shadow, attempting to ensnare him. Left with no choice, Dong Chao activated his spatial ability a second time, retreating even further away. Yet Tuoban's assault didn't relent. He suddenly gaped his maw wide and spat out 2 streams of venomous snake poison. The corrosive snake venom shot straight towards Dong Chao's face. With no other choice, Dong Chao was forced to use his third and final special ability. After exhausting all 3 abilities, Dong Chao's steps grew unsteady and his breathing became ragged. As he grabbed the jade vial to take a recovery pill, Tuoban would never give him that chance. Tuoban's serpentine tail transformed into a spear, feinting an attack that forced Dong Chao into an awkward crouching dodge. Witnessing this scene, Tuoban chuckled inwardly. His predictions had been absolutely correct. Their energy reserves were only enough to perform 3 spatial abilities. This also largely aligned with Tuoban's understanding of third-tier martial artists. Now that the opponent could no longer use their abilities, it meant the battle was effectively over. Tuoban swung his waist again, transforming his serpent tail into a steel whip that lashed toward Dong Chao's injured left flank. Confident in his class, Dong Chao absolutely couldn't dodge without using his spatial abilities. Facing this lethal strike, Dong Chao attempted to block with his blade, but the tremendous impact sent him spinning like a top, both him and his sword whirling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Tuoban quickly followed up with another tail strike. Though Dong Chao's posture looked utterly disheveled, a sly, triumphant smile crept across his face. During the spinning motion, Dong Chao's black blade slipped from his grasp once more, shooting backward. The combined force of Tuoban's tail strike and Dong Chao's throw transformed the black blade into a streak of black lightning. Except this lightning bolt was shooting in the opposite direction. Tuoban couldn't immediately understand why the black blade had flown the wrong way, but it didn't matter, his killing move had already arrived. The resilient serpent's tail whistled through the air with a piercing sound, viciously lashing towards Dong Chao's waist and abdomen, its tremendous force seemingly intent on splitting him in two. Yet at this critical moment, Dong Chao's figure vanished. Disappearing along with him was that thrown flying dagger. Spatial rifts appeared simultaneously, one deep within the mine shaft, the other behind Tuoban. The flying dagger shot into the spatial rift and emerged from behind Tuoban. The black dagger continued its momentum, plunging into Tuoban's lower back. The sudden, searing pain caused Tuoban to stagger. Before he could react, Dong Chao had already appeared behind him. Dong Chao gripped the hilt of his black blade and thrust it horizontally. The razor-sharp edge nearly severed Tuoban's spine. Dong Chao had long noticed that Tuoban's serpentine form gave him an advantage in attack range within the cramped mine tunnels, but at the same time, it also left him vulnerable when turning to defend. Tuoban's excessively elongated serpent body made swift pivoting difficult. Dong Chao's spatial rift technique was specifically developed for stabbing enemies in the back with his black dagger. To avoid a mutual destruction scenario with Tuoban, Dong Chao left the black dagger embedded in Tuoban's body and gracefully leaped into the spatial rift behind him, vanishing without a trace. Almost simultaneously, Dong Chao reappeared from the spatial fissure deep within the mine. This time, the mortally wounded Tuoban could no longer launch any long-range attacks against him. As his life drained away, Tuoban could no longer maintain his serpentine form. He reverted to his human appearance, hunched over with blood gushing from his lower back. You. Only then did Tuoban realize he'd been tricked. From the very beginning, he'd fallen into Dong Chao's trap. 3 spatial abilities were never Dong Chao's actual chi blood limit. Thanks to the contributions of Daoshi and Xianzai, Dong Chao's current vitality value has reached a staggering 6,700, nearly double that of martial artists at the same level. In previous battles, Dong Chao had always taken a chi restoring pill when his vitality was still at half, deliberately misleading Tuoban. Dong Chao had laid the groundwork step by step, all for this final lethal strike. To kill you, I've wasted 3 chi restoring pills. Your death was worth it. Why? Tuoban's face was filled with disbelief as he tried to cover the wound on his back, but how could he conceal the massive horizontal slash that spanned nearly his entire lower back? Powerless, Tuoban collapsed to the ground, helplessly watching his life slip away. Even at this moment, Tuoban couldn't believe that he had actually been counter-killed by this piece of meat that had fallen right into his hands. He, a renowned assassin from Southeast Asia, died at the hands of a third-rate weakling? Even though he had been extremely cautious, even though there was such a vast gap in their cultivation levels, Dong Chao stepped forward one step at a time. Don't look so surprised. Let me be honest, you're the weakest opponent I've ever killed using the spatial rift technique. TSK, only at the 6th tier high stage cultivation, have you even been putting in any effort to train? Tobin felt utterly humiliated. A measly third-level cultivator was actually mocking him? Unfortunately, the current Tobin had neither the strength to fight back nor the ability to retort. Dong Chao stepped forward and cleanly snapped Tuoban's neck with a swift stomp. As a seasoned assassin, the last sight Tuoban saw in this world was Dong Chao's smug grin as he pocketed his sleeve hammer. You've got some brains, kid, but not enough. Remember to eat more lotus root in your next life to grow some smarts. After Tuoban breathed his last, Dong Chao looted his belongings while offering him this heartfelt farewell. To be fair, this snake-man bastard was despicable, but compared to a seasoned trickster like Dong Chao, he still seemed like a rookie. Apart from the mithril sleeve hammer, Dong Chao also fished out a stack of matte black coins from the snake-man's body. These were dungeon coins, jointly endorsed by several major dungeon development organizations, absolute hard currency among martial artists. Who would have thought this snake-man bastard was so loaded, carrying over 10,000 dungeon coins? Dong Chao tucked the secret realm coins into his storage pouch and removed the armor of agony. The paralysis state instantly lifted, and double the pain surged back into Dong Chao's body, nearly making him roll on the spot in agony. Enduring the excruciating pain, Dong Chao lay flat on his back. He kicked fiercely at Tuoban's corpse, trying to pull out his black blade. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears again. Dong Chao raised his head and saw a massive, human-faced baboon charging toward him. Staring at this baboon, Dong Chao froze for a moment before pitifully crying out, "Teacher Wang Su, save me quickly, my ribs are broken." The same Dong Chao who had been killing without batting an eye moments ago had now completely changed his tune, appearing weak and helpless. P.S. The income is truly too low. Can't even afford to eat dirt anymore. To keep this book going, I'm now launching a gift reward bonus chapter system. Besides the regular 2 daily updates, every 400 Power of Love gifts will trigger an extra chapter. Backend data shows I have over 2,000 followers, so reaching 400 gifts should be easy, right? I've currently received 221 gifts, which will be counted toward the total. Going forward, I'll announce the Power of Love gift count in the author's notes. Once we hit 400 gifts, an extra chapter will be added. This offer stands long-term. Please support me, dear readers. Chapter 83, All Members Survived. Wang Su was also startled when he saw Dong Chao. Dong Chao? You, what are you doing here? Wang Su approached and only then noticed the corpse of the hitman. His face was filled with shock. This person, did you kill him? You took out a professional assassin? Dong Chao thought to himself, just one? Deep inside the mineshaft, the assassins' corpses were lined up like winter-stored cabbages, an entire row of them. Faced with Wang Su's questioning, Dong Chao adopted a look of relief. I was lying in ambush when this guy passed by, so I gave him a slash. The old bastard managed to land a hit on me before he died, breaking a few of my ribs. Wang Su's expression grew even more astonished. Though Wang Su had never fought these assassins himself, he'd heard through the mechanical wristband that they were formidable opponents. Even Yang Qing from Sanqing University had fallen victim to them. How could Dong Chao, a second-rate cultivator and good-for-nothing, dare to ambush such assassins? What left Wang Su utterly speechless was that this idiot had actually managed to stumble upon success like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Wang Su deactivated his baboon transformation form and quickly stepped forward to examine Dong Chao's injuries. Dong Chao's left ribcage had collapsed over a large area. He was indeed seriously injured. Wang Su was profoundly shocked. He had originally thought that Dong Chao, who had been out of contact all this time, was hiding in some corner like a cowardly turtle. Who would have thought this guy had such guts, daring to ambush an assassin? In that instant, Wang Su felt he'd gained a whole new understanding of this rogue colleague before him. You're taking way too many risks. This is practically suicide. While verbally complaining, Wang Su simultaneously pulled out a first aid kit. Don't move, I'll stabilize your chest wall for you. Sensing Wang Su's psychological shift, Dong Chao struck while the iron was hot, playing his mind games. He let out a sorrowful sigh. What choice do I have but to take risks? As a teacher, it's better for me to take the dangers than to let my students face them. Wang Su raised his eyebrows in surprise. He never expected Dong Chao to say something so profound. Dong Chao's acting was exquisitely natural, his voice unconsciously trembling with emotion. After all these years, this is my first time leading students into a secret realm trial. All I want is to bring every single one of them back safely. Wang Su was deeply moved. Dong Chao's acting became even more intense, his eyes were turning red with emotion. The killers are coming at us fiercely, and just hiding away isn't a solution. I thought, if I could circle around behind these guys and harass them, maybe I could buy more time for the students to escape. I know everyone's had their complaints about me all along, but no matter what, I'm a martial arts instructor. When danger comes, I have to stand in front of my students." Wang Su was completely won over. Wang Su had always regarded Dong Chao as a lazy good-for-nothing. Only now did Wang Su realize that this colleague he'd always looked down upon actually possessed such noble principles. When danger comes, you must stand in front of your students. Dong Chao's words unexpectedly aligned perfectly with the teaching philosophy Wang Su himself practiced. Wang Su was deeply moved. "Teacher Dong, don't worry, the students are all fine." Wang Su changed his form of address, now calling Dong Chao Teacher Dong, his tone carrying a new layer of respect. "That's good. That's really good. Woo woo." Tears streamed down Dong Chao's weathered face. He covered his face with his hands, pretending to hide his weeping expression. In truth, what he was really concealing was his wicked and triumphant grin. Just as his theory of pleasing others proclaimed, by catering to people's preferences and saying what they wanted to hear, one could manipulate 99% of humanity. Right now, Wang Su, the key teacher who had quite a few grievances against him, was effortlessly handled. "Teacher Dong, slow down, let me help you." After administering emergency treatment for Dong Chao, Wang Su carefully helped him up. While Wang Su wasn't paying attention, Dong Chao quietly hid his black blade. The two made their way through the intricate cave passages toward transfer point A. Along the way, they occasionally came across the corpses of assassins. Some of the bodies had even been sliced into pieces. Dong Chao seized the opportunity to mislead Wang Su. "These assassins must have all been dealt with by teacher Qin Wanqing, right?" Wang Su thought to himself, "No kidding. If it's not Qin Wanqing, who else could it be? Who else would have that kind of ability?" From the bottom of his heart, Wang Su acknowledged Dong Chao. Seizing the opportunity, he also bragged to Dong Chao. "Teacher Dong, have you heard? Those students from Sanqing University were all rescued by Sun Jingfeng from our class." Dong Chao nodded repeatedly. I've heard. Sun Jingfeng truly lives up to being our school's super genius. Absolutely breathtaking." Wang Su was the classic case of giving him an inch and he'd take a mile. Pouting his toad-like mouth, he said with faux humility, "You have no idea how difficult it is to teach a super genius like Sun Jingfeng. You have to tailor the teaching to the student. Just to properly educate this kid, I'm under tremendous pressure every single day." "Oh." Dong Chao reluctantly played along. He thought to himself, "Why are you still pretending, bro? Have you ever seen a proper genius?" Wang Su didn't notice the perfunctory tone in Dong Chao's voice. With a concerned expression, he sighed and said, "That kid Sun Jingfeng disappeared after saving his Sanqing University classmates. We need to find him quickly. It's time for us to retreat." Evening. Martial Arts Academy Underground Chamber. Lu Yuan, Huang Yeliang, and Wen Tianchen led the group of students who hadn't participated in the trial, anxiously waiting by the teleportation gate. Both Lu Yuan and Huang Yeliang looked like plucked chickens, radiating despair from head to toe. Though Wen Tianchen also furrowed his brows, he remained relatively composed overall. Since Brother Chao had promised to bring the students back safely, he would definitely find a way to make it happen. Time passed minute by minute as the teleportation array in the secret chamber gradually lit up. At this sight, Lu Yuan and Huang Yeliang felt both joy and tension. The activation of the teleportation array meant there were still survivors in the secret realm. Yet both silently assumed that the entire trial team must have suffered heavy casualties. Thud 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 thud. A faint beam of light descended, revealing several figures emerging from the portal. Lu Yuan, who had been on edge all afternoon, could no longer hold back. He broke down in tears on the spot. "My children, this is all my fault. I've failed you all. Woo woo." Lu Yuan wailed at the top of his lungs in utter despair. At noon, he ignored Dong Chao's warning and allowed his students to enter the secret realm, which led to this tragedy. Lu Yuan truly never expected that when Tianchen and Dong Chao actually knew each other, they were actually online friends. That phone call was real. At noon, shortly after the trial team left, when Tianchen returned in a rage to demand answers, Lu Yuan was filled with bitter regret. His negligence directly caused massive casualties among the students. Just as Lu Yuan was wailing with a bitter face, students from both universities passed through the portal and appeared before him, fresh as dewdrops. The students from Sanqing University looked somewhat disheveled, but those from Manhwa University appeared perfectly composed. Even the underachievers from Martial Arts Class 4 returned completely unscathed. You're all okay. That's great." Seeing the children unharmed, Lu Yuan's face underwent a dramatic transformation from shock to tearful joy in an instant. Chapter 84. Don't use my medical insurance, I need it for porcelain crowns. Just as Lu Yuan was about to pull his students aside to ask about what happened in the secret realm, the figures of Qin Wanqing and Wang Su emerged from the teleportation gate. They each dragged a makeshift stretcher, on which lay the two injured men, Dong Chao and Yang Chang. Yang Chang remained unconscious. He had only survived this long thanks to the Sanqing University students taking turns to cast the Hunyuan curse on him. Compared to Yang Qing's severe injuries, Dong Chao's wound beneath his ribs had stabilized long ago. But adhering to the principle that the squeaky wheel gets the grease, he was now putting on an exaggerated performance of moaning and groaning, looking even more pitiful than Yang Qing. Hearing that their teacher was so severely injured, Huang Yeliang quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, How did this happen? Wang Su told the truth. We were ambushed in the secret realm. Teacher Yang Qing was set up and nearly died. At this point, Wang Su deliberately raised his voice. As for our academy's teacher Dong Chao, he bravely engaged the assassins to buy time for the children to escape. During the confrontation, he killed one enemy but had his ribs broken by them. Hearing Wang Su's words, the entire room fell into dead silence. Everyone present couldn't believe that the famously useless instructor Dong Chao could actually be this bold. The most shocked of all was Lu Yuan. His usually dull fish-like eyes bulged wide open like Kardashian-style watery big eyes. Lu Yuan's brain was practically overheating. Could these things Wang Su described really have happened to Dong Chao? Dong Chao was still playing the role of an outstanding people's teacher. Deliberately moving his lips, he spoke in a weak, half-dead voice. There's nothing praiseworthy about this. It's simply what I, as a people's teacher, ought to do. As long as the children are safe, even if I were to die, it would be worth it. The entire venue fell silent once more. The students of Sanqing University were profoundly shaken. The students of Moe University exchanged bewildered glances. This level of integrity, this moral compass, this professional dedication, was this still the biggest joke of their school? Among the crowd, Dao Shi, He Xiangzai, and Mo Xiang were utterly stunned. Back in the secret realm, the trio had already noticed their useless mentor was injured. But it wasn't until this moment, through Wang Su's account, that the three of them realized their so-called useless instructor had actually gotten injured while fighting against assassins. Right now, that shameless act of their useless instructor was definitely just an act. But those injuries on his body were absolutely real. Who would have thought their worthless instructor could be so passionate? Despite being a good-for-nothing slacker with such low cultivation, when danger came, Instructor Dong actually showed real responsibility. This point is just like them. For a moment, deeply moved, the three of them contributed a huge amount of recognition to Dong Chao. Dao Shi's recognition +9. He Xiangzai's recognition +8. Mo Xiang's approval +12. Dong Chao's emotionally charged performance of human nobility earned him a whopping 29 points of approval in one go. Prior to this, he had already harvested 73 points of approval from Dao Shi and He Xiangzai. With these freshly acquired 29 points added, his total approval points surpassed 100. With this massive influx of approval points, Dong Chao's cultivation level surged once again. His cultivation instantly surged by 4 minor realms, reaching the peak of the third major realm. At the same time, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated 100 recognition points. The Teaching Treasure Vault module is now unlocked. Dong Chao's long-awaited Teaching Treasure Vault module had finally been unlocked. Given the current situation, he couldn't check his teaching repository, so he had to suppress his curiosity for the time being. Hurry, hurry. Get these two teachers to the school hospital. Lu Yuan signaled his classmates nearby to lend a hand in carrying the two teachers to the school hospital for emergency treatment. Seizing the opportunity, Dong Chao suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Yuan's arm. Dong Chao mumbled incoherently, as if he had something to say. Lu Yuan quickly crouched down and leaned in to listen. At the moment, Dong Chao was the academy's great hero. Even though Lu Yuan didn't have a favorable impression of him, he dared not slight him. Teacher Dong, what did you want to say? I'm listening. Dong Chao continued, feigning a weak, breathless voice. Dean, most of those attackers were actually taken down by teacher Qin Wanqing. I didn't contribute much. As he spoke, Dong Chao shot a covert glance at Qin Wanqing. MHM. Lu Yuan nodded superficially, while internally voicing silent complaints. Even a fool could tell that the one who deserved the most credit for safely leading the students out of the secret realm was undoubtedly Qin Wanqing. Dong Chao managing to eliminate one of the attackers was something Lu Yuan found utterly unbelievable. There's one more thing. Dong Chao abruptly changed the subject. Dean, don't use my medical insurance for all my treatment expenses. Can we tap into the school's health fund instead? I need to save the money in my medical card for porcelain veneers. Dong Chao's words delivered another brutal blow to the students present. The budding admiration many students had just begun to feel was abruptly snuffed out. Lu Yuan nodded again. All right, just focus on recovering, I'll take care of all the expenses. Lu Yuan signaled the students to quickly carry Dong Chao away before he could make any more demands. Watching Dong Chao and Yang Qing being carried off on stretchers, Wang Su finally whispered to Lu Yuan. Dean, our safe escape this time was firstly thanks to teacher Qin Wanqing, and secondly, we owe it to Sun Jingfeng from our class. While Wang Su was reporting to Lu Yuan, all the students of Sanqing University gathered around Sun Jingfeng, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving efforts. Among the crowd, Don Xiang from the honors class was the most fervent, clutching Sun Jingfeng's hand and refusing to let go. Brother Sun, words can't express my gratitude. During the tournament, I was blind to your true strength. Inside the mine, Gong Xiang was utterly despairing. The group of assassins were already highly skilled cultivators, and with their party having to carry the injured teacher Yang Qing, there was simply no way to shake off their pursuers. If Sun Jingfeng hadn't suddenly ambushed them from the side, all 7 of them would have been finished. Only now did Gong Xiang believe that Sun Jingfeng, who had refused to fight back when they ganged up on him in the arena, was truly a super genius. What's more, he repaid their malice with kindness and saved their lives. Gong Xiang wasn't the only one expressing gratitude to Sun Jingfeng. The students of Sanqing University surrounded Sun Jingfeng like an iron barrel. Brother Sun is both strong and brave, he single-handedly saved all 14 of us. Brother Sun is like a chivalrous swordsman of old, his blade only unsheathes for his enemies. What kind of comparison is that? Brother Sun clearly uses a saber, how did he become a swordsman? Would I mistake a saber for a sword? Brother Sun obviously uses a sword. He uses a saber. He uses a sword. The students participating in the trial were arguing fiercely among themselves. Listening to the back-and-forth chatter, Wang Zuojuan and Wang Yujun, who had been observing quietly on the sidelines, gradually began to grasp the situation. They turned their heads and looked toward the utterly inconspicuous Dao Shi and He Xiongzai in the crowd. The Wang brothers realized that the ones who had saved the Sanqing University trial team were clearly these 2 monstrously talented individuals.